The apocalypse descends, and the bazaar reigns supreme. Firearms have become mere scrap metal. Only by awakening this sequence, within can one gain the power of the sequence to combat the bazaar. Lin Fan struggles to survive in the apocalypse, but in a desperate search for supplies, he is met with ruthless betrayal, leading to bloodshed in a supermarket, and he finds himself on the brink of death. In his dying moments, he hears a divine oracle. The Shinny system is at your service. System objective: to become a deity in the apocalypse and establish his own divine kingdom. A counterattack from the brink of annihilation, settling scores with enemies. Lin Fan embarks on a path unlike any other. He cannot awaken a mundane sequence. Yet he is accompanied by 12 loyal followers endowed with sequence abilities, forging a contract of life and death known as the Shinto. With a mortal body, he performs divine deeds. Wherever his blade strikes, it judges the bazaar and the hearts of men alike. He vows to carve a bloodied path towards the throne of divinity in this shattered world. While others struggle in the apocalypse, Lin Fan has already grasped divine power, seated upon the divine throne, and has assembled his own cadre of deities. Those who once betrayed, belittled, and abandoned him now gaze up at his divine kingdom in despair, revering him as the sole deity walking among the ruins of humanity. The solitary god traversing the apocalypse. Chapter 1. Betrayal in the Apocalypse. Deep Blue Star. The Apocalypse. A makeshift convoy composed of dilapidated pickup trucks and buses races along a desolate highway, the wheels crunching over piles of dry leaves, creating a jarring sound in this forsaken land. Lin Fan drives an old Great Wall pickup, leading the convoy, while outside the window lies an eerie silence. Inside the vehicle, there are 4 people, including Lin Fan. Lin Fan turns to glance at the 3 slumbering figures. The youthful girl, Su Wan, in the passenger seat is his longtime neighbor, having escaped with him when the apocalypse struck, and they have been together ever since. In the back seat, his brother Lin Meng, afflicted with congenital obesity, is leaning with his head tilted, drooling as he sleeps. As far away as possible from Lin Meng is Su Wan's younger brother, Su Yang, who is also resting with his eyes closed. The radio in the pickup emits a static sound. It can no longer receive any external information. In the apocalypse, ordinary people have become food for the bazaar. Only by awakening the sequence can one resist the bazaar. This is the last message Lin Fan received. The apocalypse arrived too suddenly. Humanity has plummeted from the pinnacle of the food chain to become a delicacy for bazaar creatures. All firearms have turned to scrap metal in the face of the bazaar. Only by awakening the sequence and obtaining sequence abilities can one combat the bazaar. It is imperative to awaken the sequence. This is Lin Fan's most fervent desire. Beep, beep. A series of urgent honks from behind interrupts Lin Fan's thoughts. He looks up to see a marketplace named Grey Rock Town ahead. The vehicle slows to a stop. Their supplies are nearly depleted, and it is time to gather more. Awakening the 3 sleeping companions, Lin Fan opens the door and jumps down from the pickup. At this moment, people from the vehicles behind also disembark. Helpless elderly, crying children, bewildered couples, and numb youths, totaling over 30 individuals. Lin Fan sighs. Originally, they had escaped from the city with over 1,000 people. As they continuously migrated and fled, some were abandoned by the convoy due to lack of vehicles, some chose alternate paths, and many were devoured by the bazaar. In this current apocalypse, death has become the most common occurrence. No one knows if they will see the sun rise again tomorrow. Rest in place for 10 minutes, then proceed to the marketplace ahead to search for supplies. Search time is 30 minutes. Attention! You must pass through the marketplace within 30 minutes. The convoy will not wait for anyone. As a deep voice resonates, the crowd numbly pulls out their meager supplies from their backpacks to regain strength. After all, seizing supplies is a physically demanding task. Lin Fan glances at the robust middle-aged man who spoke, Zhao Taizhu, the current leader of the convoy and also the bus driver. Brother, I'm hungry. Lin Meng tugs at Lin Fan's shirt, looking at him with longing. Su Wan and Su Yang also gaze at Lin Fan with eager eyes. Since their escape, Lin Fan has strictly controlled the distribution of food among the 4, which has allowed them to survive until now. Taking a backpack from the pickup, he finds only 4 bottles of 8 treasure kanji left, gathered from the last marketplace, the last of their rations. If they cannot find food at the next marketplace, the 4 will have to migrate on empty stomachs. The sight of the 8 treasure kanji in Lin Fan's hands instantly attracts the greedy gazes of those around. Lin Fan turns and glares fiercely, causing the crowd to lower their heads and avert their eyes. In the apocalypse, there is no longer any order or rules to speak of. If it weren't for Lin Fan's usual ruthless methods, having once broken the legs of a thief during a supply raid, establishing a reputation that made him not to be trifled with, their only pickup might have been taken long ago. Distributing the 8 treasure kanji among the 3, Su Wan and Su Yang quickly opened their bottles and ravenously consumed the kanji in their hands. Lin Ming opened the can of 8 treasure porridge in his hand and tilted his head back, consuming the entire can in one go. He then looked at the empty can in his hand, feeling aggrieved as he turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed and handed over his own can of 8 treasure porridge to Lin Ming. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Su Wan and Su Yang's eyes, only to be quickly concealed. They both knew that Lin Fan was their greatest support at present. Once they finished eating, Lin Fan called the 3 of them to get into the car, without acknowledging the bus behind them. He swiftly started the pickup truck and drove towards the market. Seeing Lin Fan's pickup truck had started, Zhao Taiju hurriedly beckoned the crowd to board the vehicle, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Fan's truck ahead. Damn it, this Lin Fan has never regarded him, the team leader, with any respect. He would make him pay for it sooner or later. A foul and moldy stench permeated the air as Lin Fan parked the pickup truck in front of a Wanjiafu supermarket. This supermarket was the largest in the market, and he hoped to find food there. Holding a sharpened iron rod, Lin Fan bent over, resembling a nimble cat, cautiously entering the supermarket, followed closely by the equally tense Su Wan and Su Yang. Lin Ming, due to his bulky figure, was left in the pickup truck. In the apocalypse, larger supermarkets were more likely to harbor dangers, yet they also offered better chances of finding food. The 3 moved cautiously, each step carefully placed to avoid unnecessary noise that could attract threats. Once a bustling place filled with voices, it was now enveloped in silence. The trio searched the supermarket for over 20 minutes, but found nothing, and their time to evacuate was drawing near. Fangu is there. Is there anything? Su Yang's voice came from behind, low and trembling. Lin Fan did not turn around, his keen gaze sweeping over the rows of empty shelves ahead. Su Wan tightly clutched Su Yang's shirt, her face pale, her large eyes filled with fear. To the left front, in the daily necessities section, on the bottom shelf, Lin Fan's voice was deep and steady. There's an unopened box of compressed biscuits and a few bottles of mineral water. Su Yang, you go get them, and Xiao Wan, keep an eye on our back. Su Yang swallowed hard, using both hands and feet to crawl toward the direction Lin Fan indicated. Sure enough, beneath a pile of cardboard boxes, he found the box of compressed biscuits and a few dust-covered bottles of mineral water. That's enough, let's hurry. Lin Fan felt an unsettling presence in the market as he slowly approached the supermarket. An anxious sensation made the hairs on his body stand on end, and he dared not be greedy. These supplies should be rationed to sustain the 4 of them until the next resource gathering point. A flicker of resentment crossed Su Yang's eyes. The box of compressed biscuits was barely enough for him, and he wanted to find more food but dared not go against Lin Fan's orders. The 3 quietly exited the supermarket with the supplies they had found. Just as Lin Fan was about to push the door open while holding the supplies, a sudden and forceful blow struck the back of his head. He fell to the ground, struggling to turn over, only to see Su Yang's cold face staring back at him. Normally submissive, Su Yang's eyes were now filled with cruelty, gripping a bloodied iron rod in his hand. Meanwhile, Su Wan, the woman whom Lin Fan had saved during the apocalypse, was quickly gathering the scattered supplies on the ground into her backpack. Chapter 2. The Divine Path System Y. Lin Fan gazed at the 2 individuals before him. Lin Fan, do not blame my sister and me. Your foolish brother is nothing but a burden. Why should we risk our lives to gather supplies while he does nothing and still receives twice the food? Su Yang gasped for breath, his voice turning hoarse and sharp. The members of the convoy harbor resentment towards you. Brother Zhao has stated that if you were removed, I could become the deputy leader, and I would also receive a share of the supplies we gather. Sticking with you will only lead my sister and me to starvation. I have had enough. Lin Fan, I merely wish to survive. Su Wan finally raised her head, zipping up her backpack, her gaze devoid of the gratitude that once lingered, replaced only by an endless chill. The blood from her head had blurred her vision, yet the excruciating pain paled in comparison to the fury raging within Lin Fan's heart. Zhao Taiju had long coveted Lin Fan's pickup truck and harbored resentment for not obeying his commands. He had refrained from taking action only out of fear of mutual destruction in a conflict. These 2 fools, deceived by Zhao Tieju's empty words, truly believed he would honor his promises? Without Lin Fan's presence, they would likely be left with nothing but bones. You can take everything, the supplies and the vehicle, but do not harm Xiao Ming. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, forcing the words through the pain. The priority was to safeguard both his and Lin Meng's lives. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Wan and Su Yang's eyes. They understood Lin Fan's capabilities all too well. Should he escape, they would face brutal retribution. Su Yang lifted the iron rod in his hand and plunged it violently into Lin Fan's thigh. The intense pain elicited a scream from Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Meng, hearing Lin Fan's agonized cry from within the pickup, clumsily crawled out of the vehicle, pushing open the supermarket door, only to witness Su Yang ruthlessly stabbing Lin Fan with the iron rod. Brother, Lin Meng roared, charging at Su Yang. However, his unwieldy bulk was easily sidestepped by Su Yang, who then struck him down with a blow to the back of his head, leaving him unable to rise. Su Yang, you bastard, I will kill you. Lin Fan's veins bulged on his neck as he strained to stand, but the severity of his injuries rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as Lin Meng collapsed beside him. He, little brother, here to buy groceries? They're quite cheap, you know, he refused to buy, and you might just lose your life. The chilling voice echoed from deep within the supermarket, sounding like a sinister melody beckoning for souls. Something eerie is afoot. Let this fool accompany you to death. Fanga, help us one last time. A frenzied look spread across Su Yang's face. With that, he forcefully toppled a nearby metal shelf, the deafening crash resonating throughout the empty supermarket. Under Lin Fan's furious gaze, Su Yang seized Su Wan and swiftly ascended the pickup. Speeding away. Throughout the ordeal, Su Wan had maintained a detached demeanor, showing not a shred of remorse, not even a single apology. By this time, 30 minutes had passed since their entry into the market. Xiao Meng, wake up. We must flee. Lin Fan, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, shook the unconscious Lin Meng. The bizarre presence slowly encroached upon them, and the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid and viscous. A middle-aged woman, grotesquely holding a child's head, staggered towards Lin Fan, the severed head emitting a chilling laughter. The uncanny entity approached at a leisurely pace, mockingly observing its prey, relishing the struggle and despair that accompanied the impending death. An atmosphere of hopelessness enveloped Lin Fan. Was he destined to perish? No, he refused to accept such a fate. A profound fury, a sense of injustice, and a burning wrath of betrayal erupted within him, akin to a long-suppressed volcano. Ding! Detected host's intense will to survive. Soul wavelength matched. Godly path system activation. Core protocol binding in progress. Binding successful. A voice resonated deep within Lin Fan's consciousness. Before him unfolded a translucent blue interface, visible only to his eyes. Host, Lin Fan, godly path level, apostle of God, advancement level, 0, current divine points, 0, function unlocks, system all, not activated, vehicle enhancement not bound. Divine gift package, awaiting collection. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the god of the apocalypse, forging a divine realm of desolation unique to the host. The eerie hand reached for Lin Fan's face, the stench of death overwhelming him, leaving no room for contemplation. Collect. Lin Fan roared within. Akin to a beast. Divine gift package collecting. Acquired. Scroll of divine judgment X1. Single-use consumable. Acquired. Random eerie potion X1. Acquired. Low-level healing potion X1. Acquired. Apostle of God skill random. Acquired. Apostle quota X2. Use the scroll of divine judgment. As Lin Fan's words fell, a brilliant beam of white light descended from above, imbued with explosive power beneath its sacred brilliance. The grotesque woman gazed up at the light, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror. With a thunderous crash, the entity dissolved into a pile of ashes, as if spring snow melting away. Defeated level 1 Eerie Child Seller. Gained divine points. 500. The chilling notification jolted Lin Fan from his astonishment. Inside the supermarket, silence reigned once more. Enduring the excruciating pain in his head and legs, Lin Fan produced the low-level healing potion and consumed it. A refreshing sensation swept through his body, visibly mending his wounds. Had he awakened the godly path system? A golden finger amidst the apocalypse? Lin Fan pinched his leg forcefully. A wave of pain surged through him. This was no dream. Once more, Lin Fan grasped at the unconscious Lin Meng with renewed vigor. Brother, it hurts. Lin Meng's weak voice trembled with a hint of tears. Indeed, it was all real. Lin Fan hurriedly helped his younger brother to his feet. Lin Meng's head had already swelled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Little Meng was unafraid, for his brother was by his side. Lin Fan gently comforted Lin Meng. The two of them supported each other, stumbling out of the supermarket and collapsing onto the silent street. Greystone Town was utterly deserted. The sunlight bathed them, dispelling a fraction of the fear within their hearts. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Fan. He had truly awakened the system, a system that could lead him to divinity. Eagerly, he opened the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Divine Path rank, Apostle of God, advancement level, 0, current divine points, 500, disciple quota, 2, skills of the Apostle of God, 1 skill randomly awakened. Random anomalous potion X1, with a significant probability of awakening a random sequence. System malfunction has been activated. Vehicle enhancement function has been activated. Please bind a vehicle. Lin Fan gazed at the anomalous potion, shimmering with ethereal light. Was this the potion that could awaken a sequence? For ordinary people in the apocalypse, it was merely an anomalous food. Only by awakening a sequence could one contend against the bizarre. Awakening a sequence was the greatest aspiration of every apocalypse survivor. Yet, the method to awaken a sequence remained a mystery. Now, the coveted method to awaken a sequence lay within his grasp. Hesitating for even a moment would be an affront to himself. With the Divine Path system as his golden finger, if he could also awaken a sequence, becoming a deity in this apocalypse would not be a dream. Little Meng, stay close to me. Don't wander off. After advising Lin Meng, Lin Fan was about to drink the anomalous potion, but as the potion touched his lips, it suddenly vanished. Chapter 3. Lin Meng's Sequence Awakening. Lin Fan looked at the anomalous potion that had returned to his hand, puzzled. Why was this happening? Could it be that he was unable to awaken a sequence? Host, do not attempt to awaken low-level evolutionary pathways. That would be an insult to this system. Indeed, one cannot have both fish and bear-ass paw. Awakening the system meant he could not awaken a sequence. However, it seemed the system was far superior to a sequence. Glancing at the anomalous potion in his hand and then at the still terrified Lin Meng, Lin Fan made a decision. Little Meng, you may not comprehend all this at once, but there is an opportunity for you to awaken a sequence, though the outcome may be fatal. Are you willing? Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng with utmost seriousness. If Lin Meng refused, he would not force him. Brother, I am willing. Lin Meng nodded without hesitation. Though he was somewhat simple-minded, he understood clearly that without Lin Fan, he would likely not survive the first day of the apocalypse. He had always been a burden to Lin Fan, yet in the most perilous moments, Lin Fan had never considered abandoning him. Whenever he searched for supplies, he would always ensure that Lin Meng stayed in a safe place, sometimes preferring to starve rather than consume the limited food available, choosing instead to share it with him. Lin Meng did not wish to be a burden to Lin Fan. If he had the opportunity to assist Lin Fan, he would do so willingly, even at the cost of his own life. Xiao Meng, drink this, and you shall awaken your sequence, Lin Fan urged, handing Lin Meng a vial of the mysterious elixir. Without hesitation, Lin Meng opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Lin Fan watched anxiously as Lin Meng began to react. Lin Meng let out a pained scream, his body contorting in agony, resembling a boiled shrimp. The excruciating torment caused him to curl up, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and countless veins protruded across his body. His once corpulent physique gradually tightened, revealing solid muscles as a powerful, savage energy radiated from within him. Xiao Meng, you must endure. All depended on Lin Meng's perseverance. Overcoming this trial was akin to ascending to the heavens. Once the sequence was awakened, all suffering would be deemed worthwhile. After nearly an hour, the violent aura surrounding Lin Meng began to subside. His screams of anguish faded, replaced by heavy breaths as he soaked in sweat. Once the pain had completely dissipated, Lin Meng rose to his feet, his previously towering frame now even more imposing, standing an impressive 2 meters. The once hefty body had transformed into a figure of sheer muscle, brimming with raw power. Observing Lin Meng's successful awakening of the savage sequence, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Brother, I have awakened the savage sequence, Lin Meng exclaimed, exuberantly pumping his fist. Lin Fan, witnessing his brother's fearsome aura, felt a mix of joy and trepidation. The mysterious elixir was not guaranteed to succeed, and failure would have meant Lin Meng's demise. At last, we brothers possess the means to protect ourselves in this apocalyptic world. Lin Fan joyfully patted Lin Meng's robust arm. With Lin Meng's successful awakening, Lin Fan felt a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed again. Detected a candidate for a divine disciple. Host favorability 100, loyalty 100. Would you like to use the divine disciple quota? Divine disciple? Could it be Lin Meng? Lin Fan gazed at his brother, whose face radiated excitement. Indeed, Lin Meng was the only one who could trust him completely. What is a divine disciple? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. A divine disciple is a loyal companion on the host's path to divinity, as well as the core strength of the host's divine realm. The host's existence will enhance the disciple's abilities, while the disciple's capabilities will also benefit the host. So it is a mutually beneficial relationship. System. Contract Lin Meng as my divine disciple. Lin Fan watched as a mysterious rune seamlessly entered Lin Meng's body, establishing a profound connection between them, allowing Lin Fan to clearly sense Lin Meng's state. Divine Disciple contract signed. Host Divine Disciple, Lin Meng. Level 1 Savage Sequence, Loyalty, 100. Host Divine Path Level, Apostle of God, Advancement Rate, 10. The Divine Path level unexpectedly increased by 10, as the contract with the Divine Apostle enhances the Divine Path level. Following this, Lin Fan beheld the detailed information of Lin Meng. Lin Meng's Sequence, Berserker, Level 1. Ability, can transform into a Berserker form, significantly enhancing strength, defense, and vitality while reducing pain sensitivity, possessing immense physical destructive capability. Cost, significant decline in intelligence, entering a state of weakness post-transformation. The host's Apostle Lin Meng has awakened the Berserker sequence, granting the host a 20 ability feedback, while absorbing the powerful energy that surged within him. Lin Fan activated the Divine Apostle skill, Random. Should he be fortunate enough to randomly obtain the earlier Divine Judgment, it would be a tremendous gain. The image of that formidable holy beam, turning a powerful aberration to ashes with a single strike, was indelibly etched in Lin Fan's mind. Skill, Eye of Insight, Level 1. Ability, Enhanced Dynamic Vision, capable of vaguely perceiving energy flow trajectories and weak points. As Lin Fan harnessed the Eye of Insight, everything around him became nebulous, transforming into points of energy moving in a rhythmic pattern. Throughout the energy flow, he distinctly sensed some nodes where the energy movement was obscure and hindered. These were the weak points in the object's energy flow. Although it was not the divine judgment he most desired, the ability to perceive weaknesses was far superior to ordinary attack skills. The formidable offensive potential of Lin Meng's Berserker sequence complemented the Eye of Insight perfectly. Brother, where shall we head next? Let's seek vengeance. Su Wan and Su Yang, those treacherous individuals, could never have anticipated that misfortune would turn into fortune for Lin Meng and himself. The pickup truck had already been commandeered by the two, and Zhao Qiezhu's convoy had long since vanished. Lin Fan picked up the iron rod discarded by Su Yang, his gaze icy. He quietly murmured the names Su Yang and Su Wan, his tone frigid, embodying a chilling indifference reserved for the dead. We will meet again soon. Exiting the marketplace of Greystone Town, the two stood upon the highway, inspecting the abandoned vehicles strewn along the road, yet finding none that were operable. The only usable vehicle was a rusted shared bicycle hidden within the roadside bushes, but riding it would be slower than carrying it. With no other choice, they began their trek toward the direction in which the convoy had disappeared. Just then, a roar of an engine erupted behind them. A modified heavy pickup truck, resembling a steel beast, kicked up dust as it barreled toward them at an alarming speed. Inside were two young men clad in studded leather, their expressions brimming with arrogance. The passenger leaned out, brandishing a hand crossbow and letting out an excited screech, clearly viewing Lin Fan and Lin Meng as mere prey to be crushed at will. The Pursuers of Death. This refers to a collective of psychopathic individuals who glorify violent death. The collapse of human order in the face of apocalypse has exacerbated the pathological turmoil within them, leading them to derive pleasure from the brutal slaughter of human survivors. It appears that the earlier conflict has drawn their attention, prompting their arrival, only to encounter Lin Fan and his companion. A heavy pickup truck barreled straight towards them. Chapter 4. The heavy pickup truck delivered to their doorstep seeking death. Lin Fan's eyes turned icy, for he had been lamenting the lack of transportation. Activating his inside eye, the swiftly approaching pickup transformed into an energy trajectory in his perception. He could distinctly sense the vehicle's vulnerable points, noting where the energy flow faltered. Xiaomeng, Lin Fan called sharply As the insight I locked onto the most unstable energy node of the speeding pickup, where the rear right wheel suspension connected to the chassis. Attacked the rear right wheel. With a thunderous roar, Lin Meng unleashed a sound that reverberated through the air. His already towering frame grew even taller, resembling a small giant. His identity as a divine servant, bolstered by Lin Fan's enhancement, amplified his strength and speed. He surged forward, racing toward the oncoming steel behemoth with remarkable speed. Swinging his fist, sized like a large pot, at just the right moment. The two young men in the truck, witnessing the giant-like Lin Meng charging towards them, felt their sinister grins freeze into expressions of horror. A resounding crash accompanied by the jarring sound of metal fracturing echoed through the air. The heavy pickup, akin to a steel beast, had its rear door twisted and deformed in an instant, as if an invisible giant hand had pressed the front of the vehicle down toward the ground. With the momentum of its forward thrust, the rear of the truck suddenly lifted, subsequently losing control and rolling over several times. It skidded along the road, emitting a shower of dazzling sparks, before finally crashing onto its roof with a dull thud. Inside the vehicle, the two young men were nearly choked by their seatbelts, while the airbags deployed violently, engulfing them in a cloud of safety material. As the truck came to a halt, Lin Fan sprang out like a cheetah, with a sharpened iron rod in hand. Infused with a chilling intent to kill, he accurately and mercilessly pierced the throat of the young man in the driver's seat. The passenger, struggling to push away the airbag, was met with the horrifying sight of his companion clutching his bloodied neck. Terrified, he trembled as he aimed a hand crossbow at Lin Fan, only to be met with a ruthless blow that pierced through his heart. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Kill fallen human survivors X2. Obtain divine points 100. Current divine points 600. The system's cold notification rang out, indicating that the points awarded for killing humans were far less than those for slaying aberrations. Lin Fan, expressionless, withdrew the iron rod and wiped the blood off on the corpses. He swiftly dragged both bodies from the truck and discarded them by the roadside. Lin Meng, having paid the price for utilizing his sequence ability, fell into a state of weakness after reverting from his transformation, slumping by the roadside, looking somewhat dispirited. Daring not to delay any further, who knows how many of those deranged individuals there might be, or whether they might pursue us. Xiao Meng, get in. Lin Fan called out to the frail, yet spirited Lin Meng. This hefty pickup truck was far superior to Lin Fan's old vehicle. Its sturdy frame and formidable power were precisely what they urgently needed. Lin Fan inspected the condition of the vehicle and found the engine to be in relatively good shape. To his further delight, the truck's bed contained 3 boxes of canned goods, a case of mineral water, 2 bottles of liquor, and beneath the seats lay an unopened pack of cigarettes. In a world where food was exceedingly scarce, liquor and tobacco had become luxuries of the highest order. As a heavy smoker, Lin Fan was on the verge of quitting after a month without a cigarette. He quickly lit one, and the familiar aroma of tobacco instantly filled his nostrils. A long-lost sensation. The liquor could be set aside for potential trade with others for food. He settled Lin Meng in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt before taking his place in the driver's seat. The spacious cabin felt comfortable even with Lin Meng's towering height of 2 meters. It was far from cramped. The system has detected a vehicle. Would you like to bind it? Bind. In this apocalypse, acquiring such a robust pickup truck was akin to winning the lottery. It was a must to bind it. Vehicle binding successful. Vehicle suspension system damaged. Right rear door deformed, airbags deployed, and tires moderately worn. Would you like to proceed with repairs? This repair will cost 200 divine points. System, must you be so ruthless? Killing those bizarre creatures rewards merely 500 points, yet repairing a vehicle costs 200 points? Such minor issues wouldn't even cost a few thousand at a repair shop. Post-repair, vehicle performance and durability will be significantly enhanced. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Repair. After all, this vehicle had been bound and served as his mobile fortress in the apocalypse. Spending any amount of points was worthwhile. Consume 200 divine points commencing repairs. Repairs complete. Vehicle durability increased to 120. Power system slightly optimized. Current divine points 400. Hold on tight, Xiao Meng. Lin Fan ignited the engine, and the bulky pickup roared with a deep, powerful growl as it sped along the highway, heading in the direction from which Zhao Tieju's convoy had departed. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Su Wan, Su Yang, Sao Tiezu. Do you think you can shake me off? Outside the window, the desolate world rapidly receded. Lin Fan's gaze was icy and sharp, akin to a solitary wolf in hunting mode. The heavy pickup thundered down the highway like a beast. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing at Lin Meng in the passenger seat, whose complexion remained pale, yet his spirit was undeterred. "Xiao Meng, how do you feel?" "Not much, just a bit hungry." Lin Meng's gaze was fixated on the canned goods in the back seat, his Atom's apple bobbing as he swallowed repeatedly. From a moment, he boarded the vehicle. Lin Meng's gaze was drawn to the tantalizing cans of food. The allure of sustenance was lethal to him in his weakened state, instilled with a long-held discipline. He refrained from opening the cans without Lin Fan's consent. Observing Lin Meng's eager salivation, Lin Fan extended the cans towards him. "Hurry, eat. The toll from your ferocious abilities has yet to subside. You must fortify yourself. Once we locate the convoy, you shall feast to your heart's content." "Thank you, brother," Lin Meng exclaimed, his joy reminiscent of a child's, even though these cans would not suffice to satiate his hunger. Yet, Lin Fan's promise filled him with immense delight. After consuming the contents of the can, Lin Meng succumbed to slumber, for this was the most effective method for recovering strength in the frenzy of the savage sequence. Lin Fan activated his Eye of Insight, which currently extended a mere 50 meters, sufficient for him to discern direction by tracing the faint energies left by Zhao Taizhu and his companions. System. What are the methods for acquiring divine points? Killing various levels of anomalies and humans will yield corresponding divine points. Only through slaughter can one ascend to divinity, paving the foundation of the host's divine realm with the bones of the vanquished. Simple, direct, brutal. Yet Lin Fan relished it. Everything was becoming increasingly intriguing. Feeling the stable performance of the heavy-duty pickup, Lin Fan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the gradually dilapidated village alongside the national highway. The apocalypse would no longer be solely a realm of terror. It was now 5 p.m., the setting sun casting elongated shadows from the heavy-duty pickup. The blood moon was on the verge of rising. Zhao Tieju's convoy wouldn't travel far. They would surely seek a place to rest before nightfall. A reunion was imminent. The hunt for vengeance was about to commence. Chapter 5. Revenge. As the blood moon ascended, Lin Fan caught sight of Zhao Tieju's convoy. The group had halted at a service area beside the national highway, and the occupants had disembarked to prepare a meal. His old pickup, once his own, was parked beside the bus. Suyang, Suwan, Zhao Taizhu. Lin Fan slammed the accelerator, the roar of the engine reverberating throughout the service area. The resting crowd turned in terror towards the steel beast barreling towards them. "It's the Death Chaser's vehicle. Help! It's those lunatics!" Panic erupted among the crowd. "Open the door. Listen, I'm older. I should enter first. Don't you know to respect your elders?" Chaos ensued. Zhao Taizhu remained unfazed, greed flashing his eyes as he watched the approaching heavy-duty pickup. "What is there to panic about? It's just one vehicle. We have dozens of people. We can surely overpower it." At Zhao Tieju's furious shout, the crowd gradually quieted, though a few timid souls continued to sob softly. The heavy-duty pickup driven by Lin Fan surged into the service area with the ferocity of a wild beast, poised to crush everything in its path. The tires screeched against the ground, ultimately coming to a steady halt not far from the crowd, the dust it kicked up engulfing several unprepared survivors. Lin Fan leaped from the driver's seat, tightly grasping a bloodied iron rod. Behind him loomed the formidable Lin Meng. It was Lin Fan. He was alive, and his foolish brother seemed to have changed. Indeed, why were they driving the vehicle of the Death Chasers? As Lin Fan and Lin Meng descended from the car, the crowd began to murmur once more, their gazes filled with confusion and terror. Su Yang and Su Wan, amidst the throng, spotted the two and turned pale, quietly retreating toward the back of the crowd. How could this be? How could Lin Fan have escaped the clutches of the sinister forces, and seemingly grown stronger in the process? Lin Fan's cold gaze swept over the crowd, locking on Su Yang and Su Wan, his eyes sharp as daggers, brimming with murderous intent. A flicker of barely perceptible shock and gloom crossed Zhao Taiju's eyes, but was swiftly suppressed. He donned a mask of concern and approached quickly. "Lin Fan, Lin Meng, it's wonderful to see you safe." His tone was disingenuous. "I heard from Su Yang that you encountered something strange. I was quite worried. I was just about to take a break and come looking for you. Has something happened in Greystone Town?" Lin Fan cast a frigid glance at Zhao Taizhu, still playing the part. "An incident?" A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. "Indeed, there was an incident, such as being stabbed in the back by one's own." "What stabbing?" Zhao Taiju feigned shock, inquiring further. We shall settle your matter later. Lin Fan's gaze shifted past Zhao Taiju, piercing like a blade towards Su Yang and Su Wan. Su Yang! With Lin Fan's thunderous shout, Su Yang could no longer bear the immense pressure, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Su Wan's complexion was equally ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Yang stammered and shrieked, Brother Fan, it's not my fault. It was Brother Zhao. Zhao Taiju urged us to do this. He said if we eliminated you, we could share the supplies of the convoy, and I could even become the deputy leader. He said you were unruly, and that keeping you around would bring disaster. These words fell like cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting chaos within the crowd. Zhao Taiju's expression hardened, darkening with disbelief. He anticipated that Su Yang, this worthless wretch, would betray him so quickly. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao scolded Su Yang sharply, then turned to Lin Fan in an attempt to salvage the situation. Lin Fan, don't listen to his provocations. This is merely his dying curse. Whether it is provocation or not, you know in your heart. Lin Meng seized Su Yang and Su Wan as if they were mere chicks, dragging them before Lin Fan. Su Yang's trousers were dampened, the stench of urine quickly permeating the air. Su Wan, her gaze vacant, lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yang, Ivornu, I will kill you. Do you remember? Lin Fan raised the iron rod in his hand and ruthlessly plunged it into Su Yang's thigh. A chilling scream escaped Su Yang's lips, reverberating throughout the service area, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Zhao Tieju's face turned ashen as the leader of the convoy. He felt utterly humiliated as Lin Fan brazenly disregarded him in front of everyone. If the uncanny could not bring about your demise, then I shall take it upon myself to establish my authority. With this thought, Zhao Tieju's gaze transformed into one of fierce determination as he stepped back abruptly. Pointing at Lin Fan and Lin Meng, he exclaimed, Lin Fan, do you intend to harm your innocent fellow survivors? In this apocalypse, instead of uniting, you resort to violence before the truth is uncovered. Furthermore, why are you and Lin Meng driving the vehicle of the death chasers? It appears you are aiding those lunatics. Haven't you betrayed us? How else could you have escaped the clutches of the uncanny? Zhao Tieju's words were incendiary in the crowd. Having witnessed Lin Fan and Lin Meng at the wheel of the death chasers, began to suspect that the duo was indeed aiding the malevolent faction, intending to slaughter everyone present. The onlookers' expressions turned hostile towards Lin Fan and Lin Meng. Sensing the effect of his rhetoric, Zhao Taiju raised his fist and continued to incite. Are we to fear just these two? If we seize their vehicle and supplies, we can swiftly escape. Those who wish to survive, rally with me. Let's eliminate them. The crowd stirred with agitation. Fear, greed, and the primal instinct for survival rapidly intensified under Zhao Tieju's manipulation, as even those who had previously been apathetic began to reveal their darker instincts. In this apocalypse, it was a matter of kill or be killed. Su Yang, clutching his bleeding thigh, echoed, kill Lin Fan. He is a traitor to the convoy. The mob stirred restlessly, their blind conformity manifesting in full force. Lin Fan watched the unfolding scene with a smirk, his lips curled in mockery. A group of fools. At that moment, Zhao Taiju suddenly flashed a menacing grin at Lin Fan, declaring, Lin Fan, despair. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the sequence. He bellowed, and his skin shimmered with a metallic gray sheen, as though clad in armor of steel. He did not sense the power of the sequence emanating from Lin Fan, believing him to be merely an ordinary man with a hint of ruthlessness. He instructed the frenzied crowd to momentarily restrain the hulking Lin Meng, convinced that he could effortlessly deal with this mere mortal. The leader has awakened their sequence. Victory is ours. The crowd, invigorated by Zhao Tieju's revelation of his newfound power, grasped their rudimentary weapons, iron rods, kitchen knives, and sharpened sticks, and surged towards Lin Fan and Lin Meng like a tide. So that's where your confidence stems from. It seems you have awakened your sequence. However, it is of no use against me. Lin Fan activated his insight. Brother. Lin Meng cast a fiery glare at Lin Fan, his eyes ablaze with fury, the wild aura around him surging uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Lin Fan's gaze was frigid. Wishing for death. I shall grant you that. Xiao Meng, hold nothing back. Lin Fan's voice was eerily calm. First, eliminate Zhao Taiju. Chapter 6. The Fate of the Traitor. Roar. At the command, Lin Meng emitted a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the service area. The transformation into the wild berserker sequence commenced. His physique swelled like an inflated balloon, muscles bulging, veins twisting like serpents, instantly morphing him into a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Bang! A single punch sent a man brandishing a kitchen knife crashing to the ground, his sternum collapsing upon impact. Crack! With a swift twist and grab. Another man's arm was brutally snapped, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Wherever Lin Meng tread, bones shattered and bodies fell. The ferocious power he wielded was insurmountable for these ordinary survivors. The scent of blood permeated the air. Lin Fan's insightful eye operated at full capacity, rendering every attacker's movement slow and clear before his eyes. Their energy flow and vulnerabilities laid bare. Thud! A metal rod precisely pierced the armpit of a burly man wielding an iron bar, striking at his point of power and defense. The man howled in agony as he lost his weapon. Swish! Dodging a slashing kitchen knife, the iron rod arched upward, piercing the assailant's chin. Each of Lin Fan's movements was impeccably timed, each strike aimed at vital points. His efficiency was astounding. It felt less like combat and more like a deadly art form. Zhao Taizhu barreled through the obstructing survivors, charging towards Lin Fan with a fist aimed directly at his face. The force of his punch whistled through the air, imbued with the might of an awakened sequence. Lin Fan, unfazed by the overwhelming blow, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. His insightful eye had already pinpointed the slight delay in Zhao Tieju's energy flow at the right shoulder joint and knee. Just then, Lin Meng swiftly positioned himself before Lin Fan, seizing Zhao Taiju's fist with one hand while delivering a heavy strike to Zhao Tieju's body with the other. An invisible aura rippled around Zhao Taiju, as the Iron Wall sequence's ability mitigated much of Lin Meng's attack. Ha ha! Your attack is futile against me. Zhao Taiju laughed maniacally. Yet, Lin Fan had quietly maneuvered behind Zhao Taiju, his iron rod striking with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, piercing the vulnerable bend of Zhao Tieju's right leg. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Zhao Tieju's right leg buckled to the ground. Lin Meng unleashed a torrential downpour of punches. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's iron rod targeted his joints, armpits, and the back of his knees, those weak points in defense. Zhao Taiju strained to withstand Lin Meng's onslaught, but he could not fend off Lin Fan's cunning ambush. You bastard! Zhao Taiju felt an explosion of frustration building within him, abruptly crossing his arms to shield his head, hardening his entire body in a desperate attempt to endure Lin Meng's assault while closing in on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's perceptive gaze instantly captured the moment when Zhao Tieju's arms crossed, leaving his chest exposed, along with the faint fluctuation of energy defense around his heart. Now it was the moment. Lin Fan channeled all his strength into the iron rod, propelling his body forward. The rod flew forth like a bolt from crossbow, aiming with precision at Zhao Tieju's heart. With a sickening thud, the iron rod pierced deep into Zhao Tieju's chest. The energy coursing through him came to an abrupt halt, the gray-white sheen of his skin dimming before reverting to its ordinary hue. How could this be? Zhao Taiju wore an expression of disbelief. This was his inaugural battle after awakening his powers. He had not yet savored the might bestowed by his sequence, nor relished the sensation of being treated like a king among survivors. To have his first display of power thwarted by Lin Fan and Lin Meng was utterly humiliating. As Lin Fan withdrew the iron rod, blood erupted like a fountain. With a surge of indignation, Zhao Tieju's body collapsed. The survivors who had been attacking the duo scattered in panic upon witnessing Zhao Tieju's demise, dropping their weapons and kneeling, weeping and begging for mercy. Lin Meng, having reverted to his normal state, sat on the ground like a small mountain, gasping for breath. Xiao Meng, go retrieve the supplies from the bus. You may feast at your leisure. Understood. Upon hearing the promise of a hearty meal, Lin Meng rose and collected all the supplies from the bus, ignoring everyone else as he devoured the food voraciously. Fanye, we were blinded by madness. Grant us mercy just this once. Woo-woo, Lin Fan. It was all that bastard Zhao Tieju's doing. We had no choice. Lin Fan, spare me this time. I have children. I will serve you like a beast. Lin Fan observed the absurd yet genuine scene before him. Among the crowd, an elderly woman cried the loudest. It was hard to believe that her frail form, which seemed as if it could be toppled by a gust of wind, had moments ago been the fiercest, wielding a wooden stick to strike at Lin Meng. Now, she was the most pitiful, weeping uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan found the situation to be the most amusing of all jokes. He ignored the pleas of the kneeling crowd and walked towards Su Yang, the iron rod held aloft like the scythe of death. The sound of the rod scraping against the lime-stained ground resonated in Su Yang's ears like the ominous tolling of a death knell. Fan Ye! Fan Ye! It was truly Zhao Taizhu who forced my hand. Also, I have my sister. You can have her now. Please spare me. Su Yang, driven to madness by the pressure of impending death, resorted to offering his sister as a bargaining chip. Holy, you fin he onkling. Betrayers will inevitably pay the price. Lin Fan raised the iron rod and brought it down mercilessly upon Su Yang's limbs. The sounds of his agonized screams filled the air. Su Yang, overwhelmed by pain, fainted. Yet his body continued to convulse, emitting whimpers of suffering. Subsequently, Lin Fan forcefully broke his neck, and Su Yang breathed his last. You got what you deserved. Lin Fan cast his gaze aside, where Su Wan, stripped of her former aloofness, sat on the ground with vacant eyes. Upon noticing Lin Fan's stare, she clung tightly to his leg, repeatedly pleading, "It's not my fault, Lin Fan. Spare me this once, please. I can be your woman, no? I can be your slave. I will do anything you ask." Lin Fan's eyes were filled solely with profound disdain. With a swift sweep of his staff, he turned and departed. The woman collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around her. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the blood moon hanging high above. "Little Meng, have you had your fill?" Lin Meng, who was indulging heartily, looked up at Lin Fan, the food before him already half consumed. "I'm full, brother. Let us load up the remaining supplies and be on our way." "All right, let us go." Lin Fan revved the engine of the heavy pickup truck, and with a press of the accelerator, vanished from sight. As the two departed, those who had knelt on the ground fell limp, cries of survival echoing in the night. Unbeknownst to whom, someone was the first to dash toward the vehicle, and, as if a light had dawned upon them, all began to scream and scramble for the remnants of food and supplies. With Zhao Tieju's demise and Lin Fan's departure, the already fragile order of the convoy descended into utter chaos, the cries of violence louder than before. Each person yearned to seize what remained before Lin Meng could scavenge it all. Chapter 7. The exchange of the macabre item, the bone blade. Outside the service area, under the cover of night, Lin Fan parked his heavy pickup truck by the roadside. Night was ill-suited for travel, and Lin Fan wished to avoid the company of the convoy. He decided to rest outside the service area, just in time to witness the slaughter and looting within. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Little Meng, if there is a substantial temptation of profit, they will become the next Su Yang and Su Wan. Lin Meng, bewildered, nodded in agreement. He had just seen the elderly woman who had cried the loudest moments ago, struck in the head by another in the scramble for food. It seemed that their strength during the earlier altercation was nowhere near as fierce as it was now. The brutal apocalypse had liberated people from the shackles of law and morality. Lin Fan averted his gaze from the carnage before him, closing his eyes to summon the system. Host, Lin Fan. Divine Path level. Apostle of the Gods. Progress. 15. Current divine points. 1,400. Divine followers. Savage. Sequence Lin Meng. Remaining divine follower quota. 1. Skill. Eye of Insight. Basic. System store function is now active. Vehicle bound. Heavy pickup truck. Upgradable. Note. Host, please bind the remaining divine follower quota promptly. Exceeding 1 month will result in permanent loss of the divine follower quota. It seems the quota for divine followers is indeed time-sensitive. Currently, there remains but one available slot that cannot be squandered. The divine servant can swiftly elevate one's divine path tier and also provide a 20 ability feedback, representing the most expedient method for enhancing one's strength. The divine points have risen to 1,400 with the defeat of the Iron Wall sequence, Zhao Taizhu, contributing 500 points, while the remainder was garnered from vanquishing the fallen human survivors in battle. The divine path tier has also increased by 5. However, it appears that the kills of the fallen human survivors did not contribute to this elevation, likely attributing it solely to the defeat of Zhao Taizhu in the sequence. To expedite the ascension of the divine path tier, aside from contracting a divine servant, the only remaining avenues are to eliminate aberrations or confront sequences. Although the encounter with Zhao Taizhu appeared effortless, it was largely a matter of luck. His awakening was relatively recent, and his arrogance was palpable. Moreover, as a defensive sequence, his offensive capabilities were inherently limited. Should he encounter other combat-type sequences, he would likely be dispatched in an instant. Thus, it is imperative to enhance his own strength swiftly. Lin Fan accessed the system's shop, only to discover that most options were grayed out and locked. Only the selections of aberrations and enhancement potions were illuminated. The aberrations interface currently presented merely 4 choices: bloodied bone-cutting knife, 300 divine points; twisted rebar, 500 divine points; bone blade upgradable, 800 divine points; and wailing bow upgradable, 2000 divine points. The enhancement potions interface offered 3 options: low-level healing potion, 300 divine points; basic physical enhancement agent, 300 divine points; and basic mental enhancement agent, 300 divine points. Aberrations. Lin Fan gazed at the iron rod resting on the back seat. After his confrontation with Zhao Taizhu, this rusted and somewhat bent iron rod was no longer suitable for battle. His eyes were drawn to the wailing bow, which featured mental attack capabilities. Coupled with his insightful eye, it seemed an impeccable match, yet the requisite divine points dissuaded him. As a compromise, he opted for the bone blade. Description: the hilt is constructed from the bones of a certain aberration, pale yet resilient. The blade is fashioned from the sharpened claws of aberrations. Effect: the blade is extraordinarily sharp, possessing additional penetration and tearing effects against physical defenses. When striking aberrations or awakened sequences, it can weakly absorb the dissipated energy of the opponent, replenishing the user's stamina and mental strength. The bone blade embodies both penetration and tearing, resonating with his combat style of seeking weaknesses and delivering decisive strikes. Furthermore, its restorative effect is impeccably tailored to his needs. The bone blade adequately compensates for his lack of offensive power, and with the insightful eye, he stands a fighting chance against formidable aberrations. Moreover, its potential for upgrade makes it an appealing choice. He surveyed his remaining 1,400 divine points and swiftly made a decision. Exchanging the bone blade for 800 points and the basic physique enhancer and basic mental enhancer, each for 300 points, results in a total of 300 divine points. Alas, it seems we have regressed to a previous state. It appears that enhancements for vehicles will have to wait until a later time. In a flash of brilliance, a bone-white blade, reminiscent of a tang sword with a grotesque design, emerged before me. The blade was elongated, with a dark red edge that glimmered ominously under the blood moon, evoking an unsettling chill. Lin Fan grasped the bone blade. Its touch was frigid, yet it resonated with an uncanny sense of harmony. Indeed, this bizarre artifact was extraordinary. Setting aside the bone blade, Lin Fan proceeded to inject both potions into his arm. A wave of warmth followed by a refreshing sensation cascaded through his body, his muscles swelling slightly, and his bones seemingly growing more resilient. Simultaneously, his mind cleared, and the world around him appeared sharper and more vivid. The exhilarating feeling of enhanced power was utterly irresistible, though regrettably, his divine points were depleted. Closing the system interface, Lin Fan realized that further hunting of the bizarre was imperative. At this moment, his mindset shifted from evasion of the strange to the pursuit of it. Brother, the battle over there has concluded, Lin Meng remarked, his voice low. Lin Fan glanced towards the service area. The skirmish had ended, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Scattered across the chalky ground lay over 20 corpses, their lifeblood staining the earth, reflected in the blood moon's light, resembling a scene from a hellish nightmare. Only 4 blood-soaked, panting men remained standing. From their eyes, Lin Fan perceived a madness born of slaughter and an insatiable greed for the remaining supplies of the convoy. Bah! Spat a scar-faced brute, expelling a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Ha ha ha! Everything here belongs to us. The other 3 men wore expressions of wild glee as they eagerly began to load the remaining supplies onto the bus. Unbeknownst to them, the blood on the ground had begun to dissipate into a mist, flowing towards the depths of the service area with the evening breeze. At that moment, Lin Fan, perched in the heavy pickup truck, sensed an ominous presence through his eye of insight. Xiaomeng, something strange approaches. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng straightened, his muscles tensing, his gaze fixed intently on the service area. The recent feast had rejuvenated his body significantly. The 4 burly men, still lost in their victorious revelry, remained oblivious to the silent approach of death. One man in a gray short-sleeve shirt gazed mournfully at the lifeless Su Wan on the ground, a look of regret crossing his face. TSK, what a pity. That Lin Fan truly has the resolve to do such deeds. Old 3, quit dawdling and hurry up with the supplies. There will be plenty of women to find when we encounter refugees again. The scar-faced man scolded, glaring at the gray-clad man's back. Yet, after a considerable time, Old 3 remained frozen in place, his body slightly trembling. Good heavens! You don't harbor any thoughts about the dead, do you? Brother, Old 3 is losing control. Ha ha ha, with his pathetic demeanor. I wouldn't be surprised if he were capable of such a thing. The remaining 2 individuals erupted into mocking laughter, yet the third remained unresponsive, trembling increasingly with each passing moment. The scarred-faced man sensed something amiss and approached the third. In Chapter 8, the corpse puppet with a human face upon getting closer. The scarred man noticed a large wet patch beneath the third's feet. Following his gaze into the oppressive shadows, he beheld a grotesque figure, a human-faced corpse puppet, crudely assembled from countless pale, bloated bodies. Each segment of the grotesque form twisted into a human shape, with innumerable hands serving as its legs, supporting its enormous frame, while a colossal head, contorted with anguish, swayed atop. Oh, how eerie! The scar man plopped down onto the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet. The other 2 screamed, abandoning their supplies and fleeing desperately into the distance. Drawn by the pungent scent of blood from the service area, the seemingly clumsy corpse puppet demonstrated surprising agility. As it slithered across the ground, Old 3 and the scarred man vanished in an instant. Before the other 2 could escape far, several arms extending from the corpse puppet seized them, dragging them into its vast body, transforming them into part of its grotesque form. Lin Fan and Lin Meng, observing from inside their vehicle, exchanged grave expressions. Xiao Meng, this creature is formidable. Lin Fan's discerning eye raised to identify its weaknesses, but the chaotic will emanating from the myriad distorted faces on the creature disrupted his probing efforts. Brother, shall we engage? Lin Meng's muscles tensed, his eyes tinged with crimson, poised to unleash his berserker transformation. Wait a moment, perhaps it hasn't noticed us. Lin Fan sensed that this human-faced corpse puppet was significantly stronger than the previous child trafficker they had encountered. Having just emerged from a battle, they were not fully recovered, and avoiding confrontation was preferable. After devouring the 4 unfortunate souls, the corpse puppet roamed the service area, its massive form gliding over the lime-coated ground, creating a rustling sound. Suddenly, the puppet's head turned towards Lin Fan and Lin Meng, unleashing an invisible sound wave directed at their heavy pickup truck. Damn it, we've been spotted. Let us go. Lin Fan realized that the creature had detected their presence. Given the puppet's earlier speed, escape was now futile. Hearing this, Lin Meng leaped from the truck, letting out a roar as he activated his berserker transformation, charging towards the human-faced corpse puppet. Lin Fan grasped the bone blade and followed closely behind, his discerning eye scanning the creature thoroughly. The corpse puppet, having also noticed the 2, unleashed a cacophony of shrill cries from the faces adorning its body, directing a potent mental assault towards them. Lin Fan felt as though his head were being pierced by countless steel needles. Lin Meng, at the forefront, staggered, his eyes instantly turning a fierce red. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Lin Meng surged forward, delivering powerful punches against the grotesque figure of the human-faced corpse. Each strike resonated with a dull thud, causing the massive body to stagger backward. Yet, Lin Meng found himself ensnared by the countless arms of the creature, as numerous mouths relentlessly gnawed at his flesh, leaving him drenched in blood. Witnessing Lin Meng's peril, as if mired in a quagmire, Lin Fan's heart raced with urgency. He swung his bone blade repeatedly at the seams of the corpse's body, but the writhing flesh and sinew thwarted his efforts. At that moment, one of the creature's arms struck Lin Fan at an unnatural angle, sending him crashing into a bus, which buckled under the impact. A sudden sweetness filled his throat, and he coughed up blood. Brother, seeing Lin Fan injured ignited a furious rage within Lin Meng, who broke free from the constraining arms and disregarded the creature's attacks. His fists, like cannonballs, pounded against the torso of the human-faced corpse. Yet, more arms emerged, ensnaring him once again. Struggling to his feet, Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips. The previous blow had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Continuing in this manner would lead to their demise, as the creature's endurance could outlast theirs. With his insightful eye, Lin Fan focused intently on the human-faced corpse, battling through the chaos of his mind to identify its weaknesses. In an instant, he discerned the source of the creature's disarray, a pallid woman's face upon its head. Xiao Meng, target its head, Lin Fan urged, advancing once more with his blade. The bone blade inflicted minimal damage to the creature itself, so he focused on severing the arms entangling Lin Meng, creating space for him to strike. With muscles taut and bulging, Lin Meng fought with all his might, breaking free from the grasp of the arms. Yet, as soon as one limb was severed, another rapidly took its place, the creature's strength formidable, causing Lin Meng's bones to creak under the pressure. At last, through Lin Fan's relentless strikes, one of Lin Meng's arms broke free. With a ferocious roar, Lin Meng unleashed his liberated fist, striking again and again at the creature's head. The human-faced corpse emitted a chilling wail, as chunks of putrid flesh splattered under the force of Lin Meng's blows. Lin Fan's insightful, I detected a momentary stillness in the chaotic mental energy of the creature. Its weakness had become glaringly apparent. Seizing the opportunity while the flesh on the head had yet to regenerate, Lin Fan gripped his bone blade tightly, channeling all his strength and mental energy into it. He swiftly climbed atop the bus and leaped high into the air. With the force of a penetrating strike, he drove the bone blade into the pallid woman's face. This time, unimpeded by flesh, the blade pierced deep. Under the scrutiny of his insightful eye, the energy flow of the human-faced corpse gradually ceased. The grotesque corpse, bearing a human visage, emitted a piercing wail, its body rigidly collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and rose, brandishing his bone blade to mercilessly cleave at the fallen head of the abomination. It was not until the head was reduced to a pulpy mass that the creature lay still, its flesh devoid of cohesion, began to disintegrate, swiftly transforming into a putrid heap. Defeated a level 1 elite abnormality. Human face corpse. Earned divine points, 1,200. Current divine points, 1,200. At last, the battle had drawn to a close. Lin Fan and Lin Meng sank heavily to the ground, their faces reflecting a profound relief mingled with exhaustion. A violent cough contorted Lin Fan's posture, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had suffered considerable trauma, with multiple gaping wounds exposing bone. Lin Meng had borne the brunt of the creature's onslaught, his body drenched in blood, lying nearly incapacitated upon the earth. His limbs bore dark, purple bruises from the strain and an array of deep lacerations, leaving him devoid of the strength to utter a word. After resting for over an hour, Lin Fan finally mustered the effort to rise, rummaging through scattered supplies to retrieve a medical kit. Attending to their wounds as best as he could, he accessed the system shop, exchanging his newly acquired divine points for 2 vials of low-level healing potions, which have his total. There was no alternative. Both had sustained grievous injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat. Should another anomaly appear, it could easily dispatch them. Chapter 9. The Abnormal Core. Lin Fan poured 1 vial of the healing potion into his mouth and administered the other to Lin Meng. As the potion took effect, a soothing warmth coursed through, mending their damaged organs and tissues. Their pallid faces, drained from excessive blood loss, gradually regained some color, and the excruciating pain subsided significantly. Observing the multitude of corpses strewn about, Lin Fan sighed. In this apocalyptic realm, death also served as a form of liberation. Sensing his strength returning, he grew concerned that the bodies might attract further anomalies. He beckoned Lin Meng to help him gather the corpses into a small mound, dousing them with gasoline from the bus's tank. A towering inferno erupted, as if to incinerate all vestiges of humanity's wickedness. "Brother, where shall we go next?" Lin Meng's voice, weak and frail, broke the silence. "Let's rest here for the night. This service area has just endured a fierce battle and subsequent burning, suppressing the abnormal aura for the time being. The surrounding desolation offers a relatively open space." Both desperately needed rest to recuperate. Lin Fan drove the heavy pickup into the service area, retrieving a cast iron pot from the bus and igniting a campfire. Lacking culinary skills, he haphazardly tossed the collected noodles and several cans of luncheon meat into the pot to stew. Before long, a pot of unappealing yet steaming food was prepared. Despite the nearby flames consuming the corpses, the two could scarcely afford to concern themselves with such matters. A full day of relentless, intense combat left both men ravenous. Lin Fan devoured 3 large bowls of food before finally setting down his chopsticks, unable to consume any more. The pot still held a considerable amount of noodles, and upon noticing Lin Fan's cessation, Lin Meng seized the iron pot and voraciously finished the remaining noodles with remarkable speed. After instructing Lin Meng to rest in the bus, Lin Fan took it upon himself to stand guard alone in the service area. He murmured the phrases from the sequence system, pondering the weight of these words. In this apocalyptic world, the sequence reigned supreme, Yet he found himself traversing a path that seemed distinct, yet perhaps even more expansive, the path of the Divine Way system. The recent encounter with the man-faced corpse puppet had been perilously fierce. This was merely a Tier 1 anomaly. Should they encounter a more formidable Tier 2 anomaly, they might well become the charred remains engulfed by the surrounding flames. The urgency to enhance their strength was palpable. Lin Fan dismissed the notion of becoming a solitary wolf. He needed to either join a convoy or establish his own. The adage unity is strength rang true, especially since it would spare them the burden of taking turns to keep watch at night. After vanquishing the man-faced corpse puppet, his Divine Way ranks surged to 30. There was still one available slot for a disciple, the swiftest means to augment his own power. Ideally, this partner would possess sequence abilities. A reliable companion with such skills would be invaluable. However, the disciple contract demanded absolute loyalty, and after experiencing betrayal, Lin Fan approached this matter with utmost caution. Despite the time constraints, he could not hastily bind himself to just anyone. The night breeze carried the acrid scent of charred remains and a faint hint of blood, yet Lin Fan felt an unusual tranquility within. With the system at his disposal and newfound strength, the confusion and fear of the past gradually faded. Surviving, growing stronger, and establishing his own divine kingdom became his resolute aspirations. As the flames consuming the corpses slowly extinguished, only ashes remained scattered across the ground. Amongst the ashes glimmered a faint light, prompting Lin Fan to step closer. He carefully sifted through the remnants and uncovered a dark red crystal that emanated a chilling aura. He could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations radiating from it. System, what is this? Anomaly core. Energy produced from defeating an anomaly, capable of enhancing sequence abilities. What a remarkable find. It could elevate his sequence capabilities. He would hand it over to Lin Meng once he awoke. Rapidly enhancing their strength was paramount for survival in this desolate world. The horizon began to brighten gently. Lin Fan had kept vigil outside the bus all night, his acute sense of danger preventing any lapse in focus. Creak. Lin Meng emerged from the bus, appearing well-rested and with the wounds sustained during yesterday's battle now scabbed over. How did you sleep? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. I slept quite comfortably, brother. I feel my strength has returned, and I've even grown considerably stronger, Lin Meng exclaimed, stretching his arms widely. That's wonderful. Here, take this. Lin Fan tossed the anomaly core to Lin Meng, observing the dark red crystal in his hands. Lin Meng asked in confusion, brother, what is this? In the realm of the bizarre, the enigmatic core possesses the potential to enhance one's sequence abilities. However, its usage remains elusive. Lin Fan's brother, Lin Meng, without hesitation, swallowed the core whole, leaving Lin Fan feeling exasperated. His younger sibling seemed capable of consuming anything, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit. Shouldn't he take the time to study it? Do you feel anything? Lin Meng inquired, warmth blossoming within him as his strength gradually intensified. It appears to be effective. Brother, go rest. I shall keep watch, Lin Meng assured, patting his chest. After Lin Fan instructed him to call if anything seemed amiss, he retreated to the heavy-duty pickup truck. Adjusting the seat to a reclined position, a makeshift bed emerged, allowing Lin Fan to lie down with a contented sigh. Previously, the four of them had cramped into the old pickup, unable to stretch their legs while attempting to sleep. Now, being able to lie down in the vehicle was a luxury he had never dared to dream of. With Lin Meng on guard outside, Lin Fan closed his eyes, surrendering to the enveloping drowsiness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine jolted him awake. Instinctively, he rolled over, grasped his bone blade, and leaped from the truck. In the distance, a convoy approached along the national highway, consisting of 3 SUVs and a dozen sedans, which quickly entered the service area. Following them was a chaotic throng of bicycles, tricycles, and various other modes of transport, overwhelming Lin Fan's senses. A convoy. He estimated that the gathering comprised over 200 individuals. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had seldom encountered such a sizable group. After all, larger convoys were more susceptible to attracting the bizarre. The convoy halted not far from a tour bus, and Lin Fan stood alongside Lin Meng, cautiously observing the massive assembly. As people from the convoy streamed in, the once quiet service area erupted with noise. However, order was maintained, preventing any sense of panic. From the 3 SUVs emerged 6 individuals, who gathered to scrutinize Lin Fan and his brother. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, Three among them possessed sequence abilities. The first to step down was an eloquent man wearing glasses, accompanied by a girl with a tang sword slung over her shoulder, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire. Yet, their specific abilities remained unclear. No wonder they could lead a group exceeding 200 people. In Lin Fan's previous Convoy, the absence of sequence users meant that gathering 30 individuals was already a considerable feat. This Convoy, boasting 3 sequence abilities, was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. Chapter 10. The Spark Convoy Shaolin. Have you discerned anything? An elder resembling a leader, who had emerged from the central SUV, inquired of the bespectacled man. Qin Ting, they are human survivors. Only those 2 possess sequence abilities. The taller one should be a sequence user. The man adjusted his glasses, and, upon glancing at the ashes beside the tour bus, his expression changed dramatically. Amidst the pile of ashes, an aura of elite-level anomalies pervades, accompanied by numerous corpses of survivors. I cannot help but wonder if these 2 individuals are responsible. Lin Wan, are you certain that it is an elite-level anomaly? Even with both Brother Yong and me, we might not be able to vanquish it. What chance do those 2 possess? The girl wielding the Tang Dao exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Yong, whom she referred to, is the middle-aged soldier who consistently stands behind Qin Ting. Both are combat-oriented individuals and the primary forces of our convoy. My exploratory abilities are infallible, although the grotesque remnants are mingled with the remains of the survivors. I can distinctly sense that the battle must have transpired last night. Cough, cough. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of numerous survivor corpses here is alarming. Wang Yong, you and Xiao Lin must investigate thoroughly. If those 2 are indeed responsible for such heinous acts, they shall be dealt with severely. Qin Ting, resembling a leader, cast a distant glare at Lin Fan and his companion as he spoke. The girl with the Tang Dao and the blonde girl behind her exchanged exasperated glances. In this apocalyptic world, clinging to laws and morals seems absurd, especially when facing an individual with sequence abilities. Did they truly believe this was the world before the apocalypse? Had they not encountered the duo mid-journey, they would have preferred not to remain in this convoy. Wang Yong, who had been taciturn, finally spoke. That heavy-duty pickup truck must belong to the Death Chasers. We encountered them previously. If those 2 are indeed part of the Death Chasers, we may be in grave trouble. As a sequence individual, Wang Yong was unafraid of Lin Fan and his companion, but the convoy still housed nearly 200 ordinary survivors. The collaboration with the Tang Dao girl did not guarantee the safety of the common folk, leaving Wang Yong with a profound sense of helplessness. The Death Chasers? Those lunatics? We can only approach cautiously. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we envision. Just then, the crowd behind them erupted into chaos. The onlookers, having confirmed that only Lin Fan and his companion stood before them, surged towards the bus and the dilapidated pickup truck. At last, no longer needing to pedal that wretched bicycle, they exclaimed, "Quick, let us secure our seats. Make way. I am an elder, and I have my grandson with me. Allow me to choose first, or I shall inform Qin Ting if you dare to bump into me." It is uncertain whether that bus belongs to the 2 in front. They appear rather formidable. How could they possibly drive 3 vehicles? Besides, with Qin Ting present, what is there to fear? Brother Chong, you must help me secure a seat. I shall be yours from now on. A scene reminiscent of a frenzied scramble for seats at a pre-apocalypse bus station unfolded in the square. The crowd, now devoid of vehicles, became increasingly frenzied, overwhelming those who had previously attempted to maintain order. Lin Fan observed the chaotic throng clamoring to board the bus, and a bemused smile crept onto his face. By all accounts, the bus and the decrepit pickup truck should be considered Lin Fan's assets. The bus was intended for Lin Meng. No one had sought his opinion, and thus they commenced this brazen theft. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Fan had always been the one seizing others' possessions. When had it become the time for others to pilfer his? Xiao Meng. Lin Fan flicked his wrist, casting the bone blade toward the crowd attempting to breach the vehicle's door. The blade soared through the air like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a piercing whoosh. Quick dodge. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yong felt the urge to act. His body transformed, displaying a leopard-like pattern, and he became a mere shadow, propelling several individuals beneath the blade away. A resounding crash echoed as the bone blade embedded itself into the concrete, its tremendous force causing it to tremble violently. Wang Yong spun around to charge at Lin Fan, only to be repelled several meters by a powerful punch from Lin Meng. What incredible speed! Lin Fan observed, astonished, as he regarded Wang Yong. Such formidable strength. Wang Yong rubbed his arm, which had taken the brunt of Lin Meng's blow, realizing that had he not activated his transformation, his arms would have surely been shattered. An eerie entity. The exclamation came from the girl wielding a Tang Dao, her gaze toward Lin Fan brimming with combat readiness. As their weapons mirrored each other in design, Lin Fan and his companion had reached the bus door, and the crowd, shaken by the previous skirmish, began to retreat. Do they all wish for death? Lin Fan pulled the bone blade free, casting a cold glare at the assembled throng. At that moment, an elderly man known as Qin Ting stepped forward. Young man, your actions are excessively ruthless. Do you treat human life so lightly? Lin Fan looked at the elder, astonished by his admonishment. Had it not been for the 3 sequence ability users across from him, this elder would have already been on the ground. Lin Wen, displaying a conflicted expression, tugged at Qin Ting, whispering some persuasion. The crowd stirred anew upon seeing Qin Ting take a stand. Qin Ting, you must advocate for us. Indeed, I nearly lost my life just moments ago. Hearing the cacophony of voices, Lin Fan slowly raised the bone blade. Behind him, Lin Meng's aura intensified. With a mere command from Lin Fan, he would disregard whether there were sequence ability users present. Silence. Lin Wen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, shouted to quell the unrest. Qin Ting, swayed by Lin Wen's plea, darkly addressed the crowd. Everyone, please calm yourselves. Attend to your meals. Let young Lin and his companions handle the negotiations. It was evident that the elder held significant sway among the people, as they gradually retreated upon his words. That was close. Lin Wen thought to himself, realizing that if a true conflict erupted, the convoy would suffer substantial losses. Not to mention the towering sequence ability user. The individual wielding the bone blade, though undetectable as a sequence ability user, had proven in his confrontation with Wang Yong to be no less formidable than any other. Moreover, he possessed an eerie object. My dear brothers, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Wen approached with a beaming smile, adopting a humble demeanor. I am Lin Wen, the leader of the Xingho Convoy, an explorer sequence. This is Director Qin Tian of the Public Security Bureau of Lu Province. And that is Wang Yong of the Beast Transformation Sequence. Before Lin Wen could finish his introductions, the Tang Dao girl stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the bone blade in Lin Fan's hand. A fine blade you wield, Lin Fan. I am Tang Xiao Xiao of the Swordsman Sequence. This is my brother, Lin Meng of the Savage Sequence. Lin Fan coldly remarked, his curiosity piqued by the convoy before him. Particularly intriguing was the elder named Qin Tian before the apocalypse. He would have been a figure of significant authority as the head of a provincial public security bureau. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, no matter how lofty one's official rank, it paled in comparison to the importance of a sequence ability user. Strangely enough, in this convoy, Qin Tian's considerable influence seemed to surpass that of the 3 sequence ability users present. Lin Fan, I must ask you, were the human remains among the ashes in the square you're doing? Are you and your brother part of the Death Chasers? Qin Tian questioned with an air of interrogation. Mind your own business, Lin Fan retorted, thoroughly irritated by the elder's demeanor. In this desolate world, who was he trying to impress with such airs of authority? Qin Tian, nearly rendered breathless by Lin Fan's response, trembled with anger, pointing a shaky finger at him. As fellow human survivors, how can you prevent others from boarding the bus? Don't you possess even a shred of the spirit of sacrifice? Remember, they are human beings just like you. Not my concern. Chapter 11. Joining. You. Qin Tian was at a loss for words, clutching his chest and trembling as he glared at Lin Fan. Lin Wen quickly signaled to Wang Yong, who assisted Qin Tian back to the vehicle to rest. Once the two had distanced themselves, Tang Xiao Xiao and the girl with yellow hair behind her could no longer contain their laughter, casting increasingly curious glances at Lin Fan. Lin Wen, feeling embarrassed, turned to Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, please don't take offense. I can sense that neither of them are part of the Death Chasers. Could you enlighten me on what has transpired here? Lin Fan noticed Lin Wen's gaze repeatedly scanning the ashes in the square. Infighting. Peculiar. Just 4 simple words conveyed the gravity of the situation to those present. Such occurrences were all too common in the apocalypse, where a life often held less value than a morsel of food. What level of peculiarity? Dang Xiao Xia in Gui. Wang Yong, who had just returned, also looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Level 1 elite peculiarity. The human-faced corpse puppet. Hiss. Lin Wen and the others gasped in shock. As sequence ability users, they understood the terror of elite peculiarities, especially the notoriously troublesome human-faced corpse puppet. You two managed to kill a human-faced corpse puppet? Tang Xiaoxiao's expression was one of disbelief. To her, even she and Wang Yong could hardly claim they could defeat such a creature, let alone an unruly sequence user and an ordinary person who had merely stumbled upon a peculiar object. It was a near brush with death. Lin Fan had no intention of concealing the truth. In his view, pretending to be weak in a world gone mad was the height of folly. He sensed Lin Wen's intent to invite them to join the convoy, knowing that the more formidable they appeared, the greater their influence would be. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong exchanged astonished glances, momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Fan's revelation. Meanwhile, Lin Wen silently contemplated the precariousness of their situation. Had a fight truly ensued, the convoy's 200 members might not have been enough to withstand the chaos unleashed by the two. What a coincidence! Just last night, my brother and I took down a sequence ability user. Lin Meng was munching on his food, speaking indistinctly. This statement rendered Lin Wen and the others utterly speechless. The presence of a single elite-level anomaly was already staggering, and now, with the addition of a sequence ability user, how had they managed to accomplish such a feat? Lin Wen did not suspect that Lin Fan and the others were exaggerating. As an explorer of the sequence, he could sense the emotional fluctuations of the two, and they were not lying. His gaze intensified with fervor. He was determined to invite them into the convoy, even if it meant granting Lin Fan free rein to set conditions. Lin Fan, my friend, your previous convoy has been lost. In this apocalyptic world, it is ill-advised to act alone. Why not join our convoy? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong's gazes toward Lin Fan and the others grew eager. The more powerful the individuals joining the convoy, the safer it would become in the future. As for the doubts surrounding the two, who among them was without secrets? Last night, Lin Fan had already contemplated forming or joining a convoy, although the members of the Xingho convoy somewhat irritated him. A convoy backed by 3 sequence ability users would, at the very least, not become a burden. In his view, the most valuable asset of the entire convoy was Lin Wen, whose explorer sequence could unveil the existence of anomalies and guide the convoy along safe paths. Lin Wen's presence was the direct reason for his decision to join the Xingho convoy. We can join the Xingho convoy, but with conditions, Lin Fan declared after a moment of contemplation. Brother, feel free to propose. Lin Wen exclaimed with excitement. We too shall not submit to your leadership. Our relationship with the convoy will merely be one of cooperation. We demand absolute autonomy, including oversupplies. I agree. Xiao and the others feel the same. Sequence ability users are certainly different from ordinary survivors. As long as you provide necessary assistance when encountering anomalies, that will suffice. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who returned his gaze with a provocative look. I can take in a dozen or so survivors without transportation, but I must select them personally, and you cannot interfere. Moreover, these individuals will not belong to the convoy. I will be responsible for their survival and safety. Lin Fan proposed this idea to recruit capable survivors who could manage the daily affairs for himself and Lin Meng. Most importantly, the bus lacked a driver, and they had no cook. That could be arranged. However, one thing must be clear. It cannot be forced. Lin Wen agreed through gritted teeth to Lin Fan's conditions. It was clear to any discerning observer that Lin Fan's actions were akin to undermining the convoy, yet given the current capacity constraints of their vehicles, there was no reasonable ground to oppose him. Lastly, information sharing. I want to be apprised of all that you know regarding the apocalypse. Oh, and one more critical point. Inform the others in the convoy to cease provoking me, or they shall face the consequences of my wrath. Not a problem. Lin Wen readily agreed. Although Lin Fan's conditions were somewhat stringent, in the long run, the convoy would still benefit. At that moment, Wang Yong brought a pot of prepared food to the group. Lin Wen happily beckoned Lin Fan and the others to take a seat. This meal is on us. Let us eat and chat, he said. With a consensus reached, the group relaxed their guard. Observing Lin Meng's astonishing appetite, Lin Wen found it easier to accept the autonomy that Lin Fan had proposed. During the meal, Lin Wen took the opportunity to elaborate on the Starfire team. Surprisingly, the team operated in a semi-official capacity. When the apocalypse struck, Qin Tian, the head of the Public Security Bureau, organized personnel to establish the Starfire team and provided a substantial amount of resources. Before Lin Wen and Wang Yong awakened their sequence abilities, it was Qin Tian who led the team in constant migration to evade danger. It was only after the two awakened their abilities and encountered the swordsman sequence, Tang Xiaoxiao, and her sister, Tang Wen, that Qin Tian passed the leadership to the more suitable Lin Wen. Qin Tian's efforts in maintaining the team's size to over 200 members were commendable. As an official, his commitment to not abandoning any human survivor earned him the highest respect among the team. With Qin Tian's presence, the order within the team was precariously upheld, and there were no instances of pillaging or violence. However, Lin Fan raised a concern. In this apocalyptic reality, your approach may create a false sense of security. If they were to become scattered, would they be able to adapt to the harshness of this new world? He likened Qin Tian's methods to those of an overly indulgent parent, seemingly beneficial for ordinary survivors, but ultimately detrimental. Survivors who had not truly faced the brutal laws of the apocalypse would find themselves devoured by others. Do you understand the meaning behind the name Starfire Team? Lin, when asked, gazing at the bustling crowd with a benevolent smile that illuminated his features. A single spark can ignite a prairie. As long as hope persists, the team will not abandon anyone. Each survivor could be humanity's last ember. In these dire times, we must leave a glimmer of hope for humanity. Stop. Enough. Lin Fan interjected, unwilling to be swayed by lofty ideals. I am not on your wavelength. I have my own rules for survival. He dismissed the notion of embracing compassion in a world where survival was a ruthless battle of devouring one another. Should the Starfire Team ever threaten his and Lin Ming's lives, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire group. Yay, I won. Dan xiao xia et dim zoi fu li. Jumping up in celebration. She had wagered with Tang when on whether Lin Fan would be swayed by Lin Wen's lofty ideals, and the outcome was clear. Cold-hearted fellow. Tang Wen shot Lin Fan a glare before turning to wash Tang, Xiao Xiao's undergarments, which was their bet. Chapter 12, Recruitment for the Bus Team. After lunch, Lin Wen announced the inclusion of Lin Fan and the others into the team. Some individuals expressed their welcome to the formidable sequence abilities user, enhancing the safety of the convoy. Those who had attempted to seize the bus earlier in the morning vehemently opposed this development, deeply affected by Lin Fan's ruthless nature. Qin Tian, on the other hand, called Lin Wen aside and reprimanded him sternly. To allow Lin Fan to join the convoy and acquiesce to such stringent conditions, in his view, was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, a betrayal of sovereignty. After persistent persuasion from Lin Wen, Qin Tian reluctantly accepted the reality, though his gaze towards Lin Fan was fraught with suspicion. According to the agreed terms, Lin Fan began recruiting among the survivors of the convoy, prioritizing those with specialized skills such as mechanics, drivers, and chefs. The singular principle was absolute loyalty in exchange for unequivocal protection. Betrayal would spell utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Wasn't this tantamount to becoming a slave? I refuse to go. Life is quite good now. Indeed, with Qin Tian around, although times are tough, it is far better than entrusting one's life to others. Moreover, our convoy has 3 sequence abilities users, while they have just one. Only a fool would go. Oh, you should have seen the ferocity in his eyes this morning. Life under his command would be anything but pleasant. I, for one, will not go. Neither will I. As the crowd buzzed with dissent, the majority expressed their unwillingness to join Lin Fan, even if it meant boarding the bus. Lin Fan, arms crossed, listened to their murmurs, offering no explanation. A simple-hearted, middle-aged man approached, lacking transportation and having traded his food for a spot on someone else's tricycle. Mr. Lin, my name is Tian Fu. I can drive. May I join your bus? I asked for little, just a meal. Certainly, you shall be the bus driver, but remember, rewards come only through effort. To merely survive on my generosity will lead to demise. As the first to pledge allegiance, Lin Fan intended to convey the value of loyalty. Rest assured, as long as I have something to eat and my safety is assured, I will do whatever you ask. Tian Fu, overwhelmed with gratitude, realized that boarding the bus was far superior to bartering food for a position. He couldn't fathom it. Surely, there would come a day when Lin Fan would regret this decision. Yet, I believe joining the bus could be advantageous. At least there would be safety in numbers. Don't be foolish. Haven't you heard him? Any food found must be surrendered for communal distribution, and labor is required. This is nothing short of slavery. Upon learning that the bus would not accept elderly individuals, Aunt Lu began to persuade those wavering within the crowd. In any case, if he does not accept me, no one else shall. Lin Fan did not intervene, merely regarding her with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased. There were those who could see the broader picture. The safety of protecting over 200 individuals with 2 sequence abilities users was evidently superior to safeguarding a mere handful. Moreover, within the Starfire convoy, A portion of the gathered food would be allocated to the elderly, infirm, and disabled. Although all food was surrendered on the bus, there were no individuals seeking to reap rewards without effort, rendering the situation seemingly fairer. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd as 4 young men, adorned with intricate tattoos of dragons and tigers, approached the bus. The leader, marked by a long scar across his face, transformed his otherwise handsome features into something menacing. As they passed through the throng, the crowd parted with eyes filled with disdain and fear. When they reached Lin Fan, the leader clasped his fists and introduced himself. Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Long. My brothers and I have some knowledge of vehicle repair. Previously, we tarnished our reputation by stealing food from others in the convoy and were penalized by Qin Hall. Would you accept us? Haha, what is theft of food? In desperation, I would even resort to murder. Lin Fan's brazen words instantly resonated with the 4, fostering a sense of familiarity. Mr. Lin, since I Zhang Long have pledged my allegiance to you. As long as I am well fed, I shall remain loyal. The acceptance of these infamous individuals by Lin Fan only deepened the scorn of the convoy members. Yet, many desperate survivors were increasingly drawn to the prospect. More and more approached, and once the number reached 15, Lin Fan ceased recruitment. The survivors of the Spar convoy dispersed, their eyes reflecting pity for the newly accepted 15. Among them were a driver, a mechanic, a cook, a doctor, a construction worker, a hunter, and even a former thief. However, they all shared a common trait. They were in their prime, devoid of the elderly or the young. As Lin Fan was not yet prepared to shoulder any burdens that would exacerbate the strain on the Spar convoy. Originally, the bus could accommodate 35 passengers. But considering the need to install a bed for Lin Meng, the rear 20 seats had to be removed, allowing only room for 15. Gazing at the gathered 15, Lin Fan reiterated, "Remember, you must absolutely obey my commands without question. There is no right or wrong in my domain, no democracy, no infighting, and no betrayal. Food will be distributed according to labor. Those who contribute more shall receive more, and any who fail to contribute will be expelled from the bus. Should you violate my rules, do you see the ashes over there? That will be your fate." As they beheld the remnants of human remains writhing in the ashes, a collective shiver coursed through the 15, yet not one chose to withdraw. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Having administered a reprimand, it was time to offer a reward. "Since no one is withdrawing, you shall henceforth be my brothers. I will strive to ensure your safety, and perhaps one day, I can elevate you to the ranks of sequence ability users. At that time, you'll be grateful to your present selves for making a wise choice." Relief spread across their faces, though Lin Fan's final remark went largely unheeded. After all, they had consumed ample flatbreads before the apocalypse. In the distance, Qin Tian wore a sullen expression as he observed Lin Fan's recruitment scene. Noticing that Lin Fan did not coerce the members of the convoy to join, he refrained from voicing any objections. However, upon hearing Lin Fan's grandiose promises, a scornful look immediately appeared on his face. Inflating balloons and boasting about the prowess of a maternal cow. What absurdity! Lin Fan remained unfazed by the thoughts of those around him. He had already made his commitments, and whether they chose to believe him was solely up to them. The ability to transform ordinary individuals into sequence ability users was not mere bluster. The system's marketplace featured the eerie potion, albeit at a staggering price of 100,000 divine points. Frankly speaking, Lin Fan had only encountered such an abundance of zeros before the apocalypse at the Tianfu. He assigned Tian Fu as the bus driver and Zhang Long as the bus manager, while the others executed their respective duties according to their skills. Before Lin Fan could continue delegating tasks, Zhang Long led the others in inspecting the bus and organizing supplies. Observing their diligence, Lin Fan decided to seek out Lin to trade the old pickup truck with the convoy in exchange for some supplies. With both himself and Lin Meng only able to oversee 2 vehicles, they lacked the bandwidth to manage the old pickup truck, and it seemed more prudent to repurpose it for something useful. After some negotiation with Lin Fan ultimately traded the old pickup for 40 gene of rice with the Spar convoy. After completing all arrangements, he looked at the bustling individuals aboard the bus, feeling elated that his Divine Kingdom plan had taken its first step. In the future, he would attract more talent to join him in establishing his divine realm. At that moment, after organizing the supplies, Zhang Long approached Lin Fan with a summary list. Upon reviewing it, Lin Fan felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 13. The star's request Lin was genuinely surprised to discover that Zhang Long, who appeared rugged on the outside, was meticulous in his work. The list of supplies he brought not only included those from Lin Fan's pickup, but also cataloged items previously left on the bus. What delighted Lin Fan the most was Zhang Long's rough estimate of daily supply consumption, along with a list of urgently needed items, providing a focused target for future supply searches. Lin Fan happily patted Zhang Long on the shoulder, fully acknowledging his efforts. If Zhang Long were a sequence ability user, Lin Fan would have considered granting him a divine disciple position, as having such a person nearby would alleviate many daily inconveniences. Mr. Lin, Zhang Long called out to Lin Fan, who was about to turn away. Yes? What is it? There is someone who wishes to see you and has asked me to relay the message. She previously assisted me, so I felt it would be rude to decline. May I inquire if you would like to meet her? Lin Fan, noticing Zhang Long's bashful demeanor as he bowed his head, chuckled softly. Come find me by the pickup. Zhang Long had approached with a tentative hope, but he was surprised by Lin Fan's agreement. Just as he prepared to respond, Lin Fan called out to him again. From now on, just call me Brother Fan. Zhang Long's face was illuminated with excitement as he solemnly replied, his long-standing feelings of inferiority, stemming from being looked down upon by others in the convoy, dissipating completely. Lin Fan entered the heavy-duty pickup truck. Lin had informed him that the convoy would rest here for a day before setting off tomorrow. This provided Lin Fan ample time to integrate the newly recruited members. With an additional 15 mouths to feed, Lin Fan felt the weight of pressure intensify. The search for an accumulation of supplies had become paramount. Perhaps he could inquire whether the system allowed for the exchange of supplies, which would alleviate some of his concerns. Opening the system interface, he observed, Host, Lin Fan. Divine Path level, Apostle of God, progression, 30. Current divine points, 600. Disciples, Savage Sequence Lin Ming. Remaining disciple slots, 1. Skills, I have Insight Beginner. System Store, not updated. Weapon, Curse Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle Bound, Heavy-Duty Pickup, upgradable. Note, Host, please bind the remaining disciple slot promptly. Time remaining, 29 days. It is mined. Lin Fan pondered, can I exchange divine points for survival supplies? The system replied, if the host must rely on the system even for survival supplies, it is advisable to find a plot of land and bury yourself. Upon reading the system's retort, Lin Fan's expression darkened. If it wasn't feasible, there was no need for such mockery. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the car window, followed by a somewhat timid voice. Mr. Lin, I wish to join your convoy. We're full. No more recruits. I can do anything. The voice grew increasingly familiar to Lin Fan, reminiscent of someone he had heard before. He opened the door and leaped from the pickup truck, finding a tall girl in sportswear with long hair, standing before him, easily measuring over 7 meters, which made her appear quite tall next to him. You are the renowned star, Chu Xian. Lin Fan recognized the girl immediately, which explained the familiarity of her voice. Before the apocalypse, Chu Xian was considered a national goddess of the new generation, having starred in numerous wildly popular dramas, becoming the dream girl of countless boys. Lin Fan himself having followed her shows. Why do you wish to join now? I heard that you can help ordinary people awaken their sequences. And I want to know if it's true. Chu Xian inquired, suddenly lifting her head, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, seeking his affirmation. Not necessarily. You should go back, Lin Fan replied coolly. Since the incident with Su Wan, he had become indifferent to beautiful girls, unwilling to invite further burdens upon himself. You can. You told those 15 people on the bus yourself. Chu Xian insisted, gazing at Lin Fan with determination and raising her voice. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. A sudden surge of imposing aura radiating from him, an air of menace enveloping the atmosphere. Even if it were possible, what does it have to do with you? Do you still consider yourself the illustrious star who commands the wind and the rain? Chu Xian found herself retreating under the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Lin Fan. Her complexion paling, struggling to suppress the tears welling in her eyes, she bit her trembling yet resolute lips and declared, I wish to awaken the sequence. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Sacrifice everything? How laughable that promise is. Give me a reason. Lin Fan reigned in his formidable presence, casting a glance at the former star. It is undeniable how peculiar fate is. Were it not for the apocalypse, Chu Xian might not have even spared Lin Fan a glance. Yet now she was so pitifully pleading. My sister is lost in Quanchong. I wish to awaken the sequence to find her. Quanchong? It has long been overrun. Think positively. Your sister is likely dead by now. Go back. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to return to his vehicle, a delicate voice called out from behind him. Brother Lin Fan, I'm Lu Yi. May I be your driver? Lin Fan turned to see a sultry woman, her figure alluringly accentuated by tight yoga pants, approaching him with an enticing gait. Ha, how fortuitous. Two stunning beauties vying to become my driver. What a delightful dilemma. Lin Fan regarded the two women with a playful glint in his eyes. Lu Yi, noticing Chu Xian's pallor, intensified her allure, lowering her neckline to reveal an astonishing curve. Her bosom more pronounced. Brother Lin Fan, stars are merely facades. Unlike me, I can do anything for you. As Lin Fan's gaze roamed over her form, Lu Yi deliberately bent over, showcasing the scenery within her loose sleeves. You certainly possess more sincerity than the starlet, but it must extend beyond mere words. Of course, I am a woman of my word, unlike some. Very well, I now know whom to choose. Wait, Chu Xian's voice interjected, halting Lin Fan's impending declaration. After a moment's hesitation, she abruptly removed her tracksuit, revealing nothing beneath save for her undergarments. A wave of humiliation flushed her fair skin, her face a vivid crimson. Yet she defiantly held her head high, gazing at Lin Fan. Noticing his silence, Chu Xian seemed to resolve herself, her trembling hands reaching for her trousers. Lu Yi, witnessing this, defiantly began to shed her yoga pants as well. Enough. Lin Fan's expression turned frigid as he sternly interrupted their actions. Brother Lin Fan, choose me. I am exceptionally skilled. No need. I have no preference for the voluptuous. You may leave. Lu Yi attempted to appeal to Lin Fan's affections, confident in her figure and charm, which had served her well among the ranks. Scram! Lin Fan's voice was a sharp command. Lu Yi, recalling his ruthless nature, stamped her foot in frustration before turning away to leave. Lin Fan gazed at the trembling Chu Xian, her arms wrapped around her chest, and reminisced about the harrowing days of survival at the onset of the apocalypse, when safeguarding Lin Meng was his most fervent desire amidst peril. The fact that Chu Xian was a prominent star did not sway his resolve, however. Her willingness to forsake everything for her sister stirred a flicker of warmth in his icy heart. He finally spoke. During the day, you will drive. At night, you will sleep in a tent. Seek to learn the rules from Zhang Long. If you become a burden, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As for whether you can awaken your sequence, that remains uncertain. Chu Xian stood frozen for a long moment before gradually crouching down, burying her head in her arms, and a suppressed sob broke forth. Yet, in mere moments, she rose, fiercely wiping her tears away, donned her clothes, and strode back to the Starfire convoy to gather her belongings. As Lin Fan watched her retreat, he sensed a gaze upon him from behind. Turning to look, he discovered Tang Xiao observing him with an expression of disdain. What a scoundrel. Not a single man is trustworthy. Chapter 14. Establishing Authority. Upon returning to the convoy, Chu Xian busily packed her meager supplies, which consisted of only a few articles of clothing and a tent. The food was distributed uniformly by the Starfire convoy, leaving her with no surplus provisions, making her preparations quite straightforward. Lu Yi had already spread the news of Chu Xian seeking Lin Fan, and the fabricated tales were evident in the way the onlookers pointed and whispered. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought a big star could engage in such actions? Huh. Those celebrities in the entertainment industry appear pristine, yet behind the facade, they are nothing but wanton harlots. Isn't that the truth? I can't believe I once admired her. The scornful remarks from those around her did not incite anger in Chu Xian. Her expression remained as frigid as Lin Fan's as she picked up her backpack and turned toward the bus. When Lin Fan encountered Chu Xian again, he noticed she had transformed her once flowing locks into a cropped hairstyle, silently organizing her tent beside the pickup truck. As the blood moon rose, a bonfire flickered to life within the service area, wafting the delicious aroma of food through the air. Zhang Long approached the pickup truck and spotted Chu Xian within her tent, feeling a twinge of surprise, but dismissing it, offering her a friendly nod. Chu Xian returned the gesture with a grateful smile. Fangge, dinner is ready. As per your instructions, I added extra vegetables and meat. Just waiting for you to join us, Zhang Long exclaimed, unconsciously swallowing as he spoke. Although food was distributed uniformly within the Starfire convoy, it was often scarce, and meat was a rare sight. Given that this was the first communal meal for the bus, Lin Fan had tasked Zhang Long with preparing a feast to celebrate. Where is Xiao Meng? I haven't seen him all afternoon. Menggu went out with Yongge from the convoy. claiming they wanted to learn some combat techniques from the military. Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing Lin Meng possessed such awareness. Previously, he had relied solely on brute strength in battles, lacking any form of strategy. Wang Yong, with his military background, was well suited to impart the effective and dynamic combat techniques that would greatly benefit Lin Meng. It seems I must seek someone to learn the art of swordsmanship. I can no longer rely on blind and reckless slashing. Not only is it ineffective, but it also wastes energy. Lin Meng's approach has greatly inspired Lin Fan. Although he possesses the eye of insight to identify his adversary's weaknesses, swiftly exploiting those vulnerabilities cannot merely consist of simple cuts and thrusts. The image of Tang Xiao appears in Lin Fan's mind. He must find an opportune moment to discuss matters with her regarding the swordsman sequence. He should also bring a bottle of white liquor for Brother Yong, as Lin Meng should not be the only one benefiting from this knowledge. All right, Fanier. In front of the bus, 2 large pots have been set up, emanating a rich aroma of hot dishes. Indeed, a chef is essential for the team. Compared to yesterday's pot of noodles, which resembled pig feed, today's meal is a feast. Everyone is gathered in a circle, eagerly awaiting Lin Fan's arrival. The enticing scent of food makes their mouths water, yet no one dares to touch their chopsticks before he arrives. Lin Meng, holding a metal basin, sits in front of the pot and joyfully calls out, "Brother, come and eat. It smells incredible." Lin Fan smiles and pats his shoulder. Upon sitting down, he looks at the expectant faces of those around him and gestures grandly, "Let us eat." As the group enjoys their meal aboard the bus, envious glances are cast from the surroundings. In stark contrast to the sumptuous fare of the bus occupants, the porridge in their hands suddenly seems bland and unappetizing. They are eating meat. "It has been ages since I last had meat," one murmurs. Perhaps they will consume all their supplies in this one meal and go hungry tomorrow. Having porridge is already a blessing. They should eat well and rest, as tomorrow will bring more travel. Most people are filled with envy, yet some harbor discontent, particularly Aunt Lu from earlier in the day and Lu Yi, who was rebuffed by Lin Fan. The two divert the conversation toward Chu Xian. "Look how delicious our star is eating. I wondered why she insisted on being on that bus. It seems she has long been unaccustomed to our simple fare." Indeed, you wouldn't believe it. This afternoon, our star nearly shed her pants, leaning so hard against Lin Fan that I could hardly bear to watch. Who knows what clandestine dealings they might be up to? The two deliberately raise their voices, making sure the crowd in the square hears them clearly, casting odd glances at Chu Xian, who is quietly eating. The bus occupants naturally overhear and feel indignation. Chu Xian is now one of their own, and they will not tolerate slander against her. Observing Lin Fan's silence, they refrain from speaking out. Chu Xian, head lowered, fiddles with her chopsticks. Her face flushes for a moment before returning to normal, as though the words of the crowd do not pertain to her. Lin Fan remains composed. Feeling satisfied, he sets down his bowl and chopsticks, pulls out a cigarette, and lights it. "Zhang Long, are you full?" he inquires. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Long hastily puts down his utensils and struggles to swallow his food, not yet ready to respond. Lin Fan continues, "If you're not full, it matters not, go and smash those two's mouths. After they clean up, they should refrain from speaking." Chu Xian crouched down, her body swaying slightly as she buried her head lower, as if something had fallen into the bowl. "I understand, Brother Fan." A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. Without hesitation, he nodded and wiped his greasy mouth, kicking one of the 3 brothers nearby who were engrossed in their meal. The 3 immediately reacted, grabbing the wrench beside them and hurriedly following Zhang Long towards Lu Dama and Lu Yi. The first rule of the convoy: obedience. Unconditional obedience. Zhang Long approached Lu Yi and her companion, sparing no words. He and his underling each seized a fistful of Lu Yi and Lu Dama's hair, forcing their faces upwards. Amidst the terrified expressions of the onlookers, the wrenches in their hands came crashing down mercilessly onto the women's mouths. Bang! Bang! The teeth of Lu Dama and Lu Yi shattered under the brutal force of the hard wrenches, broken teeth mingling with blood as it dribbled from their lips. Their anguished whimpers pierced the air in the square, echoing harshly. The crowd had long since retreated to a safe distance, none daring to intervene, as Zhang Long and his companions were ruthless in their attack. Could they still speak? Brother Fan had declared that they should be silenced. With each rise and fall of the wrench, the 2 women were rendered mute, their faces a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, their mouths devoid of teeth. Seeing that they could no longer utter a sound, Zhang Long finally relented, flinging them to the ground like lifeless dogs. Indifferent to the reactions of those around him, as he turned to leave with the wrench in hand. Only after Zhonglong and his group had distanced themselves did the crowd dare to approach, some rushing to inform Lin Fan, while others retrieved a first aid kit to tend to the bleeding women. The eyes of the onlookers directed towards the bus convoy were filled solely with terror. Brother Fan, it has been dealt with. Zhonglong and his companions wiped their hands haphazardly, their expressions as nonchalant as if they had merely swatted a fly. Well done. Continue your meal. Lin Fan's tone remained flat, as he chose to act in a manner that conveyed to everyone that having chosen the bus, he would protect them without reservation. Moreover, it served as a test of Lin Fan and his group's limits. It appeared to be effective. In the fearful gazes of the crowd, there was now a hint of respect and submission, especially in the case of Chu Xian, who gazed at Lin Fan's profile, flickering in and out of the smoke. At that moment, he seemed divine to her. Chapter 15, Level 3, Anomalies. The following morning, Lin Fan was awakened by Zhonglong, relieved from the duty of keeping watch. He had enjoyed the most comfortable sleep since the apocalypse began. Most of the convoy members had already started their breakfast. Last night, Lin Fan had not sought him out, but Lin Fan knew that Qin Tian would not let the matter rest easily. Signs of a tent being set up were evident beside the pickup truck, suggesting that Chu Xian had slept there the previous night. As Lin Fan and the others on the bus enjoyed their breakfast, Lin Fan, as anticipated, did not appear. Instead, Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen arrived at the front of the bus. Did Lin Fan send you to find me? Why would he? Your food smells too good. Wenzi and I just came to mooch a meal. As Lin Fan observed the two individuals rummaging through their belongings for bowls and chopsticks, a wave of incredulity washed over him. Hadn't they been dining with Lin Fan and the others? Before Lin Fan could voice his consent, the pair seized their seats and began to eat heartily. The food over there with Lin Fan is too bland. From now on, we shall share pot with you. What do you say? Will you disagree with that? Lin Fan chuckled helplessly, realizing that regardless of his agreement, they had already commenced their meal. All right then. Do remember to contribute to the food expenses. You're just stingy. The meal left everyone feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, a young man from the Xingho team approached, initially casting a glance at Zhonglong and his companions before casting a wary look towards Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, the team leader has sent me to inform you that there is a meeting in the tent. Very well, understood. Indeed, they had come. It was only after Lin Fan had finished his meal that he stood up, preparing to head towards Lin Fan's tent alongside Tang Xiaoxiao, with Lin Meng trailing behind. Zhonglong and the others surmised that this was likely due to last night's events and also rose to follow, while Chu Xian nervously kept pace behind Zhonglong. Lin Fan turned to the group in confusion. What are you following me for? Brother Fan, we were responsible for the incident. We wish to face the consequences. Lin Fan observed their expressions, which resembled that of condemned prisoners, and couldn't help but chuckle. What does this have to do with you? It's a trivial matter. Don't take it so seriously. Go back and attend to your own affairs. With that, he disregarded them and strolled leisurely towards Lin Fan's tent. TSK, I didn't realize you were quite adept at winning hearts. Tang Xiaoxiao remarked with a smirk. Little girl, what do you know? Who s little? Do you dare to fight? The two bickered as they arrived at the tent, where they could already hear Qin Tian's booming voice. Tang Xiaoxiao made a face at Lin Fan. You'll see how annoying it can be. With that, she dashed into the tent. Lin Fan, unfazed, bent down to enter the tent with Lin Meng, ignoring the others and finding a seat. Qin Tian was in a fit of rage upon seeing Lin Fan enter. He slammed the table and bellowed, Lin Fan, what do you intend to do? On your very first day in the team, you've already caused such a ruckus, inciting your subordinates to deliberately inflict harm. Do you comprehend the detrimental impact your actions have on the team? Do you have any respect for the team's regulations? Lin Fan paid no heed to the old man, instead surveying the room. Lin Fan wore a gloomy expression, remaining silent. Tang Xiaoxiao continuously stroked her tang knife, appearing indifferent to the situation. Wang Yong quietly advised Qin Tian, having a favorable impression of Lin Meng. The previous afternoon, Lin Meng had sought his counsel on military combat techniques, and Lin Fan had even gifted him a bottle of wine as thanks. Despite Wang Yong's attempts, Qin Tian continued to vociferously chastise Lin Fan. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Lin Fan stood and thrust the bone blade into the table before him, startling everyone with the tremendous noise. Silence. Qin Tian, I have been quite restrained, you know. Ever since you began seizing my vehicles, I have exercised remarkable restraint. If I do not show respect for the convoy, it is as if I have personally gone there. Do not impose your rules upon me. This is the apocalypse, and I shall adhere solely to my principles. Lin, tell me, do you believe I am capable of restraint? Upon hearing Lin Fan direct the conversation towards him, Lin was engulfed in despair. He had intended to keep the matter concealed, but alas, a survivor had informed Qin Tian. Now, he awaited the eruption of Qin Tian's wrath, hoping to quietly let the matter slip away. To his astonishment, Lin Fan's reaction was quite pronounced. Deep down, Lin concurred with Lin Fan's philosophy. Amidst the apocalypse, the convoy was on the verge of collapse, burdened by those who neither contributed nor ceased their disruptive tales. Bound by Qin Tian's perspective, Lin could only strive to maintain the status quo, feeling utterly fatigued. Lin, speak. You are the leader of the convoy. You must ensure fairness within the ranks. The thunderous roar of Qin Tian echoed. Just as Lin intended to respond, a gentle breeze wafted in through the doorway. He extended his tongue, tasting the air, chewing incessantly, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Lin's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet and kicked the table over. His actions startled everyone present. The usually affable Lin had erupted in fury, leaving even Qin Tian momentarily speechless. Enough of this bickering. No one has died yet. If this continues, we shall all meet our demise. I sense a malevolent force approaching. Level 3 anomaly, we have at most 2 hours. Everyone, instead of squandering energy in futile arguments, it would be wiser to conserve your strength and begin your escape. With that, he disregarded the crowd and dashed towards the off-road vehicle. The others stood in stunned silence. A level 3 anomaly could easily devour them all. Lin Fan, accompanied by Lin Ming, raced towards the bus. The square had descended into chaos, filled with curses, cries, and discordant sounds that reverberated throughout the service area. Those with vehicles had already started their engines, while those without hurriedly gathered their makeshift means of transport. The brutal experience of fleeing in this new world had taught the survivors the urgency of escape. Upon reaching the bus, they found Zhang Long and the others already prepared, waiting for the pair. The bus and heavy-duty pickup truck were primed and ready to launch. The news of a level 3 anomaly had deeply unsettled Lin Fan. The two brothers had barely managed to defeat a level 1 elite anomaly, and the power of a level 3 anomaly would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. As they boarded the pickup, Chu Xian was already in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles blanching with tension. Follow Lin's vehicle. Drive as fast as possible. Keep an eye on the bus's speed. Activate the hazard lights. Lin Fan glanced at the time inside the vehicle. It was nearing noon. Survival took precedence now. Lin's off-road vehicle led the charge, swiftly exiting the service area, closely followed by the heavy-duty pickup and the bus. Behind them trailed the rest of the Xingho convoy's operable vehicles, along with those relying on bicycles and tricycles to flee. The entire procession rapidly stretched into a fragmented line, a testament to their desperate escape. As for those who missed the ride and lacked transportation, they had no choice but to resign themselves to fate. When the vehicle steadily traversed the national highway, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the bus closely trailing behind through the rearview mirror. Lin's SUV was remarkably swift, constantly changing lanes along the way. Chu Xian bit her lip, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the red taillights of the SUV ahead. At that moment, no one could afford to concern themselves with the crowd behind. Survival in this apocalyptic scenario had become the norm, and the previous sense of security was merely ephemeral. Under Lin's leadership, the convoy fled desperately, having already left the national highway and entered an unfamiliar road flanked by endless wilderness. As the sun began to dip in the west, Lin's vehicle gradually decelerated and ultimately came to a halt by the roadside. Chu Xian exhaled, her tense body finally relaxing, the frantic escape having drained her of all energy. With the convoy stopped, a long line formed at the roadside, with survivors from behind arriving intermittently. After disembarking, Lin gathered a few individuals for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The crowd regarded Lin with impatience. Given the dire circumstances, they found little amusement in his jest. Clearing his throat, and seeing no one was inclined to engage, Lin continued. The good news is that we have temporarily evaded the level 3 anomalies. The bad news is that we must spend the night in the village ahead. There are anomalies within, many. Chapter 16, The Anomalous Village. What do you mean by many? Dan xiao xia in guit, po. Literally, Lin replied, his tone slightly grave as he glanced towards the distant village. I sense at least 10 anomalies inside. You must be insane. 10 anomalies? We might as well face the level 3 anomalies directly. That would be tantamount to courting death, if it weren't for Wang Yong's intervention. Tang Xiao would have drawn her blade to strike Lin when on the spot. Lin Fan remained silent, aware that Lin would not jest with their lives. His choice of this anomaly-laden location must have been for a compelling reason. Indeed, Lin calmly adjusted his glasses and stated, they are merely ordinary corpses. They pose little threat to you. Corpses are classified as low-level anomalies, having mutated from deceased bodies. While they may pose a danger to ordinary people, they are easily dealt with by those with abilities, as corpses lack cognition. Bang! Tang Xiao delivered a swift kick, sending Lin sprawling to the ground. If you ever speak so recklessly again, I will cleave you in two. Lin had long grown accustomed to Tang Xiao's outbursts, merely standing up awkwardly and brushing off the dirt. Well then, we have 2 hours until nightfall. Please ensure that all the corpses in the village are dealt with before the blood moon rises. Otherwise, we will have to continue fleeing. After speaking, Lin turned to Lin Fan and Lin Meng, adding, as per our usual practice, gather the anomaly cores. They will be evenly distributed later or can be traded equivalently. Lin Fan nodded in agreement with Lin's proposal, recognizing it as a fair approach. The team, comprising Lin, Lin Fan, Lin Meng, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiao, advanced towards a nearby village. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the barren trees flanking the path cast mottled shadows on the ground, resembling souls in torment. Leaning at an angle was a rusted sign, Huang Miao Village. Observing the dilapidated houses before them, Lin Fan spoke, time is of the essence. Should we split up or proceed together? Let us divide. Xiao and I will form one group to thoroughly scout the village, and we shall regroup at the village center, Wang Yong suggested, prioritizing the duo's synergy, for a lack of coordination in combat could yield adverse effects. Thus, the four split into 2 groups, entering the village from the east and west, agreeing to call out loudly should they encounter any trouble. The village was small, and the other group would surely hear them. After parting ways with Wang Yong, Lin Fan activated his inside eye, scanning the surrounding houses. Streams of energy light appeared before him. Lin Meng, leading the way, had already entered a combat-ready state, cautiously observing their surroundings. Brother, it seems there are no anomalous entities here. Be vigilant. Lin's exploratory abilities are infallible, Lin Fan cautioned. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar the village felt. Unlike other villages where protective deities adorned the doorways, here, every household displayed a grotesque and terrifying image of a ghostly face. Was this a peculiar form of worship or an indication of something sinister? Lin Fan's insight, I failed to detect any anomalies, compelling him to remain on high alert. After meticulously inspecting half of the village, nearly an hour had passed without encountering the numerous walking corpses Lin had mentioned. Nor did they hear any cries for help from Wang Yong and Tang Xiao. The two continued towards the village center and soon spotted Wang Yong and Tang Xiao approaching from the opposite end of the road. Did you find any walking corpses? Tang Xiao inquired anxiously, as she and Wang Yong had also come up empty-handed. None. We only discovered that every household displays a ghostly visage at their entrance, which may pertain to the village's unique beliefs. Lin Fan relayed his findings. Wang Yong concurred, saying, Xiao and I observe the same. Lin's assessment should not be mistaken. At present, only one area remained unexplored, the large brigade headquarters situated behind the square where the four were gathered. The village square was expansive, and behind it loomed an ancient courtyard, its 2 dark doors slightly ajar. Lin Fan stepped towards the brigade headquarters, contemplating that if no anomalies were found here, they would need to withdraw from the village immediately. The more unusual the situation, the greater the peril. In the silent square, the only sounds were the echoes of their footsteps. Upon reaching a distance of over 40 meters from the brigade headquarters, Lin Fan halted and gestured for the others to stop. Peering through the crack in the door, he beheld the scene within, and an icy chill crept up his spine. In the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, a multitude of figures knelt in close formation. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be villagers. Their movements rigid and synchronized as they bowed towards the grotesque statue of a demon atop the offering table. These were the walking corpses that Lin had spoken of. Throughout the entire scene, not a single sound escaped their lips, and the most chilling aspect was the enormous blood-red coffin positioned behind the statue. Such a terrifying tableau, reminiscent of a horror film, unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. Although the four companions remained undaunted by the presence of the walking corpses, the eerie atmosphere coupled with the enigmatic ritual sent shivers down their spines. By heavens, Tang Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, what do we do? Charge in? Stay composed. We still have no clarity on what lies within. I fear there may be something formidable inside that coffin, Lin Fan cautioned. It would be best to lure the walking corpses out and confront them in the square, avoiding any disturbance to that coffin. He glanced at Wang Yong, knowing that his speed would render him the most suitable for the task. All right, leave it to me, Wang Yong replied, nodding in agreement. His body shimmered with a leopard-like pattern as he slightly bent forward, transforming into a blur as he dashed into the brigade headquarters. Targeting the last row, Wang Yong's claws struck fiercely at the head of one of the walking corpses. A resounding clang echoed as the corpse was knocked to the ground. Its neck broken yet devoid of visible wounds, the head drooping limply. The cacophony stirred the other villagers, who rose to their feet, unleashing bestial howls towards the sky. Wang Yong wasted no time and sprinted back towards the square, while Lin Fan and the others assumed a combat stance. The villagers moved with astonishing speed, their white pupils fixated on the four, their grotesque faces contorted with a desire to rend them apart. In an instant, they surged forth like a tidal wave from the brigade headquarters. Roar! Lin Meng bellowed, transforming into a colossal figure nearing 3 meters in height. He charged into the throng of walking corpses. Tang Xiaoxiao unsheathed her tang knife, closely following Wang Yong. With a powerful straight punch, Lin Meng sent the foremost corpse flying, crashing heavily into those behind it. Employing combat techniques he learned from Wang Yong, Lin Meng unleashed his strength to its fullest, each punch sending a corpse sprawling. The battered corpses, dragging their broken bodies, swiftly rose again, howling as they lunged at the group. Clang! 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 The tang knife in Tang Xiaoxiao's grasp radiated a lethal aura as it sliced through the air with precision, targeting the necks of the walking corpses with clean and brutal efficiency. However, the corpses' bodies resembled iron walls, the knife striking their skin and sparking, failing to penetrate. Wang Yong faced a similar predicament. Relying on his astonishing speed, he maneuvered through the throng, but each strike was thwarted by the corpses' formidable forms. Linwen, I curse your ancestors! What in the blazes are these iron corpses? Tang Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, directing her ire at Lin Wen's family. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Female Corpse. Lin Fan gripped the bone blade firmly, his insight, eye scanning the horde of walking corpses before him with fervor, revealing a multitude of distinct energy trajectories. At last, Lin Fan took action. A surge of formidable strength propelled him swiftly towards one of the corpses, and he adeptly sidestepped its attack. The bone blade found its mark, piercing precisely into the creature's eye socket, instantly perforating its skull. The corpse collapsed limply to the ground, transforming into a mass of decaying flesh. A faint energy reverberated back to Lin Fan through the bone blade. Killed a level 1 eerie iron corpse, gained divine points, 500. Clearly, he had identified the weak point. The vulnerability of these corpses lay in their eyes. Attack their eyes, Lin Fan urged his companions. Tang Xiaoxiao observed Lin Fan effortlessly dispatching a corpse, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She had previously believed that Lin Fan merely relied on the eerie artifact in his hands, possessing only a slight edge over ordinary individuals. She thought his earlier claims of defeating level 1 elite eerie beings and sequence practitioners were largely reliant on Lin Meng's brute strength. To her surprise, Lin Fan was able to swiftly discern the corpse's weaknesses and eliminate them with such precision, his speed and power rivaling that of offensive sequences. Perhaps the true strength among the brothers lay in the unassuming Lin Fan. Lin Fan had not anticipated that Tang Xiaoxiao would deduce so much as he continued to eliminate solitary corpses. Each kill was a boon of divine points. Unwilling to be outdone, Tang Xiaoxiao cried out, her Tang Dao flaring with blinding light. The razor-sharp tip accurately plunging into the eye of a corpse, instantly shredding it apart. Lin Meng, by now, had transformed his fist into a spear-like form, his fingers aligned and elongated, resembling a steel lance. With a swift thrust, his fingers drove deep into the corpse's eye socket, the immense force shattering its skull and splattering its putrid brain matter everywhere. Yet he remained undeterred, striking relentlessly at the densest clusters of corpses. Wang Yongbao, with his beastly transformation ability, excelled in speed but lagged behind in brute strength compared to the others. Thus, he focused on distracting the corpses to create opportunities for his companions to strike. Having discerned the weakness of the corpses, the group moved with ease, dispatching them as if they were mere vegetables, clearing the plaza of corpses before the sun dipped below the horizon. As they surveyed the remnants scattered across the plaza, relief washed over the four of them, and Tang Xiao quickly rummaged through the bodies for eerie cores. Lin Fan gazed happily at the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Divine Path rank. Apostle of the Gods, progress, 45. Current divine points, 8,100. Divine followers, brutal sequence Lin Meng. Remaining slots, 1. Skills, insight I beginner. System shop, not updated. Weapon, eerie artifact bone blade, upgradable. Vehicle bound, heavy pickup truck, enhancements available. Notice, host, please bind the remaining divine follower slot promptly. Time remaining, 28 days. Originally possessing only 600 divine points, this endeavor had catapulted him to an impressive 8,100. This could indeed be considered a small fortune. The funds for strengthening the body and the heavy-duty pickup have been received. Wang Yong, having reverted from his transformation, heavily patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Although he was unsure why Lin Fan had not awakened his sequential abilities, he asserted that Lin Fan's capabilities were on par with any sequence. Dan Xiao Xia, holding the collected anomalous cores, approached the group, presenting 15 cores, an undoubtedly bountiful harvest for both her and Wang Yong. Typically, when encountering low-level anomalies, they would only procure 1 or 2 cores, which would then have to be divided among the 3 of them. To suddenly acquire 15 cores was beyond their wildest dreams. Their gazes towards Lin Fan sparkled with admiration. Had it not been for Lin Fan discovering the weaknesses of the walking corpses, they might have perished in that place. Let's depart. Tang Xiao eagerly expressed her desire to return. Wait, I have a nagging feeling that there might be something left in the headquarters. We should investigate while the blood moon has yet to rise. If any anomalies are present, it would spell trouble come nightfall, Lin Fan suggested, gaining the agreement of the others. The sun was on the verge of setting as the four pushed open the ominous black door of the headquarters and stepped into the courtyard. The chilling air sent shivers down their spines. In the vast courtyard stood only a grotesque, ghostly statue in a blood-red coffin. Lin Fan employed his insightful eye to survey the surroundings, finding nothing suspicious, not even the statue, which appeared to be merely an ordinary sculpture. The only remaining object was the blood-red coffin, its surface glistening with a vivid crimson hue, as if blood were flowing upon it. Cautiously, the four approached the coffin. Outside Huangyao village, Lin Wen sat leisurely on a small stool, a tea set elegantly arranged on the wooden table before him, for which a rich aroma wafted. Opposite him, Qin Tian cast a worried glance towards the village. Rest assured, Qin Tian, they are merely low-level walking corpses. Easy prey for us, Lin Wen reassured him, lifting his tea bowl to savor the delicate flavor. In this apocalyptic world, tea leaves, much like tobacco and alcohol, have become luxuries. It was only in the company of Qin Tian that he felt inclined to indulge, for tea is best appreciated with those who understand its essence. Just moments ago, Lin Wen had sensed that the number of anomalies in the village was gradually diminishing, indicating that Lin Fan and the others were successfully eliminating the walking corpses. Perhaps they were already on their way back. Lin, my heart has been racing. Are you certain there will be no issues? Perhaps you should sense the situation again. Qin Tian urged, his expression grave. He had just inspected the convoy and discovered that over 30 individuals had failed to keep up, a revelation that weighed heavily on his heart. If any of the sequence ability users in the convoy encountered trouble, the Xingho team would be utterly doomed. Unable to resist Qin Tian's insistence, Lin Wen focused once more on Huangyao village. His previously calm demeanor suddenly turned pale, and he sprang to his feet, scalding tea spilling onto his trousers without any reaction. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. What's wrong? Qin Tian exclaimed, startled by Lin Wen's response. Gripping Lin Wen's arm tightly as he trembled, his voice quivering with concern. There exists a peculiar entity of unknown rank. Lin Wen displayed a countenance more grotesque than tears. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, within the headquarters, before Lin Fan and the others could approach, the coffin began to shake violently. With a thunderous crash, the coffin lid fell heavily to the ground. To the astonished eyes of Lin Fan and his companions, a female corpse slowly emerged. Standing atop the coffin, her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pallid, clad in a blood-red wedding gown, her crimson lips moving as if to utter a mournful lament. The haunting voice echoed, declaring a disruption of the ritual and an unsuccessful gestation. The eerie scene sent shivers down the spines of Lin Fan and his companions. What manner of being is this? Tang Xiao, gripping her tang knife tightly, whispered her inquiry. Uncertain, Lin Fan utilized his insightful eye to scan the corpse, seeking any potential weaknesses. Yet, no energy trails were discernible on the body. Only a conspicuous energy light point resided at her chest. Just as doubt filled the air, the corpse suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, and the ghostly statue before the coffin shattered. In Lin Fan's vision, the light point from the corpse's chest swiftly darted towards the outskirts of the village. The chilling atmosphere within the headquarters dissipated, restoring tranquility. What should we do? Let us return for now. Chapter 18, The Method of Ascending the Sequence. As Lin Fan and his companions exited the village, the blood moon had risen high in the sky. In the distance, Lin Wan and Qin Tian supported each other, their faces etched with concern as they gazed back at the village. Upon spotting Lin Fan and the others, they promptly sank to the ground. I sensed an unknown entity within the village. Did you encounter it? Lin Wan asked, his voice trembling. Lin Fan, holding back an expletive directed at Tang Xiao, who was itching to strike Lin Wan, responded, the situation was exceedingly bizarre, but thankfully we did not face any danger. He recounted the events they had experienced in the village in detail to Lin Wan. Gasping, Lin Wan inhaled sharply. He too had sensed the strange presence vanish and was astonished to learn of the extraordinary events Lin Fan and his group had encountered. As for the mysterious entity, he was equally in the dark and hesitant to delve deeper. Should we rest in the village now? We must remain here, for there are third-level anomalies ahead. Pressing on would surely lead to confrontation, Lin Wan stated gravely. With threats looming both ahead and behind, it was fortunate that the anomalous presence within the village had dissipated. The group reluctantly resolved to spend the night in the village, with the sequence ability users taking turns to keep watch. Determined, they led the convoy into the village, designating the square as their area of rest, warning the survivors within the convoy against venturing out on their own. Lin Wan entered the village, heading straight for the headquarters. After cautiously surveying the area and sensing no anomalous presence, he felt relieved. After a simple dinner, Lin Wan gathered everyone for a meeting. This expedition had yielded substantial gains, and it was time to divide the spoils. A few individuals sat joyfully in a circle. Lin Wan, burdened by guilt, produced his cherished tea leaves and poured fragrant tea for each person. Tang Xiao scattered the mysterious cores across the table. As the energy-emitting cores lay before them, a glint of greed flickered in everyone's eyes, except for Lin Meng, who was busily devouring cookies. With the continuous growth of his sequence abilities, his appetite had surged dramatically. Having tasted the cores before and finding their flavor unpalatable, he paid little heed to the ones on the table, trusting implicitly in Lin Fan's leadership, following whatever commands his elder brother issued. According to their previously established distribution principle, each of the 5 individuals received 3 mysterious cores. They all understood that their luck played a significant role in this bountiful harvest, having encountered a group of low-threat zombies. They feared such opportunities would become increasingly rare. Amidst the envious gazes of Lin Wan and the others, Lin Fan tossed all 6 cores he held to Lin Meng. Without hesitation, Lin Meng shoved the cores into his mouth, swallowing them whole without a single chew. Thud! Lin Wan, witnessing Lin Meng's raw consumption of the cores, was so astonished that he plopped down onto the ground, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a teacup. Tang Xiao and Wang Yong exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Meng's audacity. Was he truly consuming them raw? What else could he do? Lin Fan lifted his teacup, savoring a sip. It had been ages since he enjoyed tea. Both he and Lin Meng had only recently begun to explore their sequence abilities and the mysterious cores. Lin Fan had previously inquired about these abilities with the system, but the system, dismissive of sequence abilities, had refrained from answering his questions. One of the reasons for joining the Spark team was to glean more information about sequences from Lin Wan and his companions. Very well. Let me share some pertinent information regarding sequences. Lin Wan rose from the ground, reseating himself, and retrieved an old notebook from his pocket. Lin Fan, with a serious demeanor, prepared himself to listen. Although he had yet to awaken a sequence, the information was crucial for him. As for Lin Meng, having awakened the savage sequence, the cost of diminished intellect was too great. He barely paid attention to the conversation, his gaze solely fixated on the food before him. Currently, the known sequence abilities are classified into 3 major categories: offensive sequences, supportive sequences, and mysterious sequences. When Lin mentioned the mysterious sequences, he glanced at Lin Fan, harboring suspicions that Lin Fan had awakened such a sequence. However, with countless pathways to awakening, this classification was merely broad, and due to the information blockade, no one could truly grasp the entirety of sequences. Awakening a sequence requires a price, which varies with the sequence itself. Fortunately, it is a one-time sacrifice that yields lifelong rewards. The price often manifests as a weakness for the sequence bearer, hence the advice not to inquire carelessly. Likewise, the methods to awaken a sequence remain shrouded in mystery, with only two known pathways, self-awakening and through the use of the mysterious potion. Like myself, Yong and Xiao have also experienced self-awakening. I believe that the sequence of awakening is significantly influenced by factors such as the environment and profession. For instance, Yong, as a scout, has spent considerable time executing missions in the wilderness, leading to his awakening of the beast transformation sequence. Xiao, having grown up in a family that ran a martial arts school, has practiced martial arts since childhood, resulting in her awakening of the Blade Master sequence. Aside from these two methods, I have not heard of any other approaches. At this point, Lin raised his teacup and cast a look of disdain towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan had previously promised the 15 individuals on the bus that he would provide them with opportunities to awaken their sequences. Upon hearing this, Lin's initial reaction was to dismiss Lin Fan's claims as mere boasting, given that the eerie essence is currently of little value. Little did he know that Lin Fan indeed possessed such abilities, for the eerie essence was displayed in the system's marketplace. Lin Fan would never divulge even a fragment of the God Path system secrets, but after listening to Lin's exposition, he considered the possibility of masquerading as a mysterious sequence ability user in the future. What pathways exist for the advancement of sequence ability users? Lin Fan posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. One method is through this. Lin tossed the eerie core in his hand, indicating that this is the most direct means of advancement, absorbing the energy within the eerie core to elevate one's sequence level. However, the eerie core cannot simply be consumed. It must be absorbed. Upon saying this, Lin picked up an eerie core and held it in his palm. After a moment, the eerie core transformed into a pile of powder, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. What about the other method? The discussion regarding the eerie core remains unfinished. Lin shot a glare at Lin Fan for interrupting, his tone reminiscent of a teacher lecturing in class. Lin Fan suspected that Lin's previous profession might indeed have been that of an educator. Spitting out a mouthful of tea leaves, Lin continued. Eerie cores are obtained from defeating eerie entities, but not all eerie beings drop eerie cores. It is purely a matter of luck. Lin Fan nodded. The old woman selling children in Greystone Town did not drop an eerie core upon her defeat, though it did not affect him significantly, as defeating eerie beings assuredly grants him divine points. Eerie cores are the most vital resource for sequence ability users, as they can be utilized for personal advancement or traded for eerie objects. Speaking of eerie objects, Lin Fan noticed that Lin was digressing and could not help but interject. You have yet to explain the second method of advancement. I've strayed off course. Lin chuckled awkwardly. The second method of advancement involves consistently employing one's sequence abilities, akin to training. Once a certain stage is reached, advancement will occur naturally. However, this process can be quite lengthy. Lin Fan agreed with this perspective. As the frequency of battles increased, he could distinctly perceive Lin Meng's strength growing, with the duration of his transformations extending. Chapter 19. News from Human Fortress. Lin's gaze drifted towards the drowsy Tang, Xiao, and Wang Yong, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Upon seeing Lin Meng, who was indulging in food, the fury in his eyes became impossible to conceal. However, when he looked at Lin Fan, whose face was alight with a thirst for knowledge, a smile of satisfaction returned to his features. Observing the somewhat peculiar Lin before him, Lin Fan silently exclaimed, "This fellow was undoubtedly a teacher in the past. His professional habits are all too apparent." "Teacher Lin," Lin Fan tentatively called out. Lin's tone suddenly escalated, brimming with delight, his eyes sparkling as he wore an expression of utter enjoyment. "Indeed." Continue speaking of the eerie artifacts. Lin Fan chose not to expose Lin's intentions. The acquisition of such artifacts can be achieved through two methods. One is through innate mutation, and the other through the craftsmanship of spirit forging abilities. For instance, the artifact you hold should be a product of innate mutation. No, my bone blade was granted by the system, Lin Fan mused silently. That's essentially all there is. Lin Wan, parched from his discourse, picked up the teapot only to discover that Lin Meng had drained it dry. With a sigh, he poured another kettle. What is the highest level of human sequence abilities currently? Lin Fan lifted the teapot to pour Lin Wan a cup. Lin Wan's expression was one of eager anticipation. I don't know. It certainly can't be too high. However, the highest sequence level is 9. Once one reaches level 9, they should be akin to divine beings, right? Lin Wan's eyes shimmered with yearning. I never got the chance to ask you. Where is the convoy headed? Lin Fan had been perpetually on the move, akin to a rudderless boat, fearing that he might perish on this endless journey. This aimless flight had once plunged him into profound despair. Westward. Qin Ting mentioned that westward lies the human fortress, a large military base from the pre-apocalypse era. It could potentially be a gathering place for humanity. Human fortress? This was the first time Lin Fan had heard of such a name. Humans are inherently social creatures. If human fortress truly exists, it would offer a glimmer of hope to the displaced survivors. However, Lin Wan chose not to elaborate further, merely rapping the table decisively. Class dismissed. Tang Xiao and Wang Yong stirred awake, wiping the drool from their mouths. Is it over? Then I shall take my leave. They stood up, ready to exit the tent. Come back. We are about to discuss serious matters, Lin Wan shouted in exasperation. Once the two settled back down, Lin Wan continued next. Our target is the direction of Luocheng. Lin Fan, keep a close watch on your supplies. There will not be many resupply points along the way. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Ample supplies are paramount for survival in the apocalypse, especially with a dozen individuals to sustain. The pressure is quite significant. This village is exceedingly strange. Tonight, Xiao and Lin Fan will keep watch. Is that agreeable? Lin Wan was already aware of Lin Fan's ability to discern weaknesses, and pairing him with the convoy's strongest attacker, Tang Xiao, was the most prudent choice. With no objections raised, the group departed from Lin Wan's tent. Gazing at the teapot with tea leaves that had lost all color, Lin Wan felt a pang of regret. Perhaps next time, he should simply provide them with boiled water. Such a waste of potential, devoid of appreciation. Lin Fan and Lin Meng approached the bus and noticed Zhang Long and several others keeping watch by the campfire. He instructed Lin Meng to rest and called Zhang Long over. How many more days can our supplies last? Lin Fan inquired, as Zhang Long had been responsible for the bus's provisions, managing daily consumption. Brother Fan, we can last about 7 to 8 days, Zhang Long replied. The bus indeed had a considerable amount of supplies, but Lin Meng's growing appetite was consuming the rations at an alarming rate, as he seemed to devour the equivalent of 5 people's meals. Lin Fan then informed Zhang Long of their intended destination and advised him to monitor their food usage closely. After making a note, Zhang Long quietly suggested, Brother Fan, should I take a few brothers to the village to gather supplies? The villagers likely have stored grains. I've seen many from the Starfire team heading there and returning with lots of rice. Since Lin Wan had prohibited any unauthorized actions, the people on the bus had refrained from leaving the square, while the Starfire team continued to search for resources in the village. This village is too peculiar. We must not act rashly. Let's wait until dawn, Lin Fan cautioned, recalling the unsettling scenes at the headquarters. He declined Zhang Long's proposal, as the bus still had sufficient food, and any strange encounter could lead to dire consequences. By the way, I'll be on watch tonight, so you all should rest. He added, sending Zhang Long and the others back to the bus while he settled alone atop the heavy-duty pickup truck. From within Chu Xian's tent nearby, he heard faint snoring, indicating that the day's arduous escape had exhausted her, and she had fallen asleep early. Pulling out a somewhat flattened pack of cigarettes with only a few left, Lin Fan retrieved one and lit it, waving at Tang Xiao, who was also sitting on the truck's roof. She raised a bottle of liquor in her hand, which turned out to be the very one Lin Fan had given to Wang Yong. He wondered how it had come into her possession. Their conversation remained minimal, and Lin Fan relished the solitude. Today he had amassed a significant number of divine points, which he was eager to exchange in the system shop. Opening the system, he was excited to convert his substantial divine points into physical and mental enhancement potions, particularly envious of Tang Xiao's impressive combat prowess displayed earlier. He spent 600 divine points to acquire a basic physical enhancement potion and a basic mental enhancement potion. As he injected the potions, Lin Fan felt his physical and mental strength increase once more. However, this time, the effects were not as profound as during his first use. Frustrated, Lin Fan spent another 600 divine points for another round. Yet, the potency seemed diminished. What is going on with the system? He pondered. Host has used enhancement potions multiple times. The body has developed a resistance, causing effects to diminish gradually. Future use will yield no results. With the physical and mental enhancement potions now ineffective and the shop's inventory unchanged, Lin Fan found himself at a combat power level equivalent to a level 1 offensive sequence ability user. Coupled with his eye of insight and boneblade, he felt confident in facing off against Tang Xiao. However, there remained 900 divine points, and it would indeed be a waste to leave such a substantial amount unused. Each day in this apocalyptic world is fraught with uncertainty. Thus, enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. Presently, there are only two methods available for fortifying one's power: the advancement of the bone blade or the enhancement of the heavy pickup truck. Ultimately, Lin Fan opted for the progression of the bone blade, as the heavy pickup already possesses commendable performance, and following its initial reinforcement, the durability of its easily worn tires has significantly improved. Under the current circumstances, there is no immediate urgency to enhance the vehicle. Chapter 20, The Battle on the Roof. System: how does one advance the bone blade? Consume 600 divine points for a standard advancement. Bone blade edge. Effect: significantly enhances physical attack capabilities, with all other effects remaining unchanged. Does the host wish to proceed with the advancement? The 600 divine points are not exorbitant. However, the system hints at the existence of a reinforced advancement. Are there alternative methods for progression? Consume 6,000 divine points for a reinforced advancement. Bloodthirsty bone blade. Bloodthirsty sharpness significantly boosts physical attack power, with greatly increased damage to flesh and blood beings, causing wounds that bleed profusely and are difficult to heal. Life force drain. Striking an enemy allows the user to absorb the opponent's energy, which is then returned to the wielder with notably enhanced effects. Living symbiosis transforms into a primary living aberration, capable of autonomously accumulating absorbed energy, automatically advancing upon reaching its peak. Note: automatic advancement will enhance the existing aberration effects without generating new ones. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The disparity in cost is tenfold. Yet the functional differences are vast. Lin Fan gazed at the effects of the reinforced advancement, nearly drooling at the allure. The high price is justified by the splendid results. What captivated Lin Fan most was the living symbiosis ability, allowing for self-evolution. Though it lacks new effects, it conserves a substantial amount of divine points. However, the tenfold difference in divine points prompted Lin Fan to wonder if the system had calculated his divine points before presenting these options. There was no choice, as enhancing one's strength is paramount. Lin Fan selected the reinforced advancement, leaving him with only 900 divine points remaining. The host has chosen reinforced advancement. Enhancement duration is 24 hours. A day swiftly passed. Lin Fan shut the system interface and lay atop the vehicle, gazing vacantly at the ink-black night sky. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. The roof sank slightly as Tang Xiao landed gracefully beside Lin Fan. The heavy scent of alcohol made Lin Fan furrow his brow. The bottle in Tang Xiao's hand was empty, and her cheeks were flushed from the alcohol. The little girl certainly has a remarkable tolerance. Did she finish an entire bottle? Lin Fan frowned and attempted to distance himself from her. Tang Xiao shook the empty bottle and tossed it carelessly over the edge of the vehicle. "I can sense that you have grown stronger again," she said, her eyes hazy with intoxication. "Well, isn't that the way of it? Only by continually growing stronger can one truly survive." Lin Fan speculated that the recent consumption of the enhancement potion had heightened Tang Xiao's sensitivity to the fluctuations in her own aura. "Hey, if you drunk so much, you should rest early. I'll take the night watch myself." Tang Xiao gazed at Lin Fan in silence, her eyes scrutinizing him intently. After a moment, her expression sharpened, her fingers converging into a pointed shape as she suddenly lunged towards Lin Fan. "Damn it, lunatic!" Lin Fan activated his insightful gaze, managing to discern Tang Xiao's weaknesses. Yet her speed was overwhelming, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack. He could only defend himself repeatedly. Seated atop the vehicle, both refrained from moving their lower bodies, engaging in a frenetic exchange with their hands. Each strike was as swift as lightning and carried immense force, causing the vehicle to tremble violently. Although Tang Xiao's attacks were fierce, Lin Fan adeptly blocked everyone. Despite having identified the vulnerabilities in her onslaught, he found it impossible to launch a counteroffensive. Thus, It devolved into a pure clash of strength, with neither able to best the other. Tang Xiao, what on earth are you trying to do? What madness drives you at this hour? Lin Fan whispered angrily. Lin Fan, your ability indeed reveals your opponent's weaknesses, but your speed is woefully inadequate, and you lack any technique in your strikes. Just a facade, Tang Xiao replied, deliberately lowering her voice while her hands continued to move relentlessly. Irritated, Lin Fan accelerated his attacks, no longer holding back. Upon witnessing his earnestness, Tang Xiao's intoxication vanished, replaced by a flicker of amusement in her eyes. The battle intensified, each collision resonating with a dull thud. Eventually, both were drenched in sweat, their bodies aching and weary, prompting them to halt and catch their breath. From now on, I will seek you out frequently. You truly help me uncover my weaknesses, Tang Xiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Lin Fan's unique ability provided her with invaluable insights into her own vulnerabilities, greatly assisting her in enhancing her strength. He too felt exhilarated. The recent sparring session had yielded significant insights into his own development. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Tang Xiao's techniques and power application had profoundly inspired him. At that moment, both were soaked in perspiration, Tang Xiao's t-shirt clinging to her skin, revealing the magnificent contours of her figure. Upon catching Lin Fan's teasing gaze, she suddenly realized. You lecher, she exclaimed, leaping off the vehicle to grab an empty bottle, skipping towards the off-road vehicle. If one day you can defeat me, I might consider it, she called back with a grin. Lin Fan remained silent, chuckling softly as he reclined on the vehicle's roof. The night breeze swept over him, bringing a refreshing coolness, while the ache in his body sharpened his mind. In Lin Fan's plans, the next candidate for the divine disciple lay between Lin Wan and Tang Xiao. Although Lin Wan's survival philosophy in the face of the apocalypse aligns more closely with Lin Fan's views, he finds himself compelled to manage the convoy according to Qin Tian's principles due to the latter's influence. This predicament prevents Lin Wan from wholeheartedly supporting Lin Fan, rendering his loyalty questionable. Tang Xiao, on the other hand, shares Lin Fan's perspective. However, expecting her to be entirely devoted to him is nothing short of a fanciful dream. They must proceed cautiously, as their time together has been fleeting, yet there may be hope for the future. At this moment, within the tent beside the pickup truck, Chu Xian had already awakened, clutching her pillow tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. When Tang Xiao leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, it startled Chu Xian awake. Her survival instincts honed by the apocalypse rendered her highly alert. Upon realizing it was only Tang Xiao and Lin Fan atop the truck, she initially paid little mind. However, the ensuing sounds of dull thuds and heavy breaths, accompanied by the vehicle's violent swaying, stirred thoughts within Chu Xian's mind. Recalling many inappropriate scenes from the darker corners of the entertainment industry, her face turned crimson in an instant. The commotion atop the pickup persisted for nearly 2 hours, transforming Chu Xian's initial shyness into astonishment. Indeed, the capabilities of the sequence ability users proved enduring. The images in her mind sharpened, as forgotten movie scenes replayed vividly before her eyes. When the activity on the truck finally ceased, her taut body melted into relaxation, leaving only her flushed cheeks and a whirlwind of thoughts. A twinge of secret delight emerged from the realization that she had uncovered Lin Fan's secret, albeit mingled with a sense of wistfulness. Why doesn't Lin Fan seek me out when he has needs? I could be of help too. Chapter 21. Efficient plunder. As the sun rose, the once quiet square buzzed with activity. Despite having gone an entire night without sleep, Lin Fan felt no trace of fatigue. His mind had been preoccupied with analyzing the gains and losses from his encounter with Tang Xiao. After conferring with Lin Wan, he summoned Zhang Long and others to gather supplies from the village. The previous night's tranquility led Lin Fan and his companions to believe the village's peculiarities had dissipated. They decided to seize this opportunity to collect as many resources as possible, for the forthcoming supply points would dwindle. The remaining members of the Xingho convoy were already scurrying into residential houses in search of usable materials. At the bus, with Lin Fan's consent, Zhang Long was organizing task assignments for the group. 18 individuals were divided into 3 teams, with Lin Fan and Lin Ming each leading one, while Zhang Long directed another. The objectives of each team varied. Lin Ming's group, the largest and comprised of the strongest individuals from the bus, was primarily tasked with gathering food. Lin Fan's team focused on collecting clothing and blankets, as the weather would inevitably grow colder, necessitating early preparations to avoid future hardships. Zhonglong led the doctors and others in search of useful tools, fuel, and medicine, resources that were scarce in this new world. While Zhonglong outlined the precautions to the group, Lin Fan noticed Chu Xian beside him, her eyes adorned with dark circles. "What is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? You're my driver. Staying up late is not a good habit. If there are any mistakes while driving during the day, I will replace you." Lin Fan admonits Chu Qian. "I'm truly sorry. I will pay more attention," Chu Qian responded, lowering her head and blushing slightly while stealing glances at Lin Fan's profile. However, she felt a twinge of grievance, as her poor sleep was primarily due to Lin Fan's noisy antics the previous night. These thoughts, however, remained unspoken, as everyone prepared to depart. Tang Xiao Xiao approached with Tang Wan, her face adorned with a haughty expression, her eyes locking with Lin Fan's in a challenging gaze. Upon seeing Tang Xiao Xiao, Chu Qian bowed her head even lower. "What brings you two here?" Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Tang Xiao Xiao casually produced a large cloth bag from behind her and said, "Mosquito and I have decided to join you in gathering supplies. We will contribute some provisions as our share of the meal expenses." Welcoming the addition of Tang Xiao Xiao, a sequence ability user, Lin Fan instructed Zhonglong and others to accompany her. The passengers of the bus were all eager and ready to participate, as this marked the first collective action of the bus, and they wished to leave a favorable impression on Lin Fan. Although the bus provided food and shelter, being discovered as a freeloader would only lead to dire consequences, so no one wished to be expelled. Most importantly, Lin Fan informed everyone that during the search for supplies, rewards would be distributed based on individual contributions, with the possibility of earning a vehicle to oneself. Naturally, the distribution of supplies would be at Lin Fan's discretion. As the owner of the bus, he held absolute authority over its affairs. Anyone daring to question Lin Fan would be deemed a traitor. Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Wan, aside from their contribution towards the meal expenses, retained ownership of their remaining supplies, as their relationship with the bus was merely one of cooperation. The three teams dispersed in different directions towards the village, led by Lin Fan and his companions, ensuring safety was not a significant concern. Their organized and goal-oriented search was far more efficient than that of the other members of the convoy. Qin Tian noted the division of labor among the bus passengers. However, he doubted that merely a dozen individuals could collect more supplies than the 100-plus members of the convoy. Yet, the ensuing scene left him utterly astonished. Within just over half an hour, members from the three teams returned, each bearing substantial loads of supplies to the bus. After placing their bounty, they hurried back to continue their search. Initially, the returns from the bus were sporadic, but soon it became a steady stream. One person would leave just as another arrived, with no one slacking off or hiding supplies. The three teams operated like three high-speed, efficient machines, continuously transporting the gathered supplies from the village to the bus. In stark contrast, the Spark Convoy, although numerous, saw most of its members fill their backpacks and cease further collection, resulting in a pitifully small amount of supplies handed over to the convoy. With just over 20 minutes remaining until the designated departure time, those searching for supplies in the village slowly began to return to the square. As the bus unloaded supplies that resembled small hills, the individuals aboard displayed an exuberant smile. The more provisions they amassed, the longer they would endure during the apocalyptic migration. Zhonglong, accompanied by others, commenced the organization of the supplies, meticulously categorizing and inventorying the diverse items. In addition to copious amounts of food and warm clothing, the gathered provisions included an array of tools, as well as medical kits typically found in the villagers' homes. These resources would sustain the group for a fortnight without any resupply. To Lin Fan's astonishment, a thief named Wang Tong, who had been recently recruited, managed to procure a case of cheap liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, both of which, though modest in quality, have become genuine luxuries in these trying times. Lin Fan distributed 1 pack of cigarettes and half a case of liquor as rewards to Zhonglong and Wang Tong, the most significant contributors. Before the apocalypse, such items would have barely garnered a glance from them, yet now they were coveted treasures. The recipients of the rewards were elated, while those who missed out silently vowed to earn rewards in the future. Lin Fan, never one to withhold from his own, understood that to establish a formidable convoy, he must adhere to a system of clear rewards and penalties. Reliance solely on brute force would not suffice for the long haul. Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Wan carried their own bulging packs, handing over some food to Zhonglong for communal sustenance. while the remainder was stowed back in their vehicle. Just before departing, Tang Xiaoxiao bartered half a cigarette with Lin Fan for 2 bottles of liquor, earning an exasperated eye roll from Tang Wen. Meanwhile, Qin Tian observed from a distance, keenly watching the interactions among the bus passengers. He noted how Lin Fan had cultivated an undeniable authority amongst them, which troubled Qin Tian deeply. He recognized that Lin Fan would never align himself with the Xingho convoy. When Lin had initially invited Lin Fan to join their ranks, Qin Tian had vehemently opposed, convinced that Lin Fan would one day absorb the Xingho convoy, relegating its survivors to mere liabilities he could discard at will. Lin Fan was akin to a poison cloaked in honey. He understood the peril, yet felt compelled to partake. Qin Tian's vexation was compounded as more members of the Xingho convoy returned, many burdened with overflowing packs, but the contributions of food to the communal stock were scant, mostly consisting of expired items. Those responsible for managing the convoy's supplies engaged in heated disputes with these individuals, who resorted to throwing tantrums on the ground, prompting others to mimic their behavior. This stark contrast between the disciplined bus passengers and the chaotic returnees was disheartening. As complaints flooded in, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized these people had never truly respected him, only seeking the protection of the convoy, without the willingness to contribute. This situation was beyond his capacity to rectify, and his stubborn nature prevented him from altering the convoy's regulations. Lin Fan had long anticipated this scene, swiftly entering the vehicle to escape the turmoil. Although he was an explorer, adept at guiding the convoy along the correct path, he remained oblivious to his own direction. Let's depart. With that, Lin Fan's off-road vehicle stirred up clouds of dust as the convoy embarked once more on an uncertain journey. Unbeknownst to anyone, hidden beneath the supplies in the convoy, a burlap sack filled with rice bore the menacing visage of a grotesque ghost, identical to the one in the village. Chapter 22. Escalating Conflicts. The elongated convoy wound its way along the serpentine road. The group had long deviated from the national highway. The terrain was riddled with potholes. Lin Fan, seated in the heavy pickup truck, sought solace with his eyes closed. Despite the vehicle's excellent stability, the bumpy road caused it to sway, preventing him from finding sleep. He checked the remaining time for his bone blade enhancement. Less than 10 hours left. Growing increasingly restless, Lin Fan gazed outside. The landscape had transformed, devoid of residential homes, replaced instead by endless fields, now wild and overgrown, with no diligent farmers tending to them. In the distance, the howls of an unknown creature echoed. Progress was painfully slow due to the road conditions, and the trailing sedans frequently broke down, necessitating stops to assist. Thus, they meandered along until the afternoon when the convoy finally reached a rural road. By then, 5 vehicles had been abandoned, either out of fuel or severely damaged. With no roadside assistance available, lingering would only invite the bizarre. Qin Tian redistributed the occupants of the stranded vehicles into those still operational, inciting discontent among the remaining survivors. Even the old pickup truck was filled to capacity. After what felt like an interminable journey, Lin Fan's off-road vehicle pulled into a small gas station, desperately needing fuel. Lin Fan had already succumbed to sleep in the vehicle, only awakening to the sound of Zhang Long arguing with another individual, which intensified his growing agitation. Leaping from the pickup, the waning yet still harsh sunlight compelled Lin Fan to squint his eyes. At the gas station, Zhang Long was confronting a group from the Xingho convoy, both sides exchanging accusations and insults. Veins bulged on Zhang Long's neck as he gripped a wrench with such force that it trembled slightly. Noticing the absence of any sequence ability users in the convoy, Lin Meng was likely practicing punches with Wang Yong. And Tang Xiaoxiao remained asleep in the vehicle. Lin Fan typically chose to retreat to his tent during such discord. The lack of sequence ability users kept both parties restrained, preventing any escalation into physical conflict. Opposite Zhang Long stood a bespectacled woman, vociferously hurling insults at him like a shrew. Lin Fan recognized her as the woman who had been in the sedan trailing Qin Tian's vehicle. Rubbing his slightly swollen eyes, Lin Fan approached with measured steps. Zhang Long. What transpired? Zhang Long and his companions observed Lin Fan approaching, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The group began to speak in unison, recounting the events that had transpired. Brother Fan, we apologize for disturbing your rest. We thought it prudent to stockpile additional gasoline, as we remain uncertain about how long it will be before we can resupply. However, before we could fill even one barrel, the members of the Starfire convoy began to obstruct our people, claiming their vehicles were numerous. thus allowing us only a single barrel. They further insisted that if we wished for more fuel, we must accommodate those without transportation. Upon hearing Zhang Long and the others, Lin Fan began to comprehend the situation. Someone had set their sights on the bus, arguing that Lin Fan and his group should accept more survivors devoid of means of transport. Who granted them such audacity? With Lin Fan's arrival, the members of the Starfire convoy ceased their vitriol. At that moment, a bespectacled woman stepped forward, extending her right hand towards Lin Fan in a gesture of cordiality. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Rong, the Vice President of the Starfire Convoy Mutual Aid Association. Our president is Qin Ting. Our collective assessment within the association concludes that your bus has an obligation to transport more survivors. For you too are part of the Starfire convoy. Lin Fan disregarded Zhang Rong's attempt at amicability, turning to Zhang Long with a look of bewilderment. Zhang Long, what is this mutual aid association? Brother Fan, it was established on the day our bus was formed. The members of the Starfire convoy created this association to advocate for greater rights for ordinary survivors. With Qin Ting elected as their president, it became evident that Lin Fan's presence had instilled a sense of threat in these common individuals, prompting the formation of the association. Ultimately, it was the old man Qin Tian who set a poor precedent, insisting on adhering to the previous set of rules, even in the face of the apocalypse, which emboldened these ordinary folk. Seeing Lin Fan's indifference, Zhang Rong's irritation towards the arrogance of the sequence abilities intensified. The formation of the Mutual Aid Association stemmed from her disdain for the lofty demeanor of those with sequence abilities. She sought to wield greater influence within the convoy. Astutely, she appointed Qin Tian as president, knowing he could not refuse such a title given his status as the convoy's former leader. What a ridiculous situation. Is it not enough to simply survive? Must they create chaos? Lin Fan muttered under his breath, feeling an escalating sense of agitation throughout the journey. Zhang Rong, standing before Lin Fan, felt her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger upon hearing his words. Yet, out of fear, she maintained a composed tone. Mr. Lin, I implore you to respect the decisions of our Mutual Aid Association. This is also President Qin's determination. Please do not oppose the democratic choice. If you disagree, I shall inform President Qin. Her words incited those behind her to begin clamoring, unaware of the harsh realities of survival that had only just begun to unfold in the months since the apocalypse's onset. Bolstered by the protection of the government official Qin Tian, Lin Fan felt as if a swarm of bothersome flies buzzed incessantly in his ears, driving him to distraction. Get lost! Lin Fan could no longer contain his fury and raised his leg to send Zhang Rong flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the gas station, pierced only by Zhang Rong's pitiful cries, blood gushing from her mouth and staining her shirt crimson. Zhang Long, is that wrench in your hand only for fixing cars? Should such an incident occur again, you can leave. After berating Zhang Long, Lin Fan prepared to return to the pickup truck to resume his slumber. Lin Fan's words left Zhang Long's face flushed with anger, his gaze towards the members of the Xingho team radiating malevolence, his scarred visage resembling that of a malevolent specter. Continue fueling. Whoever dares to obstruct again shall face dire consequences. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, causing the Xingho team members to hesitate and turn toward Zhang Rong. Lin Fan, stop right there. As Lin Fan was about to depart, he heard Qin Tian's furious roar from behind. Lin Fan turned to see Qin Tian striding towards him like a raging lion. You have repeatedly harmed team members. What exactly do you intend to achieve? The old man, his hair graying, was panting with rage. Chapter 23, A Complete Break. I have warned you not to provoke me. Have you grown senile, or are you simply losing your mind? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, the aura of menace emanating from him unabashed. Do you think that just because you possess some ability, you can act with impunity? This is the Xingho team, which I established single-handedly, and I will not tolerate anyone disregarding the team's rules. You old fool, it seems you have become addicted to authority. The team leader is now Lin Wan. You are just an old meddler refusing to retreat, thinking you can still play the role of a magnanimous leader. When you've played the harlot, do not expect to erect a monument. Lin Fan harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qin Tian, who relied on his past credentials of founding the Xingho team, exhibiting a bureaucratic demeanor, dictating terms within the team while claiming to have handed over leadership to Lin Wan, yet wielding power behind the scenes. Had it not been for the necessity of Lin Wan's leadership, Lin Fan would have longed to rid himself of Qin Tian, the troublemaker. Very well. I cannot argue with you. I will summon Lin Wen to speak on this matter. Qin Tian trembled as he pointed. Lin Fan's dismissal striking deeply at his heart. Someone had already rushed to find Lin Wen, who, upon entering the tent, wore an expression devoid of emotion. He sighed deeply, placing his teacup down. Observing the standoff between the two, Lin Wen appeared constipated. Lin Wen, you are the leader. You must intervene. There must be an explanation today. Or it will be him or me. Qin Tian bellowed as soon as Lin Wen emerged. Lin Wen adjusted his glasses, a flicker of weariness and exasperation in his eyes. He had long been aware of the Mutual Assistance Group's affairs, but had chosen to remain apathetic. Given his temperament, he had contemplated resigning from the leadership position. Yet out of deference to Qin Tian, he had to turn a blind eye to all matters, burdened and exhausted while leading the team through arduous migrations. Qin Hall, do I have the final say? Lin Wen looked at the furious Qin Tian with a calm smile and spoke serenely. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Wen's words. Though Lin Wen's face bore a smile, his eyes reflected no trace of mirth. Ah, Fine, you have the final say, Qin Tian murmured, feeling that the Lin Wen before him was utterly unfamiliar. A far cry from the eager young man who had once scurried behind him, managing the team. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wen addressed the crowd that had gathered. The Mutual Aid Association is hereby dissolved. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in an uproar, followed by a chorus of curses. I always said Lin Wen was unfit to be the leader. He is incapable of managing anything. It was far better when Qin Tian was in charge. Indeed, he is simply turning against us, repeatedly favoring Lin Fan and his group. Isn't it obvious? They are all sequence ability users, and they don't share our interests. We cannot sit idly by. Lin Wen must resign as leader, and we should elect Qin Tian as captain. Listening to the surrounding murmurs of doubt and insults, Lin Wen merely curled his lip in disdain. Lin, how could you utter such words? I wasted my efforts nurturing you as a leader. Qin Tian glared at Lin Wen, his face a mask of disappointment, ready to unleash a tirade. Lin Wen raised a hand and continued, expel Lin Fan and his entourage from the team. They shall no longer belong to the Spark team. At this proclamation, the expressions of those around him shifted, their criticisms of Lin Wen transforming into praise. Yet, as Lin Wen surveyed the crowd, a wave of sorrow washed over him. They believed that expelling Lin Fan was a boon for the team. Only he, as a sequence ability user, understood that without the feeble tether of the team, Lin Fan's bloodthirsty fangs would be unleashed and future conflicts would indeed be deadly. Qin Tian's expression softened, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he regarded Lin Fan. To him, Lin Wen's decision appeared just and a safeguard for the rights of the team as survivors. Lin Fan, however, wore an indifferent expression. His group had long been independent of the Spark team, and without the constraints of belonging, they would act with even less restraint. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Lin Wen removed his glasses and wiped them vigorously with the hem of his shirt. I, Lin Wen, hereby resign as captain of the Spark team. Qin Tian shall assume the role of the new captain. The survivors of the Spark team erupted in cheers at the announcement of Qin Tian's leadership, though a few displayed signs of unease. They believed Qin Tian had always stood by the side of ordinary people, and with him as captain, their lives would undoubtedly improve. Hey, Lin Wen, why not come join me? Lin Fan called out cheerfully, extending an olive branch to Lin Wen. His greatest sentiment regarding Lin Wen's resignation was one of joy. It signified an opportunity for Lin Fan to bring Lin Wen into his own team, potentially even elevating him to the status of a disciple. Lin Wen shook his head with a smile, glanced at the still astonished Qin Tian, and addressed Lin Fan. As long as Qin Hall remains with the Xingho team, I shall not depart. That is easily arranged. Lin Fan, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, drew his bone blade and swung it towards Qin Tian. The crowd gasped, some pale-faced individuals covering their eyes in dread. Clang! Lin Fan's bone blade was intercepted by Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger, with Lin Wen standing protectively in front of Qin Tian. Lin Fan looked at Tang Xiaoxiao in confusion. Lin Fan, do not act impulsively. It would be worthless for Qin Hall to perish here. Tang Xiaoxiao gently admonished, her eyes betraying no hostility. If you kill Qin Hall, we shall become enemies. Lin Wen interjected urgently. Reluctantly, Lin Fan retracted his bone blade, shrugging in resignation, and the ready-to-fight Zhang Long and others stepped back as well. Lin Wen, I regard you as a friend and shall not put you in a difficult position. Shortly, I will have Zhang Long deliver some supplies to you, as a fee for your guidance later. Remember, it is for you personally, not for the Xingho team. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling Zhang Long and his companions to withdraw. Recovering from his shock, Qin Tian looked at Lin when standing in front of him, his lips trembling as he spoke. Shaolin, why are you doing this? I recognize my mistakes. Please do not act out of anger. Lin Wen smoothed the creases on Qin Tian's shirt and replied flatly. Teacher, you know my temperament. I'm not suited to be a leader. Under these circumstances, I can be at ease. Qin Tian attempted to say more, but was halted by Lin Wen's gesture. Teacher, do not pressure me. This is my bottom line. With that, Lin Wen turned and walked toward his tent. Qin Tian gazed at Lin Wen's departing figure, understanding his student's temperament, and could only sigh deeply, feeling an overwhelming sorrow. Listening to the flattery from the surrounding crowd, he felt no lingering satisfaction. Qin team leader, congratulations. You've achieved what you wished for, ha ha ha. The mocking laughter of Lin Fan rang out, laden with sarcasm. Lin Fan, I hope you can restrain yourself in the future. Qin Tian, embodying his official demeanor, coldly addressed Lin Fan. You had better pray that Lin Wen thrives. He is the only one here who can protect you. Lin Fan flashed a bloodthirsty smile at Qin Tian, ignoring his darkened expression, and turned to leave. Hey, Tang Xiao Xiao, aren't you coming? Dinner is ready. Aren't you eating? Oh, got it. Tang Xiao Xiao quickly sheathed her dagger, calling to the nearby Tang Wan, and the two skipped merrily towards the bus. As the crowd dispersed, no one noticed the ghostly image buried deep among the supplies, which let out a sigh, revealing a look of regret. Chapter 24. A man must not hear the unbearable. The blood moon rises as usual, unmarred by the city's light pollution. The stars in the night sky gleam with a newfound brilliance. Before the bus, a group gathers to share a meal, consisting solely of a large pot of white porridge paired with a pot of greens. With autumn just beginning, greens are still available, but they will soon be scarce in the winter months. Lin Meng returns, drenched in sweat, and upon hearing about the events of the day, wears an expression of calm indifference. He supports whatever decision his brother makes, even if it means going to war with Wang Yong and others today. Tang Xiao Xiao heartily drinks the porridge, her chopsticks never pausing, and she swiftly devours a piece of green vegetable while grumbling, Ugh, Lin Fan, you are so stingy. We both paid for our meals, yet the food quality keeps declining. Beside her, Tang Wen's bowl nearly obscures her face as she mumbles in agreement. Yes, exactly. There's not even any meat. Lin Fan rolls his eyes, noting that neither of them seems to be eating less. Their appetites are rivaling Lin Meng's. After severing ties with the Xingho team today, the group on the bus remains largely unfazed, with Zhang Long and others appearing more relaxed. However, at Lin Fan's suggestion, the bus begins to monitor their daily food consumption. Xiao Xiao, why not join our bus team? Lin Fan exhales a puff of smoke, addressing the voraciously eating Tang Xiao Xiao. Everyone pauses their chopsticks, anticipating her response. If she agrees to join the bus team, it would bring the number of sequence abilities to 3, ensuring greater safety for the group. Only when you can completely conquer me. Tang Xiao Xiao neither accepts nor declines, a response Lin Fan had anticipated. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she possesses the most pride among the group. Confusion spreads among the others, while Chu Xian quietly buries her face in her bowl, her cheeks flushed. After the meal, as the group busies themselves with tidying up, Lin Meng and Lin Fan sit side by side at a distance, gazing up at the stars. Brother, look at that North Star. It's exactly like the one we saw when we were kids, Lin Meng exclaims, pointing excitedly. To outsiders, Lin Meng appears as a towering figure, but beside Lin Fan, he reveals his true nature, akin to a child. Indeed, the North Star has never changed. It's the same one we gazed upon in our youth, Lin Fan responds, brushing the dust off Lin Meng. Only in his brother's presence does he show this softer side. How wonderful. Brother, you once said that if we get lost at night, we should look for the North Star. I couldn't find it before, but now it's so clear. Yes, from now on, we need never fear getting lost again. They converse for quite some time, and this scene allows Lin Fan to relax completely, finding a sliver of peace deep within his restless heart. Once everyone on the bus has returned to sleep, the brothers part ways. As he leaves, Lin Meng turns and asks Brother, will I still be able to learn boxing from Brother Yong in the future? It matters not. A convoy is merely a convoy, and with Brother Yong, we remain friends. As Lin Meng boarded the bus, Lin Fan returned to his pickup truck, laying back down, while the sound of snoring emanated from the tent beside him. Ding! The bloodthirsty bone blade has been successfully enhanced. The voice from his system jolted Lin Fan to attention. He turned and sat up, retrieving the bone blade. The blade had slightly elongated, its dark red veins now vibrant, resembling flowing blood. Beneath the blood moon, a faint blood mist seeped from the crevices of the bone hilt, coalescing into strands that penetrated deeply into Lin Fan's palm. In his grip, the once icy sensation was replaced by an intimate warmth, as if the blade were an extension of his own body, akin to an arm. The bloodthirsty bone blade pulsated with a vitality, and Lin Fan could faintly sense the exhilaration radiating from it. The expenditure of 6,000 divine points proved worthwhile. As Lin Fan caressed the bloodthirsty bone blade, his joy was palpable, and the irritations of the day dissipated significantly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the window of the heavy pickup. Lin Fan sat up and rolled down the window, discovering Tang Xiaoxiao standing outside, clutching her tang knife. Meanwhile, within the tent, Chu Xian had heard the commotion and sat up, straining her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. Were the two about to begin anew? Was Mr. Lin aiming to conquer Tang Xiaoxiao this very night? A blaze of gossip ignited within Chu Xian's heart, and the dialogue between the two only solidified her suspicions. Lin Fan, I find myself inexplicably agitated today. Do you feel the same? Yes, I sense it too. Perhaps it relates to my poor sleep last night. I can't seem to sleep now. What about you? I too am restless. Shall we do something about it? All right, let us move further away. Otherwise, it might be too loud. As their footsteps faded into the distance, a flushed Chu Xian clenched her fists tightly and whispered, Mr. Lin, you can do it. You must conquer Tang Xiaoxiao. However, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao were not as Chu Xian imagined. Both armed with their weapons, they ventured into the wilderness. The bright night sky allowed them to clearly see one another. Without any superfluous words, they simultaneously elevated their momentum to its zenith. The bloodthirsty bone blade in Lin Fan's hand sensed its master's battle intent, and the blood mist emanating from the hilt thickened rapidly, enveloping Lin Fan entirely. Observing this spectacle, a glimmer of excitement danced in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes as a faint blue light flickered along the sharp edge of her knife. The two charged towards each other at remarkable speed. Lin Fan's insightful eye operated at full capacity, keenly identifying 3 vulnerabilities on the moving Tang Xiaoxiao. He thrust the bone blade towards her left upper body weakness. In a remarkable twist, Tang Xiaoxiao contorted her body to evade, her tang knife slicing fiercely towards Lin Fan. He pivoted to block. Clang! The two weapons clashed, producing a resonant metallic sound. Lin Fan voiced his confusion. Is your Tang Dao also a strange object? Huh? Do you think you're the only one with a strange object? Dan Xiao Skull. The two engaged in battle once more, and the outcome mirrored that of yesterday. With neither able to gain the upper hand, Lin Fan struggled to match Tang Xiaoxiao's speed, yet he managed to block each of her strikes. The red and blue figures moved like bolts of lightning, continuously colliding, their resounding clashes echoing across the wilderness. As time elapsed, the two trails of light grew increasingly radiant, though their speed began to wane. After once again separating, both knelt on the ground, leaning on their long knives, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down their faces like rivulets. Huh, is this all you can do, Lin Fan? Time is rather short, isn't it? Tang Xiaoxiao's voice dripped with sarcasm as her eyes provocatively scrutinized Lin Fan. Damn it, a man cannot bear to hear the word impossible, Lin Fan shouted, charging towards Tang Xiaoxiao once more. Tang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a formidable aura emanating from her as she leaped into the air, one foot firmly planted on the ground. Crushing blade. With both hands gripping the Tang Dao, a massive light blue blade shadow descended upon Lin Fan. Whoa! Lin Fan, witnessing the enormous blue blade shadow overhead and feeling the chilling aura of the blade, realized that the madwoman had lost her mind again. She was treating herself like a peculiar entity. His insightful eye frantically scanned the blade shadow, detecting a slight energy disruption at 1/3 of its path. Raising his bone blade high, he aimed for the faint node. Boom! Lin Fan was struck down by the colossal blade shadow, instantly losing consciousness. Tang Xiaoxiao fared little better. She plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of any strength to rise. Yet, a surprised smile graced her pale face. So this was the weakness of the move. Her control over power was still lacking. She struggled to crawl to Lin Fan's side, lying down beside him, turning her head to gaze at his face, and chuckled softly. It's not entirely impossible after all. Chapter 25, Sunset Town. Bang! The sound of a colossal object crashing to the ground jolted the drowsy Chu Xian awake. Hearing footsteps recede, she quietly unzipped the tent and caught sight of Tang Xiao Xiao's retreating figure, along with Lin Fan lying on the ground. Lin Fan appeared as if he were merely asleep, unresponsive to Chu Xian's calls. She attempted to drag Lin Fan towards the pickup truck, but his body felt as heavy as a lump of clay, far too weighty for her strength. Although there were night watchmen in the distance, Chu Xian did not wish for them to witness Lin Fan in such a state. With no other option, she reluctantly pulled Lin Fan into the tent. The tent was small, usually accommodating just Chu Xian, and with Lin Fan's towering frame added, the space left for her was even more constricted. She dared not climb into the heavy pickup truck. No one in the convoy would dare to sit in it without Lin Fan's permission. Chu Xian gritted her teeth and bent down to slip into the tent, positioning herself at the edge in an effort to distance herself from Lin Fan. Observing the sweat-soaked face of Lin Fan, she sighed inwardly. A glance at her watch revealed that nearly 3 hours had slipped by. Mr. Lin certainly had it tough. It seemed that today, he would be thoroughly conquered by Tang Xiao Xiao. When Lin Fan awoke, the sun had already ascended high into the sky. The deep slumber he experienced the previous night had rejuvenated his spirit significantly. Stretching languidly, he realized he was indeed inside a tent, and a faint fragrance wafted from the thin blanket covering him. The unfamiliar surroundings did not incite panic. His clothing remained intact, and he could only recall Tang Xiao Xiao unleashing a blue blade-like flash before his memory faded. It was unclear whether he had been knocked unconscious or simply exhausted. Outside, the others had begun to pack up their belongings, and Zhang Long approached, clutching a lunchbox. "Fangu, here's the breakfast I saved for you. It's still warm." Lin Fan accepted the lunchbox, ignoring Zhang Long's lewd grin, feeling no inclination to explain the situation. Whatever had transpired was inconsequential. However, it was curious how Chu Xian, while driving, would occasionally cast sympathetic glances in his direction. The journey ahead, as Lin Wen had predicted, revealed a lack of supply points for several days, with even small gas stations being scarce. Fortunately, the provisions and fuel reserves were ample, and Lin Fan's bus convoy did not face shortages. In stark contrast, the survivors of the Spark team had erupted in conflict multiple times, with Qin Tian adamantly refusing to abandon any survivor, resulting in dwindling food supplies each day. Yet, this did not concern Lin Fan. Since resigning as leader, Lin Wen had remained in his tent, leaving all responsibilities to Qin Tian. Discontent began to brew within the Spark team towards Qin Tian. Although the food supply for the bus convoy was also diminishing, it was still far superior to that of the Spark team, prompting many to discreetly approach Zhang Long in hopes of joining the bus convoy, only to be turned away. Despite the absence of any peculiar occurrences in recent days, Lin Fan remained diligent. Each night, Tang Xiao Xiao would appear punctually before his vehicle, and without the need for excessive words, a mere glance sufficed to communicate their intentions. Chu Xian had taken to quietly observing their interactions, developing a habit of discreetly recording the outcomes. On the first day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiao Xiao back. The second day, she bore him. The third day, she carried him again. The fourth day, Lin Fan returned the favor. The fifth day followed suit, and on the sixth day, he carried her once more. Chu Xian silently cheered for Lin Fan. At this rate, the day he would conquer Tang Xiao Xiao seemed imminent. Through relentless combat training each day, both Lin Fan and Tang Xiao Xiao exhibited remarkable advancements in their combat prowess. On the seventh day, the convoy finally found itself on a broad road. Lin Wen found Lin Fan and informed him that they were about to reach Sunset Town. The supplies of the Spark train had dwindled to nearly nothing, making it imperative to replenish their resources in Sunset Town. He inquired if Lin Fan would join him, and upon receiving his agreement, gathered the sequenced ability users within the convoy to explain the situation regarding Sunset Town. Qin Tian entered the tent with Zhang Rong, and upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhang Rong's eyes were filled with trepidation, timidly trailing behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian's hair had grown increasingly gray, his face etched with worry. After Lin Wen relinquished control, he realized that the convoy was no longer the same as it had been at the onset of the apocalypse. The survivors had come to understand over the past month that the world had irrevocably changed, and order had long since collapsed. Once a respected head of the Public Security Bureau, Qin Tian's authority within the convoy was now waning, with dissenting voices multiplying and various conflicts intensifying, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Now that everyone is present, I shall outline the situation in Sunset Town. Lin Wen began, observing Qin Tian take a seat. Sunset Town is a quaint tourist destination located to the west of Luo City. Though referred to as a town, It is essentially a tourist park with a resident population of fewer than 10,000. Thanks to Luo City's rich historical and cultural heritage. This small town was a popular tourist attraction prior to the apocalypse, welcoming countless visitors daily. Notably, Sunset Town is known for being the birthplace of a renowned general, whose statue stands proudly in the town's center, serving as a cultural emblem. The entire town is characterized by ancient-style architecture, with only 4 spacious thoroughfares. Once bustling with life and throngs of tourists, it has now become a deserted ghost town. After detailing the town's background, Lin would notice Qin Tian's weary demeanor and sighed. To be honest, if our supplies were not so critically low, I would staunchly oppose venturing into Sunset Town for resources. I sense something strange within the town, though the nature of this anomaly eludes me. The worst-case scenario is that it harbors a realm of the uncanny. A realm of the uncanny? Lin Fan queried, the term unfamiliar to him. A realm of the uncanny is a barrier formed by the energy field of the anomaly itself, which can also be regarded as a unique ability of the anomaly. Lin would explain to Lin Fan. Can we discern the level of the anomaly? It does not exceed level 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan exhaled in relief. Including himself, there were effectively 5 sequence ability users present, 4 of whom were capable of combat. A level 1 anomaly posed minimal threat. Lin adjusted his glasses and continued, although the anomaly's level does not exceed 2. Its special abilities, particularly the capacity to generate a realm of the uncanny, render it perilous. I recommend that both convoys act in unison, departing collectively this afternoon and ensuring we exit before nightfall. Lin Wen's statement was evidently advantageous to the Xingho team. Under the current circumstances, the only asset the team could present was Wang Yong, while Tang Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly accompany the bus team. Although the Xingho team was numerous, they were merely ordinary individuals, and ordinary people would be no more than easy prey in the face of the bazaar. Lin Fan nodded and remarked, I have no objections, but the gathered supplies must be distributed evenly. Lin Wen turned to Qin Tian, who was now the leader of the Xingho team. Qin Tian understood that the bus team possessed formidable combat capabilities, and if they could act in unison, it would provide maximum protection for the ordinary members of the Xingho team. Despite Lin Fan's insufferable nature, his words were always actionable. Just as Qin Tian was about to nod in agreement, a dissenting voice came from behind. Zhang Rong. I oppose. Chapter 26. The Foolish Woman. Zhang Rong's declaration of opposition left everyone present perplexed, unable to fathom why she would speak against such a favorable condition for the Xingho team. Noticing all the capable individuals staring at her, Zhang Rong straightened her posture, and the fear in her eyes was replaced by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If we are to act together, I have no objections. However, the supplies cannot be evenly divided. The number of individuals from the Xingho team involved in gathering supplies far exceeds that of the bus team. I believe the distribution of resources should reflect our respective numbers. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen, his eyes conveying a question. Is this fool out of her mind? Lin Wen shook his head in response, indicating his confusion as well. He then turned to Qin Tian, who remained silent. At that moment, Qin Tian felt a sense of powerlessness. Although he was ostensibly the leader of the team, in reality, the team had long been controlled by Zhang Rong and her associates, rendering him a mere puppet. Zhang Rong, you ought to think carefully before speaking, Lin Wen said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Clearly oblivious to Lin Wen's intent, Zhang Rong continued with self-satisfaction. This is the fairest approach for everyone in the team. Captain Qin and I represent the team at this meeting, and our decisions must honor the trust placed in us by the survivors in the team. Lin Fan was unwilling to linger with the imbecile any longer. Since you disagree, let us each pursue our own paths. With that, he led Lin Meng out of the tent. Time to get to work. Tang Xiaoxiao, seeing Lin Fan's departure, grabbed Tang Wen and followed suit. Xiaoxiao, are you not joining us? Qin Tian attempted to persuade Tang Xiaoxiao further, as Wang Yong could hardly manage the entire team alone. Captain Qin, there is a saying, do not fear a godlike opponent. Tang Xiaoxiao pointed to her head, leaving her statement unfinished, yet the others understood her implication. Ignoring Tang Xiaoxiao's sarcasm, Zhang Rong continued, Humph. What is so impressive about that? Yonggu, we are relying on you for the team's survival. Regardless, Lin Fan and the others are headed to Sunset Town, and the peculiarities in the town cannot possibly focus solely on us. Her thoughts were beautiful. She believed that even without acting together, Lin Fan and the others would confront the peculiarities. Why should she distribute the gathered supplies among them? Upon hearing Zhang Rong's words, Wang Yang's expression soured, more unpleasant than ingesting something distasteful. He could not fathom why the astute Qin Tian would relinquish the authority of the convoy's discourse to such a fool. Seeing Qin Tian remain silent, Wang Yang could only nod with a grim countenance. Observing that no one opposed her words, Zhang Rong's face blossomed with a triumphant smile, her upright posture resembling that of a proud little roast chicken. At that moment, Lin Wan regarded the oblivious Zhang Rong with a gaze that seemed to look upon the dead. Qin team, let be as such. I shall await everyone in the convoy. Do exercise caution. Lin Fan had already gathered the passengers of the bus. This supply run was unlike the last. There were strange entities within the town, and he could not guarantee that everyone would emerge alive. They would split into 2 teams, yet must act in concert, with the utmost emphasis on self-preservation in the face of danger. Chu Xian and Feng Bin would remain with the convoy, while the others prepared themselves. Feng Bin, the doctor on the bus, was chosen to stay behind with Chu Xian primarily because if anyone in the convoy were to be injured, he could provide medical attention, making him an indispensable asset not worth risking in the field. No one voiced dissent, nor dared to. Within the bus convoy, Lin Fan was akin to a deity. Meanwhile, not far away, in the Spark team, Zhang Rong was fervently rallying the throng of people before her face flushed. In stark contrast to the stillness of the bus convoy, the Spark team resembled a bustling marketplace, only quieting down under the loud admonitions of Zhang Rong and her companions. Imitating the bus convoy, Zhang Rong attempted to organize the crowd into groups, though it was uncertain how many actually absorbed her instructions. Lin Wan, holding a cup of tea, observed the gathering with a stoic expression, internally lamenting, "Teacher, your intentions are noble, yet only those capable of survival deserve to be called sparks." Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. They must exit before 4 p.m., and if they became scattered, they were to return on their own. With that, Lin Fan led the group toward the distant sunset town. Noticing that the bus convoy had already set off, Zhang Rong disregarded whether the members of the Spark team had comprehended the arrangements and followed the throng of people. Lin Fan turned to see that Qin Tian, too, was among the crowd, shouldering a large backpack. Once all had entered Sunset Town, Lin Wan could no longer sense the presence of the crowd, and his right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily. As Lin Fan and the others stepped into Sunset Town, they were greeted by a broad street paved with bluestone, exuding a strong commercial ambience akin to that of most tourist towns. On either side of the street stood 3-story buildings in traditional style, densely packed with shops, while statues of ancient soldiers adorned the roadside. The entire town was eerily quiet, the statues of soldiers seeming to await the arrival of the crowd like silent sentinels. As Lin Fan gazed around, he noticed that most of the shops lining the street were artisan boutiques, lacking significant value for exploration. He continued onward with his companions. In stark contrast to Lin Fan and the cautious demeanor of his group, the members of the Xingho convoy rushed in haphazardly, darting into shops upon sight. Zhang Rong and her companions initially shouted to deter them, but upon realizing their efforts were futile, they too plunged into a nearby store. Wang Yang closely followed Qin Tian, feeling utterly powerless regarding the others. At this moment, Qin Tian's safety was paramount. Lin Fan led his group carefully along the street, as individuals rushed past them, hastily entering various shops. The avenues featured only a few scattered eateries and supermarkets. Once assured of their safety, he instructed Zhang Long and others to enter and gather supplies, cautioning them not to be greedy but to prioritize their survival. Lin Fan slipped into a small supermarket, which, due to its location in a tourist town, was filled with an array of beverages in its modest 10-square-meter space, with only a handful of snacks and instant noodles available. Ignoring the drinks, he filled his backpack with instant noodles and some non-puffed snacks. The puffed snacks were pitifully scant yet took up considerable space, while drinks, being heavy and not satiating hunger, were naturally disregarded. Approaching the counter, he found the area where cigarettes were once displayed completely empty. Sighing, he rubbed his nose in disappointment. For Lin Fan, the more cigarettes, the better. Reluctantly, he rummaged beneath the counter. At that moment, the supermarket door swung open, and 2 members of the Xingho team entered, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of the stocked shelves. However, upon catching sight of Lin Fan's icy expression, their movements abruptly halted. "Get out," Lin Fan commanded. "All right," they replied quickly, retreating from the supermarket. After all, no treasure was worth risking their lives for. After an exhaustive search, Lin Fan finally uncovered a pack of inexpensive cigarettes wedged in a crevice, likely overlooked by the store owner prior to the apocalypse, which fortuitously benefited Lin Fan. Finding nothing else of value, he prepared to leave, grabbing 2 bottles of cola from the shelf as he exited. Lin Ming had previously enjoyed this beverage immensely. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge from the supermarket, the 2 individuals hurried back inside. Moments later, they exited with a large bag brimming with drinks, their faces alight with delight. Members of the bus convoy gradually emerged from the surrounding shops, each with their bags filled with loot. The convoy's cook, a hardy middle-aged man, was overjoyed to find his bag stuffed with various seasonings. Lin Ming's situation was even more extravagant. Earlier, Zhang Long had fashioned him a large vest from rope and cloth, now overflowing with various food items, enhancing his already sizable frame. Lin Fan, something feels amiss, remarked Tang Xiao, joining the conversation. It stands to reason that there should be some anomalies in the town, yet none have manifested thus far. Perhaps it is the daylight that keeps the strange occurrences at bay. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the sky, and suddenly, his pupils constricted. The sun was on the verge of setting in the west. When they had entered the town, the sun was still high above. Now, less than an hour had elapsed since they arrived in Sunset Town. Chapter 27, Within Sunset Town. Why is the sun descending so rapidly? Zhang Long followed Lin Fan's gaze, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. His words prompted everyone to look up, a chill creeping into their hearts. The flow of time here is swifter than outside. We must hasten our pace. Tang Xiao gripped her tang knife tightly. The bizarre occurrences of less than level 2 were insufficient to deter them. The group began to quicken their steps. As they passed the statue of a general at the center of the town, a sudden wave of cold surged through Lin Fan. The imposing statue sat astride a grand bronze steed, as if poised to animate. Abruptly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead, causing everyone to tense. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao tightened their grips on their long blades. From a nearby jewelry store, 2 women emerged, entangled in a fierce struggle. "Let go, you harlot! This is mine," one shouted. "You filthy wench, this gold belongs to me," retorted the other. Both women were smeared with blood, their hair disheveled and clothes torn. Yet they clung fiercely to a black leather bag. As they violently tugged at the bag, the zipper suddenly burst, spilling a cascade of dazzling gold jewelry onto the ground. One woman in black frantically dropped to the ground, hastily stuffing the jewelry into the bag. However, the other woman picked up a brick from the ground and struck her fiercely on the head, instantly staining the golden treasures with blood. The woman in black collapsed, lifeless. Ignoring the exposed chaos, the assailant filled her bag with the bloodied jewelry, warily eyeing Lin Fan and the others, before fleeing into the distance. "I remember they were in a car together. They seemed like friends," Zhang Long remarked, astonished by the brutality displayed. "In this apocalypse, what is the use of hoarding such gold? It would be far more practical to secure a morsel of food," Tang Wen scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the fallen woman. Tang Xiao, her expression impassive, commented, "Perhaps they still harbor illusions, believing the apocalypse will soon end and the world will revert to its former state. Let us move swiftly. We must exit before darkness falls." Lin Fan strode forward, indifferent to the woman lying on the ground. Though Sunset Town was not extensive, traversing it would require an entire afternoon. Noticing that everyone's backpacks were filled to capacity, Lin Fan resolved to expedite their departure from Sunset Town. Along the way, they encountered survivors grappling over supplies and desperate scuffles, indicating that Zhang Rong's plan for group divisions had utterly failed. People are inherently selfish, especially in an apocalypse where all constraints dissolve. Human selfishness magnifies infinitely. Who fears the death of another when legal boundaries no longer exist? As dusk enveloped the town of Sunset, Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The members of the Starfire team were tirelessly rummaging through the roadside shops in search of valuable supplies. With little time to spare for them, Lin Fan and his companions transitioned from a brisk walk to a hurried jog. The bus passengers panted heavily, yet none dared to pause. Qin Tian also noticed the darkening sky and called out loudly for everyone to hurry, but only a few responded to his plea. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from behind, the sound of stones shattering. This was ominous. A sense of dread gripped Lin Fan's heart. Thud, thud, thud. A deep, rhythmic drumming resonated from all directions, pounding in the hearts of everyone present. The soldier statues flanking the road detached from their pedestals, moving stiffly forward, their bronze weapons glinting with an unsettling sheen. The hour had come. Dusk had returned to the camp. A survivor, exuberantly emerging from shop, was met with a swift blow from a soldier statue, severing his head, which rolled away like a ball. After a brief silence, the town erupted with blood-curdling screams. My God, the statues have come to life. Run. Help me. I have too much to carry. Panic surged like a plague, engulfing the survivors in chaos. They cried and screamed, darting about like headless flies, some fleeing outward, while others collapsed in terror, and many, in their frantic state, crashed into nearby shops. My belongings. A woman from the Starfire team, rushing too hastily, felt the strap of her backpack snap, scattering her hard-earned drinks and snacks across the ground. Instinctively, she bent down to retrieve them. Don't pick it up. Run. Qin Tian shouted sternly from a short distance. However, it was too late. A soldier statue's long spear pierced the woman's body with brutal force. Xiao Meng. Clear the path. The rest follow. Lin Meng hurled his baggy vest to Zhang Long and the others behind him, roaring with fervor as his eyes turned crimson, his physique expanding dramatically. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao stood resolutely beside Lin Meng, brandishing their long blades. Lin Meng swung his colossal fists, delivering a heavy blow to the soldier statue's head. Bang! The statue's head shattered like tofu, scattering debris everywhere. Yet, the long sword in its hand continued its lethal arc towards Lin Meng. Lin Fan's keen insight pinpointed the weak energy flow of these statues, located around the waist. With a bloodthirsty bone blade, he sliced through the statue's midsection as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, a pure energy surge responding back through the blade. The soldier statue split in two. Although its remnants continued to thrash about, it posed no further threat to the group. Effective. Tong xiao mimique la fin es technique. Her long blade, radiating a soft blue light as she effortlessly felled another statue with a single stroke. Her extensive combat training bore fruit at this critical moment. Lin Meng seized his reckless actions, synchronizing his movements as each punch landed precisely against the statue's waist and abdomen, causing it to shatter into two pieces. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao maneuvered effortlessly, and soon the ground before them was littered with broken statues. The members of the Xingho team closely trailed behind Lin Fan, while Wang Yong had already transformed into his beastly form, yet could only protect Qin Tian beside him. Although the soldier statues were easy to destroy, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With each step forward, several survivors fell victim to the onslaught. No, these statues are not the source, Lin Fan shouted, yet his bone blade did not cease its assault. After vanquishing the statues, Lin Fan did not hear the system prompt indicating the acquisition of divine points, signifying that these statues were not the anomaly of this place. Lin Fan, think of a way. The sky grew darker, and Tang Xiao urged Lin Fan anxiously. The town's exit lay just ahead, but a dense throng of soldier statues stood in their way, with more emerging from the town center. Charge forward. Lin Meng, hearing Lin Fan's command, shouted as he uprooted a metal bench from the roadside and held it across his chest, leaving deep impressions in the ground with his powerful legs. Follow me. Like a locomotive, Lin Meng disregarded the weapons striking him and charged fiercely toward the town's exit, pushing through the throng of statues. The others followed closely behind, scrambling forward. Those who fell behind were swiftly cleaved into fragments by the pursuing statues. The exit was in sight. Lin Meng was now covered in numerous wounds, his upper body stained with blood. Fan Ye, Lin Fan at the forefront, suddenly heard Zhang Long's voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Zhang Long entangled in Zhang Rong's desperate embrace, clutching his legs tightly. Help me. I've twisted my ankle and can't run. Take me with you. If you don't take me, you can't escape either. Zhang Rong's face was a mask of terror as she clung to Zhang Long's legs, rendering him immobile. Zhang Long struck her head forcefully, blood spilling from the blows. Yet Zhang Rong refused to relent. With the statues closing in, their raised blades glinting ominously, despair filled Zhang Long's eyes. Chapter 28, Cavalry Becomes Infantry. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed vehemently, not hesitating for a moment as he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward Zhang Long. The soldier statue's blade drew nearer in Zhang Long's despairing gaze. Am I really going to die here? What a stroke of bad luck. Zhang Rong trembled beneath him, whimpering softly. Just as Zhang Long closed his eyes, bracing for death, he felt neither the chilling touch of the statue's weapon nor any pain. Opening his eyes, he found Lin Fan standing before him like a deity descended from the heavens. Fan Go. Zhang Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Lin Fan would return without hesitation to rescue him just as he was about to escape. At that moment, Zhang Rong was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Lin Fan severed the statue before him with a single stroke and without a glance. He swiftly turned and slashed Zhang Rong's throat, who was still struggling with relief. Blood gushed from her mouth as she painfully crawled towards the outside. Zhang Long stared in shock. "What are you dawdling for? Are you really expecting me to carry you?" The statues in the distance were drawing closer. Hearing Lin Fan's scolding, Zhang Long finally snapped to his senses. "Oh, right." He dashed towards the exit. Lin Fan fought while retreating. The exit was already crowded with people, all desperate to escape. The world outside, bright and inviting, seemed tantalizingly close, yet a transparent wall of air barred their way. Lin Meng pounded his fists against the air wall, only to create a ripple. It was futile. This was a peculiar realm, and without dismantling its core, we cannot escape. Tang Xiaoxiao's words filled the onlookers with despair. As they gazed at the sunlit world outside, they could only emit cries of anguish and frustration. Meanwhile, the crowd behind, witnessing Lin Fan's attempt to rescue Zhang Long, surged forward, encircling Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, and Wang Yong. "Please, my husband hasn't come out yet. You must save him. My son is still inside. You have the power. Hurry and rescue him. How can you just stand by and do nothing? Don't you have any conscience left? What use are you sequence ability users if you can't even protect ordinary people? Qin Ting, please let them save my child." The crowd began to vocally condemn the sequence ability users for their inaction, attempting to morally compel them to risk their lives for their loved ones. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Meng remained expressionless, while a hint of shame flickered across Wang Yong's face. They were under no obligation to venture into danger to save others. At the very least, the living should be grateful for their survival. Upon Lin Fan's return, Tang Xiaoxiao explained the situation of the peculiar realm, speculating that the core of the realm was the strange entity that had yet to appear. Lin Fan's insightful, "I scanned the ranks of soldier statues ahead, but failed to locate the anomaly." The town echoed with the anguished cries of survivors. Those who had hidden in shops were brutally slaughtered by the soldier statues. Each scream sent a chill through the hearts of those present. Lin Fan looked. Following Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze, the blood on the ground coalesced into streams, flowing through the cracks of the stone slabs towards the central general statue. From a distance, the statue of the general on his towering steed shimmered with a faint red glow. Damn, could the anomaly be this thing? Lin Fan stared at the general statue, which loomed 2 stories high. "Be quiet. You." Tang Xiaoxiao shot Lin Fan a glare. Only after transforming did Lin Meng barely match the height of the horse's head. If the anomaly truly was this general statue, they would be in grave trouble. Often, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. With a jarring rustle, the statue sprang to life before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The bronze horse, bearing the statue of the general, leapt down from its pedestal. The sound of galloping echoed against the bluestone pavement as the general, wielding a long sword, charged forth, igniting sparks upon the ground. The duo of man and horse resembled a legendary warrior reborn, hurtling towards the throngs of people. "Lin Fan, you cursed harbinger of doom. Level 1 elite anomaly." Tang Xiaoxiao shouted in fury. The crowd erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. The soldier statues were already formidable foes, and now a general had joined the fray. The massive blade, akin to a door, swung down, threatening to claim numerous lives. Ignoring Tang Xiaoxiao's outrage, Lin Fan's discerning gaze remained fixed upon the advancing general. Energy trajectories materialized before him, revealing a faint energy point blossoming at the general's chest. This was the pivotal nexus of energy flow and the general's Achilles heel. The weakness lies in the general's chest. "Yong, divert those soldiers. Xiaomeng, we charge." Lin Fan rapidly assigned tasks, realizing the gravity of the situation. The group acted without hesitation. Wang Yong sprinted towards the soldier statues, luring them to the opposite side of the town. Lin Meng brandished a bench, rushing directly at the enigmatic general, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao followed closely from either side. Despite identifying the anomaly's weakness, the challenge of vanquishing it remained daunting. The general on the bronze horse resembled a speeding truck. Upon noticing Lin Meng's approach, he raised his sword high, slicing through the air with a piercing sound and bringing it down with tremendous force. Lin Meng raised the bench overhead, but the immense impact sent him staggering back several meters, shattering the stone pavement beneath him and leaving deep gashes in its wake. Fortunately, the bench absorbed the blow. Yet Lin Meng felt as though he had been struck by a freight vehicle. A searing pain coursed through his arm, and he coughed up blood, suffering severe internal injuries from the general's strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao leaped high from opposite sides. Their swords aimed fiercely at the general's chest. However, they were deflected by the raised sword, crashing heavily into the nearby shops. Ignoring the blood trickling from their lips, they swiftly emerged, relentlessly searching for an opportunity to pierce the general's chest. The intense pain ignited Lin Meng's feral instincts, and discarding the now broken bench, he unleashed a furious roar, his fists raining down upon the horse's head, causing the anomaly to stagger sideways. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao continued their relentless assault on the general's form, leaving only deep cuts that failed to inflict substantial damage. As the enigmatic general endured their onslaught, he paid little heed to Lin Meng beneath him, tightening his grip on the reins. The bronze horse reared up, its iron hooves poised to trample Lin Meng. "Xiao Meng, watch out!" Lin Meng executed a roll, narrowly evading the trampling hooves of the bronze steed. The enigmatic general ceased his relentless engagement with the trio, mounting his bronze steed to create distance, charging at them repeatedly. Historically, those who possess steeds have always held a formidable advantage over those who do not, inflicting vastly greater damage. The general's evasive onslaught left the three in dire straits, suffering grievous injuries. The scene of battle instilled a palpable fear in the onlooking survivors, who grasped the terrifying nature of the general and the might of the sequence abilities. The cries gradually faded, with the survivors holding their breath, fixated on Lin Fan and his companions. Regardless of their previous disdain for Lin Fan, they now silently wished for his victory over the strange being. At this moment, a blood moon hung ominously over the town, and under its influence, the general grew increasingly powerful, while the damage inflicted by the trio dwindled. "Lin Meng, take down that horse first," Lin Fan shouted. Simultaneously, he and Tang Xiao quickened their assault, ensnaring the general. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Meng, with unwavering resolve, grasped one of the horse's legs as it reared again, disregarding the powerful kick it could deliver. Lin Meng's arms bulged with veins, muscles taut to their limits as he exerted all his strength. With a resounding crack, he managed to snap a horse's leg. The bronze steed let out a mournful cry as it collapsed, struggling but unable to rise. The enigmatic general dismounted, casting a sorrowful glance at the injured steed before bellowing in rage and raising his blade to strike at the trio. "Damn it, from cavalry to infantry. This time I'll take your lives." Chapter 29, The Significance of Steeds. Deprived of the bronze horse's support, the enigmatic general was significantly weakened. However, his formidable defense and ferocious attacks rendered Lin Fan and his companions unable to deliver the final blow. As the battle intensified, Tang Xiao's gaze sharpened, her aura surging once more. "Lin Fan, Lin Meng, get back!" Lin Fan recognized that Tang Xiao was preparing to unleash her ultimate move, the crushing edge, a technique that had previously felled him on numerous occasions. Yet, each time she employed it, she would fall into a state of exhaustion, and now, no better alternative presented itself. "Lin Meng, step aside." Lin Fan urgently pulled the seemingly frenzied Lin Meng aside. Tang Xiao leapt high, raising her tang knife above her head, a pale blue blade radiating with ever-increasing intensity. Crushing edge. A colossal arc of blue light surged towards the enigmatic general. Boom! The force shattered the glass of nearby shops, the pavement disintegrating into dust, while trees were uprooted in the chaos. In the wake of the blue light, a trench over a meter deep materialized along the road. The potency of this strike surpassed anything Lin Fan had previously experienced. Had Tang Xiao heightened its power to such an extent earlier, he would have long since met his demise at her hands. Tang Xiao collapsed to the ground, motionless. Having fainted, the bizarre general, having suffered the loss of half his head and a portion of his body, still swung his long knife and charged toward Tang Xiao. "Xiao Meng, hold him tight." The bizarre general, gravely injured, was no longer the fierce warrior he once was. Lin Meng swiftly approached from behind and firmly secured the general's remaining arm, rendering him immobile. It was at that moment that Lin Fan, wielding a bone blade, thrust fiercely into the general's chest, targeting its vulnerable point. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the bizarre general's body disintegrated into dust. Eliminated level 1 elite bizarre general of the setting sun, earning 1,500 points of divine ascendancy. The night sky over the town of setting sun, which had been shrouded in a blood moon, now brightened as warm sunlight illuminated every face. The distant crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, aware that their lives had been spared. Lin Meng collapsed onto the ground, his body gradually shrinking. Having faced the bizarre general head-on, his injuries were the most severe. Lin Fan's arm, which held the bone blade, hung limply by his side, pain radiating throughout his being. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the bizarre core from the ground and placed it into his bag. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a pair of gauntlets lying beneath his feet, emanating a bronze glow. These were, upon picking them up, information regarding the gauntlets flooded Lin Fan's mind. Bizarre gauntlets of the setting sun significantly enhances the strength of the wearer's arms. Evaluation: a drop from the general of the setting sun, a must-have for fierce warriors. Heavy weapons will no longer be a burden, allowing you to slay foes amidst a sea of enemies with ease. Caution: intelligence will be significantly reduced. Brains? Fierce warriors do not require such trivialities. A splendid item, these gauntlets were undoubtedly suited for Lin Meng. As for the cost of diminished intelligence, it might pose a challenge for others, but for Lin Meng, was it truly a concern? However, the final allocation of the gauntlets would need to wait until Tang Xiaoxiao regained consciousness. At that moment, Wang Yong rushed over from a distance. Upon the bizarre general's defeat, the soldiers behind him returned to their statue forms. Concerned about potential complications, he hurried over. Seeing that the bizarre general had been vanquished, he finally felt at ease. Lin Fan hoisted the unconscious Tang Xiaoxiao onto his back as Zhang Long and others approached, lifting the injured Lin Meng and heading towards the outskirts of the town. Fortunately, with Lin Fan and Lin Meng's unwavering protection, the bus convoy experienced no casualties this time, though everyone bore injuries. Occasionally, survivors emerged from their hiding places in the shops, glancing at the gruesome scene on the street, silently grateful. Zhang Rong had already been slain by Lin Fan's blade, leaving Qin Tian to gather the remaining survivors. Observing the 50 or so injured and terrified individuals before him, he nearly succumbed to despair. The team that had entered the town originally numbered over 100, yet fewer than half had managed to escape alive. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the returning personnel, Lin Wen was profoundly shaken. Initially reluctant to allow the convoy to gather supplies in Sunset Town, he ultimately succumbed to the fervent requests of Qin Tian and Zhang Rong. The extent of the losses was unexpectedly severe, however. Seeing that Lin Fan and the others were unharmed brought him a sense of relief. As long as no casualties occurred among the sequence abilities users, there remained hope for the convoy. Dr. Feng Bin, the physician of the bus team, had been waiting outside and promptly joined Chu Xian to tend to the wounds of Lin Meng and the others. Although Lin Meng's injuries appeared grave, his formidable recovery ability meant that a mere nap would suffice for him to recuperate. In non-urgent situations, Lin Fan was reluctant to utilize the healing potions, as the efficacy of the system's potions diminishes with repeated use. Observing the bustling crowd, Lin Fan entered the pickup truck and opened the system interface. Host: Lin Fan, Divine Path Tier, Apostle of God, Advancement Level, 60, Current Divine Points, 2,500, including the 100 Divine Points provided by Zhang Rong, Divine Disciples, Fierce Sequence Lin Meng. Remaining Disciple Slot, 1, Skill, I have Insight Beginner, System Store, Not Updated, Weapon, Cursed Bloodbone Blade, Upgradable, Vehicle Bound, Heavy Pickup Upgradable. Note: Host, please bind the remaining Disciple Slot as soon as possible. Remaining time, 17 days. The System Store remained unchanged. However, the advancement of the Divine Path Tier to 60 was indeed encouraging. Upon leveling up, new functionalities would emerge, at the very least. A lethal technique akin to Tang Xiaoxiao's Crushing Edge was imperative. The second Disciple slot needed to be contracted swiftly, with Lin Wen currently being Lin Fan's primary target. In truth, he favored Tang Xiaoxiao even more, as her modest 20 ability feedback was enough to entice him. Yet, the challenge was formidable. Perhaps only when Lin Fan could thoroughly overpower Tang Xiaoxiao would he be able to recruit her as a disciple. The peculiar general in Sunset Town had vividly illustrated the significance of steeds. Having a horse undoubtedly surpasses the absence of one. Had it not been for Lin Meng's desperate act of breaking the horse's leg at the last moment, survival would have been uncertain. Although the bus team was currently small in number, it was already beginning to take on the semblance of a mature convoy. After securing the second disciple, Lin Fan intended to formally adopt the name of the Divine Nation Convoy. He planned to upgrade the heavy pickup, which would serve as the core of the entire Divine Nation Convoy moving forward. System, based on the current Divine points, please provide an enhancement plan for the heavy pickup. Based on the host's existing Divine points and considering balance, the system offers the optimal vehicle enhancement plan. Basic composite armor coating, 900 points, covers critical areas of the vehicle, engine, cabin, fuel tank, with lightweight armor. Significantly enhances defense against physical attacks, blades, clubs, small caliber bullets, and low-level supernatural energy erosion. The vehicle's weight increases slightly, without affecting its existing power. Energy-enhanced suspension and tires, 400 points, significantly improves the vehicle's off-road capabilities. Traversability and stability. The tires gain energy reinforcement, increasing their durability and puncture resistance, while also adapting slightly to complex terrains. Brute force charge, 1200 points, and active impact skill, initiated by the host, causing the vehicle's power core to overload, resulting in explosive acceleration that delivers devastating collisions to all targets in its path. The effect of the brute force charge skill lasts for 5 seconds, consuming 500 divine points with each use. The host may choose to enhance it. Indeed, this represents the optimal enhancement scheme, having taken into account various factors, ensuring that not a single divine point was wasted. Lin Fan lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed, feeling as though he had become a mere laborer for the system, having returned all the hard-earned divine points. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile, especially the final brute force charge, which was akin to a miraculous skill for survival. Children make choices. I shall enhance everything. Lin Fan exhaled a smoke ring, opting for the enhancement plan proposed by the system. Vehicle enhancement in progress, 24 hours remaining. Upon receiving the system's response, Lin Fan finished his cigarette, reclined the passenger seat, and slowly closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 30. The Fall of Luocheng. When Lin Fan awoke, he discovered that the convoy was already traveling on the main road. Chu Xian was driving a heavy-duty pickup, her gaze fixed intently on the taillights of Lin Wen's off-road vehicle. Outside the window, darkness enveloped everything. Driving at night was perilous. Why was Lin Wen in such a rush to travel after sunset? How long have I slept? 5 hours, Mr. Lin, Chu Xian replied without breaking her focus. What happened? Why are we traveling at night? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. The vehicle lacked a walkie-talkie, and his phone had become useless. Otherwise, he could have asked Lin Wen. Shortly after you returned, Lin Wen mentioned his intention to depart without providing a reason. Chu Xian reflected, then continued. Oh, Lin Wen did say our destination is Luocheng. Luocheng? Lin Wen had previously stated that the convoy's destination was Luocheng, yet there remained over 100 kilometers from Sunset Town to Luocheng. Given the current pace, it seemed they were heading straight for the urban area of Luocheng. Lin Wen held a vivid recollection of Luocheng being within the same province. The name was well known across the nation. As a historic cultural city, it not only boasted a profound historical background, but also held the title of an ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Though Lin Wen had never visited Luocheng, he could only imagine how terrifying a large city like Luocheng would become after the apocalypse. He had always thought the convoy would merely pass through Luocheng, not realizing they were making a beeline for its urban core. The sign for Luocheng flashed by in an instant. Lin Wen showed no signs of stopping, and Lin Fan vigilantly observed his surroundings, ready to part ways with the Xingho convoy should anything appear amiss. Fortunately, it was not long before Lin Wen's vehicle turned into a quaint little park by the roadside. The convoy parked in the somewhat crowded lot within the park, yet there was sufficient space available. Lin Fan gazed at the distant, shadowy silhouettes of towering buildings, speculating that Lin Wen must have had a compelling reason for entering this place. Upon disembarking, his first action was to head straight for Lin Wen's tent. At that moment, Lin Wen was conversing with Qin Tian, who bore a troubled expression, frequently glancing into the distance. Hey, Lin Wen, why we enter the city of Luo? Provide me with a reason, Lin Fan declared as he seated himself opposite Lin Wen, unceremoniously pouring himself a cup of tea from a pot. Lin Wen wore a look of consternation, observing Lin Fan as he carelessly tossed a handful of tea leaves into his cup. When the Starfire convoy was established, the intended destination set by Qin Tian was indeed Luo City. Today, Qin Tian suddenly demanded that we accelerate our pace, though I'm unaware of the specifics. Lin Wen explained. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian, noticing that the elderly man seemed disinclined to engage with him, and thus turned back to Lin Fan, asking, "You mean you don't know either?" This air of mystery is intolerable. Regardless of his intentions, you must understand how perilous Luo City is at present. I wish to know how long we are to remain here. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, indicating that he, too, was in the dark. A surge of frustration welled up within Lin Fan. It felt as though Qin Tian was dragging everyone into a perilous situation. Just as he was about to pound the table in indignation, Tang Xiaoxiao entered, looking pale, accompanied by Wang Yong. Lin Ming was still asleep on the bus. The two newcomers exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Fan. Upon noticing that everyone had gathered in the tent, Qin Tian finally reacted. Amidst their astonished gazes, he retrieved a military phone from his pocket. Once powered on, a series of voices began to emerge. Ziz's Luo City. The fall is imminent. Converge early. What does that mean? The group stared at Qin Tian in confusion. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, astonished that this old man had concealed such information, even from Lin Fan. Cough, cough. Qin Tian's gravelly voice broke the silence. Since we have arrived in Luo City, I shall no longer keep this from you. During the apocalypse, Governor Liu entrusted me with this military phone, instructing me to bring as many survivors as possible to converge in Luo City. Governor Liu? Liu Changhe, the governor of Liu Province? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan had also heard of this Governor Liu, having seen him frequently in the news, and was astonished to discover the Starfire convoy's connection to him. Where is Governor Liu? Why have we been directed to this location? Lin Fan posed the question that was on everyone's mind. I do not know. My rank is insufficient, and he did not disclose any details to me. I assume he intends to gather survivors to head to the human fortress, Qin Tian replied, wiping his face, the look of panic still evident. What does the fall of Luo City signify? Hasn't Luo City already fallen? Lin Fan asked, staring intently at Qin Tian. This time, Qin Tian responded to Lin Fan's inquiry, albeit reluctantly. I am uncertain. I suspect it may refer to the fall of the survivor gathering place in Luo City. In Qin Tian's eyes flickered a glimmer of anguish. The goal of uniting in Luo City had always been like a flickering flame of hope, guiding him and his convoy along the arduous journey. However, the news of Luo City's fall extinguished the flame of hope within him, akin to a deluge of icy water. Lin Fan, skeptical of Qin Tian's words, tentatively inquired, has the government long been aware of the impending apocalypse? I cannot say. No one can foresee the arrival of the end. Qin Tian shook his head, seemingly on the verge of revealing something, yet hesitating. Teacher, what could possibly remain concealed at this juncture? Lin Fan nearly shouted, feeling a mix of grievance and indignation that his most respected mentor had withheld such vital information from him. After a prolonged struggle, Qin Tian finally sighed heavily and, in a hoarse voice, confessed, I encountered sequence ability users before the apocalypse. Boom! Qin Tian's revelation struck the group like a bolt from the blue. It was widely believed that the awakening of sequence ability users occurred only after the onset of the apocalypse. The notion that such individuals existed beforehand was utterly unexpected. Could this not imply that the government had made preparations for the apocalypse, such as the assembly in Luo City? After the initial shock, Lin Fan, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiaoxiao's faces lit up with excitement. In truth, there were many military communication devices. Each convoy equipped with one was known as the Spark Team, all destined for Luo City. Qin Tian's words illuminated Lin Fan's eyes further. A spark can ignite a conflagration. As long as the spark endures, the ember shall live on. Teacher, I understand. This is Governor Liu's plan, the plan for the survival of humanity. Lin Fan exclaimed with fervor. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong also displayed joyous smiles. This news served as a potent tonic for those adrift in the apocalypse. Yet, the fall of Luo City weighed heavily on Qin Tian, who clutched his head in despair, his grizzled hair in disarray. Lin Fan and the others offered a steady stream of comfort, reminding him that hope, however faint, was better than despair. However, Lin Fan was not as optimistic as the others. He did not share the same trust in Qin Tian as Lin Fan and the others did. The implications of Qin Tian's statements left him with numerous doubts. If Governor Liu had devised the Spark Plan, why conceal this information? Why establish a sanctuary for survivors in a sprawling metropolis like Luo City? The congregation of life forces could attract malevolent entities. This was a matter of common knowledge. What then of the sequence ability users from before the end? The brutal realities of the apocalypse compelled Lin Fan to approach the unfolding events with the utmost suspicion. Chapter 31. Visitors from Luo City. As Lin Fan and the others reveled in their excitement, Lin Fan harbored unvoiced uncertainties. Given Luo City's fall, how much longer must we linger here? Lin Fan felt as though the distant urban landscape loomed like a demonic abyss, perpetually watching the convoy, poised to swallow them whole at the slightest opportunity. Lin Fan, I know you harbor disdain for me, yet when it concerns the future of humanity, I implore you to wait alongside the Spark team. There will be those who escape. Just 24 hours. Only 24 hours. I beg you. In a tone that almost pleaded, Qin Tian spoke, his companions Lin Fan and others gazing at Lin Fan with hopeful anticipation. Do not gamble with the future of humanity. I cannot bear such a burden. Within 24 hours, if danger arises, I will lead the bus convoy to safety, Lin Fan replied, his demeanor cold and detached. His concern lay not with the so-called seed plan, but rather with the survival of the bus convoy. Agreed. Absolutely. Qin Tian exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Before stepping out of the tent, likely to await the arrival of those from Luocheng throughout the night. Hey. Lin Fan interrupted the trio who were still engaged in their spirited discussion. Let us first address the peculiar distribution of the anomalous cores that fell in Sunset Town. As he spoke, he retrieved the anomalous cores dropped by the general and the sunset gauntlet from his bag. Hiss! Lin Fan and the others gasped in astonishment as they beheld the sunset gauntlet. Now, how shall we divide it? Lin Fan crossed his arms, awaiting their response. Lin Fan was the first to speak, stating, I heard from Yongge that this anomaly was defeated by you, Xiao Xiao, and Lin Ming. Since the convoy has separated, it rightfully belongs to the three of you. I shall not partake. Wang Yong nodded in agreement, adding, I contributed nothing to this effort. I too shall abstain. He had been responsible for distracting the soldier statue in Sunset Town, managing to avoid injury thanks to his remarkable speed. Seeing their refusals, Lin Fan did not feign a polite decline. Xiao Xiao, I desire this gauntlet. The anomalous core is yours. Should you feel slighted, feel free to negotiate further. Lin Fan had long intended to bestow the gauntlet upon Lin Ming. He presented both the core and the gauntlet not out of greed, but to avoid any rift with Tang Xiao Xiao and the others. Tang Xiao Xiao smiled at Lin Fan and said, This is meant for Lin Ming, isn't it? I have no interest in the gauntlet and would rather not appear foolish. You may take it, but I request to be exempt from future meal expenses as compensation. Upon receiving Tang Xiao Xiao's consent to relinquish the gauntlet, Lin Fan seized it from the table and made his way outside. At the door, he turned back to Tang Xiao Xiao and quipped, You wish for an exemption? Consider it granted for a month. Oof, what a miser. Hearing Tang Xiao Xiao's playful complaint behind him, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. The gauntlet would significantly enhance Lin Ming's prowess, and he felt no loss in the exchange. Ignoring Qin Tian seated outside, he headed straight for the heavy-duty pickup truck, anticipating that Tang Xiao Xiao would not return tonight. After the fierce battle, both needed a good rest. The truck still required over 10 hours to complete its enhancements. He would present the Sunset Gauntlet to Lin Ming upon his awakening. With these thoughts, Lin Fan drifted into slumber. He awoke the next day around noon, roused by Zhang Long, who came to summon him for lunch. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Lin Fan felt revitalized, the fatigue that had weighed upon him dissipating. Though each member of the bus convoy bore wounds, their spirits remained high, and Lin Fan noticed an added glimmer of blind admiration in their gazes directed towards him. Everyone displayed a demeanor of profound respect towards Lin Fan, an emotion that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Particularly, Zhang Long appeared as though he would willingly lay down his life for Lin Fan. It seemed that the battle in Sunset Town had left an indelible impression on them. The scene where Lin Fan selflessly rushed to save Zhang Long instilled a genuine sense of belonging within the group aboard the bus. Upon examining the loyalty levels of the passengers, the lowest was recorded at 70, with Zhang Long achieving an impressive 100, qualifying him as a potential disciple. Regrettably, Zhang Long was not an ability holder of the sequence. Lin Ming sat before the large cauldron, and upon seeing Lin Fan, he broke into a wide grin, playfully pounding his chest with his fist to indicate his recovery. Lin Fan tossed the sunset bracers towards him, exclaiming, Xiao Ming, this is for you. He added with a teasing tone, It's for wearing, not for eating. Lin Ming joyfully donned the bracers, throwing a punch into the air, producing a sharp sound of sonic boom. TSK, TSK. You two brothers are truly formidable. Lin Ming has now become even more powerful. Tang Xiao Xiao approached from a distance, accompanied by Tang Wan and witnessed Lin Meng's impressive strike. Noticing the rosy hue returning to Tang Xiaoxiao's cheeks, Lin Fan realized she had also recovered. The physical prowess of ability holders was indeed remarkable, as an ordinary person would require at least a month to recuperate. Observing Qin Tian, who stood motionless gazing towards the urban area, Lin Fan noted that it was already noon, yet no figures had emerged from the direction of Luochen. Disregarding the wait, Lin Fan resolved to lead the bus convoy away as soon as the heavy pickup truck's enhancements were completed, at least to distance themselves from the urban center of Luochen. As afternoon approached, the distant roadway remained eerily quiet. Lin Fan summoned Zhang Long and the others to begin packing their belongings, readying themselves for departure. The sun began its descent, and Qin Tian could no longer remain still, pacing anxiously. Lin Wen and the others also emerged, their expressions reflecting the same urgency as they gazed into the distance. Ding! Vehicle enhancement complete. The system's voice resonated, lifting Lin Fan's spirits. The heavy pickup truck's exterior appeared unchanged. However, he could distinctly feel its body had grown more resilient, the cabin radiating a profound black luster under the sunlight. Placing his hand upon the hood, he exerted a sudden force. The sturdy shell showed no signs of yielding. With Lin Fan's current strength, such pressure would have created a deep dent in an ordinary vehicle. The four tires had also quietly thickened. The heavy pickup now resembled a dormant beast, exuding an aura of ferocity. Indeed, products from a system were of exceptional quality. Most thrilling for Lin Fan was the vehicle's active attack skill, Brute Charge. As long as he occupied the driver's seat, he could activate it at will, transforming the heavy pickup into a true beast, ready to crush any obstacles ahead. However, the activation requires 500 divine points, and, at present, Lin Fan's divine points have dwindled to 0. It felt as if he held a highly lethal firearm in his hands, yet regrettably without ammunition. As Lin Fan sensed the transformation of the heavy pickup truck, a cacophony of intense battle erupted in the distance. Everyone anxiously turned their gaze outward. Lin Fan instructed Zhang Long and the others to hasten into the vehicle, starting the engine and preparing for action. He, accompanied by Lin Meng, advanced forward. Someone is approaching. Qin Tian's voice sharpened with tension. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a group of figures emerged on the distant highway. Their number was scant, merely 7 individuals, all clad in military combat attire, escorting a young man at the center whose eyes brimmed with arrogance as he rushed towards them, visibly battered and in disarray. As they drew nearer, Lin Fan discerned that the young man clutched a black box tightly in his hands. The eye of insight could only detect a hint of brutal energy emanating from within the box. "Uncle Qin, we finally found you," the young man called out to Qin Tian. Qin Tian trembled with excitement, grasping the young man tightly. "Xiao Yu, what on earth has transpired? Where's your father? What about the others?" However, Lin Fan noticed that the remaining 6 had encircled them, each in a battle-ready stance, their expressions vigilant as they regarded Lin Fan and his companions. Among these 6, 2 were combat-type ability users, while the other 4 exuded formidable energy. Lin Fan grew increasingly curious about the individuals from Luo City. There were no ordinary survivors among them. Their mission seemed solely to protect the arrogant young man, or, more accurately, the black box he held. "Luyu?" Lin Wen appeared to recognize the young man before him. "Lin Wen, why are there only so few of you? This is not the place for conversation. We have 2 companions awaiting our arrival. We shall speak once we reach a safe location," Luyu said anxiously. Fortunately, the Starfire convoy had suffered significant losses, allowing ample space for the 7 to fit. Lin Fan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, remaining silent as the convoy sped towards Lu Yu's indicated direction. Chapter 32. Is he relying on his father, the governor? Lin Fan observed as the convoy headed towards the outskirts of Luo City, finally feeling a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that Lu Yu would lead the convoy into Luo City. If that were the case, he would unhesitatingly part ways with the Starfire team. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the convoy halted in front of a dilapidated factory, from which 2 women emerged, still donned in military combat gear. The leading woman, with long hair, appeared to have sustained an injury to her leg and was assisted by another as they entered the Starfire convoy-esque vehicle. What piqued Lin Fan's curiosity further was that the long-haired woman also clutched a black box tightly, identical to the one in Lu Yu's possession. These 2 were the companions Lu Yu had mentioned. After retrieving the 2, the convoy resumed its journey. Throughout the drive, Chu Xian, at the wheel, seemed somewhat unsettled. with the heavy pickup swerving dangerously on several occasions. Drive properly. Lin Fan snorted coldly. Oh, very well, Mr. Lin, Chu Qian replied timidly. Do you know these individuals? Lin Fan inquired skeptically. Ever since Lu Yu and his companions arrived, Chu Qian had become increasingly anxious. Avoiding Lin Fan's gaze, she bit her lip and confessed, Mr. Lin, I am acquainted with Lu Yu. Oh, pray tell. Lin Fan's interest was piqued. He harbored curiosity about Lu Yu and his companions, particularly regarding the ominous energy emanating from the black box. Lu Yu is the only son of Lu Changhe. We knew each other before. So, he is Lu Changhe's son. No wonder he is familiar with Qin Tian. The Ember Project was proposed by Lu Changhe, and Lu Yu evidently plays a role in it. The so-called survivors gathering place only revealed Lu Yu and his companions. What had become of the others? And what a black box they were protecting? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery. Is there more? Please share everything you know. In the past, he pursued me, but I did not acquiesce. After the apocalypse, we have not crossed paths again. Chu Qian lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Mr. Lin, may I seek him out to inquire about my sister's situation? The son of a provincial governor before the apocalypse undoubtedly wielded immense power. Although Chu Qian was a national goddess, in Lu Yu's eyes, she was merely a beautiful ornament. Their relationship likely bore unseemly undertones. Lin Fan had no prior acquaintance with such affluent young men and held little interest in making their acquaintance now. Regarding the fact that Lu Yu had once pursued Chu Qian, Lin Fan was even less intrigued, having gleaned no useful information from her. He merely acknowledged her with a brief response and fell silent. Upon hearing Lin Fan's consent, Chu Qian's face brightened, her heart eager to uncover clues about her sister. As night descended, the convoy discovered a spacious campsite. We shall rest here for the night, Lin Fan remarked, observing Lu Yu and a long-haired woman entering Lin Wen's tent, while the remaining individuals stood guard outside, vigilantly scrutinizing the crowd beyond the tent. TCH, quite the spectacle. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang when arrived at the bus around mealtime. Have you discerned anything? Lin Fan inquired. Among those wooden posts outside, there are two ability users. The burly bald man seems comparable to Lin Meng's sequence, and the slender individual should also belong to the combat sequence, though I cannot determine his exact sequence. However, it does not concern us. Let us hurry and eat. Tang Xiaoxiao clanged her bowl and chopsticks, urging the chef to expedite the meal. Lin Fan turned to Chu Qian and said, Aren't you eager to inquire about your sister? Now is the time. Right now? Chu Qian hesitated, having also noticed Lu Yu and the others entering the tent. With guards stationed outside, they were likely engaged in significant discussions. It felt inappropriate to approach at this moment. Go now, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Chu Qian slowly approached Lin Wen's tent. However, before she could draw near, a burly bald man intercepted her. Regardless of her explanations, the man remained indifferent and forcefully drove her back. Witnessing this, Tang Xiaoxiao cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan. If you wish to know what is being discussed inside, you could simply go over yourself. I refuse to believe that those wooden stakes outside could deter you. You let Chu Qian scout the path for you. How shameless. Lin Fan ignored Tang Xiaoxiao's remarks, observing Chu Qian's dejected return with a faint smile, fully anticipating this outcome. Xiaoxiao, I sense that the black box in their possession undoubtedly contains something valuable. Aren't you curious about what it might be? Tang Xiaoxiao, absent-mindedly picking at her food, replied without looking up, Why should I care? Lin Fan sighed, feeling rebuffed by Tang Xiaoxiao. Aren't you curious where all the survivors from Luoqing have gone? Something feels amiss. This time, Tang Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Lin Fan. What does it matter to you? She retorted. Lin Fan, exasperated, was met with her earlier dismissal of his concerns. Lin Fan, you seem rather off today. This isn't like you. Tang Xiaoxiao pinched his cheek to verify if he was indeed the same Lin Fan, or merely an imposter wearing a human mask. Lin Fan swatted her hand away, his intense curiosity stemming from the undeniable significance he sensed within the black box. He believed it could greatly benefit their convoy. After Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao returned from their usual training, the occupants of the tent finally emerged. Qin Tian and Lin Wen wore somber expressions, while Lu Yu and the long-haired woman remained silent, retreating to their car for rest. However, as Lu Yu departed, he cast Lin Fan a peculiar glance, while the long-haired woman eyed Lin Fan's heavy-duty pickup with envy. Lin Fan paid them no mind, rubbing his sore arms as he climbed into the truck. noting that Tang Xiao had likely absorbed the strange general's essence, significantly enhancing her strength. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Lin arrived at the heavy-duty pickup to rouse the still-sleeping Lin Fan. He informed Lin Fan about the survivor gathering point in Luocheng, as conveyed by Lu Yu. According to Lu Yu, a survivor enclave had been established in the city by his father, Lu Changhe. Following Lu Changhe's directives, all Starfire convoys from Lushi were destined for Luocheng. However, a few days prior, a bizarre outbreak had devastated the enclave, scattering the survivors, with only Lu Yu and his companions managing to reunite with Qin Tian. Clad in military combat gear were Lu Changhe's subordinates, tasked with ensuring Lu Yu's safety. The long-haired woman who appeared last was an ordinary person named Zhao Tong. Why was the survivor enclave established in Luocheng? Lin Fan inquired, voicing his curiosity. I'm not sure. He merely stated it was his father's decision. It seems Lu Yu has concealed much from you. Did he mention what is inside that black box? Lin Fan gazed at the sullen Lin Wan, who shook his head and remarked, No, they are quite secretive. Why share this with me? Lin Fan, last night, Lu He proposed that he would take over the convoy and lead it to Lingguan, stating that his father had already set off and that there was a survivor gathering in Lingguan. Lingguan? Lin Fan felt a pang of confusion. It was surprising to hear that a survivor enclave still existed outside of the Central State region. Taking over the convoy was an internal matter, one he held no interest in. Who led the Spar convoy was of little concern to him. The sole person of significance within the entire Spar convoy was Lin Wan, the capable explorer. However, Lin Wan, I must say, it's rather unfortunate that just as Zhang Rong has departed, another individual has emerged to impose upon you. It would be far less vexing if you were to join me in the bus convoy instead. Lin Fan continued to persuade Lin Wan to join the bus team. Lin Wan did not respond to Lin Fan's invitation. Biting his lip, he murmured, Lin Fan. The takeover he speaks of encompasses not just the Spar convoy, but also the bus convoy. He is courting disaster. Lin Fan, like an enraged lion, felt his anger flare. Just yesterday, he had coveted the black box in Lu Yu's possession, only to discover that Lu Yu aimed to commandeer the entire bus convoy. How dare he? Does he presume to act with such audacity simply because his father is a provincial governor? His father could be the king of heaven, and it would still not matter. Chapter 33. My father, Lu Changhe. Lin Fan's furious outburst attracted the attention of the bus convoy members, as well as Tang Xiao, who was on her way for a meal. Lin Fan, yesterday, Qin Hall, and I already tried to dissuade Lu Yu, but Lin Wan trailed off, clearly at a loss. His efforts to persuade had been futile. He was well aware of Lu Yu's temperament, recognizing him as the arrogant scion of Shandong province, who always believed himself to be first in the world, with everyone else a distant second. However, Lin Wan understood Lin Fan's character even better, once provoked. Regardless of Lu Yu's standing, Lin Fan would undoubtedly retaliate against both Lu Yu and his father. According to the wartime regulations, the bus convoy was requisitioned effective immediately, with all personnel coming under the jurisdiction of young Master Lu. A somber voice resonated from behind the crowd. Shortly thereafter, a delicate woman's voice chimed in. And that pickup truck is also requisitioned. Hurry and clean it up and bring it over. Oh, that car from yesterday was hardly a place for a human to sleep. My back is killing me. The crowd glared in anger at the source of the voice. Lu Yu approached with several others from the previous day, the speaker being a bald, burly man who looked down at Lin Fan and the others with an air of arrogance. The delicate woman, Zhao Tong, who had injured her leg the day before, limped behind Tang Yu while rubbing her back, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan's robust pickup truck. Qin Tan walked at the back, his expression dark, disapproving of Lu Yu's actions, yet powerless to intervene. The bus convoy was seething with indignation, and Lin Meng's eyes were tinged with red. Tang Xiao wore an expression of amusement, yet her grip tightened around her dagger. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Wan's countenance turned pale. He had initially intended to inform Lin Fan in advance, hoping to avert conflict. Yet he never anticipated Lu Yu's eagerness to seize control of the bus fleet. He could see Lin Fan's eyes narrowing, an unmistakable glint of murderous intent lurking beneath the surface. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and prepare. The burly man shouted again, noticing the lack of response. Lin Wan clutched Lin Fan's sleeve tightly and shouted at Lu Yu and his entourage. Lu Yu, didn't we agree yesterday? Let me negotiate first. What are you all doing here? Lu Yu disregarded Lin Wan and, with a smile, addressed Lin Fan. You must be Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yu, son of Lu Changhe. Under the provisions of the wartime regulations, I possess the authority to requisition your bus fleet. In Lu Yu's perspective, the only threat within the bus fleet was the formidable Lin Ming. Although Qin Tian and Lin Wen had repeatedly asserted Lin Fan's strength to Lu Yu, he was merely an ordinary person, lacking the capabilities of a sequence ability user. With 2 combat-type sequence ability users on his side, along with Wang Yong from the Xingho team, he was confident of overwhelming the bus fleet. As for Lin Wen's proposed negotiations, Lu Yu viewed them as utterly pointless. Zhao Tong's gaze had shifted to Lin Fan, sensing the immense power emanating from him. She observed Lin Fan with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, akin to a scientist examining a rare specimen. Huh! Lin Fan chuckled derisively at the brazen demeanor of those before him. The individuals who previously sought to usurp his possessions were now long gone. He finally understood why certain ill-fated antagonists shared such traits. At that moment, Lu Yu spotted Chu Xian behind Lin Fan and leered, "Chu Xian, it truly is you. I wondered why I didn't see you yesterday, so you're a part of the bus fleet. What is this? Are you speechless upon encountering an old flame? I heard from Uncle Qin that you've been searching for your sister. I happen to know her whereabouts. Come to me, and I shall inform you." Lu Yu had once pursued Chu Xian, but was rebuffed. Concerned about the potential repercussions on his father's reputation, he had refrained from further advances. However, in this apocalyptic context, such reservations had dissipated. He now believed that Chu Xian should be groveling at his feet, ready to be trampled. Upon hearing Lu Yu's lewd remarks, Chu Xian's face flushed crimson. When Lu Yu mentioned knowing her sister's whereabouts, she felt an urge to approach him, yet the voice of reason held her back. Requisition the bus fleet? Certainly, but you must exchange it for that black box you possess. Lin Fan's voice was chillingly cold. He wished to ascertain the significance of the black box. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the expressions of Lu Yu and his companions shifted dramatically. Seeking death, the burly man bellowed, ready to strike, but was halted by Lu Yu. Lin Fan, don't overstep your bounds. I've provided you with ample respect out of consideration for Uncle Qin and Lin Wen. This subordinate of mine, a berserk sequence ability user, has a notoriously foul temper. Lu Yu's face darkened as he pointed at the furious burly man. Xiao Meng, deal with that bald man. Lin Fan, weary of further conversation, drew forth his bone blade and struck down upon Lu Yu's head. The tremendous force propelled Lin Wen several meters away. Although slaying ordinary individuals would yield divine points, Lin Fan had consistently restrained himself, refraining from acting against them unless absolutely necessary, fearing he might become lost in the throes of slaughter. However, at this moment, Lu Yu and his companions had thoroughly provoked him. Zhang Long and the others hastily retreated, their eyes fixed intently on the Starfire team, cognizant that this battle was beyond their involvement. They could only remain vigilant against any opportunistic assault from the Starfire group. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Yu let out a scornful laugh, retreating with agility. The conflict had been anticipated. If he could subdue Lin Fan and the others with sheer strength, it would save him the trouble of verbal confrontation. Zhao Tong had already positioned himself at a distance, observing Lin Fan with growing curiosity in his gaze. The burly, bald man raised his fist to strike Lin Fan, oblivious to the fact that Lin Ming had already unleashed his berserk transformation. With a sharp sonic boom, the bald man was sent flying by Lin Ming's powerful blow. Meanwhile, the slender figure had acquired a glimmering dagger, vanishing from sight without a trace. The assassin sequence. Tang Xiaoxiao feigned a gasp, alerting Lin Fan, yet she remained untroubled. The assassin sequence posed a nuisance to others, but for Lin Fan, who could discern weaknesses, it was a natural suppression. After speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao drew her tang knife and advanced slowly towards Lu Yu's other subordinates. Stay clear of battles involving sequence abilities. They can be fatal. Lu Yu's subordinates ignored her warning and pressed forward. In response, Tang Xiaoxiao traced a long line on the ground with her blade. Those who dare to cross this line shall perish. Lu Yu's subordinates, witnessing the fissure that appeared with a mere flick of Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, hesitated, deterred from making any further movements. At this juncture, the bald man was being relentlessly pummeled by Lin Ming, whose formidable strength was further amplified by Lin Fan's divine contract and the power-enhancing sunset gauntlets. The bald man was no longer merely facing a solid wall, but rather a heavily armored vehicle. Lu Yu's expression darkened as he observed the bald man being repeatedly struck to the ground by Lin Ming, his gaze shifting to the diminutive figure of the assassin sequence. Individuals with such abilities were exceedingly rare, which was precisely why his father had arranged for protection, ensuring Lu Yu's safety. As the small figure vanished, Lin Fan's insightful eye had already locked onto his whereabouts, continuously analyzing his vulnerabilities. The small figure moved with remarkable speed, the dagger in his hand darting forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Fan's heart. With precision, Lin Fan deflected the dagger with his bone blade. Realizing his strike had failed, the small figure swiftly retreated. Lin Fan, undeterred, sprinted towards Lu Yu, forcing the small figure to close in once again to impede his advance. An assassin burdened by hesitation was destined to falter. Chapter 34. I care not who your father is. The diminutive figure harbored persistent concerns for Lu Yu's safety, perpetually led by Lin Fan's whims. This battle, wherein he could not fully utilize his strengths, left him feeling profoundly constrained. What filled him with dread was that every stealthy strike he attempted was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Fan, as though Lin Fan could perceive his every move. After several encounters, Lin Fan's discerning eye finally detected his vulnerabilities. This time, Lin Fan chose to take the initiative, following yet another collision, his blood-stained bone blade, imbued with a crimson mist, struck like lightning into the small one's knee. Previously as elusive as a specter, the small figure materialized from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his shattered knee and groaning in agony, unable to staunch the flow of blood from his leg, the bloodthirsty blade's lethal sharpness activated, significantly amplifying the damage inflicted upon flesh and blood, causing the wound to bleed profusely and resist healing. As blood continued to pour forth, the small figure's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Nearby, the bald, muscular man's screams echoed incessantly as Lin Meng, resembling a ferocious beast, shattered his limbs without mercy. Lin Fan had decreed the bald man's incapacitation. Thus, Lin Meng did not hesitate to break both of his legs. Grasping the bloody blade, Lin Fan advanced step by step towards Lu Yu. Observing this, Lu Yu's subordinates disregarded Tang Xiaoxiao's threats and positioned themselves protectively in front of Lu Yu. Their eyes filled with despair. Though they were well trained, in Lin Fan's presence, they were no different from ordinary individuals. Lin Fan mockingly addressed Lu Yu. What has become of your arrogance, young Master Lu? Hiding like a dog behind your minions? The once confident Lu Yu, upon witnessing the utter defeat of his two sequence abilities at the hands of Lin Fan and Lin Meng, could no longer maintain his previous swagger. Clearly, he had gravely underestimated Lin Fan's combat prowess. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have suggested taking command of the convoy. With the only two sequence abilities at his side, now incapacitated, and his remaining subordinates mere ordinary folk, facing the relentless Lin Fan, his priority was to preserve his own life. Striving to keep his voice steady, Lu Yu implored, Lin Fan, I admit I underestimated you. But are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? I can apologize. We could even collaborate. Are you not curious about what lies within the black box? Lin Fan continued his advance, paying Lu Yu's words no heed. Lin Fan, my father is the governor of Lu Province, with a level 3 sequence ability at his command. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you off lightly. I care not who your father is, Lin Fan retorted before lunging forward with his blade. Lin Fan, you lunatic. Qin Tian, Linwen, will you stand idly by? As Lu Yu realized Lin Fan truly intended to end his life, he retreated while urgently calling out to Qin Tian and Linwen. Qin Tian cast a pleading glance at Linwen, aware that his words would be as insignificant as dust in Lin Fan's ears. Should he dare to intervene, Lin Fan would surely strike him down as well. Presently, only Linwen could save Lu Yu. Lu Yu's survival was crucial for the future of the entire convoy, comprising over 50 lives. Linwen sighed helplessly. He was indifferent to Lu Yu's fate, yet he could not ignore Qin Tian's plea. He hastily approached Lin Fan, gazing into his eyes, which brimmed with murderous intent. Rendered momentarily speechless, Wang Yong, equally remorseful, stepped forward, sharing the silence. Observing the two men before him, Lin Fan suddenly chuckled. What do you mean, Linwen? If you plead for him, I might spare Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Lu Yu and the others all turned toward Linwen. A bitter smile crossed Lin Wen's face. He sensed that Lin Fan had been attempting to win him over, although the reasons eluded him. He recognized that Lin Fan's repeated concessions on his behalf would inevitably exact a heavy toll in the future. Lin Fan, spare him. Lin Wen's tone was somber. Very well, but under certain conditions. Lin Fan's proclamation caused Lu Yu and the others to exhale in relief. The bald, muscular man and the petite assassin sprawled on the ground. Ceased their cries. letting out long sighs of relief. Sequence ability users value their lives far more than ordinary individuals. As long as you do not entertain thoughts of my box, I shall agree to any terms, Lu Yu declared, stepping forth from behind. I wish to know what lies within the box. Reveal everything you know, and should I sense any deceit, Lin Wen will not be able to protect you. Lu Yu's face reflected a mixture of difficulty, yet he gritted his teeth and nodded. Moreover, I demand the lives of those two. Lin Fan pointed at the two sequence ability users on the ground. Their faces contorted in disbelief as they cried out for mercy. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Sequence ability users were exceedingly rare, each revered by the Convoy as esteemed guests. It was unfathomable that Lin Fan would seek to eliminate two of them. The presence of two sequence ability users represented a significant threat, particularly the petite assassin. Had it not been for the Eye of Insight, he would have surely been slain already. Furthermore, Lin Fan sought to accumulate some divine points, at the very least to unleash brute force. Without divine points, even the finest skills would be rendered futile. Very well, Lu Yu replied blandly, regarding the two sequence ability users as mere disposable dogs. The bald man and the petite assassin sank into utter despair, their eyes directed at Lin Fan, filled with resentment. The remaining members of Lu Yu's entourage displayed no emotion, seemingly accustomed to such grim scenarios. The petite assassin, gritting his teeth against the pain in his legs, attempted to flee. Yet, Lin Fan's Eye of Insight had already locked onto him. Swifter than he, Lin Fan slashed him down once more. As the petite assassin's eyes filled with unwillingness, Lin Fan struck, severing his neck. Kill sequence ability user, gain 500 divine points. Indeed, slaying a human yielded far fewer divine points than defeating an aberration. Even if it was a sequence ability user. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. There lay another one in the distance. Witnessing Lin Fan's unhesitating execution of the petite assassin, the bald man wept bitterly, pleading for his life. Lin Meng remained unresponsive beside him. At this moment, the burly bald man lay on the ground, his limbs twisted like pretzels, having lost all semblance of his earlier bravado. Since you choose to be a dog, do not be too arrogant, Lin Fan declared. And once again, the bone blade in his hand was stained with blood. Kill sequence ability user, earn 500 divine points. The crimson patterns on the bloodthirsty bone blade became even more vibrant. At this juncture, Lin Fan's disciple rank had also reached 70. Those around him fell silent, fear gripping them. Zhao Tong's face turned pale, yet the curiosity in his eyes remained undiminished. Lin Fan smiled and extended 2 fingers towards Lin Wen. With a bitter smile, Lin Wen understood this was a reminder that, counting this instance, he owed Lin Fan 2 significant favors. 3's a charm. Next time, I might have to sell myself to Lin Fan, he mused. Young Master Lu, let us go. It is time to fulfill your promise. Lin Fan beckoned to Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming. He then turned to Chu Sun. You come along too. Chu Sun's face lit up. Lin Fan's invitation clearly indicated he wanted her to gather information about her sister. Lu Yu, with a darkened expression, strode towards Lin Wen's tent, his eyes filled with resentment. The 2 sequence ability users had inflicted a long-lasting pain on him. Just wait a few more days, Lin Fan. I will make you kneel before me like a dog. Lu Yu seethed inwardly. The image of the ghostly head, long present in the Starfire Team's supplies, seemed to sense the bloodshed in the square and flickered momentarily. Chapter 35. The Secret of the Black Boxes. As everyone entered the tent, Lin Fan sat down with an air of authority. Hey, Lin Wen, don't be stingy. Bring out your tea. Chu Sun quietly poured tea for Lin Fan and the others. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong took their seats opposite Lin Fan, where 2 mysterious black boxes rested on the table, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Fan's discerning, I sensed the brutal energy emanating from within the boxes. What do you have in there? Lu Yu remained silent, merely opening the boxes to reveal 2 blue vials lying quietly inside. The deep blue potions emitted a mysterious, ghostly glow. The brutal energy Lin Fan had sensed originated from these vials. Strange potions. Dang xiao xia et galim. What? Potions that can awaken sequences. Everyone rose in astonishment, staring at the potions before them. Jusun vcb li chemba. Lu Yu was pleased with their reaction. Not everyone could remain indifferent upon encountering such bizarre potions. Lin Fan scrutinized the potions, a nagging sense of unease lingering within him, as he recalled having seen strange potions provided by the system. Their aura distinctly different from the ones before him. Does your father have a potion master among the sequence ability users? Lin Wen's voice quivered slightly. Lu Yu nodded, his expression one of arrogant pride. There was a level 3 potion master sequence ability user in Luo City previously. The revelation of a level 3 apothecary sequence ability wielder left everyone astounded by Lu Yu's words. It was no wonder that he had shown indifference towards the 2 preceding sequence ability users. Apothecary sequence ability wielders are among the rarest of all abilities, possessing the unique capability to concoct enigmatic potions that can awaken ordinary individuals to sequence abilities, effectively allowing Lu Yu's household to produce sequence ability users at will. Why haven't you awakened your own sequence ability? Lin Fan inquired, gently caressing his teacup, unable to fathom such conditions without Lu Yu first experiencing an awakening himself. Lin Wen and the others regarded Lu Yu with puzzled expressions. Because the enigmatic potions do not guarantee a 100 success rate for awakening. Failure results in death. A risk I am unwilling to take. Lu Yu's declaration instilled a measure of belief in Lin Fan. When he had previously urged Lin Meng to use an enigmatic potion, he too had been taking a gamble. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. Otherwise, both brothers would have perished in the market of Grey Rock Town. Lu Yu, who always considered himself an ascendant figure, viewed sequence ability users merely as tools, relegating the risks to his subordinates while he reveled in the outcomes. Even if a level 3 apothecary could produce enigmatic potions, it remains exceedingly challenging. Why would such a treasure be in your possession? Lin Wen queried, pointing out that such valuable items should logically be with Lu Changhe rather than in Lu Yu's hands, especially with only 2 sequence ability users to protect him. A frenzied glint danced in Lu Yu's eyes as he leaned forward, fixating on the gathered crowd. What he uttered next rendered everyone speechless. What we possess here is not an apothecary's enigmatic potion, but rather our own innovation. Although the success rate of this potion is less than half that of the enigmatic potions, it can be produced en masse. Furthermore, we are continuously refining this potion. Given more time, it will undoubtedly rival the enigmatic potions. We have named it the Ember Potion, the spark of hope for humanity. With a crash, the teacups in their hands fell to the floor, the news striking them like a bolt from the blue. The prospect of mass-producing enigmatic potions, regardless of their low success rate, could still yield a substantial number of sequence ability users. Lu Yu's fervor intensified as he stood, hands braced against the table. His voice lowered to a fervent whisper, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the true Ember Plan. No matter how formidable the enigmas are, as long as sequence ability users continuously emerge among humanity, the apocalypse will eventually draw to a close. Perhaps one day, all of humanity will become sequence ability users, and we shall be the architects of a new world for mankind." Madman, in Lin Fan's eyes, Lu Yu, or rather, Lu Changhe, was undeniably insane. The notion of transforming all humanity into sequence ability users was utterly fantastical. Even enigmatic potions could not guarantee a 100 success rate. But many will perish. Qin Tian trembled as he spoke. Uncle Qin, for the future of humanity, the sacrifice of a few is a trivial matter. Every transformation of mankind necessitates the sacrifice of some. Lu Yu's words plunged Lin Wen and the others into silence, rendering them unable to discern right from wrong. Perhaps this is also a path toward humanity's future, albeit a brutal one. Lin Fan, let's collaborate. You may lack an awakening sequence, yet your abilities surpass those of sequence practitioners. If I could study the secrets of your body, I assure you that you too could awaken a sequence, and the spark potion would be further perfected. Zhao Tong, who had remained silent until now, rose to his feet and gazed intently at Lin Fan, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Ahem. Allow me to formally introduce Zhao Tong, the principal researcher behind the spark potion, Lu Yu declared, revealing Zhao Tong's true identity. Zhao Tong's gaze upon Lin Fan resembled that of a scientist observing a laboratory mouse, which made Lin Fan feel quite uneasy. Not interested. Lin Fan would not foolishly unveil the secrets of his being for the sake of what they termed the future of humanity. The matters concerning the Divine Path system were known only to him and Lin Meng, and he had no intention of revealing them to a third party. Who says I lack an awakening sequence? I have awakened a mysterious sequence. Sensing the perplexed gazes directed at him, Lin Fan confidently proclaimed the predetermined revelation of his mysterious sequence. A mysterious sequence. This time, it was the others who were taken aback by Lin Fan's announcement, though their expressions quickly shifted to one of understanding. The ability to wield the uncanny could only be attributed to a mysterious sequence, which was indeed more potent than that of sequence practitioners. Lin Fan wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it all along. The mysterious sequence is splendid. I have yet to research the mysterious sequence." To Lin Fan's astonishment, the mention of the mysterious sequence sent Zhao Tong into a frenzy of excitement. He could hardly contain his desire to pounce on Lin Fan and conduct an in-depth study. "You'd better shut up. I haven't forgotten about the incident with my car." Lin Fan's menacing words caused Zhao Tong to shrink back, promptly returning to his seat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have fulfilled my promise. This matter is of great significance. I hope everyone will keep it confidential." After Lu Yu spoke, he picked up a black box from the table, preparing to lead Zhao Tong out. "Wait," Lin Fan called out, halting Lu Yu's departure. "Is there anything else?" "I have said all that needs to be said." Lin Fan replied coolly. "Let us discuss matters regarding my sister, Chu Xian." Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance at Chu Xian beside Lin Fan, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. "Your sister indeed arrived in Luo City with another convoy, but she has not been seen since the peculiar incident a few days ago. Perhaps she managed to escape. As for her whereabouts, I truly do not know. I'm afraid." Upon hearing that her sister was still alive, tears welled up in Chu Xian's eyes, and she crouched down, softly sobbing. The mere knowledge that her sister still lived was a source of immense comfort for her. Fearing that Lin Fan might seize the black box, Lu Yu was unwilling to linger for even a moment longer and turned to exit the tent. At that moment, his subordinates outside gathered around, escorting the two into a car. "Did you signal the white madman?" Lu Yu inquired. A subordinate leaned closer to the car window and whispered, "It has been dispatched. Young master, Captain Bai should be able to catch up in 2 days." As the window was drawn up, the frenzied murderous intent in Lu Yu's gaze was no longer concealed. His expression twisted in anguish. "Lin Fan, Lin Fan, I want the entire convoy to vanish." In order to safeguard his own life, he had no choice but to divulge part of the information regarding the fire seed potion, compelling everyone to place their hopes of ending the apocalypse upon him. Yet, in his eyes, anyone who learned of the fire seed potion would inevitably meet their demise. Only the dead could keep secrets. Beside him, Zhao Tong appeared indifferent, casually remarking, "Ordinary people can be kept for experimentation. By the way, that Lin Fan, I'd like to study him thoroughly. He must possess some significant secrets. Oomph. It seems you have taken a liking to that wretched creature." Lu Yu's words dripped with jealousy as Zhao Tong, with a playful laugh, climbed onto his lap. "How could that be? I shall always belong to you." Outside the vehicle, the subordinates noticed the car swaying and retreated several meters, warily scanning their surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 36, The Leak of Information. Lin Fan returned to the pickup truck alone, contemplating Lu Yu's earlier words. He held no interest in the so-called fire seed plan. Lin Fan had always been skeptical of Lu Yu's claims, yet he recognized the immense potential of the fire seed potion. Although the system shop offered genuine peculiar potions, the exorbitant prices left him with a headache. In Lin Fan's estimation, the majority of the personnel within the Divine Nation convoy should be sequence ability users, as this would secure their place in the apocalypse. Today, learning from Lu Yu about the existence of third-tier sequence ability, users intensified Lin Fan's desire to bolster the convoy's strength. System, do you possess the formula for the fire seed potion? The system requires the analysis of physical substances to derive the relevant formula. It seemed imperative to find a way to procure a vial of the fire seed potion from Lu Yu. However, at this moment, Lin Fan, Tang Xiao, and the others would undoubtedly prevent Lin Fan from clashing with Lu Yu. Lu Yu's revelation of the potion's information had effectively granted himself a talisman for survival. One could only navigate step by step. There is no wall that does not let the wind pass through. What initially seemed like a confidential matter spread throughout the convoy the following day. Lu Yu possessed a peculiar potion that could awaken sequence abilities in ordinary people. This news ignited a frenzy among the survivors of the convoy, as it represented a chance for ordinary individuals to alter their fates. The members of the bus convoy also exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in their eyes. Zhang Long discreetly approached Lin Fan, subtly implying that they should seize the fire seed potion. Lin Fan merely replied, "The authenticity of that item remains uncertain. Even if true, the probability of awakening for ordinary people is quite low." This dissuaded Zhang Long and his companions from plotting against Lu Yu. However, the survivors of the Spark convoy could hardly contain their impatience, surrounding Lu Yu with a cacophony of flattery. Lu Yu truly relished this sensation. A middle-aged gentleman had unexpectedly offered his luxurious sedan, and Lu Yu, weary of resting in a dilapidated vehicle, graciously accepted the generous offer. With a gentle pat on the man's shoulder and a whispered promise, he ignited a wave of elation in the middle-aged man, who now regarded the surrounding survivors with an air of arrogance, as if he had awakened some latent prowess. This spectacle further incited the other survivors, who eagerly vied to attend to Lu Yu as if he were royalty. At noon, Lin Fan meandered over to the bus. Lin Fan casually handed him a pair of chopsticks, causing Lin Fan to momentarily pause before accepting with a smile. "You have me all figured out. Ha ha ha. It's only fitting to acclimate to life on the bus. I sense that soon you shall embrace me wholeheartedly." Nearby, Tang Xiao, while dining, wrapped her bowl and exclaimed with exaggerated disdain, "Are you two done being nauseating? We're trying to eat here." The two exchanged amused glances. Lin Fan naturally began to enjoy the meal prepared on the bus, wearing a look of utter contentment. The provisions of the Starfire team are akin to a grand feast, incomparable to the fare provided here, Lin Fan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Lin Fan observed Lu Yu, now the center of attention, and replied with a smile, "I suspect the news was disseminated by Lu Yu himself." Tang Xiao, puzzled, inquired how could that be. He explicitly stated he wanted to keep it confidential. What advantage could he gain from so many knowing? Lu Yu fears death above all, perpetually anxious about Lin Fan. Thus he has adorned himself with a talisman for survival. Lin Fan mused, removing his fog glasses. "We ought to tread carefully, though uncertain of Lu Yu's contingency plans. I sense he is not entirely forthright. And what a spark potion. Don't pretend it hasn't piqued your interest." Lin Fan scrutinized Lin Fan with narrowed eyes. "The spark potion is undoubtedly not as miraculous as Lu Yu claims. Otherwise, Lu Changhe would not have insisted on its constant presence. Nevertheless, I would be elated to acquire even a single vial." Lin Fan, catching the knowing expression on Lin Fan's face, continued with a chuckle. "It was Qin Tian who sent you, was it not? To test whether I would resort to violence for the sake of the potion?" Lin Fan donned his glasses, exhaling softly, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. In hushed tones, he said, "Lu Yu's words are profoundly unsettling. We all wish for their veracity. For hope is the most vital currency we possess at present. Lin Fan, I understand your indifference, yet I implore you to preserve this hope. After all, our mentor's time is dwindling." As Lin Fan's voice trembled with emotion, Lin Fan gasped, "What? Old Qin is nearing death?" Realizing the gravity of Lin Fan's sorrowful demeanor, he recognized his own excessive reaction, despite Qin Tian's often irksome stubbornness. The news of his impending demise struck Lin Fan with a mixture of shock and a twinge of unexpected relief. Unexpectedly, the ever-vibrant Qin Tian was nearing his end. His demise would sever the ties between Lin Fan and the Xingho convoy, bringing Lin Fan closer to fulfilling his covenant with the divine. Tang Xiao also set aside her bowl and chopsticks. Her disdain for Qin Tian did not equate to a desire to see him dead like Lin Fan. Upon hearing the news, she felt a tinge of sadness, having shared so much time together. Lin Fan adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Teacher's health has always been precarious. The prolonged migration, coupled with the trifles of the convoy, had already taken a toll on his body. It was merely the belief in the convergence at Luocheng that sustained him. The news of Luocheng's fall struck him profoundly. I sensed his life force waning. Today, Lu Yu's words reignited a flicker of hope for him. Let's not extinguish it." Lin Fan observed the serious expression on Lin Fan's face and nodded. It was evident that Qin Tian had but a few days left, and he himself could afford to wait that long. Curiously, he mused, "You're not Qin Tian's illegitimate son, are you?" He initially intended to refer to him as the old man, but was met with a sharp glare from Tang Xiao, prompting an immediate change in address. "How melodramatic. I've been an orphan since childhood. It was the teacher who supported my university education. Before he joined the Public Security Bureau, Qin Tian was indeed my professor." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Brother, I understand. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father," Lin Ming abruptly interjected, lifting his head from his bowl. Both Lin Fan and Tang Xiao exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Lin Ming's unexpected wisdom. Lin Fan shot a disapproving look at the two, asserting that his brother was not foolish, merely lacking in intelligence. He then turned to Lin Ming and asked, "Have you eaten enough?" "No, brother." "Then continue eating." As Lin Fan gently wiped the grains of rice from Lin Ming's face, Lin Fan remarked, "Sometimes I envy the bond you two share amidst the apocalypse." Such deep fraternal love is a rarity. In these dire times, many couples had turned against each other, and brothers had resorted to inflicting harm upon one another. Genuine brotherly affection had become a precious commodity. Everyone in the convoy is my brother, including you, Lin Fan. Thank you, Lin Fan, Lin Fan replied, patting Lin Fan's arm. From here on, we shall proceed in the direction specified by Lu Yu. If there truly exists a sanctuary for survivors, it will serve as a testament to their plight. However, I shall remain vigilant. Should danger arise, I will inform you in advance. With that, Lin Fan turned and left, his demeanor heavy with melancholy. Tang Xiaoxiao finished her meal and stood, fixing her gaze upon Lin Fan. He felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, uncertain of what her next outburst might entail. Hey, Lin Fan, do you consider me a brother? Haha, I regard you as a sister. Uft. You'll have to defeat me first, little pest. Chapter 37, Mengchuan Town. The following 2 days were marked by the monotony of migration for the convoy. Throughout the journey, no strange occurrences were encountered. The only notable change was that Lu Yu was now surrounded by an increasing number of companions, garnering attention wherever he went. It remained a mystery how many individuals he had made promises to. However, he consistently avoided Lin Fan, a decision that proved prudent. Lin Fan was preoccupied with thoughts of acquiring the fire seed potion, discreetly keeping a close watch on Lu Yu, ready to strike with his bone blade at the slightest hint of trouble. Lu Yu seemed aware of Lin Fan's intentions, refraining from any provocations and dutifully engaging the survivors within the convoy, while the enigmatic black box remained closely guarded by his subordinates, untouched even during meal times. On the other hand, Chu Xian had become more cheerful, daydreaming about the possibility of her sister joining the convoy to Lingguan, envisioning their reunion once the bus arrived at their destination. Under Lu Yu's guidance, the convoy halted near a small town on the outskirts of Luocheng. Upon disembarking, Lin Fan glanced at the roadside sign, noting that a marketplace named Mengchuan lay not far ahead. Lin Fan and others approached to inform Lin Fan that the convoy would replenish supplies at the town's market, where only a few weak, low-level anomalies posed minimal threat to their safety. Lin Fan did not see Lu Yu or his companions, dismissing it from his mind. However, he chose to keep Zhang Long on the bus, still feeling uneasy about Lu Yu despite Lin Fan's presence. Accustomed to gathering supplies, the group, bolstered by Lin Fan's assurance of no formidable anomalies, swiftly prepared and made their way to the town center. As customary, Tang Xiaoxiao accompanied the bus convoy, and upon entering the town, the two teams diverged. The bus convoy members rapidly dispersed towards the shops lining the streets, their efficiency evident as they filled Lin Meng's baggy jacket with supplies within just over an hour. In the middle of the road, Lin Fan, Lin Meng, and Tang Xiaoxiao maintained vigilance, ready to support each other should any anomalies emerge. Tang Xiaoxiao, feeling bored, absent-mindedly kicked pebbles on the ground and turned to Lin Meng, who was continuously munching on snacks. Little Meng, don't you feel full from eating so much? She inquired. Not at all. The more I eat, the stronger I become. Enabling me to assist my brother, Lin Meng replied in a low voice. Always talking about your brother. He is not exactly a paragon of virtue. Dang xiao xia zito, rolling her eyes at him, which elicited a broad grin from Lin Meng. Hey, Tang Xiaoxiao, I haven't bothered you lately, have I? Lin Fan, hearing her remarks, shrugged in resignation. This girl seemed far from her menopausal years, yet her temper was increasingly capricious. I do as I please. Tang Xiaoxiao, inexplicably inclined to tease Lin Fan, extracted a bag of snacks from Lin Meng's supply and began to munch on them. Lin Fan continued to survey the surroundings with his inside eye. Yet after such a prolonged period, no signs of anomalies had been detected. He actually hoped that an anomaly would appear in the town. After all, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Glancing at the meager 1,000 divine points displayed on his system page, he felt a lingering sense of unease. As the three grew increasingly bored, two figures in black cloaks were quietly observing the newcomers from a distant 3-story house. The individuals concealed their presence deliberately, their ears adorned with communication devices that emitted a faint red light. Report to the captain. 2 level 1 sequence ability users detected in the town, accompanied by one ordinary person possessing a peculiar object. The rest are mere survivors, a gritty voice relayed through the device. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied thirst for blood. One of them retrieved a rudimentary remote from within his cloak, and, with a forceful press of his thumb, 2 thunderous booms echoed throughout the town. Immediately, Lin Fan and his companions entered a state of alert. From the opposite side of the town, terrified screams of the Starfire convoy survivors resonated. The search team for supplies was promptly recalled, and the three turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from the street's end. A horde of grotesque figures clad in white patient attire charged toward Lin Fan, their eyes glowing crimson, emitting feral growls. Unified attire among the grotesque? Lin Fan pondered, recalling scenes from a zombie film he had once watched. Could these horrors be artificially bred? Lin Fan, why are you dazed? Quickly find their weaknesses. Sao Tet Dang Xiao Xia. Her Tang Dao unsheathed and ready. Lin Fan had already activated his insightful eye, yet the energy fluctuations emanating from these grotesque beings were exceedingly faint. Where are the weaknesses? Their entire bodies are weaknesses. Just strike. Wouldn't that be giving away the essence cores? Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her excitement propelling her toward the grotesques. Without transforming, Lin Ming joined the fray, throwing punches. Upon engagement, they soon realized that these grotesques were merely marginally faster, stronger, and more resilient than ordinary humans. Against sequence ability users, they were utterly outmatched. As Lin Ming shattered one grotesque with a single blow, Tang Xiao Xiao had already felled several nearby. The trio dispatched the grotesques with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. After the battle, Tang Xiao Xiao scavenged the remnants of the defeated foes, uncovering 6 essence cores, each resembling broad beans, their energy exceedingly weak. Defeated low-tier grotesque beings gained 100 divine points. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan cursed inwardly, having hoped for a greater bounty of divine points. To his disappointment, each only yielded 100 points, while the entire skirmish contributed a mere 1,000 points. How unfortunate! Tang Xiao Xiao disdainfully collected the cores one by one. Shall we return? Lin Fan inquired, observing the town's return to tranquility. Why not search a bit more? We've come this far, she suggested. Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes brimmed with reluctance. The peculiar cores they had encountered combined did not even equate to a single level 1 anomalies drop. Lin Fan speculated that there were likely no level 2 anomalies within the town. Even when faced with a level 1 elite anomaly, the trio felt trepidation. He instructed the bus convoy to return with the supplies while the three of them ventured deeper into the town. As they observed the receding figures of the trio, 2 concealed individuals swiftly reported back. Captain, we deployed 10 lost ones. The combat duration was 3 minutes, involving 3 participants, 2 men and 1 woman. What is the danger level? A hoarse voice inquired, tinged with excitement. The fight transpired too swiftly for a thorough assessment. However, initial estimates suggest that 2 of the sequence abilities are above B class, while the ordinary person possessing the anomaly is at C class. The 2 had prematurely concluded that Lin Fan was merely an ordinary individual holding an anomaly, severely underestimating his combat prowess since he had not actively engaged in the skirmish. Nevertheless, the trio pressed onward into the depths of the town. Very well, let us escalate matters by releasing the fallen. Once the battle concludes, return immediately. Upon hearing the term fallen, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the 2 cloaked figures, evidently recognizing that the fallen were far more terrifying than the lost ones. Understood. Chapitre 38, a spectacle en fold. Lin Fan and his companions journeyed deeper into the town, flanked by dilapidated shops. Some storefronts still displayed clearance sale signs, which had only been genuinely fulfilled today. Lin Fan discreetly tapped Lin Ming and Tang Xiao Xiao, murmuring, "Do not turn around. I sense someone lurking in the shadows, watching us." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Ming and Tang Xiao Xiao feigned nonchalance as they continued forward, their eyes darting around the surrounding buildings. "Have you noticed anything? Where?" Tang Xiao Xiao inquired in a hushed tone. "Something seems amiss. This small town lacks a hospital, yet there are so many anomalies wearing the same attire." Lin Fan quietly fell back a pace. "I suspect someone is orchestrating this." Although Lin Fan's insight was not particularly expansive, his mental acuity had grown tremendously, making his sixth sense exceedingly sharp. He had sensed a presence observing them from afar when the patient anomalies first appeared. Thus, he consented to Tang Xiaoxiao's idea of further exploring the town and instructed the bus convoy to return, pondering whether they might draw out the hidden observer. "Are you suggesting that those anomalies were deliberately unleashed by someone?" Tang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, finding this notion somewhat far-fetched. How could anomalies be controlled? Indeed, I cannot be certain, but I prefer to believe there is truth in the improbable rather than dismiss it outright. Tang Xiaoxiao regarded Lin Fan's perpetually calm demeanor and asked, "What should we do next?" When that group of patients emerged, the observer did not act, clearly monitoring us. I surmise they are assessing our capabilities, regardless of their intentions. They likely have nothing but idle schemes. Rather than sit idly by, let us entertain them with a performance. A performance? Tang Xiaoxiao curled her lips, finding the situation rather tedious. Although she voiced her complaints, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her. Lin Fan extracted 3 bottles of crimson juice from Lin Meng's jacket and tossed them to the duo. If any peculiarities arise later, regardless of whether they are orchestrated by those individuals, we shall feign weakness. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Fan cast a wary glance at Lin Meng, who had already uncapped his bottle, and added, "Xiao Meng, save some energy. Don't finish all the juice. You'll need it for your act of spitting blood." Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fan's earnest demeanor, yet she clutched the bottle tightly, as if to validate Lin Fan's conjecture. Another resounding crash echoed, followed by a furious roar that reverberated throughout the town. "Here it comes." The trio immediately perked up. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sound of heavy footsteps approached. A grotesque figure, towering nearly 4 meters, ambled forward, dragging a colossal iron hammer, its face obscured by an enormous white mask adorned with bizarre engravings. The sheer size of its form made every step resonate with a cacophony against the nearby glass. In the shadows, 2 figures watched the fallen's emergence, their eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to witness the moment the fallen would rend the trio asunder. "You guessed right, Lin Fan." After taking a sip of juice, Tang Xiaoxiao cast the bottle aside. These fools are utterly oblivious to the need for a change of attire. Lin Fan observed the monstrous being clad in the same hospital gown, albeit in an oversized version. "Come now, the weakness lies on the left side of the chest. Let us toy with him first." Lin Fan unsheathed his bone blade. Before Lin Fan could finish his thought, Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao charged forward. "Hey, make it more convincing." Lin Fan quickened his pace. While they were merely acting, the threat still required elimination. Wow! Thud! Before Lin Fan could reach the fallen, he witnessed Tang Xiaoxiao's tang knife collide with a massive iron hammer, immediately followed by an exaggerated spray of juice into the air as she screamed dramatically, hurtling backward. Upon landing, she cheekily winked at Lin Fan before swiftly donning a mask of terror. How utterly theatrical! Lin Fan shook his head, but the ensuing scene had him gulping down the juice in his mouth. Lin Meng, lacking Tang Xiaoxiao's cunning, recalled his brother's advice to spit blood. Before the fallen's fist even grazed him, he spewed the juice directly onto the fallen's face, licking his lips as if savoring the experience. Lin Fan could hardly bear to watch. It was painfully contrived. Ducking to evade the fallen's heavy blow, he whispered to the dazed Lin Meng, "Xiao Meng, pretend to be injured and lie down." "Oh, understood, brother," Lin Meng replied, and without hesitation, he collapsed onto the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Lin Fan could no longer endure the farce. He resolved to demonstrate what true acting entailed. The bone blade in hand fiercely pierced the thigh of the fallen, with dark liquid spraying all over Lin Fan. In agony, the fallen retaliated with a kick aimed at Lin Fan. Using the force, Lin Fan was propelled backward, emitting a cry of pain before crashing heavily to the ground. Nearby, Tang Xiaoxiao cast a disdainful glance, unwilling to soil herself. The trio then embarked on a flamboyant display, being flung into the air in various positions, yet tirelessly continuing their charge towards the fallen. At this point, the fallen was already riddled with wounds inflicted by Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao, save for a single vulnerable spot on its left chest, untouched. Each of Lin Meng's powerful strikes, though deliberately restrained, still sent waves of excruciating pain through the fallen. The wounds from Lin Fan's bloodthirsty blade oozed dark liquid, channeling pure energy back to him. This time, Tang Xiaoxiao's tang knife did not even manifest its blade's radiance, although it could effortlessly pierce the fallen's body. It was swiftly withdrawn after merely a few centimeters of penetration. Observers from a distance, witnessing the fallen repeatedly hurling the trio away, felt their excitement intensify, subtly downgrading the perceived danger level of the three. The fallen, filled with confusion, pondered how its strikes had not connected, yet the adversaries were screaming as they flew away. However, the chaotic mental forces swirling in its mind prevented deep contemplation. while the pain coursing through its body only heightened its fury. This dramatically charged battle continued for nearly an hour, exchanging blows. Upon receiving Lin Fan's signal to conclude the fight, Tang Xiaoxiao delivered a seemingly fortuitous strike, her knife penetrating the fallen's left chest. Clang! The iron hammer slipped from the fallen's grasp, its arms falling limply. The towering figure crashed heavily onto the pavement, falling silent. Kill level 1 Eerie Fallen. Earn 1,000 ascension points. Lin Fan and his companions lay side by side next to the fallen, appearing gravely injured. Chapter 39. The storm approaches. 10 minutes later, the duo in black exchanged glances and began reporting through their communicator. Report to the captain. The battle has concluded. Duration, 1 hour. The three are severely injured. The fallen has been slain. Among them, the tall man and the knife-wielding woman are of the offensive category, classified as the highest danger level B, while the ordinary man with the bizarre object holds the highest danger level C. Should we clean up the battlefield? Return. I had hoped this toy would be more entertaining. Disappointment echoed in the raspy voice. Understood. The two swiftly retreated. Lin Fan and his companions remained sprawled on the ground, with Lin Ming already stifling yawns. Lin Fan, are we leaving? Dan xiao xia in guit sop di. Lin Fan closed his eyes, carefully sensing, and found the earlier feeling of being watched had dissipated. Let's get up, it's time to go. The three individuals rose, exchanging glances at each other's disheveled appearances, and could not help but burst into laughter. In the desolate silence of the apocalypse, this battle had bestowed upon them a rare moment of joy. After sitting for a while longer, they finally stood up. Not rushing back, they continued to wander around the town, discovering unclaimed iron cages scattered throughout. The earlier sounds they had heard were indeed the echoes of cage doors crashing to the ground. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged a serious look, their expressions laden with concern. This incident was evidently orchestrated by someone. Who could it be, and what were their intentions? Even more unsettling was the absence of any visible assailants thus far. Let us return for now and consult with Lin Wan, keeping this matter confidential from the others. By the time they made their way back, dusk had settled in. The camp of their caravan was alive with the glow of a bonfire. Zhang Long and his companions were watching at the intersection, joyfully waving as they spotted the trio. Lin Wan stood behind Zhang Long, startled by their disheveled state. However, upon noticing that none were injured, he felt relieved. Just as he was about to inquire about the events, Lin Fan shook his head, and Lin Wan immediately grasped the implication, refraining from further questions. After dinner, Lin Fan, Lin Wan, and Tang Xiaoxiao stealthily retreated to a gazebo far from the caravan. Lin Fan produced cigarettes, tossing one to Lin Wan. Initially reluctant, Lin Wan hesitated before accepting. The two lit their cigarettes, gazing at the distant town as Lin Fan recounted the occurrences within and shared his speculations. Lin Wan, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. The ability to control and even capture the strange entities could not be attributed to ordinary forces. What could their motives be? Were they foes or allies? A cascade of questions overwhelmed Lin Wan. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lin Fan calmly asserted, "When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water rises, we shall shield ourselves with earth." It was a necessity. Hiding away was not a solution, yet one must prepare in advance. I will remain vigilant of the surroundings. Lin Wan extinguished his cigarette, having only managed a couple of puffs before being choked by the smoke. The two meticulously devised an emergency plan. Dan Xiao Xiao, growing somewhat impatient, interrupted, "You two are being overly dramatic. What is the worst that could happen? If we can fight, we fight. If not, we flee. If escape fails, we die. No big deal." The straightforwardness of her words left Lin Fan and Lin Wan momentarily speechless. They could only hope their concerns were unfounded, yet preparation was prudent. "By the way, how did Liu perform today?" Lin Fan inquired, raising his gaze to Lin Wan. "Haha, what else could he do? With a killer like you watching? He has been on his best behavior," Lin Wan replied with a smile. "Sigh, no opportunity given," Lin Fan lamented, realizing that Liu Yu's compliance thwarted his plans to seize the fire seed serum. "Lin Fan, you're becoming quite the weasel," Tang Xiaoxiao teased, nudging him with her foot, signaling that it was time for training. Overthinking serves no purpose. Honing one's abilities is the essence of progress. Lin Wan cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Fan, who was trailing behind Tang Xiaoxiao as they moved further away. Tang Xiaoxiao had recently been in a foul mood, suggesting that another fierce confrontation was imminent between the two. The morning sky was overcast, with sporadic drizzles falling gently. The survivors of the convoy busied themselves with organizing tents and supplies. Lu Yu, still surrounded by admirers, had a few attractive women holding umbrellas for him. To the survivors of the Xingho convoy, Lu Yu had become a veritable savior, and everyone sought to curry favor with this flamboyant young man who could awaken the potential of ordinary individuals, willing to pay any price for his assistance. Perhaps because Lin Fan had not troubled him in recent days, Liu no longer evaded Lin Fan's gaze as he had previously. Instead, he smiled amiably and nodded at Lin Fan, though his eyes betrayed a sinister coldness. Lin Fan dismissed him with indifference, focusing instead on Qin Tian as he urged the convoy to set off, before turning to take his seat in the passenger side of the heavy-duty pickup truck. He opened the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Divine Path rank, Apostle of the Gods, advancement level, 80. Current divine points, 3,000. Divine followers, Savage Sequence Lin Meng. Remaining divine follower slot, 1. Skill, Eye of Insight Beginner. System store, not updated. Weapon, Cursed Bloodthirsty Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle bound, heavy-duty pickup truck, enhancements possible. Note, host, please promptly bind the remaining divine follower slot. Time remaining, 10 days. Unbeknownst to him, the divine path rank had reached 80, indicating that advancement was imminent, which should bring significant changes. With only one divine follower slot left and a mere 10 days to secure Lin 1. Lin Fan had been plotting to contract both Tang Xiao and Lin 1 as divine followers. Their fondness for him was sufficient. However, loyalty remained a concern. Lin 1 was somewhat better off. Since their first encounter, he had come to regard Lin Fan as a competent leader of the convoy. Although Lin 1 had not yet joined the bus convoy, he had ceased to reject Lin Fan's overtures. The system sensed that while Lin 1's loyalty was not high, it existed nonetheless. Perhaps once Lin 1 officially joined the bus convoy, his loyalty would meet the necessary criteria. As for Tang Xiao, her loyalty remained at a steadfast 0, showing no signs of improvement, despite her favorability nearing 70 in recent days. Lin Fan had abandoned hope for contracting Tang Xiao. Yet he believed that once he advanced in the divine path, winning her over would become considerably easier. Outside the window, the sound of rain intensified, pattering against the glass. The convoy slowly set off, with Lu Yu's luxurious sedan now leading, having replaced Lin 1's off-road vehicle. Due to the rain, the convoy's pace was sluggish. The absence of a communication system in the vehicle rendered it impossible to contact those in other vehicles. As Lin Fan gazed out at the blurred scenery beyond the window, he felt an involuntary twitch in his right eyelid, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. Chapter 40. The pursuer of death. The torrential rain did not persist for long, soon transforming into sporadic droplets. Upon rolling down the car window, a refreshing breeze, imbued with the scent of freshly cut grass, enveloped them, invigorating Chu Xian, who was at the wheel. Suddenly, the heavy pickup truck ahead, driven by Lin 1, accelerated past Lu Yu and came to a sudden halt, bringing the convoy to an abrupt stop. This unforeseen event sent ripples of chaos through the survivors in the rear. Stay in the car. I'll go see what's happening, Lin Fan instructed Chu Xian, urging her to keep a watchful eye on the vehicle as he strode towards the hurriedly approaching Lin 1. People from the vehicles behind were also disembarking, with Tang Xiao and others gathering around. Lin 1, what is the matter? Lin Fan inquired, observing Lin 1's somewhat panic-stricken expression. I sense something sinister approaching us. Lin 1 replied, his lips pale. The sight of Lin 1 in such distress, a rare occurrence, stirred a sense of foreboding among the onlookers. What are we waiting for? Let us run. Qin Tian urged Lin 1 to lead the way, glancing back at the confused survivors. There is no time left. We are surrounded. Lin 1's voice quivered. The sinister presence is moving rapidly. We cannot evade it. The earlier downpour had momentarily disrupted Lin 1's ability as an explorer, but once the rain ceased, he became acutely aware of the sinister forces swiftly closing in on the convoy, emanating from all directions. This was an unprecedented situation for Lin 1. The sinister entities possessed a territorial instinct, typically appearing in lesser numbers. Moreover, their intent was unmistakably directed towards the convoy. With a grave expression, Lin Fan surveyed the fog-laden wilderness surrounding them and spoke in a low, serious tone. Prepare for defense, everyone. If it is fate, we cannot escape it. Qin Tian and Wang Yong rushed toward the rear vehicles, vociferously directing the survivors to form a circular barrier, gathering everyone towards the center. Their anxious demeanor instilled a sense of dread among the survivors, who sensed that calamity was imminent. The convoy descended into turmoil, with cries echoing amidst the chaos. Lu Yu and others abandoned their vehicles, clutching two black boxes as they made their way to the center of the convoy. However, Lin Fan noticed that Lu Yu and his companions remained remarkably composed. Without further contemplation, Lin Fan turned to Lin Wan and asked, "Is it those individuals from yesterday?" "I'm not sure," Lin Wan replied, his glasses clouded by rain, and he did not attempt to wipe them clean. With only Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Wan by his side, Lin Fan said softly, "I cannot look after everyone, if it truly comes to a life-or-death crisis. The two of you need to get in my vehicle, and I'll charge through." Having been reinforced, the heavy pickup truck possessed a formidable ramming capability, and Lin Fan contemplated utilizing this skill in a final bid to carve a path to safety, leading the bus convoy to escape. As for the others, Lin Fan was indifferent and unwilling to concern himself with them. It was best to linger and delay the peculiarities. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and addressed Lin Wan, saying, "I have asked Wenzi to accompany Zhang Long. When the time comes, she should board the bus." "Very well." Lin Fan summoned Zhang Long and conveyed the situation to him. Zhang Long's complexion was somewhat pale, yet he remained composed, following Lin Fan's instructions to seek out Tang Wan. Lin Wan moved his lips, but refrained from speaking. He had intended to suggest that Qin Tian should also board the bus, but considering Qin Tian's temperament, he knew that Qin Tian would not abandon the survivors of the convoy, especially with Lu Yu, whom Qin Tian regarded as a beacon of hope, still amidst the crowd. Even if Lin Fan agreed, Qin Tian would not acquiesce. The survivors of the Xingho convoy huddled together, trembling with fear. Yet the crowd around the bus did not exhibit excessive panic. Under Zhang Long's guidance, they clustered closely around the vehicle. Qin Tian stealthily brought Wang Yong before Lu Yu and solemnly instructed him, "Wang Yong, if we cannot withstand those peculiarities, you must take Xiao Yu and flee. Do not concern yourself with anyone else." "But what about you, Qin Tian?" Wang Yong gazed at Qin Tian, who appeared to be preparing for a final farewell. "I am but an old man on the brink of death. My life is not worth the expenditure of effort. Xiao Yu embodies hope, and you must ensure his escape. This is an order." Qin Tian's gaze was piercing as he stared at the conflicted Wang Yong, his voice growing stern. Qin Tian dared not entrust Lu Yu to Lin Fan and the others. Otherwise, Lu Yu would meet the same grim fate. Only Wang Yong, who had remained by his side, was deemed worthy of this responsibility. Upon seeing Wang Yong nod in agreement, Qin Tian finally felt a sense of relief. In this dire moment, Qin Tian did not consider his own safety, nor did he spare a thought for Lin Wan or the survivors he had always held in high regard. He merely hoped to ensure Lu Yu's escape with a vital medicine. Lu Yu observed the hunched figure of Qin Tian, his eyes devoid of gratitude, only reflecting a faint mockery. The eerie howls echoed from all directions. Lin Fan and the others braced themselves for battle, entering a state of alertness. The cries of the survivors grew louder, with some bidding their final farewells. This might be the end of their migration. As the howls drew nearer, intermingled with the sounds of revving engines, the cacophony momentarily halted the panicked crowd. Amidst the throng, Lu Yu displayed an expression of excitement. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances, realizing that it was indeed the group from the previous day. The situation had become troublesome. The convoy capable of controlling the peculiarities was now encircling them, and they certainly did not come in peace. Peering outside, they saw approximately 20 vehicles approaching from all directions, some of which were identical to Lin Fan's heavy pickup truck. Among them were a dozen large trucks towing iron cages, within which resided the humanoid peculiarities clad in hospital gowns that Lin Fan and his companions had encountered the day before. There were 5 fallen ones, vehemently battering against the cages, which bore strange runes that absorbed the force of their relentless assaults. In the iron cage lay scattered remnants of humanity, with dark stains of blood smeared across the vehicle surface. What sent shivers down the spines of those present was the sight of several trucks bearing cages that contained human survivors, each one tortured beyond recognition, their vacant gazes fixed on the outside world. There were adults, children, but conspicuously absent were the elderly. "Hiss! The death chasers!" Lin Wan gasped, a note of alarm in his voice. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed that group of madmen. The heavy-duty pickup truck he drove had been seized from the death chasers, a true case of enemies crossing paths. As he discerned the bizarre appearance of the group, Lin Fan felt a flicker of confidence. He had encountered these peculiarities before, having dispatched them just the day prior. He was well aware of the weaknesses of the beings within those cages, and when the time came to confront them, he would be far more adept. Tang Xiaoxiao's previously tense expression also relaxed. The unknown is the most fearsome of terrors, but having witnessed it, there was little left to dread. What concerned them most now was whether any sequence ability users lurked among the Death Chasers. As the vehicles of the Death Chasers came to a halt, over 50 oddly attired figures disembarked, reminiscent of the two Lin Fan had encountered before. Brandishing an array of weapons, they emitted blood-curdling wails, their excitement akin to that of hunters encircling their prey, their eyes gleaming with a feral madness. Chapter 41. The Truth of the Matter. Upon recognizing the Death Chasers, the members of the Spark team fell in a greater disarray. Encountering such aberrations could only lead to death. If they fell into the clutches of these lunatics, their fate would surely mirror that of the disfigured survivors in those cages. Damn it, these beasts deserve no mercy, feeding survivors to the grotesque. Lin muttered under his breath. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Fan and the others, several figures emerged from the pickup. Leading them was a middle-aged man with white hair, clad in a black cloak, his face marred by scars, wielding a bizarre, serrated weapon that resembled a cruel instrument of torture. Behind him stood a figure shrouded in a black cloak, their gender indiscernible, exuding an air of mystery. Accompanying them were two others, a lecherous old man brandishing a spiked club, and a small boy wielding an enormous scythe. Damn it, 4 sequence ability users. Lin polished his glasses, scrutinizing the quartet before him. 4? Fortunately, we might stand a chance. Tang Xiaoxiao unsheathed her Tang sword. This is troublesome. The white-haired one is a level 2 sequence ability user. This complicates matters. Lin Fan pressed his lips together. Had it been a level 1 sequence ability user, they might have had a fighting chance, but the leader was a formidable level 2. He had yet to encounter a level 2 sequence ability user. And based on the power hierarchy among different levels, the white-haired man could effortlessly crush everyone present. The lecherous old man wielding a spiked club emerged first, the weapon cutting through the air with a whistling sound, hurling the 2 cars blocking the way aside. The members of the convoy found themselves exposed before the elderly man with white hair. The old man surveyed the group with a predatory gaze, and when his eyes settled on Chu Xian, he exaggeratedly licked his lips, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. Without further action, he turned back to the white-haired man and nodded, returning to his initial position. The white-haired man took a few steps forward, a cruel smile spreading across his scarred face, revealing sharp canine teeth. His raspy voice echoed ominously, "Come out. If you don't, I shall slay you all." His words left the crowd perplexed. Who was he seeking? As confusion reigned, Lu Yu calmly stood up. It's him. Could these individuals be here to seize the fire seed elixir? Qin Tian looked on in horror as Lu Yu rose, his withered hands gripping Lu Yu tightly. Xiao Yu, they are here for the fire seed elixir. You must not go out. When the fighting begins, let Wang Yong quietly escort you away. He is swift, and those people may not be able to catch you. Lu Yu gently patted Qin Tian's arm, signaling him to release his grip, and spoke in a soothing tone. It's all right. He then walked towards the white-haired man, accompanied by Zhao Tong and his followers. Witnessing this, the members of the Xingho convoy assumed Lu Yu had chosen to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Qin Tian's face flushed red as he trembled. Xiao Yu, you need not do this. Sobs echoed. Young Master Lu is truly benevolent. True character is revealed in times of adversity. Young Master Lu, you are a great person. Voices of gratitude filled the Xingho convoy. Lin Fan, with a peculiar expression, turned to observe, muttering under his breath, a bunch of fools. With a simple thought. It was clear Lu Yu would not possess such selfless spirit. Lin Fan himself would never act in such a manner, especially considering Lu Yu, in his eyes, was far inferior. Perhaps these individuals were already acquainted with Lu Yu. Lin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao looked on in astonishment as Lu Yu and his companions approached the white-haired man. Contrary to the gruesome scene everyone had envisioned, the subsequent events only served to confirm Lin Fan's suspicions. The white-haired man chuckled. Young Master Lu, are you enjoying yourself? Those behind him, the death pursuers, bowed respectfully. Young Master. Their unified voices resonated like thunder in the ears of the Xingho convoy. Qin Tian and the others turned pale, gazing in disbelief at Lu Yu, who had turned around. Lu Yu glanced at the incredulous Lin Fan, a feeling of unexplainable satisfaction swelling within him. He had deliberately walked past Lin Fan and the others, feigning indifference, all the while feeling anxious. He genuinely feared that Lin Fan, in a fit of madness, might suddenly act against him, which is why he maintained a facade of righteousness. The elderly man with white hair was indeed one of his own, a madman as referred to in his words, and someone he had previously summoned to gather his allies. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, his own visage gradually contorting with delight, for this very outcome was what he had desired. Lu Yu, how do you know these lunatics? Qin Tian stammered, trembling as he stepped forward, his hands quaking as he pointed accusingly at Lu Yu, his voice quavering with disbelief. The sudden twist of events left Qin Tian momentarily bewildered. These were the Death Chasers, a group more sinister than any nightmare, having committed heinous acts against countless human survivors. The grim scene within the iron cage served as irrefutable evidence. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yu, whom he had held as the beacon of hope for humanity, someone for whom he was willing to sacrifice all, was acquainted with the Death Chasers and was even addressed as young master by them. His faith crumbled in an instant. Qin Tian felt his last vestiges of spirit dissipate. Lu Yu regarded the waning Qin Tian with a smirk, a mocking glimmer in his eyes as he proclaimed, "They were always my people. Ha ha. Why? Qin Tian collapsed in a Lin Fan's embrace, his face paling as he repeatedly muttered, "Ha ha ha. Why? Old fool, they are the true sparks of hope." Lu Yu gestured towards the Death Chasers behind him. "As for you, you are merely kindling to fuel the flame." He then cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian, cursing, "I had hoped you would bring more survivors. But you've managed only a pitiful few. Useless waste. Among all the spark convoys, your numbers are the least. You've delayed the development of the spark serum. You worthless old fool." Lin Fan's heart ignited with furious wrath as he shouted at Lu Yu, "You beast! You and your father have deceived us all. You will not have a good death." Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so naive. This is the apocalypse. Do you think it's a childish game? Lu Yu arrogantly surveyed the gathered crowd, feeling no need to conceal the truth any longer. The insults he had suffered at Lin Fan's hands only fueled his desire to reveal the reality, to relish in the expressions of impotent rage from Lin Fan and the others. After all, they were all destined to die. He would ensure they understood that everything was a meticulously orchestrated deception. Ha ha ha. Chapter 42. A Deception Named Hope. Lu Yu's maniacal laughter reverberated through the convoy as he declared loudly, "What nonsense, spark convoy! What absurdity of human fire! Ha ha ha! Let me tell you the truth. Luocheng was established as a research base by my father, specifically for the study of the spark serum. And you, they." Lu Yu pointed at the members of the convoy, and then gestured toward the tortured survivors in the back of the truck. "They are all mere test subjects." With that, Qin Tian, collapsing in Lin Fan's arms, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Teacher!" Lin Fan shouted in terror. Qin Tian struggled to rise, his eyes devoid of anger, and weakly uttered, "Ha! All the spark caravans summoned by your father to Luocheng are merely transporting experimental subjects, are they not? You and your father have deceived everyone under the guise of the spark." "Ha!" Qin Tian's chest heaved violently, his voice growing increasingly faint. Lin Fan, with tear-filled eyes, gently caressed Qin Tian's chest. "I suppose these madmen are tasked with capturing survivors for you, correct?" Lu Yu, upon hearing this, lightly clapped his hands and remarked, "Old man, no wonder my father has always been wary of you. You speak the truth. You fiends, those abominations are what you refer to as failed experiments, are they not?" Qin Tian gazed in anguish at the creatures howling within the iron cage. They were once hopeful survivors, filled with dreams for a bright future, who entered Luocheng only to be transformed into wretched, neither human nor ghost. Some had even become the prey of these monstrosities. Among them were vibrant children, spirited young girls, and robust youths, each of vibrant life, now subjected to hellish torment. Lu Yu's applause grew louder, a smile of approval gracing his lips as he pointed at the four silver-haired men. "Ha, old man, your deductions are increasingly accurate. However, all sacrifices are worthwhile. Look, these minor sacrifices have awakened their sequence abilities. Is that not commendable? Ordinary people, merely a burden. Those with sequence abilities are the true hope." Qin Tian, in profound agony, shut his eyes, memories of the spark caravan flickering through his mind. The hope of uniting in Luocheng had sustained him through countless hardships as he led the caravan toward that promise. The news of Luocheng's fall filled him with despair. Yet Lu Yu's appearance rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Until today, when all hope was extinguished. All his efforts for the hope that resided in his heart had become a grand jest. With the last vestiges of his strength, Qin Tian grasped Lin Fan's hand tightly. Shaolin, I am sorry. Perhaps you were right. You can be free to seek Lin Fan and live your own life. Feeling the rapid decline of Qin Tian's life force in his embrace, Lin Fan could no longer contain his sorrow. Tears streamed down his face. This teacher, who had also been a father figure, held an invaluable place in his life, regardless of the rightness or wrongness of Qin Tian's previous actions. The hope of the spark was a deception. Qin Tian lifted his gaze to the somber sky, raindrops falling upon his face. Consciousness gradually fading as he sank into an endless abyss. As he sensed the cessation of Qin Tian's breath, Lin Fan let out a cry of anguish. Kneeling beside him, Wang Yong, equally tearful. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yu clapped his hands, expressing a tsk of admiration. What a profoundly moving scene. But fret not. You shall reunite soon. Lin Fan gazed calmly at the scene before him, profoundly shaken by the machinations of Lu Yu and his father. Their audacious conspiracy, aimed at researching the fire seed elixir, was nothing short of staggering. Simultaneously, a deep sense of foreboding crept into his heart. In the face of impending doom, one could rely on no one but oneself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the survivors of the Starfire convoy behind him. A few individuals stumbled forward, collapsing at Lu Yu's feet, pleading fervently. Young Master Lu, you promised me. Allow me to become a sequence abilities user, spare my life, and I will serve you like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Young Master Lu, I even gifted you my vehicle. Please have mercy on me. Young Master, I offer my wife to you. For her sake, let me go. Lu Yu looked down at the wretched souls kneeling before him, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. A pack of worthless scoundrels. No sooner had he spoken than a child, wielding a scythe, appeared from behind. The blade glinting ominously as a multitude of heads rolled onto the ground. The child then seized a headless corpse and tossed it into a cage containing the fallen, who eagerly feasted upon it. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the convoy. None had anticipated Lu Yu's ruthlessness, that he would so readily execute a group of people. Lin Fan, if you too would kneel and beg for mercy before me, I might show you leniency. Remember to beg like a dog. Lu Yu taunted, his laughter echoing with malice. From a moment Lin Fan had first insulted him, Lu Yu had resolved to see Lin Fan grovel before him like a cur. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty bone blade, muttering a phrase in his native tongue. Damn it! Lu Yu, understanding the implication, was instantly consumed by a fierce murderous intent. You insolent fool, white madman! Eliminate them all. However, the man referred to as white madman did not budge, nor did the death chasers behind him, as though Lu Yu's command had fallen on deaf ears. Frustrated by their inaction, Lu Yu's face flushed crimson as he seized White Madman's collar, bellowing, White Madman, are you defying my orders? White Madman shrugged off Lu Yu's grip and spoke coolly. Young Master Lu, do not be so hasty. We shall indeed eliminate them, but let us first indulge in a bit of amusement. Besides, I am a man of your father, Lu Changhe, not yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu fell silent. The allegiance of these madmen to his father did not guarantee their obedience to him. The potential for chaos among them was far more terrifying than any mere strangeness. White Madman turned to the cloaked figure behind him and commanded, Ling, did you not hear our young master? Allow your treasures to feast well tonight. The indistinct figure known as Ling inclined slightly, uttering a series of cryptic sounds. The runes on the cage containing the fallen vanished, and the ferocious creatures burst forth, charging toward Lin Fan and his companions. The relentless pursuers of death trailing behind, including the lecherous old man and the scythe-wielding child, remained motionless, eagerly anticipating the demise of the individuals within the convoy. Bai Fengzi tilted his head towards Lu Yu and inquired, Young Master Lu, shall we engage in a wager? Lu Yu, observing the fallen charging towards Lin Fan and the others with a deranged excitement etched across his face, felt no inclination to dwell on Bai Fengzi's earlier rudeness. What shall we bet on? The duration of their endurance? No, let us wager on how much these little treasures can consume. At that moment, Lin Fan gently placed Qin Wen on the ground, meticulously straightening his attire while wiping the rain from the elderly man's weathered face, striving to preserve a semblance of dignity for this tenacious elder in his final moments. The weight of anguish clenched Lin Fan's jaw tightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When he raised his gaze again, his eyes had turned crimson, fixated intently on the exhilarated Lu Yu in the distance. Suddenly, he whirled around and shouted furiously at the battle-ready Lin Fan. Lin Fan, help me slay that dog Lu Yu. I, Lin 1, shall follow you devotedly for the rest of my life. Upon hearing Lin Wen's declaration, Lin Fan halted abruptly, as if enchanted by celestial music. Finally, that long-awaited proclamation had arrived. Just you wait. With that, he charged forth alongside Lin Meng and Tang Xiao towards the fallen. Whether they could indeed vanquish Lu Yu was of little concern to Lin Fan. Lin Wen's words assured him that the next disciple must be none other than himself. Chapter 43, Blood Battle. In the distance, Lu Yu caught wind of Lin Wen's furious shout. As he beheld Lin Fan rushing towards him, an involuntary shudder coursed through his body. Huh, Bai Fengzi sneered. Young Master Lu, are you afraid? You might as well come stand by my side. Lu Yu, feeling the mockery in Bai Fengzi's tone, flushed with embarrassment, yet remained rooted in place. Bai Fengzi, those three individuals are no trifles. My 2 bodyguards fell at their hands. Do you truly believe these few can prevail? Bai Fengzi caressed the peculiar weapon in his grasp, his derision intensifying. What I believe in is the power of the spoken word. She is not to be compared with those around you who have merely awakened by chance. From early on in Mengchuan Town, Bai Fengzi had instructed his subordinates to assess the combat capabilities of Lin Fan and his companions. At this moment, he perceived their strength as being on par with that of the lecherous old man, fortunate to survive the onslaught of the fallen, especially since the sequence abilities of the death pursuers had yet to be unleashed. Enjoy the thrill of slaughter to your heart's content. Before his words had even faded, 5 towering fallen, wielding massive iron hammers, collided violently with Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Meng, Dan Xiao, swiftly resolve this. At Lin Fan's command, the trio instantly shifted into a pointed formation for battle. This was the result of countless battles fought side by side, cultivating an unspoken understanding. Lin Meng, in his fierce transformation, led the front lines, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiao flanked him, one on each side. Lin Meng took the defensive role, Tang Xiao the offensive, while Lin Fan maintained a watchful eye over the entire battlefield. After their initial confrontation, the trio was astonished to discover that the combat tactics employed by the 5 fallen were entirely dissimilar to those of the solitary creature they had previously encountered in Mengchuan Town. No longer did they engage in mindless assaults. Instead, they coordinated seamlessly, complementing each other's actions. The situation grew increasingly precarious. The harmonious synergy amongst the 5 fallen led to Lin Meng sustaining repeated heavy blows. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure. Each time Lin Meng repelled one of the fallen with a punch, another would swiftly fill the void left behind. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao had clearly aimed for the vulnerable point on the left chest of the fallen, yet just as their weapons were about to strike, the adversaries inexplicably twisted their bodies, evading the lethal blow. To make matters worse, the wounded fallen would soon recover to full strength. Lin Fan, what's going on? Have these creatures become more intelligent? Their regenerative abilities are utterly grotesque. Tang Xiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. It's that person hidden beneath the cloak. Yes, the one manipulating these entities. Lin Fan's insightful, I clearly discerned the tendrils of energy emanating from behind the 5 fallen, ultimately converging in the hands of the speaker. Those pale hands were precisely controlling the actions of the fallen through these energy conduits, swiftly healing their injuries. It's a puppeteer from the sequence of abilities. Tang Xiao gasped, her expression suddenly grave. To disrupt the tight coordination among the 5 fallen, they would first need to eliminate the puppeteer lurking behind them. However, under the current circumstances, this was akin to chasing after a mirage. Meanwhile, the survivors behind the trio found themselves in a dire predicament. The Death Chasers had unleashed a multitude of lost ones. These lower-tier aberrations circumventing Lin Fan and his companions to madly pounce upon the defenseless survivors. The survivors, initially huddled together, were thrown into disarray, screaming and fleeing in panic. Some frantically sought refuge in nearby vehicles, while others darted about like headless flies. To the lost ones, the unarmed survivors appeared as nothing more than frightened lambs. Despite Wang Yong's valiant efforts to slay the lost ones from behind, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. One by one, survivors were knocked to the ground, their anguished cries drowned out by the savage gnashing of teeth. At the bus, under Zhang Long's command, the group struggled to maintain their formation. They retrieved various weapons from the vehicle, fiercely guarding Lin Fan at the center, resisting the onslaught of the Lost Ones. A Lost One, having just devoured a survivor. With blood and flesh still clinging to its maw, howled as it lunged at its next target. The entire convoy had devolved into a scene of carnage. Dismembered limbs and shattered remains scattered across the ground. People continued to fall, becoming prey for the Lost Ones, their blood mingling with the rainwater to form crimson rivulets on the damp earth. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, inciting the fallen before Lin Fan and his companions into an even greater frenzy. Ha 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 ha! The brutal and bloody spectacle elicited frenzied laughter from the death chasers, watching from a distance. We cannot afford to delay any longer. The bus convoy has already suffered casualties. Lin Fan could remain indifferent to the fate of the Spark Team survivors, but the bus convoy must not be allowed to perish here. In the distance, Liu Yu erupted into boisterous laughter, his flushed face contorted like that of a malevolent spirit. There was no turning back. Lin Fan made a swift decision, sharply instructing Lin Meng and Tang Xiao beside him. Focus on taking down one. Lin Meng, you hold one down, while Tang Xiao and I will strike with all our might. This was a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, lives for lives. A single misstep could lead to devastating consequences for the trio. Lin Meng and Tang Xiao immediately grasped the urgency and charged towards the fallen ones once more. Roar! Lin Meng's figure surged upward, his hands gripping tightly like iron pincers around one of the fallen ones. The ensnared creature thrashed desperately, yet could not budge an inch. Meanwhile, Yin Ling, from afar, felt a pang of anxiety and hastily directed the other four fallen ones to swing their hammers down upon Lin Meng, attempting to force him to relent. However, Lin Meng remained unfazed, his grip unwavering. Hurry! Lin Fan and Tang Xiao had darted to Lin Meng's side, their weapons plunging fiercely into the left chest of the restrained fallen one. Simultaneously, from massive hammers came crashing down upon the trio with a whistling sound. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao each managed to block one hammer, but were sent flying backward. Lin Meng bore the brunt of two hammers, letting out a muffled groan as his formidable body staggered back several meters, his shoulders reduced to a bloody mess, exposing bone beneath. The entire skirmish lasted no more than a minute. Kill level 1 aberrant fallen 1. Gain 1,000 divine points. Divine path level progression 85. In that fleeting moment, Yin Ling's control over the energy beams of the fallen ones faltered momentarily. Dan Xiao, one for each of us. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, disregarding the blood at the corners of their mouths, and dashed towards the remaining fallen ones at the fastest speed. This is bad, Yin Ling exclaimed in alarm from a distance. The disconnection of an energy beam forced her to rapidly adjust the control over the remaining four fallen ones. It was during that split second of hesitation that Lin Fan's insightful eye caught the opportunity. He and Tang Xiao deftly evaded the descending hammers, their bone blades and tang knives thrusting fiercely into the left chests of two fallen ones. Kill level 1 aberrant fallen 1. Gain 1,000 divine points. Divine path level progression 90. Kill level 1 aberrant fallen 1. Gain 1,000 divine points. Divine path level progression 95. In just a few short minutes, only two of the five fallen ones remained, no longer posing a threat to Lin Fan and his companions. A flicker of panic flashed in Yin Ling's eyes as she cautiously glanced at the nearby Mad White, already bracing herself for punishment. The Mad White's expression remained stoic, yet a hint of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated the trio's combat prowess to be so formidable, their coordination so seamless. Clearly, the prior assessment in Mengchuan Town had been flawed. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. A slight smirk appeared on the Mad White's lips. Noticing that he had not erupted in anger, Yin Ling clenched her teeth and once more commanded the remaining two fallen ones to charge at Lin Fan and his companions. Chapter 44. Divine Path Advancement. As they beheld the advancing fallen ones, the battle spirit of Lin Fan and his companions soared ever higher. In Lin Fan's eyes, these two fallen beings were merely messengers delivering points of divinity and advancements in the divine path. Lin Meng once again stepped forward to block one of the fallen, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiao simultaneously lunged at another. With a thunderous crash, the fallen before Lin Fan had scarcely raised its colossal hammer before being swiftly vanquished by their combined assault, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Killed a level 1 Eerie Fallen. Gained 1,000 divinity points. Progress towards the divine path level, 100. The other Fallen, just repelled by a punch from Lin Meng, was pierced through the left chest by 2 razor-sharp weapons. It was a massacre with no effort expended. Killed a level 1 Eerie Fallen. Gained 1,000 divinity points. Divine path level has reached 100. Please select your advancement promptly. A wave of joy surged within Lin Fan. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The Fallen before them had all been eradicated, and the three stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes locked onto Bai Fengzi and his group. "Buy me some time," Lin Fan whispered to Tang Xiao, subtly retreating a half-step. The greatest threat loomed before them. The oppressive aura exuding from Bai Fengzi was overwhelming. Lin Fan needed to advance immediately. Though Tang Xiao was unaware of Lin Fan's intentions, she unhesitatingly stepped aside, shielding him with her presence. At that moment, the battle behind them had concluded, the lost ones entirely eliminated. Wang Yong was drenched in blood, his body swaying precariously. His abilities leaned towards speed, and having made it this far was a testament to his drained stamina. The survivors were scarcely 1 in 10, the bus group having lost 5 companions, with 2 of Zhang Long's brothers already fallen. Zhang Long and the others, though wounded, remained resolutely protective of Lin Wan. The instant the fallen were vanquished, the energy beams manipulated by Yan Ling shattered, causing her to stumble backward, her cloak slipping to reveal a pale yet exquisite young face. However, the fierce glint in her eyes was chilling. Witnessing the destruction of her eerie puppets, Yan Ling let out a furious roar and surged toward Lin Fan and his friends. Yet, Bai Fengzi, who had been observing coldly, suddenly raised his hand. "That's enough." His voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable authority. Yan Ling's movements froze abruptly, and she slowly retreated to stand behind Bai Fengzi once more. Confused, she looked at him, her lips moving but ultimately refraining from voicing any dissent. Bai Fengzi paid no heed to Yan Ling's gaze. His eyes, a blend of madness and curiosity, were keenly fixated on Lin Fan and his companions. "Lin Fan, is it?" A smile that was not quite a smile curled upon Bai Fengzi's lips. How intriguing. It seems the intelligence from Meng Chuan Town was grossly inaccurate. "You 3 are certainly not of B-level danger." Lin Fan had no time to spare on Bai Fengzi's words, his entire focus concentrated on the system interface. The advancement in the divine path required 3 minutes. "What do you wish to say?" Tang Xiao inquired in a low voice, secretly striving to regain her strength with each passing second. The wound on Lin Meng's shoulder was visibly healing at a gradual pace. Yet his vigor had noticeably diminished from the outset, rendering an immediate return to his peak condition impossible. I must mention that the deranged figure, Bai Fengzi, leisurely advanced a step, his peculiar weapon dragging carelessly across the ground, etching a shallow mark. The game had merely commenced. If one were to ruin the pieces so swiftly, it would be utterly tedious. His gaze traversed the scattered, mutilated corpses, revealing an almost rapturous appreciation in his eyes. "Behold, the spectacle of blood and despair. What a splendid beauty it presents." Perverse. Tang Xiao could not suppress a low expletive, tightening her grip on the Tang Dao in her hand. Lu Yu, observing Bai Fengzi's apparent interest in Lin Fan and his companions, was immediately engulfed by a wave of intense unease. He hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at Lin Fan, and exclaimed, "Bai Fengzi, spare no words with them. Kill them at once. Especially Lin Fan. He must die." Bai Fengzi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a buzzing fly. "Young Master Lu, are you instructing me on how to proceed?" Lu Yu felt a chill seep into his bones under that lifeless stare. The words that had risen to his lips were stifled, and his complexion darkened, yet he dared not utter another sound. Bai Fengzi redirected his attention to Lin Fan, his smile morphing into something sinister. "Lin Fan, I offer you an opportunity. Join the Death Chasers, and I can spare your lives. Even grant you the strength to become formidable." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including Yan Ling and Lu Yu, whose faces displayed astonishment. "Join you? To become like these soulless husks, or like you?" Tang Xiao gestured toward the fallen around them, and Lu Yu, her disdain unmistakable. Lu Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he found himself too intimidated to react. Bai Fengzi, unfazed, chuckled lightly, "Certainly not. They are worthless, whereas you are rough gemstones worthy of refinement. The chaotic era has descended, order has collapsed, and the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Submit to me." and you shall attain everything you desire, power, authority, even ascendancy to the pinnacle of the world. Tang Xiao rolled her eyes at him, disinterested in engaging with the madman before her. Noticing Lin Fan behind them remaining silent, Bai Fengzi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Are you quietly regaining your strength? Ha ha ha. Fear not, I shall grant you time. After all, this is what makes it entertaining. Lu Yu stared at Bai Fengzi in shock, his mind fixated on a single word, imbecile. A dangerously arrogant imbecile. Bai Fengzi audaciously plopped down on the ground, leisurely awaiting the trio's recovery. Lu Yu beside him was beside himself with anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Lin Fan, secretly elated, noted that the countdown to his divine ascension was nearing its conclusion. Ding! Divine ascension has been completed. Please check host. Host. Lin Fan, divine path level. Divine realm walker, ascension progress. 0. Host's physical and mental prowess have significantly increased, granting substantial enhancements to the abilities of divine followers surrounding the divine realm walker. Current divine points, 8,000. Divine followers, savage sequence, Lin Ming. Remaining divine follower slots, 1. Skill, Eye of Insight, level 2. System all undergoing updates. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle bound, Heavy pickup truck, enhancements available. Note, please bind the remaining disciple slots as soon as possible. Remaining time, 10 days. Advanced Gift Pack 1. The rank within the Divine Path has ascended to Divine Realm Walker, with physical and mental fortitude now comparable to a level 2 sequence ability user. The Eye of Insight has also been upgraded to level 2, with an effective range extending to 100 meters, enabling a blurred premonition of the target's subsequent actions based on their energy flow trajectory. This is foresight. To perceive the trajectory of a target's next move in advance is akin to a game of guessing, where one plays after the opponent has made their move. It is truly a divine skill, and there's a gift pack. Whether one can survive now hinges on the system's benevolence. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lin Fan gazed at the advanced gift pack. Opening the advanced gift pack. Chapter 45. The hunt begins. As Lin Fan opened the advanced gift pack, a series of item notifications materialized in his mind. Acquired 2 level healing potions for host and disciples only. Acquired random skill 1. Acquired physique enhancement potion 1 single use. For host only. Acquired mental enhancement potion 1 single use for host only. Acquired 4 disciple slots. Can be activated after utilizing existing slots. All splendid items. Alas, the restrictions are too numerous. They can only be utilized by oneself and the disciples. Lin Fan cast a wistful glance at Tang Xiao. Before his gaze settled upon random skill, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having previously acquired the Eye of Insight, he was determined to obtain an offensive skill this time. Having long coveted Tang Xiao's Shattering Strike. Activating random skill. Acquired skill, Soul Ignite. Consumes all of one's strength and mental energy, concentrating it into a single point, unleashing a devastating energy blast that delivers a lethal strike to the enemy. Indeed, an offensive skill, seemingly akin to Tang Xiao's Shattering Strike. He pondered the potential costs involved. Just as Lin Fan was about to examine the skill's detailed information, the system's voice echoed once more. System skill fusion mechanism activated. Would you like to fuse Eye of Insight and Soul Ignite into a new skill? The ability to fuse skills. His luck was truly extraordinary this time. Fusion. Lin Fan hesitated no more, as the madman Bai Fengzi scrutinized him with those dead fish eyes. One could never know if this lunatic might strike unexpectedly. Acquired skill. Instant kill flaw. Utilizing Eye of Insight to lock onto the vulnerabilities in the target's energy flow and defensive structure, instantaneously igniting mental energy and strength. Concentrating all power into a single strike that inflicts penetrating true damage on the flaw, while significantly disrupting the target's energy flow. Cost, after casting, enters a brief state of weakness, depending on the degree of consumption, with a substantial short-term reduction in mental energy and strength. If one forcefully transcends their limits, it may lead to psychological trauma. Simple, direct, and brutal. The flaw's instant kill perfectly matched his immediate needs. This skill maximized the insight and predictive capabilities of the Eye of Insight. Retrieving the system interface, the energy fluctuations within Lin Fan could no longer be concealed, radiating a presence akin to that of a level 2 sequence ability user. All eyes, filled with suspicion and wonder, converged upon Lin Fan. Has he broken through? The aura of a level 2 sequence ability user. Damn it, Lin Fan has struck it lucky. That lunatic by Fengzi, what a fool. The last remark was a low curse from Liu. Tang Xiaoxiao turned stiffly, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at the seemingly relaxed Lin Fan. Her voice tinged with surprise and a hint of jealousy. You've become a level 2 sequence ability user? Indeed, Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. In the distance, Lin Wen gazed at Lin Fan with astonishment, aware that Lin Fan harbored secrets. He never anticipated that, in a seemingly fatal situation, Lin Fan would break through, shifting the odds in their favor. Perhaps following Lin Fan would prove to be his wisest decision. After all, those who can create miracles are best suited to lead the team forward. Lin Meng's complexion was pale, his mouth agape in joy as he observed Lin Fan. He had felt the power within him intensifying. Bai Fengzi fixated on Lin Fan, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. It seems our quarry has undergone a transformation? Bai Fengzi spoke languidly, his tone laced with intrigue, heightening the anticipation for the ensuing hunt. Lin Fan and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Lin Fan took a deep breath, understanding that Bai Fengzi would not grant them ample respite. He must elevate his strength immediately. Without hesitation, he silently intoned, "Utilize the physique enhancement potion, the mental enhancement potion." Two streams of dissimilar, yet equally potent warmth surged into his limbs and deep within his mind. You've grown stronger again, Lin Fan. I'm increasingly fond of you, Bai Fengzi remarked, excitement illuminating his eyes as he sensed Lin Fan's heightened aura. Kill me, or let me kill you. He lightly waved the peculiar weapon in his hand, his tone turning grim. The hunt had begun. No sooner had he spoken than the lecherous old man and the scythe-wielding child behind Bai Fengzi could no longer restrain themselves, rushing quickly toward them. The ling of words, accompanied by his minions, howled as they charged at the survivors. The lecherous old man suddenly altered his course, a depraved glint in his eyes as he lunged toward Chu Xian. Lin Meng bellowed, raising his fists to block the old man, his strikes carrying the force of a collapsing mountain as they struck the old man's hefty wolf-toothed club, sending him hurtling backward. Upon landing, the club in the old man's grasp still trembled slightly. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He never expected this hulking figure to retain such formidable strength after an extended battle. He was unaware that Lin Meng's power had been significantly augmented under Lin Fan's influence. Both were sequence ability users predominantly reliant on strength, and in this clash, it was evident that Lin Meng held the upper hand. The lecherous old man's expression grew solemn as he bellowed. His muscles began to swell, and with a howling rush through the air, his Wolfang club re-engaged Lin Meng in battle. Meanwhile, the scythe-wielding child clashed his enormous scythe with Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang Dao countless times. Each time the scythe-wielding child was struck by the Tang Dao, he would transform into a swarm of bats, only to coalesce once more. This eerie maneuver left Tang Xiaoxiao in a state of profound frustration. In that moment, she acutely felt the advantage of having Lin Fan, the human radar, present in the fray. With Lin Fan around, the task was straightforward, eliminating the need for the intricate strategizing she was currently engaged in. At that moment, Lin Fan could not afford to assist Tang Xiaoxiao in identifying the scythe child's weaknesses, nor did he have the capacity to heed her complaints. The white maniac before him began to emanate a perilous aura, a suffocating pressure steeped in madness, chaos, and sheer power. The palpable intent to kill enveloped him like a tangible shroud, and Lin Fan felt an unprecedented threat of death race through him, causing his hair to stand on end. His insight whirled in frantic operation, yet he could not pinpoint any vulnerabilities in the white maniac. Despite Lin Fan's capacity to rival a level 2 sequence ability user, the chasm between him and the white maniac remained vast. The white maniac stood there, his energy flow utterly flawless and devoid of any openings. There was no time to waste. Only through combat could he possibly discern a weakness. "Come on," Lin Fan roared, launching himself into action. The white maniac licked his lips, his dead fish eyes betraying an unmasked excitement and cruelty. Good. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his figure suddenly blurred. So fast. Lin Fan's insight, I barely caught a fleeting afterimage, and instinctively, he raised his bone blade to block. Clang! An indescribable force struck him violently. It felt as though a speeding truck had collided with him head-on. His palm exploded in pain, blood streaming forth as he was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing into a car with a resounding thud. Cough! It felt as if his insides had shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The white maniac was also sent staggering back several meters, massaging his numb palm as he approached Lin Fan step by step. Ha 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 ha. Now this is interesting. The white maniac's tone resembled that of a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stood up, his gaze sharpening with focus. His insight, I spun wildly, attempting to analyze the white maniac's movements and energy flow. Damn it, I am destined to become the god of the apocalypse. How could I possibly perish here? Lin Fan glanced at the level 2 healing potion in his system, silently vowing, soon, you will witness the terror of possessing a golden finger. With a fierce swing of his bone blade, he charged recklessly towards the white maniac once more. As everyone engaged in a fierce battle, none noticed the dense mist of blood converging in a particular direction. The ghostly figure emerging from Huangyao village was, at that moment, absorbing the sanguine fog, its expression becoming increasingly animated, those peculiar eyes greedily fixating on the tumult outside the vehicle. Chapter 46. The Ferocity of the Madman. As Lin Fan drew nearer, the excitement in the eyes of the madman intensified. A sickly hue flushed across his face, scars resembling a crimson spider's web spreading across his features. Lin Fan attempted to predict and strike at the madman's chest, yet that strange weapon, akin to a venomous serpent, shadowed him relentlessly, landing yet another blow to his side. Crack! The distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Lin Fan was once again sent flying. However, this time, the bone blade in his hand elicited a spray of blood. A lengthy gash appeared on the madman's chest, oozing blackish-purple blood, which slowly began to heal. Yet, the bloodthirsty sharpness of the bone blade tore the wound open anew. The madman dipped a finger in the blood, brought it to his lips, savored it for a moment, and excitedly exclaimed, "It has been ages since I tasted my own blood. You, not bad. And that knife is commendable. Pain, excruciating pain." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and rose once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing the equally injured madman, he felt a surge of astonishment. In the face of the madman's overwhelming speed and strength, his skills and insights seemed to mock him. The madman's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing instantaneously before Lin Fan, his weapon shrieking through the air as it lunged toward Lin Fan's heart. The pressure of this strike far exceeded the previous ones. The madman was serious. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped Lin Fan. His insight, I was operating beyond its limits, a stabbing pain coursing through his head. There was no escaping. He would die. It was all or nothing. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's insight, working at full capacity, detected an anomaly within the madman's form. The previously cohesive energy field displayed a minuscule, almost imperceptible ripple just below his throat, as if a tiny void had formed, causing a momentary disruption in the perfect flow of energy. This flaw was fleeting, and had Lin Fan not pushed his perception to the brink of collapse, he would have never noticed that the recent wound had rendered the madman's movements less fluid than before. There was no time for further contemplation. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan roared, forsaking all defenses, igniting every ounce of mental strength and power within him, concentrating all energy into the bone blade. The blood mist coalescing at the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade had crystallized into serpentine shapes, entwining around the entire weapon. The eye of insight meticulously focused on that minute vulnerability as the bone blade in hand ceased its defense. The body transformed into a beam of light, charging towards the weapon aimed at its heart, imbued with a devastating force, precisely targeting the flaw. Attack against attack. Life for life. A flicker of surprise briefly illuminated the eyes of the white madman, quickly morphing into a disdainful sneer, his assault unabated. To him, Lin Fan's actions were merely a desperate struggle, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. However, in the next instant, his cold smile froze upon his lips. With a soft thud, the sounds of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The bizarre weapon of the white madman penetrated Lin Fan's left shoulder, causing a spray of crimson, nearly impaling him completely. Yet, Lin Fan's bone blade, arriving with astonishing speed and precision, struck the minuscule gap beneath the white madman's throat. There was no cataclysmic sound. The two collided as if in a mundane encounter. Yet the ferocious energy field surrounding the white madman distorted violently, akin to a balloon being punctured. He let out a muffled groan, the the force embedded in Lin Fan's shoulder dissipating significantly, and he staggered backward, kneeling down. As the white madman looked down, he saw his upper garments entirely shredded, revealing a chest marred by whip marks. A wound the size of a fingertip appeared beneath his throat, oozing chaotic black energy rather than the previous dark crimson blood. More critically, he sensed his internal energy, once flowing smoothly, now stagnating and rebelling, leaking out through the wound. The very essence of his energy had been compromised. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared even more wretched, his face pallid as a corpse, barely able to stand. Relying on the bloodthirsty bone blade for support, kneeling on one knee, his body trembling from exhaustion and excruciating pain. Blood gushed from his left shoulder, his arm hanging limply, devoid of strength. Ha ha ha, white madman, with all those whip marks, were you beaten by a woman? I never imagined you had a penchant for such tastes. Ha ha. Lin Fan's words seemed to evoke bitter memories within the white madman, the intense humiliation igniting a furious wrath. You seek death, he bellowed, a primal roar escaping him, his madness threatening to spill forth, his aura becoming exceedingly unstable and perilous. As he beheld the enraged white madman, a hint of mockery danced in Lin Fan's eyes, his lips curving into a strained smile. Utilizing a level 2 healing potion, a refreshing sensation swept through his being. The effects of the potion manifested more rapidly than the previous healing remedies, his wounds healing swiftly and his strength regenerating at an astonishing pace. Under the astonished gaze of the white madman, Lin Fan rose, as if unscathed, his injuries fully healed, his power restored to its former state. Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. The level 2 healing potion indeed proved to be a remarkable elixir, but its efficacy diminished significantly after a single use. Had he not found himself in such a dire predicament, he would have hesitated to employ it. Ha ha, do you think this can kill me? The madman trembled as he rose to his feet, increasingly amused by the unfolding events. Take advantage of your illness. I shall take your life, a momentary flaw, and you shall perish. Lin Fan, no longer holding back, unleashed his skill once more. The weak points on the madman appeared to Lin Fan like glaring beacons. With a swift thrust, the bone blade pierced through the madman's throat. The violent energy field surrounding him burst as if a balloon had been punctured, plunging into utter chaos. The power surging within him rebounded violently, sending a searing pain through his chest. The madman let out a heart-wrenching scream, violently expelling a mouthful of dark, energy-laden blood. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. The once vibrant aura around him rapidly diminished, and the light from his peculiar weapon dimmed instantly. In the ensuing clash, Lin Fan was stabbed in the abdomen by the madman's weapon, his body collapsing to the ground in an instant. Gazing at the fallen madman in the distance, who yet lived, a flicker of despair ignited within Lin Fan's heart. Damn it, he is still alive. Why is this lunatic so formidable? Chapter 47. The head of the ghost in Huangmiao village. System utilized the level 2 healing potion once more. A refreshing sensation washed over him, yet the effect was far from prior. Though the wound on his abdomen had healed, waves of excruciating pain still coursed through him, and his strength had only partially returned. Just as Lin Fan prepared to pursue, the madman sat up, clutching his wound from which dark energy seeped, his complexion ashen and his breath erratic. At that moment, Yan Ling, the lecherous old man, and the scythe-wielding child, upon witnessing the madman's grievous state, were seized by panic and inexplicably fled the battle in terror. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, do you think this can kill me? Ha ha ha. The madman suddenly became even more deranged. Let me show you what the strongest sequence entails. He threw his arms wide, invoking the blood demon sequence. Thick strands of black energy surged forth, as if animated, ensnaring Yan Ling and the others like lightning chains. Captain, release me. I don't want to die. Madman, you demon. How many of your comrades have you devoured? You shall meet a wretched end. Let me go. I will bring you fresh prey. Their screams did not halt the madman's actions. Like puppets, they were drawn to his side by the black chains. Pure blood energy coursing through the chains into the madman, draining the three of them rapidly, leaving them emaciated. The turbulent energy surrounding the madman prevented Lin Fan and his companions from approaching. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming had returned to Lin Fan's side, both appearing weak and at their limits. Tang Xiaoxiao offered a sorrowful smile to Lin Fan before leaning against him, her body growing limp. Before them, the white madman was recovering at a visibly rapid pace, even growing stronger, as the life force of the three-word spirits continuously nourished him. 3 transparent phantoms were being forcibly drawn from their bodies. Despair was evident in the eyes of the onlookers. Was there truly no hope left? What manner of monster was this white madman? The events unfolding before them completely shattered their understanding. Lin Fan gathered the remaining survivors of the bus around Lin Fan, only to find that Wang Yong was missing. Exhausted from the battle, Wang Yong had been effortlessly slain by the word spirit after desperately vanquishing all the death pursuers. The entire convoy was reduced to merely a dozen individuals. Silence enveloped them, the stillness of despair devoid of even a single cry. With hope extinguished, they prepared to meet death with tranquility. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Fan's forehead. Others might succumb to despair, but he could not, empowered by the system. How could he resign to failure before achieving divinity? Lin Fan repeatedly called upon the system, seeking a way to counter the white madman, yet remained unresponsive. As if frozen, just as he began to succumb to despair himself, an unexpected transformation occurred. Boom! The supply vehicle of the Starfire convoy erupted into a violent explosion. A massive, terrifying, ghostly visage emerged into the air, drawing the surrounding blood chi towards it. A pair of blood-red eyes gleamed with a sinister light, surveying the gathered crowd. That was the ghostly visage from Huangmiao village. Lin Fan was the first to notice it, his voice trembling with fear. The moment the ghost appeared, he sensed the presence of an unknown and ominous force that had manifested in Huangmiao village. To his shock, it had been concealed within the convoy, likely awakened by the thick stench of blood emanating from them. As the crowd looked up, the enormous, ghostly face hovered above, its blood-red eyes sweeping across the ground like searchlights. Ultimately, they fixated on the white madman, who was frantically draining the life force of the three-word spirits. The rich and pure blood chi emanating from the white madman became the most irresistible temptation in the ghostly eyes. How? The ghost emitted a piercing shriek that resonated deep within the souls of all present, infused with a frenzied delight and greed at the discovery of its prey. It had found a host to possess. The once mighty phantom abruptly contracted, transforming into a stream of blood-red light that disregarded the chaotic energies surrounding the white madman. And in an instant, it entered the white madman's head. The process of energy absorption was violently interrupted by the ghost's invasion, causing the withered bodies of the three-word spirits to plummet to the ground. The white madman clutched his head in agony, emitting a tortured wail, his body convulsing violently as if seized by an epileptic fit. His facial muscles twisted grotesquely, alternating between the visage of the ghost and his original form. A rapid oscillation between the two. In Lin Fan's discerning gaze, he perceived 2 formidable energies incessantly vying for the corporeal form of the white madman. The tumultuous mental energy rendered it impossible for Lin Fan to distinguish one from the other. Get out! Get out of my head! The white madman roared, his voice oscillating between his own and that of the earlier specter known as Ghost Head. The servant's mark is a filthy desecration that must be obliterated. Fragmented utterances of Ghost Head's voice escaped the white madman's lips, imbued with intense wrath and malice. Ghost Head endeavored to seize control of the white madman's body, discovering a servant's mark within the latter's mind, as if seeking to eradicate this blasphemous imprint. A flash of white light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he focused on the disordered white madman, articulating an explanation to those around him. The onlookers, including Lin Fan, gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment, surprised by his unexpected ability. The white madman's eyes turned as dark as ink, his body contorted unnaturally, and his mouth stretched wide, seemingly emitting a silent scream. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted within Lin Fan's perceptive vision. An invisible tempest spiraled outward from the white madman's core, causing black-red blood to seep from his orifices. His skin became marred with countless fine cracks, reminiscent of shattered porcelain, while his breath grew increasingly chaotic and faint. In Lin Fan's eyes, the mental turmoil within the white madman's mind intensified. After a brief moment, the storm abruptly ceased. The white madman stood frozen, his head bowed, unmoving. As Lin Fan and the others anxiously watched, uncertain of the outcome, he suddenly lifted his head. The madness on his face remained, yet it was tinged with bewilderment and confusion. One of his once dead, fish-like eyes now glowed a deep crimson, flickering with an eerie light, while the other retained its previous wildness and disorientation, rendering the scene exceedingly uncanny. The powerful aura emanating from him began to resurge, even deeper and more inscrutable than during his prime. Yet this force was unstable, fluctuating erratically. Blood began to trickle from the corners of Lin Fan's eyes. Yet he steadfastly fixed his gaze upon the white madman, speaking rapidly. Ghosthead's attempt to erase the servant's mark had drained a significant reservoir of strength, while the white madman's consciousness had not been entirely consumed, resulting in a peculiar and fragile equilibrium within his mind. In essence, the white madman had indeed succumbed to madness. At that moment, the voice of Ghosthead once again intermittently echoed from the white madman's mouth. Failure to possess has resulted in a weakened coexistence. With that, he tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and the others, ultimately locking on Lin Fan. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Fan as if conjured from thin air. Those mismatched, lifeless eyes, one red and one white, bore into Lin Fan's soul. Chapter 48, Survived. A peculiar glimmer of affection flickered in the chaotic eyes of the white madman. Lin Fan and the others felt the overwhelming and violent energy radiating from him, their hairs standing on end as a chill crept up their spines. As the crowd remained on high alert, bracing for an unforeseen turn of events, the deranged man tilted his head, addressing Lin Fan in a raspy, peculiar tone, proclaiming, "I am your father." The audience was left in utter disbelief. Lin Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. The abrupt declaration of paternal affection caught him off guard. Damn it, that lunatic is taking advantage of my misfortune. Yet in the next moment, the madman clutched his head and screamed in agony, "No, you are not. You are Lin Fan. I shall kill you." Kill. His expression twisted and contorted, revealing a man teetering on the brink of madness, his state exceedingly unstable. Who is Lin Fan? I must find my son. Father. He suddenly gazed into the empty distance, gesticulating wildly as if he perceived some phantasm. The madman erupted into maniacal laughter, his form swaying like a true lunatic, staggering yet astonishingly swift, vanishing into the distant wilderness. All that remained were severed limbs scattered across the ground, alongside Lin Fan and the others who had narrowly escaped. The atmosphere, steeped in oppressive despair, dissipated with the bizarre departure of this formidable threat. The surviving dozen or so individuals appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground in unison, gasping for breath, their faces still etched with disbelief and lingering fear. No one had anticipated that this seemingly fatal predicament would conclude in such an absurd, surreal manner. Lin Fan gradually sheathed his bone blade, his gaze fixed on the direction where the madman had vanished, his brow furrowed in concern. The lunatic had not perished. In fact, he seemed to have grown even stronger. Though now a true madman, he remained a significant hazard. The eerie specter, whose level even Lin Fan could not sense, posed an even greater danger. The amalgamation of the two had birthed a formidable maniac, leaving one to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. He glanced down at Tang Xiao, who was leaning against him, utterly exhausted, then at Lin Meng and Lin Fan, who also appeared fatigued yet wore expressions of concern. Regardless of the trials they faced, they had survived. "We have survived." Lin Fan trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. The recent rigorous exertion of his explorer abilities had overwhelmed him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within, surveying the injured faces around him, and spoke solemnly, "For now, we are safe." Within the entire convoy, he was the only one still capable of fighting. The others had succumbed to weakness. Tang Xiao managed a faint smile. "Lin Fan, how did you become the son of the madman?" "Ha!" Lin Fan shot a glare at her, who was too exhausted to speak, yet still teasing him. "You should rest well." He surmised that the recent confrontation with Lin Fan had left a profound impression on the madman's mind, leading to his subsequent mental breakdown, where he mistakenly identified Lin Fan as his son. However, it was clear that the madman harbored his own dark secrets. Lin Fan closed his eyes, attempting to alleviate the stinging sensation plaguing his vision. A rumble echoed in the distance, as the crowd rested upon the ground. The ominous roar of a death chaser's heavy pickup truck echoed from a short distance away. "No good. Lin Fan, that's Liu Yu." Lin Wen's eyes flew open, his crimson gaze fixed intently on the imposing vehicle. "Damn it, I had forgotten about that scoundrel." Everyone instinctively believed Liu Yu had perished in the recent melee. Little did they know, he had cunningly survived until the end, stealthily climbing onto a heavy pickup truck while Lin Fan and the others let their guard down, attempting to discreetly escape the scene. Had Lin Fan discovered he was still alive, he surely would have torn him to shreds. Inside the heavy pickup, Lu Yu's subordinates fumbled nervously at the controls, while Zhao Tong squeezed into the back seat, clutching a black box tightly. His face a mask of terror as he frequently glanced out the window at Lin Fan and the others in the distance. In Lu Yu's estimation, it would have been a trivial task for the white madman to eliminate Lin Fan and his companions. However, he never anticipated that the white madman's thought process would be so refreshingly unconventional, leading to an inadvertent display of bravado that enabled Lin Fan to ascend to a second-tier ability user. What should have been a certain victory turned into a dramatic turnaround, rendering the white madman a fool in his own right. White madman, you and your entire family. Lu Yu continuously cursed within the confines of the vehicle. The driver, equally drenched in sweat, struggled to ignite the heavy pickup, which should have been an effortless task, but nerves thwarted their attempts. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle finally roared to life, and the occupants exhaled a collective sigh of relief. As long as they could get the truck moving, there was a chance for escape. Feeling the gentle jolt of the vehicle as it accelerated, they thought they had narrowly evaded disaster. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air as Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade descended from above, piercing through the roof and impaling the driver to the steering wheel. Blood gushed forth, obscuring the windshield. The truck emitted a screeching sound as it was violently lifted from the front and then slammed down onto the ground, extinguishing the engine's roar. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong were paralyzed by this unforeseen turn of events, their screams echoing as thick smoke quickly filled the cabin. Just as they were about to suffocate, the door was wrenched open by a powerful arm. They were then dragged from the vehicle as if they were mere rag dolls, unceremoniously thrown onto the ground before the crowd. It was only then that Lu Yu recognized the colossal figure of Lin Meng, the one who had pulled them out. Lin Fan gestured toward the smoking vehicle, and a beam of white light instantly returned to his grasp. It was the bloodthirsty bone blade. Meanwhile, Lin Wen arranged the bodies of Qin Tian and Wang Yong side by side, kneeling on the ground to tenderly adjust their final resting expressions. Crimson tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Lin Fan, Brother Fan, Master Fan, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. I'll have my father repay you. Don't you want a fire seed elixir? Lu Yu wailed, placing the 2 black boxes before Lin Fan. Take them all. If you think it's not enough, I'll have my father provide more. Whatever you desire, I will procure for you. He was terrified that Lin Fan would refuse, hurriedly retrieving the flame potion and cautiously placing it at Lin Fan's feet. His body, kneeling on the ground, trembled like a frightened wild dog. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of the flame potion, scrutinizing it while ignoring Lu Yu at his feet. Zhao Tong clung to Lin Fan's leg, her exquisite makeup ruined by tears and snot. Lin Fan, spare me. I know the secret of Lu Yu and his son. I know the secret of the flame potion. If you let me go, I will tell you everything. Their desperate pleas were met with the indifferent gazes of onlookers, akin to viewing corpses. Lin Wen rose and approached Lu Yu. Lin Wen, we are old acquaintances. Please help me. Talk to Lin Fan on my behalf. I know you. Before Lu Yu could finish his sentence, Lin Wen delivered a heavy kick to his mouth, causing several teeth to scatter amidst the blood. Lin Fan, may I borrow your knife? Oh, certainly. Lin Fan handed over the bloodthirsty bone blade, and Lin Wen dragged the lifeless Lu Yu away. Soon, the sound of Lu Yu's anguished cries echoed, gradually fading into silence. Lin Wen returned, drenched in blood, returning the bone blade to Lin Fan and wiping his glasses. Brother Fan, I promise to follow you wholeheartedly after killing Lu Yu. Hearing Lin Wen address him as Brother Fan, Lin Fan felt a surge of relief and patted his shoulder. From now on, we are brothers. By the way, you should call me Qin Wen from now on. He whispered, Qin from Qin Tian. Chapter 49. The Secrets of Lu Yu and His Son. Qin Wen? Although Lin Fan did not understand why Lin Wen had changed his name, he respected his choice. After all, everyone has unspoken pasts. When Qin Wen called out Brother Fan, the system had already notified Lin Fan that Qin Wen's loyalty had reached the required level to form a disciple contract. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry, as there were still numerous matters to attend to. He arranged for Zhang Long to lead the remaining survivors to sort through the supplies and release those tormented survivors from the Death Chaser's vehicle. Crouched at Lin Fan's feet, Zhao Tong trembled like a startled cat upon witnessing the horrific scene of Lu Yu's disarray. Look, there's another one, Lin Fan signaled to Qin Wen, implying that if vengeance was not satisfied, they should deal with it together. After Lu Yu's demise, Qin Wen seemed much more cheerful, smiling at Lin Fan and saying, I'm not a psychopathic killer. She has no enmity with me. You can handle it as you see fit. He paused before adding, just give me one of those lunatics' vehicles. I've had my eye on your heavy-duty pickup for quite some time. Lin Fan pointed into the distance. Choose whichever you like. Qin Wen jokingly remarked, thank you, boss. At that moment, Lin Fan knew that Qin Wen had truly become one of his own. The winds of the wilderness dispersed some of the sanguine scent, and the rain continued, transforming into a gentle drizzle. Zhang Long approached, burdened by several wooden crates, his visage marked by sorrow. The two brothers who had accompanied him had perished at the hands of the lost ones. The crates served as makeshift seats. Lin Fan, Qin Wen, Dang Xiao Xiao, and Lin Meng formed a semicircle, their gazes fixed upon Zhao Tong, who curled up on the ground, trembling. Lin Fan nudged Zhao Tong with his toe, urging him to the center. Zhao Tong lifted his head, his once handsome features marred by tears and grime, his eyes brimming with dread. Tang Xiao Xiao leaned against a wooden crate, her complexion still pale, though her spirits had slightly revived. She scrutinized the fire seed potion in her hands, searching for any peculiarities, yet found none. Speak. Tell us all that you know. If you perform well, I may intercede on your behalf, she declared, glancing at Lin Fan, who nodded in silent agreement. I will, Zhao Tong exclaimed, seizing upon this lifeline. He cast a frantic glance at the indistinct mass of blood and flesh in the distance, his body shivering violently as his voice quavered. Days before the apocalypse descended, they secretly constructed numerous bases across the nation. Zhao Tong's voice trembled, yet his sentences began to flow more coherently. Those places are not survivor gathering spots. They are laboratories. The public facade of survivor enclaves was merely a ruse to attract more survivors for the purpose of researching the fire seed potion. Upon uttering this, Zhao Tong inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself, and began to narrate rapidly. Lu Yu's father, Lu Changhe, is a sequence ability user, and quite formidable. Lin Fan, taken aback by the revelation of Lu Changhe's capabilities, inquired, do you know his sequence? Zhao Tong shook his head. I have been closely following Lu Yu, so I am not well versed in Lu Changhe's affairs. Lin Fan, sensing no deceit in her demeanor, gestured for her to continue. They used captured survivors to test the efficacy of the potions. Many injected with the flawed serum transformed into those mindless, bloodthirsty, lower-level anomalies, known as the Lost Ones. Additionally, there are larger entities referred to as the Fallen. Zhao Tong's voice steadied. In her quest for survival, she resolved to divulge all she knew. These Fallen are evolved forms of the Lost Ones. I have heard that Lu Changhe is associated with even more powerful beings called Slaughterers, said to possess strength comparable to level 3 anomalies. A collective gasp escaped Lin Fan and the others. They had not anticipated that Lu Changhe could cultivate anomalies, and to such a formidable degree. At that moment, Zhang Long approached with a briefcase, placing it beside Lin Fan, his expression laced with menace as he cast a glance at Zhao Tong. In a hushed tone, he remarked, Brother Fan, this was found in the madman's vehicle. Moreover, we discovered some stones on those anomalous corpses, identical to the contents of this case. Anomalous core. Zhang Long was unaware of the existence of the strange core. Yet upon discovering it in the vehicle of the madman Bai, he instinctively felt its preciousness and brought it to Lin Fan. Upon opening the box, Lin Fan was taken aback by the dense collection of strange cores, his mouth agape in astonishment. This could be a fortune. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao Xiao approached, gasping in disbelief. The strange cores within were akin to those dropped by the lost and the fallen. How many survivors had they truly tormented? Qin Wen glared fiercely at Zhao Tong. Lin Fan handed the strange core to Zhang Long and inquired of Zhao Tong, what about the Ember Potion? You mentioned it held secrets as well? Zhao Tong cast a timid glance at Lin Fan before quickly lowering her head. They utilized the Ember Potion to cultivate their own sequence abilities. However, all those who awakened their sequence abilities through the Ember Potion would, like the most loyal of servants, unconditionally obey Lu Changhe's commands. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses and deduced, is there an issue with the potion? Has something been added? Similar to the servant mark in the madman's mind? Indeed, it is a special ingredient researched by Lu Changhe in collaboration with that level 3 apothecary sequence ability user. This unique component, when mixed into the Ember Potion, causes those who successfully awaken their sequence abilities to develop a servant mark in their minds, rendering them utterly subservient, with their lives dictated by a mere word from him. The madman Bai was cultivated by Lu Changhe through the Ember Potion, specifically tasked with managing affairs around Luocheng. As Zhao Tong spoke, A flicker of apprehension crossed her face, clearly indicating she had encountered this terrifying method of control up close. Such grand ambition, Qin scoffed. Liu Chang has intention to forge an army of absolutely loyal sequence ability users through the Ember Potion suggests he aspires to become a local emperor in this apocalypse, establishing a kingdom for his Liu family. TSK, he truly understands the game and plays it well. Lin Fan felt a flicker of admiration for Liu Changhe. This was a self-sustaining model, creating a complete industrial chain. While all others struggled for survival in this apocalypse, Liu Changhe had transformed the bazaar into a thriving industry. Under the guise of a survivor gathering place, he deceived the unsuspecting survivors to conduct experiments with the Ember Potion. Those who failed could be transformed into anomalies, nurtured to evolve into more advanced forms for his use, while those eliminated could be killed for their strange cores. The successful ones would awaken their sequence abilities, pledging absolute loyalty to Liu Changhe, and could continuously upgrade using the self-produced strange cores. A perfect closed loop. Suddenly, a profound sense of disparity washed over Lin Fan. Logically, his ultimate objective bore resemblance to Liu Changhe's. Yet while he was racking his brain for a single slot as a disciple, Liu Changhe was already mass-producing absolutely loyal sequence ability users. Vision, scope, disparity. However, as he cast a glance at Qin, Tang Xiao, and Lin Meng beside him, that feeling of disparity quietly dissipated. Unlike Liu Changhe, his disciples were trustworthy brothers, loyal companions, and beings with whom he could share life and death. Liu Changhe's method of controlling his subordinates will inevitably lead to his own downfall. From the outset, the kingdom Liu Changhe constructed appeared formidable, yet its foundation was riddled with perilous vulnerabilities. Conversely, the divine realm that Lin Fan aspires to establish is built on an exceptionally robust foundation, destined to grow increasingly powerful in the future. Chapter 50, Zhao Tong's Fate. The atmosphere fell silent as the crowd processed Zhao Tong's shocking revelation. Qin turned to Lin Fan and softly inquired, "Boss, how do we approach this matter?" Lin Fan understood Qin was referring to the killing of Liu Yu and the enmity with Liu Changhe. Upon realizing the vastness of Liu Changhe's influence, Qin felt a twinge of concern. After all, a single lunatic had nearly led to their complete annihilation, and that lunatic was merely the head of Luo City. Tang Xiao also glanced at Lin Fan, having gradually grown accustomed to deferring crucial decisions to him. Observing the expectant gazes of both individuals, Lin Fan grinned and gestured to Zhang Long, who stood nearby, shaking the briefcase in his hand. As Zhang Long moved his arm, the sound of clattering emerged from within the case. Both Qin and Tang Xiao recognized it as the distinct sound of an entire box of eerie cores. Isn't it delightful to have a source for these eerie cores? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, both Qin and Tang Xiao erupted in laughter, fearing their absence, yet thrilled by their arrival. Even Lin Meng, who had been on the verge of slumber, was roused by their laughter. Seeing Lin Fan laughing heartily, despite not grasping the context, he joined in the merriment. Zhao Tong observed the trio's laughter, her body trembling slightly. She could not fathom how they could jest about seizing something from Liu Changhe after realizing the danger of crossing him. Was it ignorance that bred their fearlessness? Or were they simply overly arrogant? Nevertheless, preserving her life was paramount. I have divulged everything I know. Truly. Moreover, I possess the formula for the ignition agent. I can provide you with the most critical data. Just let me live. I am of great value. I can assist you in creating the ignition agent. Zhao Tong raised her head, locking eyes with Lin Fan, awaiting his final judgment. Lin Fan slowly rose, looking down upon her with an impassive gaze, akin to observing an inanimate object. I know you have your own convoy. I can help you create a series of loyal abilities, just like Liu Changhe. As soon as Zhao Tong finished speaking, the attention of Qin and the others converged on Lin Fan. They had no significant objections to Zhao Tong's proposal, having already tacitly agreed to join Lin Fan's convoy, where the first rule was absolute obedience. Regardless of Lin Fan's decision, they would unwaveringly support him. Seeing Lin Fan lost in contemplation, a glimmer of hope flickered across Zhao Tong's face. She believed that her proposal was one that no one could refuse. However, Lin Fan suddenly chuckled softly and shook his head at her. That is unnecessary. Why not? This is clearly advantageous for you. Why indeed? The members of the convoy are my brothers, not my servants. Upon hearing these words, Qin, Tang Xiao, and Zhang Long, who stood nearby, inexplicably felt a sense of relief. They truly did not wish to witness a leader who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. What none of them knew was that moments ago, a notification had echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Analysis complete. Consumed 5,000 divine points. Successfully evolved the Flame Seed Potion into a low-level Eerie Potion. Effect: enhances the probability of awakening sequence abilities, eliminates the servant mark. Additional effect: the user will exhibit absolute obedience to the host, Lin Fan. Low-level Eerie Potion is now available in the system store, priced at 50,000 divine points. Upon acquiring the Flame Seed Potion, Lin Fan had already initiated its analysis. Just now, the system completed the analysis and enhanced the Flame Seed Potion. After all, Zhao Tong, this woman, might not have had benevolent intentions. Lin Fan always chose to eliminate potential threats at the earliest opportunity. When Zhao Tong saw Lin Fan reject her proposal, panic was instantly etched across her face. She lunged forward, attempting to cling to Lin Fan's leg. But he coldly evaded her grasp. Lin Fan, I'm still of use to you. Spare my life, sob. I am valuable to you, you promised me. Let me go. Lin Fan looked at the seemingly deranged Zhao Tong, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, as he replied, since Xiao Xiao has said to spare you, I naturally shall not oppose it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong's face lit up with ecstasy. However, Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long and instructed, take her to those survivors. I believe they would be delighted to see a familiar face. Zhang Long's expression darkened with malice as he seized Zhao Tong by the hair and mercilessly dragged her toward those survivors who had once been tormented by the pursuers of death. Lin Fan, you shameless wretch, your words are meaningless. May you meet a dreadful end. As Zhao Tong was dragged away, she incessantly spewed venomous curses. Those survivors had once been her test subjects. Now, meeting her enemies, her fate was all too clear. Zhang Long showed no mercy, delivering a punch that shattered Zhao Tong's mouth. Watching the retreating figures, Qinwen spoke softly. Boss, what should we do next? I suggest we rest for the night in the nearby open space. There are no eerie auras around. Lin Fan regarded the weary group and nodded. Supplies, vehicles, and personnel all require time for reallocation. More importantly, he aimed to reorganize the bus convoy into a new fleet. The Divine Kingdom Fleet. Zhang Long, like a ragged sack, dragged the struggling and whimpering Zhao Tong toward a desolate area. There, 30 or so survivors, just freed from the nightmare of relentless pursuers, sat numbly beneath a makeshift tent. Their gazes hollow, bearing the marks of imprisonment and torment. The sound of footsteps and dragging caught their attention. Upon recognizing the identity of the person Zhang Long was pulling, flickers of emotion stirred within their previously vacant eyes, revealing deep-seated hatred. It is that woman in the white coat, perpetually adorned with a cold smile, who records their agonized reactions. It is she who selects them like cattle, sending them into the monstrous cage of horror. The air instantly thickened, ignited by a blaze of vengeful fury. Initially, there was a deathly silence, broken only by Zhao Tong's anguished wails, the result of a mouth brutally battered. A gaunt man suddenly rose, his arm bent at an unnatural angle, a remnant of the brutal fracture he had suffered at the survivor base in Luochen. His eyes were ablaze with rage, fixated on Zhao Tong, his chest heaving violently. It is her, he hoarsely roared, his voice emerging like a rasp from shattered bellows. Demon, you vile creature, my brother was torn to shreds by that monster. You watch with a smile. Return my child to me. Where have you taken my child? Zhang Long callously shoved Zhao Tong forward, casting her to the ground before them, then stepped back with crossed arms, observing coldly. In terror, Zhao Tong crawled outward, her voice a blurred plea. No, it's not my fault. It was Lu Chanha's orders. Spare me, I beg you. The first to strike was the one-armed man. He raised his foot and, with all his might, delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Tong's abdomen. She screamed in agony. Curling into a ball, more individuals surged forward, fists raining down like a torrential storm, feet mercilessly kicking. Some clawed at her face with nails, while others yanked at her hair. Soon, Zhao Tong's cries dwindled, ultimately succumbing to a complete silence. The survivors erupted into a cacophony of wails. Zhang Long gazed upon the fervently venting survivors, a thought emerging within him. These individuals have come back to life once more. Chapter 51. The Establishment of the Divine Kingdom Convoy. The drizzling rain had ceased, leaving the night sky as dark as ink. Bonfires sprang up along the roadside, dispelling the chill of the night breeze. Zhang Long and his team had meticulously gathered and organized all supplies. Upon tallying the inventory, the provisions obtained from the pursuers of death were substantial. In addition to a suitcase of suspicious items, there was a considerable quantity of jerky, canned food, clean drinking water, and a large batch of brand new military combat uniforms. Furthermore, a fresh batch of standard long knives was discovered, resembling Tang Xiao saber, yet broader, more akin to the ancient Tang broadsword. This collection of long knives was secured in Lin Fan's pickup truck bed. Thanks to the seamless cooperation of the bus convoy, they managed to collect all supplies in a single afternoon, consolidating them onto a truck. The most delightful surprise was the few heavy-duty pickups left behind by the White Madman. Aside from the one destroyed by Lin Fan during Lu Yu's escape, 3 remained. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao had each chosen their vehicles early on. Lin Fan intended to assign the last heavy-duty pickup to Lin Ming, but Lin Ming preferred the comfort of the bus, declining the offer of a separate heavy-duty vehicle. In the end, the heavy-duty pickup truck was entrusted to Zhang Long, who had become the esteemed steward of the convoy, managing all its affairs with unwavering dedication and loyalty. Following a discussion between Lin Fan and Qin Wen, the allocation of vehicles was determined on site. The convoy was well stocked with supplies, and there were more than enough vehicles, allowing for an individual allocation while still leaving a surplus. However, for the sake of facilitating the convoy's migration, both men unanimously decided to relinquish the majority of the underperforming vehicles. Ultimately, the selected vehicles comprised 4 heavy-duty pickups. Lin Fan continued to share a ride with Chu Xian, while Qin Wen and Zhang Bao, Zhang Long's only surviving brother who was assigned to drive for Qin Wen, shared another. Tang Xiao and Tang Wen occupied one, leaving Zhang Long with a vehicle of his own. The large truck carrying supplies was manned by Wang Tong, known as the thief of the bus convoy, and Dr. Feng Bin. According to Zhang Long, Wang Tong, with his background as a thief, possessed a greater understanding of managing the convoy supplies, making him the most qualified among the current survivors. As for Dr. Feng Bin's presence on the large truck, it was an unspoken understanding among all, and Wang Tong raised no objections. The bus remained under the command of Lin Ming, with Tian Fu as the driver. Due to the unfortunate loss of 5 members of the bus crew at the hands of the Lost Ones, only 6 individuals remained capable of riding the bus. Apart from the rear compartment serving as Lin Ming's spacious bed, the remaining space provided each person with a small bed. Lin Fan was reluctant to accept the 6 survivors from the Xingho convoy into their fold, prompting Qin Wen to allocate a rugged vehicle to them instead. As for the surplus vehicles, Zhang Long had no intention of discarding them entirely. He organized the team to extract all the fuel from within, storing it in barrels to be loaded onto the large truck. In the afternoon, Zhang Long approached Lin Fan to request Lin Ming's assistance. By nightfall, the rear of the large truck had been reinforced with a sturdy compartment, while the other trucks were disassembled into various parts, with Zhang Long diligently collecting any useful components. All vehicles belonging to the Death Chasers were equipped with communication devices, which Zhang Long removed and installed in every vehicle of the convoy, ensuring that everyone could maintain contact during their journey. Once all arrangements were completed, it was well past midnight, as hunger gnawed at their bellies. The scent of food wafted through the camp. The members of the bus convoy remained gathered together, steam rising from the pot of sumptuous dishes, a bounty made possible by the Death Chasers. In contrast, the rations of other survivors were meager, consisting only of plain porridge and a single pack of compressed biscuits per person. In the eyes of Zhang Long and his companions, rescuing these individuals and providing them with sustenance was an act of overflowing compassion. While ensured they would not go hungry, it did not guarantee a feast. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of hot meals, unrest erupted among the survivors as they scrambled for food. The clamor reached the dining members of the bus convoy, causing Lin Fan to frown. Zhang Long set down his bowl and chopsticks, gathering a few companions to investigate. A series of piercing cries rang out, and soon, silence reclaimed the scene. The survivors finally realized that the individuals seated in front of the bus were not benevolent rescuers. Crossing them could equally cost one's life. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, Lin Fan called upon the busy crowd to announce his decision. From now on, the deputy leader of the convoy would be Qin Wen, along with Tang Xiao and Lin Ming. Zhang Long would manage the convoy's affairs. Naturally, there were no objections from the group, as they had lived together for an extended period and had long regarded Qin Wen and the others as their deputy leaders. Zhang Long's diligent management of the convoy was well recognized and respected by all. "Hey, Lin Fan, What did I say? I wanted to be the deputy leader of the convoy. Tang Xiao quipped, picking at her teeth and tilting her head to look at Lin Fan. I distinctly mentioned that I would join you only when you managed to conquer me. Lin Fan chuckled at her words, rising with determination. Haha, that's easily arranged. Let us settle this quickly. Now, he was already considered a level 2 sequence ability user. Conquering Tang Xiao would be a mere trifle. The crowd momentarily stood in confusion. Yet Qin, one had already taken a lead. Zhang Long and the others exchanged glances and quickly rose to follow suit. The clandestine sparring sessions between the two had long circulated within the convoy, yet apart from Chu Xian, no one knew the outcome. This time, it was evidently a decisive confrontation, and such excitement could not be missed. With a rush, everyone gathered before the bus, leaving only Lin Meng behind. As he had not yet eaten his fill, the distant survivors, unaware of what transpired, curiously followed suit. They stood at a distance, illuminated by the flickering light of the bonfire, catching glimpses of the two figures facing each other. At that moment, both wielders had drawn their weapons, and the unspoken tension rendered the onlookers breathless. Lin Fan, rest assured, I won't let you lose face in front of your subordinates, Tang Xiao declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. No more chatter. We have matters to discuss later. Let us get on with it. Both combatants ceased their pretenses. Lin Fan, I know you can see through my weaknesses, but seeing through does not equate to overcoming. Crushing edge. Dan xiao xia sao det. Her Tang Dao erupting with a formidable blade aura. Realizing her initial strike was lethal, Lin Fan hesitated no longer. Haha, in my eyes, you are rife with flaws. Flawless kill. A streak of light flashed past, as Tang Xiao's magnificent blade shadow shattered like a mirror in response. She plummeted uncontrollably, unable to restrain her expletives. Lin Fan, you scoundrel, do you take me for a fool? The earth-shattering clash left the onlookers in sheer awe, allowing them a visceral glimpse into the formidable prowess of the convoy's core members. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao were carried back, and the crowd returned to the front of the bus, with Tang Xiao cradled in Tang Wen's arms. Lin Fan perched atop a wooden crate, while Chu Xian stood behind him, serving as a human backrest. Continue. Lin Fan's voice remained steady, as if the earlier fierce battle had never transpired. Does anyone have any objections to what I just stated? The crowd collectively shook their heads, and Tang Xiao shot Lin Fan a glance, letting out a huff that indicated her tacit agreement. Her initial opposition was merely a formality, and she hoped to bolster Lin Fan's reputation through a display of strength. To her surprise, Lin Fan launched into an impressive declaration right from the start. His gaze swept across the assembly, calm yet powerful, exuding undeniable authority. From this day forth, Lin Fan's voice rose sharply, imbued with unwavering conviction. The bus convoy shall be a relic of the past. We shall embark on a new beginning with a new name. He abruptly raised his arm, pointing towards the vast night sky, as if to proclaim this name to the universe. The Divine Nation Convoy. This was not merely a title. It was a declaration of vision. Lin Fan aimed to establish not a ragtag group of survivors, but a realm that could thrive amidst the apocalypse, possessing its own order and beliefs. Boom! It felt as if an invisible bomb had exploded among the crowd. Divine Nation, one audacious, tyrannical name. In this land where order had crumbled, anomalies roamed, and lives were as disposable as chaff, how could anyone dare to assert the establishment of a divine nation? Flames of fervor ignited in the eyes of those before the bus, while distant survivors looked on in shock, gazing at Lin Fan and his companions as if they were madmen. Chapter 52. The Creation of a Deity. An abrupt silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the crackling of the campfire. Zhang Long stepped forward with determination, his right fist clenched tightly, and with all his might. He raised it high and shouted hoarsely, I vow to follow Brother Fan to the death. Seeing this, others quickly caught on, echoing Zhang Long's fervor. I vow to follow Brother Fan to the death. I vow to follow Brother Fan to the death. I vow to follow Brother Fan to the death. The volume of their shouts crescendoed with each repetition. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao clasped their hands tightly, beaming with joy as they observed Lin Fan at the center of the crowd. Lin Meng was the most exhilarated, howling like a wolf, celebrating with the exuberance of a child. This was a moment of glory uniquely belonging to Lin Fan. From this day forth, the Divine Nation Convoy was officially established. Though it comprised merely a dozen individuals, it embodied an unyielding spirit. Lin Fan surveyed the exhilarated crowd with satisfaction, a surge of ambition swelling within him. With the system's support and this steadfast band of companions by his side, even in the face of the apocalyptic crisis, despair no longer plagued his heart. Instead, it was filled with a fervent desire to embrace the challenges ahead. In the distance, the surviving onlookers were drawn by the jubilant cheers emanating from the group before the bus, staring in a daze at the fervent assembly. Emotions of envy, disdain, shock, confusion, and indifference intertwined within them. Some attempted to approach for a closer look, but Qin signaled to Zhang Long, who promptly led a few individuals to drive the survivors away to the farthest vehicle. These survivors could only peer through the windows, catching a blurred glimpse of the figures beside the bus, unable to discern their conversations. Zhang Long, still uneasy, directed several others to form a barrier with the vehicles, completely isolating the group from the survivors. As Zhang Long and his companions returned, Lin Fan raised his hand, silencing the deafening cheers that had erupted moments before. Yet the fervor in everyone's eyes remained undiminished. Subsequently, Lin Fan's actions plunged the crowd into a frenzy once more. He grasped the low-level enigmatic potion, enhanced by the system, its azure liquid shimmering enticingly in the firelight, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This was the peculiar elixir that offered ordinary individuals a chance to awaken their sequential abilities. Observing the crowd's increasingly rapid breaths, Lin Fan proclaimed, "This is my refinement of the fire seed potion. Boss, when did you enhance the fire seed potion?" Qin and Tang Xiao gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic potion in Lin Fan's hand. Although the potion bore an identical appearance to the fire seed potion, both sensed an aura emanating from it that was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it exuded a gentle and pure essence. "Lin Fan, you are becoming more inscrutable by the day. To have refined the fire seed potion without anyone noticing, I can feel that the potion in your hand is even purer than the original," Tang Xiao exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. "I understand now why you named the Convoy Divination. Perhaps you truly aspire to become a deity in this apocalyptic world." Her words reignited the crowd's fervent emotions, and the enigmatic potion in Lin Fan's hand transformed the gazes directed at him into those of devoted followers filled with zeal. Lin Fan, reveling in the astonishment of Qin and Tang Xiao, thought to himself, "This is merely the beginning. There will be many more surprises in store for you. I previously mentioned that one day I would offer you the opportunity to awaken as sequential ability users. This is the finest proof. Such potions will be plentiful. Once you all contribute sufficiently, I believe everyone present will become sequential ability users." Upon finishing his statement, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers once again. Initially, those who joined Lin Fan as Convoy sought only better survival. But over time, Lin Fan had become their irreplaceable leader in their hearts. When Lin Fan unveiled the enigmatic potion, their aspirations transcended mere survival. The dream of becoming sequential ability users, once distant, was now tangibly placed before them by Lin Fan. Lin Fan desired more than this effect. Sometimes, mere words fail to inspire belief and merely paint grand illusions. Empty promises remain ephemeral. Only by presenting hope in a tangible form can one solidify the hearts of the people. Today, he resolved to bring this vision to life before their very eyes. To achieve this, he spent all his divine points and even incurred a debt of 10,000 divine points to the system. The benefit was that the awakening probability of the potion in his hand surged to 70. Although it pained him immensely, he deemed it worth every sacrifice. "Zhang Long," Lin Fan called out to the excited figure in the crowd. "Here," Zhang Long responded. "Yes, Brother Fan, no boss." Lin Fan smiled as he tossed the peculiar potion towards Zhang Long. In a flurry of motion, Zhang Long awkwardly caught it, cradling it delicately in his hands. His eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Lin Fan. "Today, you shall be the first among our team to awaken your sequence abilities." Boom! Everyone turned their envious eyes toward Zhang Long, while Chu Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, her envy nearly choking her. Yet, she understood that Zhang Long was deserving of this potion. Among them all, he was the only one who would unconditionally sacrifice himself for Lin Fan. This was precisely Lin Fan's consideration. In his eyes, Zhang Long was not only his most reliable aide, but also possessed an unwavering loyalty that was nearing its peak. This was a reward for Zhang Long's devotion, and Lin Fan did not hesitate to borrow from the system to provide it. Zhang Long trembled as he held the strange potion, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Fan with profound gratitude. It was this man who had lifted him from the mire of scorn, and in moments of peril had returned without hesitation to save him. Zhang Long questioned his own character. His life experiences had molded him into someone ruthless, yet he was a man who valued gratitude and loyalty. After Lin Fan rescued him, he had silently vowed to follow Lin Fan for life, even at the cost of his own life. Now, Lin Fan had granted him an opportunity that could transcend the bounds of life itself. How could he not be exhilarated? How could he not swear eternal loyalty? At that moment, Lin Meng, who had remained silent, spoke up unusually. Long, just drink it down. The taste is not pleasant, so don't savor it. Zhang Long's face flushed red as he cast a grateful glance at Lin Meng. He opened the potion and tilted his head back, consuming it in one swift motion. Instantly, the room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching Zhang Long's reaction. Lin Fan felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, the success rate was only 70%. A surge of searing energy erupted within Zhang Long's body. He let out a muffled groan, dropping to one knee as his muscles tensed uncontrollably. His skin flushing an unnatural red, with steam faintly seeping from his pores. The crowd held their breath, intensely focused on him. Time ticked by slowly as Zhang Long's body quivered, gradually calming down. The crimson hue faded, giving way to a subtle bronze sheen that glimmered with metallic luster. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and within his pupils, it seemed as if intricate gears flickered momentarily. He succeeded. Qin Wen was the first to sense the unique energy emanating from Zhang Long and exclaimed with delight. Chapter 53, The Contracted Divine Disciple. Zhang Long rose to his feet, flexing his limbs, the joints cracking crisply. He felt the surging power within him, his face alight with incredulous joy. Boss, I did it. I awakened. It's the mechanic sequence. The mechanic sequence? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. What abilities does it possess? Zhang Long, overwhelmed with excitement, replied. I can feel a natural affinity for all machinery now. I can repair and enhance them. Moreover, he paused, unable to suppress the excitement surging within him. I can still utilize the existing materials to easily craft some thermal weapons, such as handguns, shotguns, or even more complex creations. However, what? Qin Wen interjected, prompting further explanation. However, the weapons I manufacture can only be wielded by me, Zhang Long elucidated. The others gazed at Zhang Long with envy. And Qin Wen refrained from inquiring about the cost of such endeavors, for this was a unique secret for each sequence ability user. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. The mechanic sequence. This ability was invaluable in the apocalypse. The future maintenance of the convoy's vehicles would no longer be a concern, and enhancements in equipment performance would significantly bolster the team's survival capabilities. Unless I wish to add special effects to a heavy-duty pickup, Zhang Long could manage ordinary enhancements. The capability to manufacture thermal weapons also endowed Zhang Long with corresponding combat power. Presently, Zhang Long was an irreplaceable treasure for the convoy. Wonderful. Lin Fan clapped Zhang Long's shoulder with vigor, feeling a sense of reassurance. The investment of 10,000 God points was well worth it. Zhang Long's successful awakening instilled tangible hope within everyone. Lin Fan seemed to possess the ability to conjure a deity from thin air, manifesting a sequence ability user before their very eyes, a reality that plunged all into a frenzy. They all realized that as long as there were sufficient contributions, the next to awaken a sequence ability would be one of them. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. At that moment, Lin Fan was their unwavering faith, continually bestowing hope upon them. He was the truest embodiment of divinity in their eyes. They willingly embraced new identities as followers of the divine. Many years later, standing atop the apocalyptic world, they would still take pride in being among the first followers of Lin Fan. The echoes of their cheers resonated across the wilderness, startling the slumbering survivors, who peered curiously out the windows, bewildered by the commotion. Meanwhile, in Lin Fan's ears, the system's notifications rang incessantly. Each individual's loyalty had met the required threshold, urging Lin Fan to hasten the contracting of his disciples. Upon surveying the group, he noted that one person's loyalty stood at only 60. Tan Xiao Xia. This did not imply that Tang Xiaoxiao harbored intentions of betrayal. Rather, her proud disposition inherently bore a spirit of defiance. Only when Lin Fan truly conquered her would her loyalty reach the requisite standard. Sighing, Lin Fan acknowledged the arduous journey ahead in securing Tang Xiaoxiao's allegiance. However, at this moment, there were two suitable candidates for disciples. Qinwen, Zhonglong. Lin Fan suddenly exclaimed. Huh, here. The two responded instantly, though Qinwen's face bore a puzzled expression, unsure of Lin Fan's summons. Do you wish to become my disciples? Lin Fan asked with solemnity, enunciating each word carefully. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with bewilderment, and Tang Xiaoxiao's expression mirrored her confusion. What was Lin Fan doing? Was it a new ritual for the Divination team? What exactly was a disciple? Surely, Lin Fan wasn't planning to form a cult, was he? And why hadn't he called her? A cascade of questions flooded Tang Xiaoxiao's mind. Qinwen and Zhonglong were initially taken aback, but upon seeing Lin Fan's solemn expression, they sensed he was not jesting. I'm willing. I too am willing. The two responded in unison. As soon as their words faded, the system's notification chimed in Lin Fan's ear. Disciple contract signed. Host disciple. Qinwen. Explorer series ability user. Loyalty. 100. Host divine path rank. Divine realm walker. Advancement level. 5. Disciple contract signed. Host disciple. Zhonglong mechanic series ability user. Loyalty. 100. Host divine path rank. Divine realm walker. Advancement level. 10. Following the two notifications, Lin Fan felt a surge of formidable mental strength and a slight infusion of physical power, a 20 ability feedback. However, the advancement level of the divine path rank granted by the disciple contract had diminished to 5. Qinwen contributed a vast reservoir of mental power, while Zhonglong's was a blend of mental and physical strength. Simultaneously, their eyes widened. Although they did not hear the system notifications, they could distinctly sense a special bond forming with Lin Fan. Moreover, the energy within them surged significantly. It turned out that Lin Fan's earlier statement was not mere rhetoric, but rather held such miraculous effects. Just as Qinwen was about to speak, Lin Fan gently shook his head at him, and understanding, Qinwen immediately sealed his lips. Hey, what are you three mysteriously up to? Dang xiao xia gom lai. Lin Fan and Qinwen merely smiled and shook their heads, eliciting an eye roll from Tang Xiaoxiao. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Lin Fan recognized that his objective had been achieved. The evening was growing late, and he urged everyone to rest. Zhonglong had already arranged for the night watch, allowing the others to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, judging by the exhilarated expressions, he wondered how many would actually manage to sleep tonight. Chu Xian followed Lin Fan to the heavy pickup, hesitating along the way as she struggled to find the right words. After the incident with Lu Yu, she understood that her sister was likely in grave danger. At this moment, revenge had become her sole obsession. She also realized that only by becoming a series ability user would she have a hope of avenging her sister. What Lin Fan had demonstrated today ignited a glimmer of hope for her awakening. After much contemplation, she finally summoned the courage to speak. Boss Lin, do I have a chance to become a series ability user? Lin Fan turned to the visibly anxious Chu Xian. She had made her intention clear upon joining the team to become a series ability user. Now, seeing Zhonglong's successful awakening, she could no longer contain her inquiry. There's a chance. Lin Fan gently remarked that as long as one's contributions to the team were substantial, he would undoubtedly provide the peculiar potion. He paused for a moment before adding, however, that the use of such potions did not guarantee absolute success. Chu Xian gritted her teeth and declared, I will strive with all my might. I fear not death, but rather the inability to avenge my sister. Lin Fan offered her an encouraging glance before entering the pickup truck, reclining the seat, and succumbing to a deep slumber. The intense battles of the day had rendered his sleep particularly sweet. Chapter 54. The Division of Spoils. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The sound of clanging and banging reached his ears. As he pushed open the car door, a refreshing breeze filled with a hint of coolness invigorated him. Boss, did I disturb your rest? Came the voice of Zhonglong from behind him. Lin Fan turned to see Zhonglong clad in military combat attire, still in an excitable state, wielding repair tools. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the vehicles of the team had undergone a remarkable transformation. All 4 heavy pickup trucks had been fitted with enclosed compartments. The once black exteriors were now adorned with striking red blade designs, reminiscent of the bloodthirsty bone blade in Lin Fan's hand. Above the pattern were the 2 elegant and formidable characters of Divine Kingdom. The entire design was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also exuded an air of menace. And Lin Fan found himself enamored with the emblem at first sight. Each vehicle bore its own number, His heavy pickup was designated as number 1, followed sequentially by Qin Wen's number 2, Tang Xiaoxiao's number 3, Lin Ming's number 4, Zhang Long's number 5, and the supply truck as number 6. With a smile, Lin Fan inquired, "Did you organize all of this? I saw you were still asleep this morning, so I discussed it with Team Qin," Zhang Long replied, scratching his head. A bit sheepishly, "I noticed you often slept in the driver's seat. So I used parts from the abandoned vehicles to equip all the pickups with compartments and added single beds to make sleeping more comfortable." It seemed that Zhang Long had not slept all night, eagerly wishing to test his sequential abilities. He had single-handedly maintained and repaired all the vehicles in the team, while also completing the modifications. Lin Fan appreciatively patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Long's greatest strength lay in his meticulousness, always considering every detail, freeing Lin Fan from worry. "Did you write these characters?" Lin Fan marveled at the sharp lettering on the vehicles. "Boss, I didn't even graduate from elementary school. How could I write so beautifully?" Zhang Long replied. "Oh, then who penned it?" At that moment, Wang Tong, also clad in a brand-new military uniform, approached carrying a paint bucket and a brush. "Could it be that Wang Tong wrote it?" Lin Fan exclaimed, surprised to discover that the thief-turned-comrade possessed such a talent. Zhang Long nodded in confirmation with a smile. It was unexpected to find such hidden talents among the members of the team. Wang Tong greeted the two with a grin, and Lin Fan scrutinized this unassuming young man. "Wang Tong, is this your handiwork? I never knew you had such a skill." Wang Tong chuckled. "Boss, a multitude of skills never goes to waste. The multitude of skills one possesses should not be wasted in petty thievery." Observing that Qin Wen and the others awaited his presence, Lin Fan beckoned them to enter the tent. It was time to deliberate on their forthcoming journey. Within the familiar confines of Qin Wen's tent, tea was served to each individual as customary. However, the absence of Qin Tian and Wang Yong was palpable, replaced instead by the exuberant Zhang Long, who eagerly sat beside Lin Ming, incessantly tearing open snack packages. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and they would share a foolish grin. Tang Xiaoxiao, observing Zhang Long's antics, couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter to herself. Surely the cost of Zhang Long's awakening wasn't akin to Lin Ming's, rendering his intellect null and void? The reason behind Zhang Long's gleeful demeanor stemmed from his participation in such a significant assembly, signifying his complete acceptance by these core members, thus formally integrating him into the upper echelons of the convoy. Lin Fan gently rapped on the table, declaring that the Divine Nation convoy had been established and could not flounder aimlessly like headless flies. They needed to discuss their intended direction. Holding a warm cup of tea, Qin Wen contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Boss, I propose we continue toward Lingwan as originally planned. Since Lu Changhe has revealed the existence of a survivor base there, it is likely that survivor convoys along the way will converge toward that location. By welcoming other convoys, we can bolster our own strength." Despite already having 5 sequence ability users, the number of ordinary individuals within the convoy remained insufficient. Only by increasing their overall numbers could they ensure the convoy's strength. Furthermore, Qin Wen paused before elaborating, ordinary people are not merely burdens. At times, they represent a strategic resource. The others nodded in agreement. The adage that strength lies in numbers is timeless. Without the infusion of fresh blood, the Divine Nation convoy would remain as ephemeral as reeds upon water, forever lacking a solid foundation. Lin Fan acknowledged, "You are indeed correct. We must embrace new recruits. However, the principles of the convoy cannot waver. Absolute obedience and unwavering loyalty are paramount. I possess 3 peculiar potions. After further assessment, I aim to cultivate 3 more sequence ability users within the convoy." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits lifted. The more sequence ability users they had, the stronger their core combat power would be. Lin Fan then turned to Zhang Long, instructing Zhang Long, "After the meeting concludes, you shall recruit among the survivors, prioritizing those with special skills. For those willing to join the convoy, we can provide vehicles, but they cannot be directly accepted. Only after they fully align with the convoy's principles may we selectively absorb them." Zhang Long nodded enthusiastically in agreement. As for those unwilling to join, it was unnecessary for Lin Fan to specify. Zhang Long understood their fate would be to fend for themselves. Having concluded these discussions, Lin Fan emptied the peculiar cores from his briefcase onto the table, a dazzling pile of cores shimmering invitingly. The attendees sat up straighter, as they had now arrived at the most anticipated moment of division. Tang Xiaoxiao retrieved several cores from her pocket and tossed them onto the table. feeling the perplexed gazes upon her. She rolled her eyes and explained, "These are the peculiar anomalies from Mengchuan Town that I never had the chance to present before. Today seems just right to distribute them." She then shot a fierce glare at a few individuals, questioning, "What? Do you think I would covet your measly anomalies?" The others hurriedly shook their heads, assuring her that such thoughts had never crossed their minds. Lin Fan, without any unnecessary banter, placed several anomalies in front of Zhonglong. He then divided the remaining anomalies into 3 equal portions, placing them before Qin Wen, Tang Xiao Xiao, and Lin Ming. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao Xiao gazed in astonishment at the considerable heap of anomalies before them, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Fan, unable to comprehend why he had none for himself. Their concern shifted to Zhonglong, who had received the least, fearing he might harbor discontent. Lin Fan smiled and inquired, "Zhonglong, do you have any objections?" Zhonglong, still grinning foolishly, shook his head. For him, whatever Lin Fan said was absolute, leaving no room for dissent. Tang Xiao Xiao, with a look of resignation, tapped her forehead. "This is it. Zhonglong is beyond saving. At this rate, if Lin Fan asked him to confront the madman alone, he wouldn't even blink. Like Lin Ming, he is undoubtedly a loyal follower of Lin Fan." Observing Qin Wen's puzzled expression, Lin Fan chuckled, "No need to look at me like that. My mysterious sequence does not require anomalies. You all should strive to ascend to the 2nd level sequence. Surely, I cannot be the sole pillar holding everything together." Upon hearing this, Qin Wen and Tang Xiao Xiao ceased to hesitate and gathered the anomalies before them, confident that with this assistance, their promotion would come swiftly. Lin Fan continued, "From now on, we shall abide by this rule. You shall divide the anomalies among yourselves, without needing to account for my portion." Tang Xiao Xiao, with a smile, turned to Qin Wen and remarked, "Did you see that? This is how a leader ought to behave." After agreeing that the convoy would depart in 2 hours, everyone dispersed to gather their belongings. Zhonglong then led a few individuals to recruit survivors. All were eager to join the convoy. In the current situation, straying from it would be akin to inviting calamity. Zhonglong managed to find several vehicles still in decent condition, filled them with fuel, and distributed them among the recruits, emphasizing that the convoy would only provide basic food supplies until the next resupply point. During their migration, all were to follow the convoy as commands. And upon reaching the resupply point, they would need to be self-sufficient, as the convoy would no longer provide food or fuel. Those who demonstrated exceptional performance could be considered for membership in the convoy. Upon hearing this, the survivors readily agreed. Earlier that day, they had noticed that all members of the Divine Kingdom convoy were clad in brand new military uniforms, their faces radiating pride, with a hint of disdain in their gazes. To become official members of the convoy would surely afford them a vastly superior treatment. When Zhonglong announced the recruitment of individuals with special skills, everyone surged forward, eager to sign up. Name? Age? Pu Yisheng, 38 years old. What a truly audacious name. What have you done previously? Having previously worked as a teacher, tour guide, doctor, salesperson, and flight attendant, one might be astonished by the richness of your life experiences and the diversity of your occupations. Wait, were you inquiring about my profession? How absurd. Chapter 55, The Peculiar Convoy. The Divine Kingdom convoy set forth once more, the rumble of engines resonating in the air. 4 heavy-duty pickups led the way, followed by supply trucks in the center, with a bus trailing behind, and 6 vehicles allocated to the survivors bringing up the rear. The convoy surged forward like a torrent of steel, crushing the desolate highway beneath its weight. The decision was made to head towards Lingguan, now steering southward. Raindrops began to fall from the sky once again. Lin Fan lowered the window, relishing the refreshing coolness of the rain. The intercom within the vehicle buzzed with Zhonglong's updates on the road conditions. Utilizing the vehicle's communication system for the first time, everyone found it quite novel. Engaging in light-hearted banter over the intercom, the journey felt anything but tedious. As Lin Fan listened to the jovial exchanges, a profound sense of reassurance washed over him. Chu Xian's driving skills had become remarkably adept, and the smooth highway ensured that the heavily modified pickup truck, altered by Zhonglong, traversed it without a hint of jolt. Just as Lin Fan began to drift into slumber, Qin Wen's voice crackled through the intercom, "Boss, in about an hour, we will encounter another convoy. Isinsa no danger. Should we halt?" Glancing at the time, Lin Fan noted it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The mention of a new convoy piqued his interest. Since encountering the Spark convoy nearly a month ago, this would be his first encounter with another group. Given Qin Wen's assurance of safety, it would be prudent to stop and communicate with the approaching convoy, ideally to gather valuable information. Zhang Long, once we meet the new convoy, you go investigate the situation. The rest of us will set up camp and rest. Understood, boss. Zhang Long's excited voice echoed through the intercom. Ever since awakening his mechanic abilities, he had been in a state of exhilaration. The anticipation for the impending encounter with the new convoy began to stir within the group. As the raindrops intensified, a sudden downpour ensued, only to be followed by a gentle mist of rain. Boss, there's a crowd ahead, approximately 20 individuals. Zhang Long's voice captured everyone's attention. Lin Fan leaned out, peering past Qin Wen and Zhang Long's pickup to discern a cluster of shadowy figures shrouded in the rain and mist. Is that the convoy Qin Wen mentioned? Dang xiao xia in gui. While based on the numbers, it could be considered a convoy, but Zhang Long's tone grew peculiar, as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Zhang Long, why are you being so indecisive? What is the matter? Dang xiao xia snap pet. Her temper having grown increasingly irritable in recent days. Lin Fan and Qin Wen had speculated that her relative's recent visit might be the cause. They had even discreetly noted the dates, intending to avoid provoking her during this time each month. But they don't have any vehicles. They're all on bicycles. Zhang Long's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. Bicycles? Lin Fan was greatly astonished. Before the arrival of the Divine Path system, as an ordinary person, he had only an old pickup truck for transportation. At the onset of the apocalypse, many opted for bicycles. While this choice spared their legs from exhaustion, it also meant they would not consume fuel. However, two wheels could never outpace four, especially in moments of peril when speed was of the essence. Now, witnessing a convoy entirely comprised of cyclists was indeed a rarity. Stop the vehicles, take a break, and eat. Lin Fan commanded. Zhang Long, go investigate the situation while the rest remain vigilant. Following his orders, the convoy came to a systematic halt, allowing everyone to disembark and rest. The team members from the bus skillfully erected makeshift tents, while the chef began preparing meals. Survivors from the rear of the convoy gradually dismounted to eat, though their provisions consisted solely of biscuits and bread distributed by the Divine Nation convoy. Seated beneath the tent, Lin Fan and Qin Wen observed as Zhang Long and Zhang Bao jogged off to scout ahead, perhaps sensing the Divine Nation convoy's pause. A distant fleet also came to a halt, suggesting they too had an organizer. Yet, in stark contrast to the Divine Nation convoy, the distant group resembled a band of desperate refugees. They managed to set up a few crooked, tattered tents, but no smoke rose from their campfires, indicating their food likely consisted of instant meals and self-heating rations. Before long, Zhang Long and Zhang Bao returned, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort. Boss, they're university students from an international business school in Luo City. They're all on bicycles, many of which are share bikes. The leader seems to be a female student, possibly holding a significant position, something akin to a president, Zhang Long reported. Tang Xiao Xiao, clutching her Tang Dao, shot him a glance. That's the student council president, you illiterate. Zhang Long scratched his head and chuckled. I only have a primary school education. The highest position I've held was as a sports committee member. How would I know the difference? Qin Wen and Lin Fan exchanged glances and inquired. Did you sense the presence of any ability users? They're S1. But the aura feels weak. It's the boyfriend of that female president. They seem to be a group of college students fleeing. They hardly qualify as a proper convoy. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Lin Fan immediately lost interest. The aroma of food wafted over, prompting him to beckon everyone to dine. However, Zhang Bao, trailing behind Zhang Long, hesitantly added, Boss, there are also two black students inside, looking like black eggs. They should be exchange students. Let's eat. Qin Wen replied calmly, just as everyone prepared to enjoy their meal. An angry outburst echoed from Zhang Long's pickup truck. Zhang Long's expression shifted as he noticed Lin Fan nodding, prompting him to rush over with Zhang Bao. Upon nearing, they saw Wang Tong firmly grasped by one of the black students, while another attempted greedily to pry open the truck door. In comparison to the nearly 2-meter-tall black student, the frail Wang Tong resembled a small chick. Damn it, let go. Zhang Long, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage. He lifted his leg and sent the black man restraining Wang Tong flying several meters away. Another black man, seeing this, looked indignant as he helped his companion up and began to babble in a foreign tongue towards Zhang Long naturally. Zhang Long could not comprehend the foreign words and turned to Wang Tong, inquiring about the situation. Brother Long, these two black fellows came up wanting to open the car door. It seems they intended to steal something. You're quite foolish as well. If you can't fight them, why not call for help? Wang Tong replied, his face filled with grievance. I was just about to call for help when he grabbed my throat. Meanwhile, the two black men continued to chatter in their foreign language. Zhang Long, observing their animated lips, felt a surge of irritation. Can you speak a language I understand? I can't make sense of this. At that moment, the black men fell silent, pointing towards a distant convoy, and then at themselves, quickly uttering a phrase. Noticing Zhang Long's bewildered expression, one of them suddenly exclaimed a single word, F-U-C-K. Boom! The two black men were sent flying simultaneously. Zhang Long, pointing at them, erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn. How dare you insult me? This is one thing I understand. I didn't watch foreign films for nothing. One black man, filled with fury, scrambled up from the ground and pulled out a gun, pressing it against Zhang Long's head while incessantly cursing the earlier word. He did not see the expected look of fear on Zhang Long's face, as Zhang Long remained unmoved. The black man watched as the gun in his hand disassembled into a heap of parts, followed by his own body being flung away. Dare to play with a gun in front of me? You've truly chosen the wrong person. The abilities of the mechanic sequence extended far beyond mere maintenance and enhancement. Disassembling such a simple firearm was a piece of cake for Zhang Long. He picked up the handgun and reassembled it. There are no bullets. What are you showing off for? Beat him. Chapter 56, The Just University Student. Zhang Long and his companions dragged the two bruised and battered black students before Lin Fan and the others. Boss, these two black fellows attempted to steal something. Lin Fan merely cast a cursory glance, his gaze quickly returning to a large pot emanating a fragrant steam filled with the delicious aroma of meat. Today, the chef had stewed a whole pot of long-stored beef, the enticing scent making one's mouth water. Eating is important. Sit down and eat. Sai Ging, Dan Xiao Xia. With her mouth full, glanced disdainfully at the two black men on the ground, weeping and wailing in agony, and kicked Zhang Long, who was about to sit down. Zhang Long, we're eating. Doesn't he looking at them make you feel nauseous? Throw them further away. With no other choice, Zhang Long seized one of each of the two men, exerting his arms to toss them over the car roof, sending them onto the street. After two muffled thuds, the cries ceased. Both men had already lost consciousness. To the group, this was merely a trivial incident, unworthy of concern. Even the handgun Zhang Long had retrieved was only curiously examined before being tossed aside. In the apocalyptic realm, the hierarchy of sequences reigned supreme. While conventional firearms may suffice against ordinary individuals, they pose little threat in the eyes of those endowed with sequence abilities, who find them less formidable than even the most trivial of anomalies. As the group indulged in their meal, a contingent of over 20 individuals emerged from a distant convoy, advancing directly towards them. Leading this assembly was an unremarkable female university student, flanked by a cadre of young adults in their early 20s, some brandishing steel pipes, exuding an ominous energy. This impetuous group of university students approached Lin Fan and his companions with an assertive demeanor. Lin Fan gestured for the others on the bus to remain seated, curiosity piquing as he scrutinized the band of students. Each was unkempt, clad in ill-fitting plastic raincoats, their youthful faces marred by fear and a pallor indicative of prolonged malnutrition. As their eyes fell upon the pot of steaming beef stew, they instinctively swallowed, their longing unmistakable. The leading female student, striving to divert her gaze from the enticing pot, squared her shoulders and addressed Lin Fan and his companions. May I inquire if you are members of the official rescue team? Presumably, they had mistaken the uniformed members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy for an official rescue brigade. Lin Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he resumed his meal. The ravenous university students watched Lin Fan's bowl of glistening beef with palpable envy, the sound of their collective swallowing echoing in the air. Noticing their lack of response, annoyance flickered in the eyes of the female student, who continued unabashedly, I am Yu Weiniing, the president of the student council at the International Business Institute of Luocheng. And these are my classmates. We had two foreign students visit you earlier. Might you have seen them? She emphasized her title with fervor, eliciting amusement from her audience, who found her earnestness somewhat comical. While such a title might carry weight among university students, they were acutely aware that the individuals before them were capable of vanquishing even the son of a provincial governor. Yu Weiniing, accustomed to being the center of attention, felt her irritation deepen as the silence persisted. Just as she was about to speak again, a bespectacled young man behind her tugged at her sleeve. Weiniing, several among them possess sequence abilities. They are not to be trifled with, he cautioned in a hushed tone. Zhang Wei, though you're my boyfriend, I have made it clear that you must address my title in the presence of outsiders. Yu Weining retorted sharply, as if her tail had been stepped on. Upon hearing her, Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from retaliating, meekly acquiescing with a respectful President Yu. Unable to contain herself, Tang Xiaoxiao erupted into laughter, spitting out her food. Ha ha ha. You may be older, but your authority is quite amusing. How hilarious. She then turned her gaze toward Zhang Wei, a look of exasperation on her face. You are a sequence ability wielder. Why are you so timid? A sycophant to the end, left with nothing. At this remark, Lin Fan paused, an awkward expression crossing his face. Just eat your meal. Impatient with the entanglement of these youngsters, he pointed towards two black students. Your classmates are over there. Go about your business. Upon seeing this, Yu Weining led the group of university students towards the direction indicated by Lin Fan. In the grass, beyond the road, they discovered the two black students lying unconscious. After a frantic attempt at resuscitation, the two finally stirred to consciousness. Upon seeing familiar faces surrounding them, they could no longer contain their tears. Yu Weining diligently brushed the mud off their bodies, continuously offering words of comfort in a foreign language. Zhang Wei stood to the side, his expression dark. The two black students recounted their ordeal, explaining that they had merely wished to admire the heavy-duty trucks of the convoy, only to be violently assaulted and discarded by the roadside. Hearing this, Yu Weining's face flushed with anger. Rising to her feet, she addressed the university students behind her with fervor. Classmates, it is through our mutual support in these dire times that we have come this far, relying on unity. Today, they have unjustly harmed Odd Biao and Odd Fa. We cannot turn a blind eye, for we may be next. Moreover, everything must adhere to reason. No matter how powerful they may seem, they cannot surpass the dictates of justice. Classmates, let us go. We shall confront them and demand an explanation for Odd Biao and Odd Fa. This group of innocent, wide-eyed university students was immediately stirred by Yu Weining's words, clamoring for justice. Zhang Wei moved his lips, but remained silent, bowing his head to follow suit. A few timid female students, their faces pale with fear, remained voiceless, yet they mustered the courage to trail behind the others. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his companions had finished their meal and were deliberating where to establish their next supply point when they noticed a group of university students returning. Yu Weining marched ahead with an imposing demeanor, while the two black students limped behind, their faces etched with indignation and sorrow. The university students were equally incensed, as if Lin Fan and his companions had committed some unforgivable transgression. On what grounds do you strike others? Yu Weining confronted Lin Fan, her voice sharp. Odd Biao and Odd Fa were merely curious to see your vehicles, yet you assaulted them and tossed them into the grass. Lin Fan regarded the young students with detached composure, leisurely sipping his tea before responding. Are you finished? If so, be on your way. His nonchalant demeanor incensed the group further. Apologize. You must apologize. This is outrageous. How dare you bully them? Compensate us. Share your food with us. The university students clamored incessantly, with several young men even brandishing steel pipes in their excitement. Zhang Long and his companions approached with menacing expressions. Huh, two black thieves come to steal, and we merely gave them a light beating, one scoffed. The two black students exchanged furtive glances, intending to defend themselves. But upon meeting Zhang Long's icy gaze and recalling his extraordinary abilities, they trembled and lowered their heads, unable to articulate a response. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Weining's face momentarily flashed with a hint of panic, though she quickly regained her composure, asserting, one must adhere to reason. You possess no evidence. Even if they were momentarily confused, you cannot resort to such extreme measures. Moreover, are you not aware that they are foreign friends? Such actions will only lead foreigners to look down upon us. Chapter 57. Zhang Wei's Transaction. Qin 1, initially intrigued by the group of university students before him, was reminded of scenes from before the apocalypse. These students, much like his own pupils, were naive yet audacious in their expressions. However, upon hearing Yu Weining's words, his expression darkened, particularly as he noted Lin Fan's eyes narrowing. He sensed impending violence, while Yu Weining's obsequiousness towards foreigners was indeed contemptible. The sight of the students behind her softened Qin Wen's heart. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Qin Wen abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Weining, exclaiming, Has your teacher only taught you to fawn over foreigners? Is your dignity so worthless? Begone. Enough. Lin Fan slowly stood, first offering a smile to Qin Wen. I know you've softened. Rest assured, I shan't kill them. After hearing this, Qin Wen fell silent, retreating to the side. Since the boss had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections, casting a sympathetic glance at the young students. May you find your own salvation. Lin Fan turned to face the still agitated university students, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, and their clamorous voices ceased abruptly, instinctively taking a step back. Although he found Yu Waning's assertions laughable, he had previously appreciated the innocence typical of youth. However, their repeated indiscretion had grown irksome. What? Do you wish to reason with me? Lin Fan's gaze cut through the air like a blade, rendering the students unable to meet his eyes. Initially, he had been reluctant to engage with students on such a level. Yet, did they truly believe the world revolved around them, that everyone must yield to their whims? Yu Waning, intimidated by his formidable presence, took a step back, her lips trembling in silence. Very well, a discussion of reason, is it? Zhang Long. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long behind him. According to our rules, how shall we deal with these two nuisances? Haha, boss, for stealing from us, they should be eliminated. What are we waiting for? No sooner had Lin Fan's words fallen than Zhang Long and his crew advanced with determined strides, dragging the two black students aside amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers. Without a moment's hesitation, amidst the cries of the two students, the glinting tang, sword in their hands, sliced through their necks with the ease of cutting through tofu. Blood gushed forth. The bodies of Ode Biao and Ode Fa collapsed with a thud, their eyes vacant as they gazed into the distance, as if reminiscing about the endless banana groves of their homeland. Bah! I had thought their blood would differ from ours, yet it appears to be red as well, Zhang Long declared, revealing a bloodthirsty grin to the gathered students. Ah! They've committed murder! Among the university students, chaos erupted, provoked by Zhang Long's brutal actions, which stirred an overwhelming sense of shock. Many collapsed to the ground, while the girls wept inconsolably. You, with your pale visage, leaned weakly against Zhang Wei, still attempting to argue. Just because I hold the power to determine your fates, Lin Fan interrupted, his voice calm, yet chilling. I've made my point. Those who wish to survive should leave at once. The word leave struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's heart. A few timid souls quietly retreated. Yet several tall boys remained rooted in place, their faces ashen, bound by youthful pride. At that moment, Zhang Wei, who had been silent, suddenly intervened, halting the words of Yu Waning. Waning, enough. Zhang Wei, what are you doing? Let me go. They killed our classmate. Yu Waning struggled. Yet, Zhang Wei held her arm firmly, bowing deeply to Lin Fan. We apologize. We realize our mistakes. We will leave now. He forcibly led Yu Waning and the other classmates away from the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, Yu Waning abruptly shook off Zhang Wei's grip. Zhang Wei, you are a sequence ability user too. Why are you so cowardly? Zhang Wei gazed at her, his expression complex. Waning, wake up. Those people are true powerhouses. To them, I am merely a slightly stronger ant. He cast a weary glance back at their gaunt classmates. Look at them. They don't even know what they eat tomorrow. Yu Waning parted her lips, but ultimately remained silent, biting her lip in frustration. If we wish to survive, Zhang Wei murmured, we might need to reconsider our approach. That bespectacled fellow seems intriguing. Tang Xiao watched the direction in which the university students had departed. Lin Fan did not respond, but simply instructed, gather your things. We depart in half an hour. Their next destination was a nearby town, where, according to Qin Wen's perception, 3 level 1 anomalies resided. Lin Fan chose this location primarily because he was burdened with heavy debts. Until they were cleared, the system could not be utilized. The 3 level 1 anomalies could provide a significant number of divine points. Moreover, given the current strength of their convoy, they stood a fair chance even against level 2 anomalies. Just as the convoy was about to set off, Zhang Wei turned back alone. Upon finding Lin Fan and the others, he got straight to the point. Hello. I wish to propose a transaction. Lin Fan regarded the somewhat timid university student before him with curiosity. What kind of transaction do you have in mind? Zhang Wei hesitated, biting his lip as he reluctantly produced a bronze compass from his pocket. Qin Wen stepped forward suddenly, his eyes fixed intently on the compass in Zhang Wei's hand. Anomalous object. Lin Fan and the others were astonished to discover that this young student possessed such an item. May I take a look? Qin Wen's voice trembled with excitement. Zhang Wei did not refuse, extending the bronze compass towards him. Upon Qin Wen's encounter with the bronze compass, a wealth of related information surged through his mind. The object, known as the bronze compass, possesses the remarkable ability to reveal the peculiarities within a radius of 5 kilometers, disclosing detailed information about any anomalies, including their levels, skills, and ranges. Regardless of the nature of the strange occurrences, as long as one is willing to pay the price, the compass can unveil even the most concealed details. Its unique effect is amplified when utilized by an Explorer Sequence ability user, albeit at a greater cost. The price demands the completion of a random, intriguing task each day, enriching one's life with variety. Qin Wen trembled slightly. As a member of the Explorer Sequence, his innate ability was to guide the convoy along safe paths, while also being capable of sensing the presence of the strange. However, his previous insights were merely vague sensations, lacking any depth of understanding. With the acquisition of this bronze compass, Qin Wen's capabilities as an explorer would be significantly enhanced. Observing Qin Wen's excitement, Lin Fan discerned that this compass was no ordinary artifact, but rather of paramount importance to him. "What are your conditions?" he inquired. "We require food and your protection," Zhang Wei replied, casting an envious glance at the bus. "And a vehicle. Your request is too vague. How much food do you need? How many vehicles? As for protection, you may follow behind the convoy like those survivors, but there must be a time limit," Lin Fan remarked, finding amusement in Zhang Wei's apparent lack of negotiation experience. "Moreover, are you not concerned that we might kill you and seize the compass, thus avoiding any payment?" Zhang Wei sensed the underlying threat in Lin Fan's words, and, forcing himself to remain composed, responded, "You wouldn't do that. I know of another location where 3 additional strange items can be found. Would you want to know?" "Oh, where is it?" "Child deceit leads to dire consequences," Tang Xiaoxiao interjected, raising an eyebrow. It was exceedingly rare to encounter even a single strange artifact, let alone a trove. "I am not lying. This bronze compass was obtained from that very place. Otherwise, we students would not have survived this long," Zhang Wei exclaimed, his demeanor suddenly animated. Noting the sincerity in his expression, Lin Fan felt a flicker of intrigue. If what Zhang Wei claimed were true, the convoy could potentially acquire 3 additional artifacts. Furthermore, with the compass as leverage and over 20 classmates as collateral, his credibility was notably high. "Very well. I agree to your terms. Lead us to this location you speak of, and I will provide you with 3 days' worth of food, allowing you to trail behind the convoy. However, no vehicles will be included. We don't need your vehicles. There is a damaged school bus outside the town. You must help us repair it and provide a case of fuel." "Agreed. Now, it is time to reveal the whereabouts of this place." Wanted City, Chengfu Temple. Chapter 58, The Paper-Cut Town. Zhang Wei merely provided a general direction. Wanted City is a county-level municipality within Luocheng, situated nearly 200 kilometers away, aligning with the destination of Lin Fan and his companions. After Zhang Wei departed, the group gathered to scrutinize the bronze compass. Upon discerning its function, they exchanged knowing glances. Realizing the value of this transaction, Qin Wen gazed at Lin Fan with a look of yearning. Although he was the sole explorer among them, the allocation of the compass was still subject to Lin Fan's discretion. "What are you looking at? It's meant for you." Lin Fan casually tossed the compass to Qin Wen and inquired, "Did you discern Zhang Wei's sequence ability?" With delight, Qin Wen caressed the compass. "It appears to be of the speed type." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, remained indifferent, beckoning everyone to set off, as the town was still a 10-minute journey away. As the convoy continued, Lin Fan caught sight of Zhang Wei and the others trailing behind on bicycles through the rearview mirror. Remarkably, they maintained the same speed as the vehicle. While it would be unsurprising if only Zhang Wei achieved this, the uniformity among all was intriguing, suggesting Zhang Wei harbored many secrets. Shortly thereafter, the convoy came to a gradual halt, discovering an abandoned school bus in the parking lot at the entrance of the town. Paper Money Town. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to read the inscription on the stone archway at the town's entrance. What a peculiar name for a town. Qin Wen, cradling the compass, approached alongside Tang Xiao. The members of the Divine Kingdom convoy were well prepared, and Lin Meng donned a specially crafted vest. Zhang Long distributed several wireless earpieces to the group, remnants from the previous pursuers. The survivors trailing the convoy now wore expressions of panic, according to prior arrangements. Upon arriving at this supply point, they were to independently gather food and fuel, as the Divine Kingdom convoy would no longer provide rations. Zhang Wei led a group of university students over, having previously passed through Paper Money Town, but refraining from venturing further due to the compass's readings. Observing Lin Fan and his companions contemplating resource collection, They gathered around, hoping to uncover useful supplies by aligning with them. Qinwen, why not test your bronze compass? Tang Xiao suggested. Taking a deep breath, Qinwen gently brushed his fingertips across the surface of the compass. As his Explorer-S ability activated, the needle at the center began to quiver slightly. It soon commenced a rapid spin, casting a reflection of the compass's ethereal image in Qinwen's lenses. Paper Money Town spans approximately 3 square kilometers, with a grid-like street layout. With closed eyes, Qinwen continuously articulated the information he gleaned. 3 areas within the town emanated strange energies, all classified as level 1. He paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. The first is located within the streets, with energy fluctuations that intermittently coalesce and disperse. The second is near the town center, exhibiting a stronger mental energy fluctuation. The third. Suddenly, Qinwen opened his eyes, his tone grave, is at the deepest part of the town. This is somewhat peculiar. The energy fluctuations vary, yet it is undoubtedly a level 1. My current rank is too low to fully utilize the compass's capabilities. It is already quite impressive, Tang Xiao remarked. Is there any additional information? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Qinwen's face, tinged with an unspoken hint of embarrassment. None. You all should depart quickly. This location poses no threat to the convoy, Qinwen urged. Lin Fan nodded, turning to Zhang Wei. The school bus is just over there. We will repair it as agreed. Additionally, we will provide you with 3 days' worth of food. Will you accompany us inside? Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, glancing at his classmates, and resolutely replied, we need to stockpile more supplies. Your presence makes it far safer than venturing out on our own. As you wish. Lin Fan ceased his objections, commanding the members of the bus to act collectively, strictly forbidding anyone from leaving the group without permission. Zhang Long, you stay behind and oversee the bus repairs. Upon hearing Lin Fan's directive, a look of urgency appeared on Qinwen's face. Boss, let Zhang Long accompany you. It's better to have the bus ready for your return later. Lin Fan and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Qinwen, noting the presence of merely 3 level 1 anomalies. Zhang Long's absence would not significantly impact their mission. After a final check of the earpiece, he advised Qinwen and Zhang Long, keep in touch at all times. Let us move. Lin Fan led the members of the Divine Nation convoy into Paper Town. Zhang Wei and the university students followed closely, with the survivors trailing behind, their faces etched with fear, yet compelled to press on. Watching the group vanish from sight, Qinwen hurried back to the pickup truck, turning to Zhang Long beside him and saying, Zhang Long, focus on repairing the school bus, and make sure you don't come looking for me. Zhang Long looked at Qinwen with a hint of confusion, sensing something was amiss, yet he thought little of it and headed towards the bus with his tools. Upon entering Paper Town, the streets were lined with numerous shops selling paper crafts. The windows displayed paper figures, paper horses, and paper houses, all appearing disturbingly lifelike under the dim light, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. It resembled a scene straight out of a horror film. The bizarre atmosphere unsettled the university students and survivors alike. Naturally, Lin Fan had no intention of coddling their emotions. He instructed the convoy members behind him, pair up and search the shops. Call for help if you encounter any anomalies. Xiao, Xiaoming. And I will remain vigilant on the road. Understood. The members of the Divine Nation convoy promptly paired off and entered the adjacent shops. Observing the Divine Nation convoy's actions, the others dispersed to search as well. Boss, the street you are on carries an aura of the uncanny. Exercise caution. Qinwen's voice echoed through the earpiece. Acknowledged. Please ensure your safety while outside. Soon, the convoy members began returning one by one, yielding little in terms of supplies. Only a scant amount of food was found within the shops, indicating they would need to delve deeper to gather more resources. After scouring the shops along the street, everyone reconvened. The university students and survivors wore grim expressions. Despite their efforts, they had unearthed minimal food and were left shaken by the experience. In the midst of an eerie atmosphere, the foreboding environment of the shop kept them perpetually on edge. Let us venture further. Just as the group was preparing to delve deeper, a team member suddenly whispered, Boss, look ahead. There in the center of the path stood a paper figure, approximately human height, its face adorned with vivid blush and an unsettlingly wide grin. Something sinister is afoot. What shall we do? Panic erupted among the members of the Divine Kingdom team. In stark contrast, the team members fixated on the sudden appearance of the paper figure, their expressions betraying no fear. Though not possessing extraordinary abilities, such occurrences were trivial to them. Chapter 59, The Stage of Desire. Lin Fan, with his eye of insight, perceived that the energy emanating from the paper figure was exceedingly weak, clearly indicating it was not the main threat. Hee. Can you find me? Paper figures lined both sides of the street, all wearing grotesque smiles as a cacophony of unsettling laughter filled the air. The university students and survivors behind them were thrown into chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions. Zhang Wei shouted, urging everyone to remain calm and gather behind Lin Fan and the others. Yet, amidst the turmoil, some individuals, in their panic, collided with a paper figure at the roadside, only to be instantly consumed, the paper figure's face morphing into that of the unfortunate victim, adorned with a bizarre smile. All eyes turned to Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Fan scoffed, is that all? The Eye of Insight had already unraveled the creature's capabilities. This paper figure could disperse its energy among other paper figures, but lacked any offensive abilities. It could only kill by devouring those who inadvertently touched it. Ultimately, it was merely a tool for intimidation. Lin Fan had long since discerned its energy accumulation patterns. Hee, can you catch me? The voice of the paper figure had not yet faded when Lin Fan, like a bolt of lightning, dashed toward the paper horse. His bloodthirsty blade slicing through the air as it pierced the creature's heart. A chilling scream echoed, and all the paper figures ignited in ghostly blue flames, leaving naught but ashes in their wake. Defeated Level 1 Eerie Paper Spirit, gained 1,000 Divine Points. Host Divine Path Rank, Divine Realm Walker, Advancement Level 15. After retrieving the eerie core from the ashes, Lin Fan continued forward. The paper spirit, if encountered by other extraordinary individuals, could entangle them for a time. But against Lin Fan's Eye of Insight, it was simply courting its own demise. Is this it? The university students behind were astonished, gazing at Lin Fan in disbelief. Such a terrifying entity had been dispatched with such apparent ease. All fell into a contemplative silence, trailing behind the members of the Divine Kingdom team. Yuaning observed Lin Fan ahead with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Zhang Wei gently patted her back. Wanting, did you see? They were indeed quite lenient before. Yuaning bit her lip, her expression grim as she nodded in agreement. Boss, I sense that the eerie atmosphere on the street has dissipated. The next anomaly is at the town center. Please exercise caution. Qinwen's voice echoed once more, imbued with a peculiar restraint. The side effects of the bronze compass were indeed a source of great embarrassment. Qinwen secured himself with the seatbelt, desperately suppressing the urge to leap from the vehicle. Lin Fan discerned something amiss in Qinwen's demeanor and quickly inquired, is everything all right on your end? Nothing at all. Boss, just be careful, came the reply. Understood. Contact me if anything arises. After utilizing the bronze compass, Lin Fan had sensed a change in Qinwen. Yet upon hearing that there was no danger, he chose to dismiss his concerns. As they traversed the street, they approached a residential area, where supplies were relatively abundant. Each household likely had provisions stored, and there were even grain and oil shops, as well as supermarkets. Boss, there's a supermarket ahead, Zhang Bao whispered from behind. Let us hold on for a moment. We are nearing the town center. We must deal with the anomaly first, Lin Fan replied. All eyes were on the actions of the Divine Kingdom convoy. Despite the knowledge of abundant supplies in the roadside supermarket, the crowd restrained their impulses and cautiously followed the convoy. Not long after, a theatrical stage emerged at the town center, adorned with a sign declaring it the Cultural Activity Center. The crimson pillars at each corner were weathered and peeling, and the stone base appeared dilapidated from the ravages of time. It's here. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the stage. As a powerful wave of energy pulsated from its center, a collective tension gripped everyone as they turned their attention to the stage. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed out, and a figure clad in resplendent court attire suddenly appeared on the desolate stage. The vibrant red of her gown was stark against the eerie backdrop, almost blinding. As she sang cryptic lines of the opera, she danced wildly, her flowing sleeves creating visible ripples in the surrounding space, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a boulder. This is bad. As the haunting melody continued, Lin Fan noticed the expressions of those around him growing hazy. They were irresistibly drawn towards the stage. He fought against the woman's mental assault, gripping tightly onto Lin Meng and Tang Xiao, whose gazes were beginning to cloud. A sudden rush of air signaled a movement behind him. Lin Fan turned to see Zhang Wei and Yu Wenying, their forms shimmering like fleeting light, reappearing at a distance on the street. The opera's melody crescendoed, and Lin Meng and Tang Xiao's gazes became utterly entranced. Their mental fortitude faltered, and they two began to step towards the stage. I can't wait any longer. Lin Fan focused his piercing gaze on the woman on stage, preparing to exploit a flaw for a swift strike. Yet, the relentless rise of the opera's melody prevented him from concentrating. The woman on stage noticed Lin Fan's struggle and abruptly waved her sleeves towards him, plunging his consciousness into a haze. Upon opening his eyes once more, he discovered that everyone had congregated beneath the stage, gazing upwards at the woman above, much like an audience captivated by a performance. The piercing tones of the play had transformed into languorous melodies, awakening the most profound desires nestled within the human soul. What had transpired? He sensed that the spiritual energy at the heart of the town had intensified. In his earpiece, the anxious voice of Qin broke through. It jolted Lin Fan's mind. Though his body remained immobilized, his head was free to move, and he could articulate his thoughts. Lin Fan conveyed the current situation to Qin, urging him to expedite the search for a solution. Upon hearing this, Qin gazed at the bronze compass in his hand, a look of turmoil etched upon his face. He had already endured considerable torment, and if he were to use it once more, he could scarcely contain himself. Damn it, enough of this. His trembling hand swept across the compass again. Boss, the peculiar phenomenon before you is the stage of desire, possessing immense spiritual power that amplifies one's inner cravings 100-fold. After each performance concludes, there will be a 1-minute interval. Qin spoke rapidly, his urgency palpable. Moreover, this stage of desire itself lacks any lethal force. You may regard it as a fusion of the uncanny and the bizarre. I can't take it anymore. The earpiece crackled with a cacophony of static, and calling out to Qin yielded no response. The stage's spiritual energy had completely severed the signal. Chapter 60, A Collective Social Death. Though oblivious to the events unfolding outside, Lin Fan was unable to concern himself with anything beyond his immediate surroundings. Those around him began to exhibit alarming reactions. The seductive melodies continued to resonate, igniting their innermost desires. Lin Meng sat on the ground, hands flailing through the air before drawing them to his mouth. A look of pure ecstasy upon his face. Tang Xiao, eyes closed, trembled uncontrollably, as if struggling to suppress her desires. The crowd behind them was a spectacle of disgrace, engaging in a myriad of appalling acts. Many had succumbed to their primal impulses. Heavy gasps mingled with moans, creating a dissonance that clashed with the sultry tunes from the stage. When Lin Fan witnessed two middle-aged men embracing, he painfully shut his eyes. Who the hell said the stage of desire was harmless? This was nothing short of psychological torment. Suddenly, he felt a pair of arms encircle him, and upon opening his eyes, he found Tang Xiao, breathless, leaning closer. Her small hands roamed clumsily over him, and her warm, moist lips awkwardly nibbled at his face, leaving behind glistening traces of saliva. Lin Fan was utterly disheartened. Aside from drenching him in spittle, she seemed incapable of anything else. One should not force oneself when lacking in skill. The agonizing 10 minutes felt like an entire afternoon passing. At last, the woman on stage ceased her movements and began her curtain call. Lin Fan sensed the restraints on his body gradually loosening. He pushed Tang Xiao away and wiped his damp face. Seizing the bloodthirsty bone blade, he charged toward the woman on the stage. A sharp sound echoed as the fabric was torn, revealing the pallid form of a paper effigy beneath the vibrant red palace garb. After shattering the effigy, Lin Fan stood at the center of the stage, raising the bone blade high, and plunged it fiercely into the heart of the platform. With Lin Fan's formidable strength, the bone blade pierced effortlessly into the stage, embedding itself to the hilt. The stage crackled ominously as fractures spread like a web from the center, culminating in a resounding crash as it collapsed entirely. Eliminated Level 1 Eerie Desire Stage. Earned 1,000 Ascension Points. Host Divine Path Rank. Divine Domain Traveler. Progress 20. The onlookers finally regained their senses, realizing the chaos that had just unfolded. Below, pandemonium ensued as people hastily adjusted their clothing. Everyone wore a sheepish expression, glancing at their former accomplice in silence, their eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. Lin Meng, visibly displeased, rubbed his stomach, perplexed by the lack of fullness despite having indulged in an abundance of delicacies. Tang Xiao, her face flushed, lowered her head, fussing with her attire, too shy to meet Lin Fan's gaze. As Lin Fan descended from the stage, he noticed Zhang Wei approaching with Yuanying, their faces laden with apologies. Captain Lin, I'm truly sorry. The situation escalated unexpectedly, and I had to escort Wei out. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. It was a natural response. The group tacitly refrained from discussing the earlier events, enveloped in a heavy silence as they awaited Lin Fan's next command. At that moment, Lin Fan's earpiece crackled to life with Zhang Long's voice. "Boss, when are you coming back? I'm about to lose it. What's wrong? Is there danger?" Lin Fan's heart raced at the urgency in Zhang Long's tone, especially after earlier when Qin Wen's voice had hinted at something amiss. "In no danger, boss. Just unbearable. Team leader Qin is confessing to me." Ugh. Zhang Long's voice dripped with embarrassment, and he ultimately succumbed to tears. Yet, no matter how mortifying the situation was, it paled in comparison to the collective embarrassment of the entire Divine Nation team, alongside the college students and survivors, all facing social annihilation. Let us consider it a nightmare. Lin Fan decided against issuing a command to gather supplies, instead heading deeper into the town, determined to resolve the remaining anomaly before anything else. Encountering another desire stage would be utterly distasteful. While the harm might be minimal, the humiliation would be profound. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, the group chose not to break the tension, following closely behind him. Throughout the journey, Tang Xiaoxiao's face burned crimson. Her hands clenched tightly as she occasionally stole glances at Lin Fan. Noting that he had not broached the earlier incident, she silently exhaled in relief. Just then, Lin Meng, trailing behind Tang Xiaoxiao, discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Bending down to position himself between Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Xiaoxiao, why is your face so flushed?" Lin Fan burst into laughter, while Tang Xiaoxiao resembled a cat with its fur bristled, her cheeks flushed anew. Just as she was about to retaliate, Lin Fan restrained her. "Why are you angry with Xiao Meng? He spoke no falsehood." "Lin Fan, if you mention this again, I swear I'll have it out with you." Tang Xiaoxiao, knowing that Lin Meng harbored no ill intentions, redirected her ire towards Lin Fan. All right. Everyone here will keep it confidential, each one more mortified than the last. However, some lessons must be learned, or one will be caught unprepared when the moment arrives." Lin Fan concluded, wiping his face once more. Tang Xiaoxiao's fury reignited, her clenched fists cracking ominously, like a bomb ready to detonate. Lin Meng, sensing Tang Xiaoxiao's wrath, shrank back, wary of further provoking her. Upon reaching the depths of the town, they halted before an ancient residence. The estate was evidently more venerable than the surrounding structures, adorned with a weathered plaque that faintly bore the words paper art heritage. This must be the place Qin Wen spoke of, where the energy fluctuations wax and wane. Suddenly, the two dark doors swung open. To their astonishment, the interior was impeccably tidy, with a white-haired old woman seated in the main hall, skillfully folding a paper crane. Upon noticing Lin Fan and the others, she greeted them with a gentle smile. "Young ones, would you like to purchase some paper offerings? My creations can fulfill your desires." "By your mother." Tang Xiaoxiao, unable to endure any longer upon hearing the word desires, drew her dagger and leapt high into the air. Blade of destruction. A colossal shadow of her blade sliced down from above. Tang Xiaoxiao's wrathful strike was truly formidable. Boom! The house collapsed, dust swirling into the air. The once quaint and charming estate was reduced to ruins, and the white-haired old woman's figure vanished, leaving behind a paper crane with a broken wing. Struggling to take flight, Lin Fan, quick to act, plunged his bone blade into the crane's body, reducing it to a wisp of ash. Defeated level 1 eerie paper figure, earned 1,000 divine points. Host divine path level, divine realm walker, progress, 25. Unexpectedly, the most enigmatic of the peculiarities proved to be the simplest to resolve. With all three eerie beings in the town vanquished, the university students, just recovering from the awe-inspiring display of Tang Xiaoxiao's lethal strike, regarded her with a newfound respect. The immense blade shadow and the resultant destruction had left a lasting impact. They had not anticipated such ferocity concealed within the petite form of Tang Xiaoxiao. Seeing that all threats had been eradicated, Lin Fan instructed everyone to gather supplies. He left Lin Meng behind as a precaution, cradling the weakened Tang Xiaoxiao in his arms, and made his way out of the town. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Fan, her face a portrait of fury, continually admonishing him not to disclose today's events. Lin Fan could not help but laugh. Qin Wen's embarrassing behavior was no less than his own. As the two approached the edge of the town, they were met with a shocking scene. Zhang Long stood before Qin Wen, his body trembling uncontrollably, his features contorted in distress. with traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Qin Wen gazed tenderly at Zhang Long, repeatedly uttering spine-chilling declarations of love, tears of shame streaming down his face. Upon noticing Lin Fan and his companion, Zhang Long cried out with a sobbing voice, "Boss, come save me." Qin's confession is approaching 300 times. Finally, after the last "I love you" was uttered, Qin Wen collapsed limply to the ground, burying his face deep in the crook of his arm, his body shaking with silent tremors. After a moment, Qin Wen managed to rise, patting Zhang Long, who flinched in response. "It's all right, dragon. Don't take it to heart. That was merely a side effect of using the bronze compass. Consider it a dream." Tang Xiaoxiao's expression brightened. As everyone had their share of embarrassing moments, and it was best to let it go, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Indeed, it was a day of collective social demise. Chapter 61. The Blood Moon Anomaly. As the blood moon gradually ascended, the townsfolk who had been gathering supplies returned one by one. Zhang Long handed the repaired school bus to Zhang Wei. The college students joyously loaded the supplies onto the bus, while dilapidated bicycles were carelessly discarded by the roadside. During dinner, the atmosphere turned awkward. No one spoke, and the tension was palpable. "I'm full. I'm going to practice," Tang Xiaoxiao said, leaving her bowl half-finished as she walked toward the pickup truck. "I'm full too," Qin Wen remarked, turning to leave. Soon, the circle of people dwindled to just Lin Fan and Lin Ming. "Did you use the strange core I gave you?" Lin Fan inquired, glancing at Lin Ming, who was lifting the pot and clearing the remaining food in one sweep. "I ate it all, bro," Lin Ming replied vaguely, patting his belly, looking unsatisfied. Lin Fan sighed. Despite Qin Wen having shared the method of absorbing the strange core with Lin Ming, he still resorted to the most primitive and direct means of consumption. "Brother, look. The moon seems to be shining brighter," Lin Fan exclaimed as he looked up. The blood moon in the sky radiated an even more crimson glow, as if infused with life. The halo within the moon began to pulsate like a beating heart, its brightness intensifying, casting an eerie dark red hue across the land. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, from the direction of the pickup truck, a muffled groan escaped Tang Xiaoxiao's lips, sharp and piercing as a blade, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted from her. A phantom of a Tang Dao hovered in the air. "What is happening?" Lin Fan thought, realizing that Tang Xiaoxiao had broken through. Before he could fully comprehend, a compass phantom appeared near Qin Wen, emanating a formidable mental force that radiated outward from him. Immediately, Lin Ming across the way let out a low growl, his muscles taut and his skin shimmering with a faint metallic luster, resembling a primal war deity on the verge of awakening. The consecutive breakthroughs of the three individuals filled Lin Fan with astonishment tinged with a hint of confusion. What a coincidence! 3 people breaking through simultaneously? Could it be related to the blood moon's anomalous changes? Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao rushed in from different directions. Tang Xiaoxiao's face radiated the joy of her recent breakthrough, her aura akin to a blade unsheathed. In contrast, Qin Wen's brow was furrowed, his gaze filled with concern as he observed the ongoing transformation of the blood moon, his eyes glinting with intensity. The anomalies persisted. As the moonlight grew increasingly intense, the energy fluctuations in the air surged. "I feel an abundance of power within me." "What is this? Flame?" Gasps of astonishment erupted from the convoy. Several university students and survivors, previously mere ordinary individuals, unexpectedly awakened under such a high concentration of energy, becoming new sequence abilities users. Though their powers were varied and feeble, they were sufficient to drive all ordinary people into a frenzy. "Quick, absorb the moonlight. We too have a chance to become sequence abilities users. This is a divine blessing." More and more people emerged from their vehicles, arms outstretched, allowing the crimson moonlight to envelop them. Those who had already awakened greedily absorbed the moonlight, feeling their internal power surge. "Boss, I think I've awakened." "Me too." Excited voices erupted from behind Lin Fan. "Huh? Wang Tong, Zhu Xiang." Both were trembling with exhilaration, especially Chu Xian, who kept pinching her arm with her nails, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. "What sequence?" "Boss, I'm a stealth sequence." As Wang Tong spoke, his form gradually became translucent until he vanished completely before the crowd. Lin Fan's discerning eye revealed that Wang Yong remained in place. "I am a chanting sequence." Chu Xian's voice trembled uncontrollably as she began to chant peculiar notes, and everyone could distinctly feel their internal strength elevating. Lin Fan was utterly stunned, turning to Qin Wen. At that moment, Qin Wen's brow remained tightly knitted, the radiance in his eyes intensifying as he utilized his sequence ability to make calculations. The crowd beneath the moonlight was engulfed in ecstasy. The two who had awakened first experienced rapid growth in their powers, directly breaking through to level 2 sequence. Just then, Qin Wen's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It's the blood moon tide. Quickly, get in the car and avoid the moonlight. No sooner had Qin Wen spoken than the newly advanced level 2 sequence abilities users suddenly emanated an eerie crimson light, a powerful and strange aura radiating from them. What is this? The two have been transformed into something bizarre by the blood moon. Witnessing this, Lin Fan immediately commanded the personnel of the Divine Kingdom Convoy to return to their vehicles, seeking refuge from the moonlight's rays. The members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy, unwilling to tarry, swiftly retreated into their vehicles, igniting the engines in preparation for departure. Zhang Wei, sensing the ominous shift in circumstances, anxiously called for the students to return to the bus. Yet, some remained stubbornly beneath the moonlight, yearning for the awakening of their sequential abilities. The two level 2 anomalies had commenced in indiscriminate slaughter among the crowd illuminated by the moonlight. The Divine Kingdom Convoy had already mobilized, but the horrific carnage continued outside the windows. We can't escape, boss. Look ahead. Qin Wen's terrified voice crackled through the intercom. Lin Fan glanced forward, realizing that, at some point, the convoy had become ensnared by a dense throng of paper figures, their pallid eyes glinting with a menacing crimson glow. The energy of the blood moon tide had transformed these paper figures into anomalies. Although merely level 1, their sheer numbers were enough to instill a sense of dread. At that moment, the two level 2 anomalies were racing towards the convoy. Zhang Long, you and Xiao Meng hold off these paper figures. Xiao and I will confront those two level 2 anomalies. Knowing it was his first encounter with such formidable foes, Lin Fan opted to team up with Tang Xiao to obstruct the threats. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Meng had disembarked from the bus, his physique swelling dramatically, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. His muscles glistened with a metallic sheen under the moonlight as he charged into the impending horde of paper figures, fists raised. Zhang Long leapt onto the roof of the vehicle, clutching a collection of components, with 2 barrels of fuel positioned behind him. Meng Yi, hold them off for a moment. I'll let them experience the taste of barbecued flesh. With his hands morphing into blurs, a flamethrower slowly took shape, ignoring the situation with the paper figures. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao ascended to the roof and charged towards the two level 2 anomalies. At this juncture, the two recently transformed level 2 anomalies had completely shed their human forms. One was cloaked in dark red scales, its hands morphing into razor-sharp claws capable of effortlessly rending the robust vehicle S-structure. The other had expanded in size, continuously spewing corrosive slime. Any unfortunate soul touched by the slime would hear their flesh sizzle and decay rapidly. Chapter 62. Harmonious Coordination. As the two raced towards the anomalies, a fetid stream of slime was unleashed upon them. They nimbly dodged the viscous onslaught, yet the eerie slime continued to pour forth, enveloping them like a torrential downpour. Their garments were eroded by the splattering slime, while their skin prickled with a stinging sensation. I'll draw this anomaly away. You resolve the situation quickly. Tang Xiao's Tang Dao shimmered with a cold, lethal light beneath the blood moon. In a flash, she darted like a specter towards the creature spewing slime. Years of tacit understanding allowed her to instinctively divert the slime anomaly's focus. The brilliance of her sword intensified with each slash, carving away pieces of the creature's flesh. The searing pain compelled the slime anomaly to fixate on Tang Xiao, who led it further away. Meanwhile, Lin Fan activated his insightful eye, meticulously analyzing the weaknesses of the scaled anomaly. In his vision, the flow of energy within the scaled creature was vividly discernible, with an unusually bright energy core situated in its chest. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the scaled anomaly was gradually gaining strength. A swift resolution was imperative. The creature's speed was astonishing, its claws cutting through the air with a foul wind as it lunged towards Lin Fan, who was suspended in midair. The piercing sound of clashing metal rang out, as the bloodthirsty bone blade trembled slightly from the impact. Lin Fan's heart sank indeed. The power of the level 2 anomaly was formidable. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao found herself ensnared in a fierce struggle against the oozing entity. The viscous creature continuously expelled its slimy discharge, compelling her to evade constantly. She attempted to close the distance, but the expansive range of the ooze made it difficult to breach. Instead, she unleashed a flurry of blade energy, leaving deep gashes on the creature's form. Yet the strikes were not fatal, and her own stamina was gradually depleting. The battle between Lin Fan and the scaled anomaly raged on. Utilizing the predictive capabilities of his inside eye, Lin Fan adeptly dodged the creature's attacks. However, the anomaly scales were exceptionally tough, despite numerous strikes to its weak points. His bone blade could not penetrate its defenses. The situation became increasingly precarious. Just as Lin Fan prepared to exploit an opening for a decisive strike, he heard the thunderous sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Lin Meng, a towering figure at 3 meters tall, charged forward, radiating a golden light. A powerful punch sent the scaled anomaly reeling backward. Lin Fan glanced back to see Zhang Long atop a vehicle, wielding an oversized flamethrower, unleashing a ferocious tongue of fire that erected a wall of flames, barely halting the relentless advance of the paper army. Yet, the paper figures continued to pour forth, and Zhang Long could not sustain the defense for long. Tang Xiaoxiao's situation grew dire, as the two anomalies, under the moon's luminescence, were evidently strengthening, hinting at a potential breakthrough to level 3. At that moment, Lin Meng was locked in a struggle with the scaled anomaly. Its sharp claws grazed his arm, leaving only faint marks as his defense, having surpassed level 2, reached new heights. Suddenly, Chu Xian appeared atop the pickup truck, her melodic incantations resonating in the air. Lin Fan distinctly felt a surge of power within him, as the pain from earlier strikes began to subside. The flames from Zhang Long's flamethrower intensified, while Tang Xiaoxiao's blade energy grew increasingly potent. The scaled anomaly's arm was now firmly gripped by Lin Meng, creaking under the pressure. Chu Xian's formidable support abilities were evident. Her chants not only bolstered the strength of her companions, but also rejuvenated their vitality. In an instant, Lin Fan spotted Wang Tong, stealthily advancing towards the ooze anomaly. Unnoticed by the creature, Wang Tong crept beneath the oozing entity, setting traps infused with various negative emotions. Upon stepping into one of the traps, the ooze anomaly's movement slowed, and its rate of slime expulsion diminished. Tang Xiaoxiao felt an immediate sense of relief. Boss, the scaled anomaly possesses a skill that can launch its scales in all directions. Be cautious. Qin Wen's voice echoed in Lin Fan's ears, as the needle of his compass spun rapidly. As soon as Qin Wen's voice fell, the scaled aberration emitted a piercing shriek, its entire body bristling with scales akin to an enraged porcupine. Retreat, Lin Fan bellowed, prompting Lin Meng to immediately release his hold and swiftly withdraw, crossing his massive arms in front of him. A transparent barrier, radiating golden light, enveloped him, while Wang Tong hastened to take cover behind him. Tang Xiaoxiao deftly darted away into the distance. In the next moment, countless dark red scales shot forth like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, covering an area of over 10 meters. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he activated his insightful eye, rendering the trajectories of the flying scales distinctly visible to him. With an ethereal grace, he maneuvered through the rain of scales, each evasion perfectly timed to avoid the lethal projectiles. However, the density of the scales was overwhelming, and a few grazed his body, leaving behind streaks of blood. Suddenly, Chu Qian's chant rose in pitch, enveloping Lin Fan in a gentle glow that instantaneously halted the bleeding from his wounds. Now, seizing the opportunity while the aberration was momentarily devoid of scales, Lin Fan propelled himself forward as if released from a bowstring, his bloodthirsty bone blade plunging fiercely into the energy node at the aberration's chest. Just as the aberration attempted to block the attack, Lin Meng seized its arms from behind. The bone blade, shrouded in crimson mist, accurately pierced the aberration's chest. With a swift twist of his wrist, Lin Fan thoroughly mangled the aberration's core. The creature's movements abruptly ceased, the crimson glow in its eyes swiftly dimming. Its form reverted back to that of the previous survivor, a look of unwillingness etched in its features, before it collapsed with a resounding thud. Kill level 2 aberration blood moon scale aberration. Gain 4,000 God points. Host divine path level. Divine domain walker progression level 35. A surge of pure energy coursed back into Lin Fan's body through the bloodthirsty bone blade, restoring his severely depleted stamina. He swiftly retrieved the aberration's core and, alongside Lin Meng, turned to sprint towards the slime aberration. Wang Tong, pale as parchment, continued to grit his teeth, relentlessly deploying various traps beneath the slime aberration's feet. Though the effectiveness of the traps waned, they still posed significant challenges to the creature. In the distance, Chu Qian had fainted atop a vehicle, while Zhang Long trembled violently, still clutching the flamethrower. All three were newly awakened to their sequential abilities, now operating beyond their limits. Tang Xiaoxiao's blade danced like a torrential storm upon the slime aberration, pooling dark liquid upon the ground. Under the illumination of the blood moon, the slime aberration's belly began to swell, continuously gathering corrosive slime within. Boss, find a way to destroy its mouthparts. It's about to unleash its ultimate attack. Lin Fan discerned the slime aberration's weakness resided in its head. According to Qin Wen's calculations, if the mouthparts were not neutralized, the corrosive slime would envelop the entire area, ensnaring everyone. Xiao Xiao, Wang Tong, fall back, Lin Fan shouted, the bone blade in his hand erupting with a fierce red glow. Tang Xiao Xiao and Wang Tong retreated upon hearing the sound, as the bone blade sliced through the air, piercing accurately into the gaping maw of the peculiar creature, which was incessantly spewing forth viscous fluid. With a resounding boom, the bone blade erupted from the creature's mouth, halting its bizarre form momentarily, causing the flow of slime to cease. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xiaoxiao unleashed a powerful arc of blade light, severing the creature's enormous head in an instant. Lin Meng swiftly advanced and delivered a punch that obliterated the severed head mid-air, slaying a level 2 aberration, lunar eclipse, earning 4,000 deification points. Host Divine Path level, Divine Domain Traveler, progress, 45. A headless corpse of a university student lay upon the ground. The danger had not yet dissipated. Under the crimson moonlight, an army of paper figures surged forth from the paper town, where a more formidable aberrant aura was brewing at the town's center. Chapter 63. Escape to safety. Boss, we need to evacuate quickly. A massive creature has appeared in the town. Qin Wen's anxious voice echoed, filled with unprecedented terror. Everyone, get in the vehicles. I will find a way to lead the charge out. Lin Fan turned and dashed toward the pickup truck, placing the unconscious Chu Xian in the passenger seat before hastily taking the driver's seat. With a twist of a key, the engine roared to life. Lin Meng scooped up the nearly unconscious Wang Tong and dashed toward the bus, while Tang Xiaoxiao swiftly entered her pickup truck. Zhang Bao had already climbed into Zhang Long's pickup, which was teetering precariously, the flames dwindling, indicating he too had reached his limit. However, not hearing Lin Fan's voice, he was determined to hold off the advancing army of paper figures for the sake of the convoy. Zhang Long, get back in the vehicle. Listen, my truck will charge through. Everyone stay close and floor the gas pedal. Don't stop for a moment. Lin Fan's voice nearly erupted through the intercom, resonating throughout the convoy. The deification points acquired from the 2 level 2 aberrations, combined with those obtained in Paper Town, had repaid the system's loan. Now, a remaining 1,000 points was sufficient for Lin Fan to utilize 2 charges of brute force. Seeing that everyone had returned to their vehicles, Lin Fan silently chanted, brute force charge. The heavy pickup's engine emitted a thunderous roar, the tachometer needle instantly soaring into the red zone. Before the vehicle, a massive, shadowy rhino apparition coalesced, exuding explosive power. The tires spun wildly in place, screeching against the ground, releasing plumes of thick black smoke. 10 seconds, a maximum of 10 seconds. Everyone must break through. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly. With a roar, the rhino's bellow resonated, and the heavy pickup surged forward like a wild beast, charging into the obstructing army of paper figures. Crackling sounds erupted as the paper figures crumbled under the ferocious impact, the pickup carving a path through the dense throng. Countless paper figures swarmed from the sides, clawing at the vehicle with their sharp hands, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Before Lin Fan stood a blockade of paper figures, while an army of these figures surged relentlessly from behind, tearing at the vehicle's body. With a forceful collision, the engine roared back to life, shattering clusters of paper figures. The heavy pickup truck surged forth like an arrow, breaking free from the encirclement of the paper army and landing heavily on the road. Behind Lin Fan, the vehicles of the Divine Kingdom convoy were nearly bumper to bumper, with the lead pickup truck bursting forth in pursuit. Each vehicle bore the marks of scratches and was dusted with paper shreds. Following closely was Zhang Wei's school bus, which shimmered with a faint green glow accelerating rapidly, overtaking Lin Fan's vehicle once it hit the highway. One after another, vehicles poured out through the path Lin Fan had carved. However, the last two sedans were less fortunate. The paper army, like a tide, swiftly closed in, engulfing the two cars in an instant. A piercing scream and the sound of vehicles being torn apart echoed briefly, only to be swiftly silenced. Lin Fan glanced into the rearview mirror, his heart tightening. Countless paper figures in the town seemed to be summoned, rising into the air and swirling chaotically, the eerie aura intensifying ominously. All the paper figures coalesced in the sky into a rapidly spinning sphere, pulsating with energy under the blood-red moonlight. Boom! The sphere exploded violently, and the paper figures vanished. Above the town appeared a figure clad in a vibrant red palace outfit, holding a blood-red paper umbrella. Its face, covered in white paper, lacked features except for a pair of blood-red eyes. It floated in the air, moving with an eerie, theatrical gait, singing a strange tune as it leisurely pursued the fleeing convoy. Haha, boss. Trouble is brewing. Level 3 eerie red makeup for a funeral. Ha, run, run. Qin Wen's bizarre voice echoed, his maniacal laughter piercing the night sky, a new side effect from using the bronze compass. All drivers pressed the accelerator to the floor. The blood moon continued its transformation, and eerie howls intermittently emanated from the wilderness flanking the road. Lin Fan gazed at the unconscious Chu Xian beside him, his expression grave. The blood moon's transformation felt like a gift, not only to humanity, but also to the eerie. After today, a significant number of sequence abilities would emerge among human survivors, while the eerie would proliferate. Encountering a level 1 eerie thereafter would become exceedingly difficult, as the blood moon's gift would elevate all eerie to higher tiers, exponentially increasing the difficulty of survival. Yet Lin Fan felt no fear. The recent battle had revealed the formidable cohesion and seamless cooperation of the convoy. When faced with powerful eerie's, everyone instinctively made the most appropriate choices based on their abilities. Ordinary members who had yet to awaken remained inside the vehicles, ever ready for departure. They would never abruptly appear in battle, hindering Lin Fan and his companions, Zhang Long, Wang Tong, and Chu Xian, who had just awakened their sequence abilities, did not display the fear typical of newly awakened individuals. Instead, they exerted themselves wholeheartedly to assist Lin Fan and the others, even to the point of exhausting their physical strength and collapsing into unconsciousness. The overall strength of the Divine Kingdom convoy was continuously ascending. This was not merely determined by few sequence abilities, but resembled a finely tuned instrument where any misstep in one segment could affect the entirety. This unity born from countless life and death trials forged an unwavering bond, a belief in steadfast loyalty. This was also the reason for Lin Fan's exceptionally stringent standards for those joining the Divine Kingdom convoy. The convoy sped along the highway, with the ominous red wedding procession leisurely following behind. Amidst the roar of the engine, Qin Wen's heart-wrenching laughter intermingled with the cacophony. The long convoy raced desperately down the dilapidated road. 2 hours had passed since their escape from the papier-mâché town. Lin Fan glanced at the dashboard, noting the speed had reached 140 km/h. The red wedding still trailed them at a leisurely pace, its unpredictable movements appearing slow, yet it was steadily closing the gap. The eerie theatrical tones danced like a sinister melody, infiltrating everyone's minds and unsettling their spirits. This cannot continue. Sooner or later, we will be caught. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. Through the rearview mirror, the haunting crimson hue lingered ominously behind them. Qin Wen, stop laughing. Find an escape route. Lin Fan shouted into the communicator. Qin Wen's laughter had grown hoarse, mingled with a hint of sobbing, yet it persisted unabated. Haha, boss, southeast, huh? Let's head southeast. There's a big creature over there. Haha. Qin Wen's voice faltered, a blend of agony and manic laughter. To fend off the wolves and tigers. This was the only option left, confronting two formidable enigmas, and perhaps the convoy might find a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. Chapter 64, The Mist. You lead the team, don't worry about the others. In an instant, Qin Wen's pickup truck surged ahead, executing a sharp turn at the next intersection. The tires screeched against the pavement, and without hesitation, it charged down the small road leading southeast. The vehicles of the Divine Kingdom convoy closely pursued, determined to keep up. The school bus, which had been leading the pack, executed an almost impossible drift while speeding, tightly following the convoy's pace. The entire vehicle, hurtling forward, shifted direction in a bizarre maneuver, keeping close behind. The convoy raced along the bumpy country road, kicking up dust that nearly obscured the moonlight. Behind them, the Red Wedding's grotesque, theatrical tones soared. Just as Lin Fan felt his body was about to be rattled apart, thick, impenetrable gray-white fog suddenly surged ahead without warning. Qinwen did not slow down, plunging headlong into the mist. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation he followed suit. All vehicles sequentially vanished into the eerie fog. Beyond the mist, a figure clad in a red shroud lingered at the edge, its blood-red eyes coldly observing the swirling vapors. As if wary of the unseen threats lurking within, it lingered outside the fog, hesitating to enter. Deep within the haze, a dreadful presence sensed the aura of the red-clad figure, unleashing a low, furious roar, as if to expel this unwelcome guest. The roar ignited a flash of anger in the crimson gaze of the figure, which twirled its red parasol before stepping into the fog. In an instant, the previously tranquil mist erupted violently, akin to boiling water. Clearly, the formidable entity mentioned by Qin had been roused and was now clashing with the figure in red. Sensing the terrifying energy collision from afar, Qinwen's raspy voice crackled through the communicator. "I have good news. They're fighting. We're safe for now. But there's bad news. We've lost our way." The convoy gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt beside a dilapidated farmhouse. The dense white fog restricted visibility to a mere 20 meters, and Qinwen's intermittent gasps echoed through the vehicle's intercom. The bizarre surroundings deterred everyone from hastily exiting the vehicle. The path they had taken had vanished. Lin Fan was the first to push the door open, his discerning eye scanning the mist, revealing only chaotic currents of energy. The chilling fog quickly soaked through their clothes. This farmhouse was modest, consisting of a two-story main building, a row of single-story structures, and a large courtyard enclosed by wooden fences. The wooden tables and chairs within the courtyard, along with the sign, were in a state of disrepair. One by one, the passengers disembarked. Chu Xian, Wang Tong, and Zhang Long remained unconscious, while Zhang Bao inspected the vehicles, which bore scratches from the earlier escape. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming cautiously surveyed their surroundings at the fringe of the convoy. Qinwen leaned weakly against the front of the car, his laughter extinguished, pressing his hand against his chest, each breath eliciting a dull ache in his lungs. "Boss, there's something in the fog," he managed to articulate with great difficulty, his expression contorted. "For now, we're safe. Don't venture into the mist, or you'll get lost." Lin Fan gently patted his back, unscrewing a bottle of water for him to sip. "When can we leave?" he pondered, feeling an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him from within the fog. "Let us wait for dawn. If the sun rises, the mist may dissipate. If not, we must press forward." Glancing at the time, Lin Fan noted it was already past 5 in the morning, estimating that dawn was still over an hour away. After inspecting the area, Zhang Bao returned to report, "Boss, aside from some scratches, the vehicles are largely unharmed. We've filled the fuel tanks." Lin Fan nodded, instructing them to return to the vehicle for rest, as unexpected events could arise at any moment. Staying inside the car was the wisest choice. Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao approached, their expressions grave. Each person could distinctly sense the eerie presence lurking within the thick fog 20 meters away. Zhang Wei, accompanied by Yuan Ying, approached with an air of apology. Under the recent blood moon tide, 2 sequences had awakened among the university students. Yet they had chosen to remain spectators. "Captain Lin, what shall we do now?" Yuan Ying had abandoned her demeanor as the student council president, cautiously positioning herself behind Zhang Wei. "It is best to stay in the vehicle, ready to depart at any moment." "Understood, Captain Lin. We shall not be a hindrance," Yuan Ying whispered, devoid of any intention to engage in battle. Lin Fan had not expected much from them, observing as everyone boarded the vehicle. Turning to the group, he advised, "Everyone, remain vigilant. In 1 hour, regardless of whether the sun rises, we must set forth." Just as they were about to return to the vehicle, the fog nearby surged ominously. Muffled whispers echoed, as if countless individuals were concealed within the mist, confiding in hushed tones. The group halted, warily surveying the roiling fog. "Sister, is that you?" Lin Fan's truck door swung open, and Chu Xian, pallid and unsteady, stumbled out, racing toward the depths of the fog. In her gaze, she desperately sought her sister, who beckoned to her with a smile. "Sister, I finally found you. Come quickly." At the fog's edge, a figure formed of mist waved at Chu Xian. "Wait for me, sister. Wake up." It's an illusion. Lin Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of Chu Xian, striking with his hand, causing the misty apparition to vanish. Chu Xian wept bitterly, cradling her head as her sister's visage dissipated. It dawned on her that it had all been an illusion. As the whispers within the fog intensified, more individuals began to succumb to hallucinations. Occasionally, someone, their eyes glazed over, exited their vehicles, wandering into the depths of the fog, almost simultaneously. Mom, Dad, senior brother. Beside them, Tang Xiaoxiao's muffled sobs broke through the tension. Lin Fan spun around, astonished to see the once proud woman now drained of all strength, her complexion devoid of color. "It is I who have caused your demise," her voice barely audible, laden with sorrow. "I was afraid. I truly could not wield my blade. I awakened but still could not save you." Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Ha ha! Feng, my brothers. You are still alive. I knew it. Heaven has opened its eyes." Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Zhang Long unexpectedly awoke. He lunged at the window, his bloodshot eyes wide with madness as he pounded on the glass, alternately laughing and crying, tears streaming down his face as he gazed into the fog. Everyone seemed ensnared in a nightmare, confronted by the apparitions of their dearest ones. Chapter 65. Tang Xiaoxiao's Inner Demons. As Qin Wen beside me began to weep, her voice trembled as she uttered, "Teacher Yongge, it is truly wonderful to see you all again." "Qin Wen," Lin Fan shouted suddenly, with tear-filled eyes. Qin Wen gazed at Lin Fan, her expression lucid, not clouded by confusion. "Boss, I just want to see them once more." The members of the Divine Nation team aboard the bus had already succumbed to the illusion. Had it not been for Zhang Bao locking the doors early on, they would have likely been lost like the university students and survivors, frantically calling out the names of their loved ones, as if they were marionettes, stumbling towards the engulfing mist. "Everyone, keep the doors and windows shut. Do not exit. It is an illusion. Cover your eyes. Block your ears." Lin Fan's voice thundered, jolting those nearby back to reality. "Xiaoli, come back. Don't go." Zhang Wei's desperate cry echoed. Among the university students, a slight girl, weeping, dashed into the thick fog. "Mom, I'm so scared. I want to go home." A piercing scream followed, quickly succeeded by the sound of flesh being torn asunder. After the noise ceased, a skeletal body, stripped clean of flesh, was hurled out. Ugh! Several university students collapsed to the ground, unable to contain their nausea. Survivors near the fog's edge were likewise startled by the sudden turn of events. They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Grotesque arms, covered in gray fur with claws as sharp as hooks, seized several of them, dragging them into the mist. One after another, skeletal remains were tossed back into view. Lin Fan's insightful, I had already locked onto the energy fluctuations within the fog. At the moment a bone was ejected, he darted to the fog's edge, thrusting his bloodthirsty bone blade into the unusually active energy node he had identified. A scream erupted as the bone blade was withdrawn from the fog, revealing a gray rat the size of a large adult dog, its coarse fur resembling steel bristles, with small eyes gleaming with malevolence, now impaled and convulsing wildly. Kill level 1 low tier, ghastly nightmarish rat pup. Gain 100 ascension points. A nightmarish rat? Was it responsible for the earlier illusion? A pup? Had he inadvertently disturbed its eerie den? Before Lin Fan could ponder further, pairs of glowing green eyes began to emerge from the mist, followed by a shrill, commanding scream. A multitude of large gray rats surged forth from the fog, crashing into the bus and gnawing relentlessly at the metal exterior. "Damn it! This is never-ending." Qin Wen, regaining her senses, shouted before leaping into the pickup truck. Lin Fan and Lin Meng stood firm like unyielding levees, bracing against the onslaught of the rat horde. Lin Fan's bone blade danced with precision, each strike under the insightful eye slaying a nightmarish rat pup with deadly accuracy. Lin Meng, in a wild fury, struck with his fists like hammers, obliterating each rat that lunged at him. However, the sheer number of the nightmarish rodent offspring was overwhelming. They surged forth like a gray tide, undeterred by the specter of death. The entire convoy was on the brink of being engulfed by the relentless wave of these creatures. They gnawed through the metal shell of the vehicles, and the screams of the survivors echoed as they were dragged out, only to be consumed in an instant, leaving behind nothing but bleached bones. The awakened sequence ability users among the college students and survivors, threatened by imminent death, began to wield their unrefined powers to fend off the advancing horde as best they could. Lin Fan and Lin Meng fought valiantly, akin to bloodied war deities. Navigating through the throng of rodents, each strike sending a deluge of crimson cascading around them. Behind them, however, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed frozen in place, as the recent illusion stirred the most reluctant memories within her. The cacophony of battle crescendoed in her ears, and the scene before her morphed into the haunting recollection of a blood-soaked night, filled with eerie howls, the anguished cries of her brothers, and her parents' desperate calls. Xiao Xiao, hurry! As a fiercely competitive individual, she had been the sole awakened sequence ability user of the martial arts academy, yet she found herself paralyzed before the uncanny threat. Watching her dearest companions fall one by one, the image of her senior brother glancing back at her, filled with urgency, concern, and resolve, resurfaced in her mind. In that moment, fear had gripped her, preventing her from drawing her blade. This remorse, long buried deep within her heart, echoed incessantly in her ears. Her gaze fell upon Lin Fan, valiantly wielding his bone blade and steadfastly guarding her front. His silhouette was strikingly clear. He did not turn back to urge her, nor did he display any hint of disappointment. He merely stood resolutely between her and the encroaching horror. That figure began to merge with the memory of her senior brother, who had once stood resolutely in her defense, only to be torn apart by the very same terror. It was as if she had been transported back to that unforgettable night. This time, however, it was different. The demons within her shattered like glass. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly let out a piercing cry to the heavens, unleashing all her regret and pain. The Tang knife she had tightly grasped seemed to resonate with her intent. Emitting a low hum, her form moved like lightning, the blade's radiance akin to a silver thread. Each strike contained a formidable force, comparable to an unyielding gale. The mass of nightmarish rodents was reduced to mere fragments beneath her gleaming blade. Her gaze remained steadfastly locked onto Lin Fan's silhouette, which, in that moment, seamlessly merged with the memory of her senior brother's sacrifice. The defiance she had always felt towards Lin Fan dissipated, alongside the vanquishing of her inner demons. Detected candidate for Divine Disciple, Tang Xiaoxiao, affection level 100, loyalty level 100. Would you like to utilize the disciple slot? Lin Fan cast a surprised glance at the seemingly frenzied Tang Xiaoxiao, unable to comprehend what had transpired to elevate her loyalty to such heights. An overwhelming joy surged within him. After waiting for so long, the moment had finally arrived. Xiao Xiao, you are willing. I am willing. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, Tang Xiaoxiao interjected. Contracted Divine Disciple Tang Xiaoxiao, Level 2 Blade Master Sequence. Host Divine Path Rank. Divine Realm Walker, Advancement Level 50. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a powerful force surging back into him, while countless combat techniques flooded his mind. As he had surmised, the rewards from contracting with Tang Xiaoxiao were indeed the most bountiful, with the signing of the Divine Disciple contract. The brilliance of their blades surged dramatically, becoming utterly unstoppable, and a mountain of shredded flesh began to accumulate before them. The delight was far from over. Ding! Detection indicates that the number of Level 2 sequence ability users among the host's contracted disciples has reached 3, Lin Ming, Qin 1, Tang Xiaoxiao, fulfilling the conditions for the host's Divine Realm Walker rank's original skill to awaken. Chapter 66, Like a God Descending. Divine Realm Skill Awakening. Divine Realm, centered around the host, it unfolds a sacred domain that envelopes the entire convoy. Within this domain, low-level aberrations' intrusive forces are slightly weakened, and all Divine Disciples experience enhanced recovery effects. The Divine Realm's Thunder Punishment can be activated once every 7 days at the host's discretion. Divine Realm Thunder Punishment. Harnessing the power of the Divine Realm, it unleashes a purifying storm of lightning, delivering indiscriminate and devastating strikes to all hostile targets within the domain. The power and range are determined by the host's strength and the number of disciples. It has arrived. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Fan's eyes, covered in blood. He suddenly laughed maniacally towards the sky. I knew it. He had always found it peculiar that when the disciple rank elevated to Divine Realm Walker, the system provided rewards akin to those of the apostle stage. Such a system would be rather lackluster. Indeed, what was meant to come had finally arrived. Lin Fan shattered the nightmare mice before him, plunged the bloodthirsty bone blade into the ground, and spread his arms wide. In my name, the Divine Realm opens. Buzz. An invisible golden aura radiated from Lin Fan, expanding like ripples on water, transforming the vibrant emblem on the convoy's body into mysterious runes that glimmered with golden light. The once agile nightmare mice pups slowed and stiffened upon entering the golden light's range, as if ensnared in mire, emitting terrified and restless shrieks. Immediately, Lin Fan gazed upward, piercing through the dense fog, feeling a mysterious power intricately connected to him. Golden light converged from Lin Ming, Qin Wan, Zhang Long, and Tang Xiao towards Lin Fan. He extended his hand, fingers poised, and executed a sword gesture, forcefully pointing downward. In my name, thunder punishment descends. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed, as the thick white mist was violently torn apart by an unseen force. Countless bolts of golden lightning rained down like a torrential storm, striking with precision upon every nightmare mice pup within the divine realm's confines. Squeak, squeak, squeak! A chorus of chilling howls erupted, as wherever the lightning flashed, the nightmare mice pups were reduced to ashes. Lin Fan's ears were bombarded with the system's notifications of acquiring divine points. Although the nightmare rat pups did not yield any bizarre cores, the vast accumulation of divine points left Lin Fan ecstatic. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Lin Fan's divine points surged toward prosperity in an instant. The nightmare rat pups outside the realm of the divine, terrified, fled into the depths of the thick fog, dissipating the tide of rats that had engulfed the convoy in an instant. All that remained were the scorched marks of lightning on the ground and the acrid scent of charred air. The entire convoy fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by this miraculous scene. The members of the divine nation Convoy gazed at Lin Fan, who had just been bathed in golden thunder, as if he were a deity in that fleeting moment. Roar! Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, a deafening and terrifying roar echoed from afar. The roar was imbued with an intense fury. The thick fog surged like ocean waves in response to the roar. Boss, we must leave. That colossal creature in the fog is the ancestor of these little pups. Qin Wen's terrified voice rang out. No one dared to hesitate and quickly mounted their vehicles. The entire convoy, like startled wild horses, dashed recklessly into the swirling fog. Above the fog, a colossal shadow entwined in dense mist, confronting the crimson funeral procession, was none other than the master of this fog, the nightmare rat. Sensing the tragic demise of its offspring, it let out a series of howls directed toward the fleeing convoy. However, the formidable threat posed by the crimson funeral procession kept it from recklessly pursuing. The crimson funeral procession's scarlet gaze fell upon the area where the thunder had just erupted, the residual aura of the lightning evoking considerable astonishment within it. Yet, the lingering threads of divine power in the air sparked a glimmer of greed in its eyes. The nightmare rat emitted a series of low growls toward the crimson funeral procession, negotiating a compromise, expressing its intent to no longer pursue the matter of the crimson funeral procession intruding into the fog, merely seeking to avoid further entanglement. The nightmare rat yearned to hunt down the convoy immediately. However, the curiosity and greed kindled by the holy power within the convoy compelled the crimson funeral procession to continue its theatrical movements, singing softly while positioning itself directly in front of the nightmare rat. The nightmare rat unleashed a furious roar, and the mist surrounding it surged like waves. Rushing toward the crimson funeral procession, the convoy blindly navigated through the fog, akin to headless flies. Qin Wan, enduring the discomfort of his mind, struggled to perceive the surrounding environment. Boss, the fog's coverage is immense, at least within a 50-kilometer radius, and it is interfering with our mental perception. Lin Fan observed that dawn was approaching. At this moment, he cared little for much else and instructed Qin when to lead the convoy swiftly along the road. Despite the seemingly straight path ahead, the convoy raced for over an hour without emerging from the fog's grasp, just as a heavy weight settled upon everyone's hearts. Uncertain of their next move, the fog ahead suddenly thinned, allowing beams of sunlight to pierce through. Boss, we are about to exit the fog. Qin Wen's excited voice crackled through the communicator. Lin Fan felt a jolt of energy as the outlines of buildings gradually materialized in the distance. The convoy surged forth in the thick fog, sunlight streaming down to dispel the shadows of fear lingering in everyone's hearts. At the end of the road lay a small village, appearing serene and peaceful under the sun, with figures laboring in the fields flanking the path. This scene transported everyone back to a time before the apocalypse, as if they had stepped into another world. The convoy halted at the village entrance, though modest in size. The houses were quaintly arranged, and surprisingly, the road was impeccably clean, as if tended to daily. The villagers toiling in the fields paused their work, Curiosity etched on their faces as they regarded the uninvited convoy. Clad in simple attire, their complexions were rosy, and their eyes radiated warmth. As Lin Fan stepped out of the vehicle, he glanced back at the dense fog, which seemed to crash against an invisible wall, swirling and rolling just beyond the village's boundary, unable to advance. Sunlight delineated a clear boundary here. The passengers, still shaken, gradually exited the vehicle. Inhaling the fresh air and surveying the tranquil surroundings, the terror on their faces slowly faded. The commotion from the convoy shattered the village's tranquility. An elderly man, impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit, emerged from the village, flanked by several villagers. Qinwen leaned closer to Lin Fan, whispering, "Boss, there's no ominous aura. That old man approaching is a level 2 sequence ability user." Lin Fan's curiosity deepened. It was rare to encounter such a normal village in the apocalypse, not only intact, but the villagers also seemed to lead ordinary lives, a phenomenon quite unusual in these times, even with a level 2 sequence ability user in the village. The ominous fog lay just beyond, harboring dangers comparable to those of the red makeup funeral. How could this village remain unscathed? Was it a hidden paradise? Or did something extraordinary within the village repel the encroaching threats? Chapter 67. Overly enthusiastic villagers. While pondering these questions, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit and his companions reached them. Were they survivors who had escaped from the fog? No need to panic, everyone, the elderly man smiled, showing no signs of wariness towards the newcomers, as if he were simply a hospitable villager from before the apocalypse. "I am Huang San, you may call me that. I am a level 2 spirit channeler and the village chief of Ling Nai Nai Miao. Thanks to the protection of Ling Nai Nai, our village has remained safe." Qinwen stepped forward, donning a courteous smile as he replied, "Greetings, Huang San. We indeed escaped from the fog, stumbling in a state of panic into your esteemed village. We ask for your understanding, but rest assured, we mean no harm and would appreciate your guidance on a way out. We can leave immediately." As Qinwen spoke, his gaze casually swept over the village chief and the villagers behind him, noting that several of them showed no change in expression. Behind them, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. The term spiritualist sequence was unfamiliar to them, yet the peaceful existence of the village at the edge of the dense fog suggested it must be a formidable sequence. Master Huang, with a warm smile, waved his hand dismissively and said, "No worries, no worries. In these apocalyptic times, human survivors should indeed assist one another. The path ahead leads out of the village. But seeing your companions are all injured and there are so many children, it would be wise to rest here for a while." His tone was earnest, his gaze clear, and the kind smile he wore conveyed genuine sincerity to all present. The villagers behind them also wore simple smiles, stepping forward voluntarily to support the injured. This unexpected kindness left the university students and survivors both astonished and touched, some even with tears in their eyes, exclaiming they had encountered good-hearted people. However, Lin Fan keenly sensed that the villagers' reactions were oddly excessive, bordering on overly enthusiastic. In the face of a group of unwelcome intruders, there was not a hint of suspicion. Particularly in the way they assisted the injured, their expressions and actions seemed unnaturally rehearsed, as if they had practiced this countless times. The sun continued to shine warmly, and the village remained tranquil, yet Lin Fan's vigilance escalated to its peak. What secrets lay hidden within this seemingly idyllic village? Who was the enigmatic Grandma Ling mentioned by Master Huang, capable of withstanding a level 3 anomaly? With an impassive expression, Lin Fan thanked Master Huang with a smile, saying, "Then we shall impose upon you. We truly need to recuperate." The group was guided into the heart of the village, while the villagers in the fields resumed their labor, their earlier expressions now becoming numb, with scattered bones beneath the swinging hose. As they walked, the vibrant greenery of the fields, the neat pathways, and the villagers' innocent smiles starkly contrasted with the despair they had just endured during the rat tide in the fog. This jarring contrast caused the university students and survivors to lower their defenses. "How wonderful! Is this truly a paradise?" one exclaimed. "I wish I could stay here." Another added, "Me too. These villagers are so kind. I'll ask the village chief if we can remain." This sentiment peaked in the center of the village. Master Huang led the convoy to a spacious square at the village's heart, laid out with stone bricks forming a peculiar pattern, at the center of which stood a statue depicting a kindly old woman. Yet, to Lin Fan, the statue exuded an unsettling aura. A group of village women had already gathered in the square, holding clean towels and warm water. Upon seeing the convoy arrive, they rushed forward with compassion, tenderly washing the faces and tending to the wounds of the university students, uttering heartwarming words. What a tragedy, such young children enduring so much hardship. Look at this wound. It's simply heartbreaking. My dear, does it hurt? If it does, just shout out. Once you do, it won't hurt anymore. The tender words, akin to parental concern, unleashed a torrent of suppressed emotions among the university students who were still naive to the cruelties of the world, now facing the apocalypse. A petite girl wept as she fell into the embrace of a woman across from her, momentarily transported back to the comforting presence of her parents. The square was filled with the sounds of sorrow. Yu Weiniang's eyes were red-rimmed, tears flowing incessantly, while Zhang Wei appeared increasingly troubled. His worry deepened upon glancing towards the Divine Nation convoy, in stark contrast to the relaxation of the students and survivors. The members of the convoy wore expressions etched with vigilance. Lin Fan surveyed every corner of the square with a stoic demeanor, while Tang Xiaoxiao, clutching a knife, stood seemingly casually behind him, her tightly clenched knuckles betraying her inner tension. Lin Meng, as formidable as a towering iron structure, positioned himself before Qin Wan, while the team behind him declined the villagers' offers of help, standing alert around each vehicle. Zhang Long was utilizing his sequential abilities to mend the damaged exterior of the vehicles, rendering them even sturdier post-repair. Wang Tong, having regained consciousness, was traversing between the vehicles of the Divine Nation convoy, setting traps near each one. Zhang Wei, unable to quell his unease, quietly approached Lin Fan and whispered, "Captain Lin, doesn't something feel amiss here?" Indeed, unusual circumstances often conceal ulterior motives. Your relatives wouldn't even show you such kindness, would they? Exercising caution is prudent. Zhang Wei nodded, his expression grim, before gathering the students to share Lin Fan's suspicions, which unexpectedly provoked a chorus of reproach. Zhang Wei, you seem just like the people from the Divine Nation convoy, suffering from delusions of persecution. Indeed, they cannot bear to see others treated well. Even their kindness seems to lead us into peril. Yes, so many of our classmates have perished under strange circumstances, largely due to them. If you continue to speak in their defense, we might just consider you one of their own. The group regarded Lin Fan and his companion's vigilance as excessive, lacking in empathy, with some attributing their past crises entirely to the Divine Nation convoy. Though Zhang Wei retained a sliver of rationality, the dissenting voices of his classmates stifled his attempts at persuasion, leaving him to swallow his words. Lin Fan and his companions sought out the busy village chief. Lin Fan began, "We are grateful for your warm hospitality, Old Master Huang, but we are pressed for time. Could you please direct us to the exit? We will take a brief rest before departing." Old Master Huang maintained his smile, gesturing towards the other side of the village. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, though somewhat different from the dense fog they had encountered upon arrival. "You see, the village's exit lies over there. Cross that field, and you will reach the outside." He then shifted his tone, revealing a troubled expression. "To be candid, the tranquility of our village is largely due to the protection of Grandma Ling. That fog can be considered a barrier she has set up. As the mist has yet to dissipate today, forceful entry may lead to unforeseen consequences." He paused for a moment, observing the expressions on Lin Fan and the others' faces, and continued, "However, this evening, the village is set to hold a ceremonial tribute to Grandmother Ling. The mist that envelopes the area will dissipate by tomorrow, making it the safest time for departure. I suggest you stay for the night. Although the village does not possess an abundance of food, it would not be a burden for you to partake in a meal. Furthermore, the ceremony for Grandmother Ling is a rare and festive tradition in our village, and you are most welcome to join us in the merriment." His words were reasonable and his tone sincere. Although Lin Fan and his companions harbored some doubts, they lacked concrete evidence to the contrary. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he employed his perceptive gaze towards the far side of the village, where the energy fluctuations were evidently different from before, now more chaotic. The elder before him was not deceiving. However, this also implied that the convoy would need to stay an additional night, which could trouble the village chief. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, maintaining a composed demeanor. Old Master Huang seemed to sense the concerns of the group and smiled. "I understand your curiosity regarding the village. To speak candidly, I too never anticipated that the village would endure to this day. I am the only level 2 sequence ability user here, a rather rare spirit communication sequence. Our village has long been dedicated to honoring Grandmother Ling, and my abilities allow me to communicate with her. Perhaps it is the continuous devotion that has granted our village such prolonged protection. This may be the source of your intrigue. Truth be told, this small village harbors no significant secrets. The villagers' sincerity is genuine. The group was taken aback by Old Master Huang's willingness to share these matters, realizing they had misjudged his character. Nevertheless, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "We appreciate the villagers' intentions, and we will keep them in mind. However, we are accustomed to a solitary existence, and we hope you can overlook any missteps on our part." Old Master Huang regarded Lin Fan with a keen gaze, his smile unwavering. "No worries. In these dire times, such vigilance is warranted. Young man, you are quite astute. We shall meet again this evening. Please feel free to approach the villagers should you require anything." With that, he ambled away to attend to other matters, his amiable nature quickly fostering a bond with the survivors. Chapter 68. Offerings. The villagers warmly provided the group with boiled water and simple food, arranging several adjacent empty rooms for the convoy. Lin Fan and his companions accepted graciously, yet remained cautious, consuming only their own provisions. Once settled, Lin Fan gathered the convoy members. Zhang Long, ensure personnel are assigned in shifts to guard the vehicles, ready for immediate departure. Qin Wen, maintain a continuous awareness of any peculiar presence, particularly regarding the statue of Grandmother Ling in the square. I sense something amiss. Xiao Xiao, accompany me as we take a stroll outside. Let us keep in constant contact. Having given these instructions, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao exited the house and wandered through the village. The village was modest in size, but well organized, and the villagers' lives appeared to be orderly and harmonious. As they traversed the path, the villagers encountered by Lin Fan and Tang Xiao paused their tasks, offering standardized, friendly smiles. Yet beneath this veneer of cordiality, there lingered a sense of muted vitality. The duo ambled aimlessly, the harmonious village ambience fostering a sense of relaxation in their bodies and minds. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted, his brow furrowed, and quietly inquired of Tang Xiao, "Do you sense something amiss?" Tang Xiao surveyed their surroundings, puzzled. "Everything seems quite normal to me. I haven't noticed anything unusual. Do you not feel that something is lacking in this village?" Lin Fan's brow knitted tightly, momentarily unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. "Dan xiao xia juke. What could possibly be missing? Perhaps we are being overly sensitive. There is nothing sinister here. The elders are benevolent. The women are warm-hearted. The youth are industrious. And the children?" At this juncture, they exchanged a sudden glance, their expressions frozen in realization. Children, since their arrival in the village, nearly an afternoon had passed without the sight of a single child. Logically, in such a secure village, the presence of children should be ubiquitous. Where had the village's children gone? The pair finally recognized the village's abnormality. Indeed, this village concealed significant secrets. Continuing deeper into the village, they reached the end of an alleyway, where an imposing wall abruptly emerged, severing the passage. A sealed iron door adorned the wall, secured with a heavy lock. Just as they contemplated scaling the wall to investigate further, two young men emerged from the side of the alley. "Esteemed guests, where might you be headed?" One of the young men inquired with a smile, his friendly demeanor veiling a hint of wariness. "Nothing much. We're merely exploring." "We noticed this iron door and felt a twinge of curiosity," Lin Fan replied with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on the young men's expressions. Indeed, upon hearing mention of the iron door, a flicker of discomfort crossed the young man's face, quickly replaced by the earlier friendly smile. "We are preparing offerings for the spirit of Grandmother Ling tonight. This is a place reserved for such preparations, and it is a rule of the village that outsiders cannot enter. We apologize, but you must excuse us." The young man politely declined with a smile. Tang Xiao's demeanor shifted, her eyes turning cold as she considered forcing her way inside, but Lin Fan grasped her arm to restrain her. "Oh, my apologies. We are merely curious. Since it is the village's rule, we shall not intrude further. We will take our leave," Lin Fan said, turning to depart with Tang Xiao. Once the two had left, the young men exchanged glances, a subtle relaxation evident in their eyes, mingled with an unmistakable sadness. "Boss, I just caught a whiff of blood," Tang Xiao whispered after they had walked some distance. "Let us discuss this when we return," Lin Fan replied. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Lin Fan gathered the members of their party and recounted the peculiarities he and Tang Xiao had observed. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Boss, there is something distinctly amiss with this village. However, We have yet to uncover any threats to our safety. I suggest we refrain from acting impulsively. Furthermore, outside the village lurks the nightmarish rat and the crimson-clad funeral tiger, both watchful and predatory. Upon hearing Qin Wen's words, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was prudent to remain vigilant until the circumstances became clearer. Nevertheless, Lin Fan's gaze narrowed, a murderous intent beginning to simmer within him. If all remains tranquil, we shall depart by tomorrow. However, should any threat arise against our convoy, we must be prepared for combat. Better to err on the side of caution than to let slip any potential danger. The members of the Divine Kingdom convoy tightened their grips on their tang sabers, having been equipped with weapons by Zhonglong, as per Lin Fan's directive. While they might prove ineffective against sequence abilities and peculiarities, they were more than adequate to handle ordinary villagers. At that moment, Wang Tong squeezed his way through the crowd, having regained his composure after a brief respite. Boss, perhaps I should scout ahead. Observing Wang Tong, Lin Fan recognized that his stealthy sequence ability would be ideal for reconnaissance. Very well, but return at the first sign of danger. Zhonglong, accompany him with a few others and await outside the Iron Gate. Use the communicator to inform us of any developments. Wang Tong gradually became translucent, his presence fading away. Through Lin Fan's discerning eye, he witnessed Wang Tong stealthily approaching the Iron Gate. Zhonglong, along with two others, sauntered out as if on a casual stroll. Before long, Wang Tong spotted the Iron Gate Lin Fan had mentioned, beside which stood the same two young men from earlier, engaged in casual conversation, completely oblivious to Wang Tong's proximity. A smirk crept across Wang Tong's face. Had he possessed such skills before the apocalypse, he would have likely amassed a fortune by now. As dusk settled, Wang Tong dare not linger. His expertise as a professional thief enabled him to deftly scale the high wall, landing silently on the other side. Behind the wall lay a vast dwelling, where a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Wang Tong stealthily entered, observing numerous villagers busily preparing incense, joss paper, and other sacrificial offerings. Yet, their faces bore no signs of celebration, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow. From deep within the house, muffled cries could be heard. Wang Tong navigated past the industrious villagers, making his way toward the inner sanctum. In the innermost room, a young couple mournfully gazed upon a boy of about 5 years old. Oblivious to the somber atmosphere, the boy joyously indulged in the sumptuous feast laid before him. Tears streamed down the couple's faces, their expressions heavy with profound grief, the woman's eyes never ceasing to flow. The man wiped his face and quietly stepped outside, where a frail, silver-haired matriarch awaited him. Nyang, is there truly no hope left? Little Bao is still so young, he lamented, breaking into tears, careful to suppress his sobs so as not to alert the child inside. The elderly woman gently patted the man's shoulder, equally sorrowful. Shengzi, there's no other way. This time, Granny Ling demands a tribute, and the outsiders cannot provide enough. According to the customs, we must offer one more young boy. It has fallen upon your family. For the sake of everyone, let little Bao enjoy a good meal before he departs. After wiping her tears, she turned and walked away. At that moment, the woman quietly stepped out, embracing the man as she wept in muffled agony. The little boy, sensing the commotion outside, rushed out holding a chicken leg. His wide eyes filled with confusion as he asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you crying? There is so much food, I can't eat it all by myself. Come, let us eat together." He extended the chicken leg towards the woman. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she embraced her son and cried out loud. The man named Shengzi fought back his sorrow, stood up, lifted little Bao, and wiped the tears from his face, speaking tenderly, "Little Bao, eat well. After you finish, you will have to be away from your parents for a while." Little Bao blinked and asked, "Am I going to find Xiao, Lu, and the others?" They disappeared during the ceremony before. "Yes, you will go to play with them." The man's voice trembled. "In some time, Daddy will come to bring you back home." Upon hearing this, little Bao smiled joyfully. Shengzi exchanged a glance with his wife, who, suppressing her heart-wrenching pain, took their son back inside. At that moment, the white-haired elderly woman returned, handing Shengzi a packet of powder. "Shengzi, give this to little Bao to drink. When he falls unconscious, he won't feel any pain. Let the child suffer a little less." Concealed nearby, Wang Tong's heart was already tumultuous. These villagers truly regarded the caravan as tributes. But on what grounds did they believe they could control the caravan, especially with several capable individuals among them? His gaze fixed on the powder in Shengzi's hand, and he quietly turned, stealthily trailing the white-haired woman. Chapter 69. The ceremony begins. Zhang Long and two others were stationed around the alley, and, as darkness fell, Wang Tong still had not returned. Just as the three hesitated to enter the alley for an investigation, Zhang Long felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Longo, let's go back. It was Wang Tong's voice. Zhang Long glanced around, but did not see Wang Tong's figure, realizing he was still in stealth mode, and signaled for the others to return to their lodgings. Inside, Lin Fan and the others awaited news from Wang Tong and his companions. Boss, I'm back. Wang Tong's figure slowly materialized before them, his expression grim. What is the matter? Any discoveries? Lin Fan could tell by Wang Tong's countenance that the situation was serious. As Zhang Long and the others entered the room, Wang Tong recounted the events behind the iron door. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Boss, these villagers regard us as tributes, preparing to offer us to that Granny Ling. I'm taking the brothers to smash that broken statue right now. Zhang Long exclaimed furiously. Ready to charge out. Zhang Long, are you out of your mind? Will that truly resolve the problem? Tang Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Long with a look of disdain, while Qin Wen gave her a thumbs up. At this moment, even if they were to smash the statue, it would be futile. Moreover, they had yet to ascertain the villagers' ulterior motives. Acting recklessly would only alert the enemy. Tang Xiaoxiao cast a triumphant glance at Qin Wen, casually seizing the Tang knife, declaring, I shall go and slay the Huang San. Let us resolve this matter once and for all. Qin Wen nearly spat out the water in his mouth, glaring at her and retorting, You are hardly better than him. Wait until Wang Tong finishes speaking. Lin Fan looked helplessly at the group, noting that the members of the convoy were increasingly reluctant to employ their intellect. Once Wang Tong concluded his account of Xiao Bao's situation, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Although the members of the convoy could not be deemed virtuous, the notion of sacrificing their own flesh and blood was a cruelty too great for most to bear. I surmised that this village might have struck some form of pact with the supernatural, offering outsiders as sacrifices in exchange for protection. Thus, it seemed plausible that the spirit grandmother was indeed the embodiment of the enigma itself. Qin Wen pondered before articulating his analysis. Strangely, I had yet to sense any trace of the supernatural. Could it be that the enigma would only manifest once the evening's ritual commenced? Lin Fan, holding the powder that Wang Tong had handed him, queried in confusion, Do these villagers truly believe that this mere pouch of powder could subdue us all? At that moment, the convoy's doctor, Feng Bin, approached, carefully examining the powder in his hand. He pinched a small amount and tasted it thoughtfully. Boss, this is a locally concocted sedative. According to Wang Tong's description, it should be mixed with the incense used in the ritual, activating its effects upon burning. However, while it may affect ordinary individuals, its efficacy against sequence abilities is limited. They undoubtedly have other tricks up their sleeves, Lin Fan pondered. Wang Tong, distribute the antidote among the brothers. By nightfall, everything will be revealed. What has become of Xiao Bao? As the group prepared to depart, Tang Xiaoxiao inquired. Wang Tong's expression darkened as he replied, When I left, I witnessed them gradually bringing the child out. Gradually? Tang Xiaoxiao's thoughts raced, her teeth grinding audibly, while the others tightened their grips on their weapons. They had not anticipated the villagers to be so ruthless. Boss, should we inform Zhang Wei and the others? Qin Wen glanced outside, noting that the students and survivors were likely still with the villagers, awaiting the grand ritual they spoke of. A word of caution would suffice. Do not disclose too much, for they will doubt our words. The group dispersed to make their preparations. The sun was on the verge of setting, casting its final orange hues across the sky, draping the tranquil village in a warm embrace. However, as night descended, an oppressive sensation began to wash over them like an encroaching tide. In the heart of the village, the statue of the spirit grandmother, under the dimming light, appeared increasingly menacing. In the open space before the statue, the villagers busied themselves, hauling tables and chairs, and building a bonfire, seemingly preparing for the evening's sacrificial ceremony. A peculiar scent, a fusion of aromatic candles and the burning of certain herbs, gradually permeated the air. Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the unmistakable odor of medicinal powder. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The so-called grand sacrificial ceremony was likely to unveil the true nature of this village. The night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink. As dense fog began to rise within the village, Lin Fan and the others were escorted to a distance to observe the proceedings. while the members of the Divine Realm caravan maintained a grim demeanor, clutching their weapons tightly. "In my name, the Divine Domain opens." Lin Fan called forth the Divine Domain in a hushed tone, and beneath their feet, an almost imperceptible ripple emerged. A broad altar had already been erected before the statue of Grandmother Ling, adorned with various platters of fruits and delicacies. The final offering was a large basin of bloody raw meat, causing Lin Fan and his companions' expressions to grow cold. This was the little treasure spoken of by Wang Tong. The villagers gathered densely in front of the statue, clad in relatively tidy, yet oddly styled dark garments. The fervor of the day had vanished from their faces, replaced by an almost fanatical devotion. Elder Huang and the white-haired woman donned dark red robes embroidered with bizarre symbols, wielding bone staffs and rattles. The university students and survivors stood among the villagers, eagerly anticipating the grand sacrificial ceremony they had heard about, oblivious to the impending danger. Zhang Wei stood anxiously in the center of the crowd. Zhang Long had already warned him of the village's troubles. But the mesmerized university students and survivors paid no heed to his words. Elder Huang and the white-haired woman began to perform a strange dance before the statue, their voices oscillating between sharp and low tones. The mingling sound of their rattles created a disorienting effect. The strange aroma of burning candles infused with a special herb intensified, as the incense laced with a sleeping drug silently spread, infiltrating the nostrils of every onlooker. Fortunately, the members of the Divine Realm caravan, having prepared antidotes in advance, remained unaffected. The crowd before the statue began to exhibit vacant expressions, murmuring the incomprehensible prayers in unison with Elder Huang and the white-haired woman. Suddenly, the bronze compass in Qin Wen's hand began to tremble violently, the needle abruptly pointing towards the statue of Grandmother Ling. His face paled, and he whispered urgently, "Boss. Energy fluctuations. They're emanating from the statue. Something sinister is approaching." Almost simultaneously with his warning, an invisible, formidable force erupted from the statue. A low, almost inaudible hum resonated, yet it was unmistakably clear to everyone present. Following that, countless whispers arose, eerily reminiscent of the sounds echoing through the fog of the farmstay. Lin Fan and the others exchanged alarmed glances. The Nightmarish Rat. Chapter 70. The Gathering of the Strange. Having evaded the effects of the sleeping drug, and bolstered by Lin Fan's divine domain resistance, the members of the Divine Realm caravan experienced only a fleeting moment of disorientation before swiftly regaining their composure. However, the earlier rat tide had left them drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Lin Fan's heart began to grow heavy. The divine punishment of the realm would not be unleashed again for another 7 days. He fervently hoped that the nightmare rodents were not among the arrivals. The university students and survivors displayed vacant expressions, their faces reflecting an odd mixture of sorrow and joy, their bodies swaying slightly as they clearly succumbed to deep enchantment. Losing control over their physical forms, left only with subconscious reactions to the illusions. The unsettling sound of rustling echoed from the darkness surrounding the square. Soon after, pairs of eerie green orbs ignited in the shadows like ghostly flames, multiplying until they densely surrounded the entire square. It was the nightmare rodent offspring. They had arrived. Their greedy gazes scanned the immobile individuals before them, as the villagers gradually awakened and quietly gathered at the altar, expressionlessly observing the still-numb university students and survivors in front of the stone statue. As for Lin Fan and his companions, the villagers believed that Granny Ling was soon to arrive and that these individuals would become the offering she demanded. The nightmare rodent offspring had spotted Lin Fan and his companions from a distance. The holy power radiating from the divine realm filled their green eyes with a mixture of fury and a hint of fear. The energy fluctuations emanating from the statue grew increasingly intense. "Boss, that giant is coming. What should we do?" Qin Wen anxiously inquired, glancing at the trembling pointer. Xiao Ming, and I will interrupt the sacrifice. We cannot allow that giant to descend. The rest of you, do not stray from the realm's borders. Return to the vehicles and hold your ground." With Lin Fan's command, the members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy sprang into action. The ordinary team members swiftly returned to their vehicles, the 6 cars forming a tight circle. Zhang Long mounted a heavy machine gun atop the pickup truck, while Wang Tong continuously set traps at the edge of the Divine Realm. Chu Xian stood beside Zhang Long, prepared to chant. Simultaneously, the restless figure of Tang Xiao darted forth like a bolt of lightning, her blade unsheathing with a resonant roar that echoed through the square as a sharp, immense blade of light cleaved toward the burning incense burner. Boom! The incense burner shattered under the strike, burning incense and candles scattering in all directions. The blade's momentum did not wane as it toppled the altar, causing the villagers to flee in all directions. Lin Meng's colossal fist had already struck the statue of Granny Ling, producing a tremendous hum as fissures began to appear on its surface. Disturb the sacrificers, and you shall die. Grandpa Huang, witnessing the three rush over, appeared maddened. A powerful wave of mental energy radiated from him, transforming into arrows that shot toward Lin Fan in the air. Lin Fan, with his keen insight, discerned the trajectory of the arrows with crystal clarity, skillfully dodging the mental projectiles as he thundered, "Wake the hell up! Look around you. These villagers intend to use your lives, along with their own children's lives, to feed these monsters." The so-called Granny Ling is none other than a nightmare rodent face. His voice reverberated like thunder in their ears, causing the university's students and survivors in the square to tremble violently as they struggled to break free from the grip of the illusions. The densely packed nightmare rat offspring surrounded them, drawing them once more into the fog-laden farmhouse. A colossal wave of terror and overwhelming nausea shattered their psychological defenses in an instant. Ah! A piercing scream rent the night sky. Blasphemy! Profanity! You desecrate the divine. Witnessing this, old Master Huang's eyes widened with rage as he brandished his bone staff, bellowing in fury, disrupting the spirit's feast. Kill them. He commanded the villagers to attack Lin Fan and his companions, unaware that Lin Fan had already approached him, cleaving him down with his bone blade. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao combined their efforts, toppling the statue of Grandmother Ling. The nightmare rat offspring surged forth from the darkness like a gray wave of death, lunging towards the square. Ha ha ha! Grandmother Ling will punish you. Old Master Huang struggled to rise, laughing maniacally as he knelt in prayer before the gray tide of rats. The countless nightmare rat offspring seemed oblivious to his pleas. Unlike before, they now targeted the nearest living beings. Whether students or survivors, even villagers, they became mere sustenance for these ravenous creatures. No, please, Grandmother Ling, we are your faithful followers. One by one, villagers were overwhelmed by several nightmare rat offspring, their desperate wails echoing as they were torn apart in an instant. Help! Save me! Under Zhang Wei's command, the students and survivors screamed as they fled towards the Divine Realms convoy, only to be ambushed by a nightmare rat offspring that bit into a calf, dragging them down to the ground. The scene descended into utter chaos, transforming into a bloody hell. The gnawing sounds, screams of agony, cries for help, and the shrieks of the rat horde intertwined in a cacophony. Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao fought desperately against the nightmare rat offspring in the square, while Zhang Long unleashed the thunderous roar of a heavy machine gun. Wang Tong's traps formed barriers around the divine realm, thwarting the onslaught of the rat tide. As Chu Qian's incantations resonated, they fortified the strength of the crowd. Lin Fan seized the prostrate old Master Huang and the white-haired elder, exclaiming, "Look at what your so-called Grandmother Ling truly is. Just as filthy and bizarre as these nightmare rats." Old Master Huang gazed upon the horrific scene before him, utterly contrary to his expectations. Villagers were howling in agony as the nightmare rat offspring tore into them, and the child he had shielded was being dragged deeper into the fog by the ravenous creatures. His faith crumbled, replaced by a boundless rage and madness. Why? We have sacrificed so much. Even our own children. He appeared deranged, suddenly thrusting his bone staff into the ground, hands weaving strange sigils, emanating intense psychic waves, the power of a level 2 spirit medium. By my soul, I call upon your true name, Grandmother Ling. Please descend and punish the faithless. He attempted to serve as a conduit, forcibly summoning or communicating with the so-called Grandmother Ling, urging her to descend personally, rectify the chaos, and fulfill her promise of protection. I curse you, you fool. Lin Fan could hardly fathom that. In such dire circumstances, old Master Huang still placed his faith in the so-called spirit granny. Yet, he found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with the ramblings of this madman. The nightmarish mice pups had already begun to gnaw at the children behind the villagers, and the air was filled with the heart-wrenching cries of the innocent. Just 10 minutes prior, a group of university students, frantically fleeing towards the divine caravan. Halted abruptly upon hearing the wails of the children, they turned to witness the horrifying sight of the 5- and 6-year-olds encircled by the ravenous pups. The terrified little ones stood frozen in place, tears streaming down their faces as they watched their loved ones being dragged away one by the monstrous creatures. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, the equally frightened students wiped their tears and, with desperate cries, rushed towards the children, their fear unabated yet their resolve unwavering. Have you lost your minds? Are you seeking death? The nearby survivors looked on in disbelief as the students charged towards the nightmarish mice. There are still children there. We must save them. They are the villagers' children. They just try to kill us. The children are innocent. The young students, their faces still cherubic, cried out loudly as they sprinted towards the encircled children. A few newly awakened students took the lead, struggling through the throng of pups, their bodies already marred by wounds. There were far too many nightmarish mice pups. As they drew closer, only a little girl, clutching a rag doll, remained. Just as the pups were about to seize her, a blade of light descended from the heavens, and the bloodthirsty bone blade ruthlessly impaled the nearest pup to the ground. Lin Fan landed heavily beside the girl, sending the surrounding pups flying before swiftly scooping her up and, with a kick, toppling a few of the frenzied students in front of him. What a mess! Get back immediately! Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, the students hurriedly crawled towards the divine caravan. Wong Tong, Lin Fan called out, and suddenly Wong Tong appeared, having stealthily approached after sensing the dire situation. He took the little girl from Lin Fan's arms as Lin Fan turned to confront the nightmarish mice pups. At that moment, Old Master Huang's summoning had just concluded. The thick fog enveloping the village churned violently, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A colossal shadow, despairingly immense, descended from above, crashing heavily at the edge of the square, causing the earth to tremble. It was a giant nightmarish mouse, its size comparable to a small mountain, with fur like steel needles and eyes resembling blood-red lakes. However, its aura was somewhat disordered, bearing deep, jagged wounds as if carved by a sharp blade, oozing dark purple blood, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Behind this terrifying creature, shrouded in mist, a figure emerged, holding a blood-red paper umbrella and clad in a grand crimson robe, gliding forth with an eerie grace. A funeral in red. Its crimson eyes gazed with keen interest at the chaos below, as if relishing a splendid performance. Chapter 71. 2 Eerie Battles. The moment the nightmarish rat manifested, a stream of consciousness was absorbed into its form from the shattered statue. The so-called spirit granny was, in fact, but a fragment of the nightmarish rat's awareness. Lord Huang San had always believed in the existence of spiritual entities, and the creature before him was precisely that. He stared blankly at the bizarre sight before him, resembling a small mountain, and the terrifying figure cloaked in red behind it, his mind utterly vacant. How could this be? The spirit granny is a strange entity, he muttered, his heart already plunging into despair. The nightmarish rat's blood-red eye swept across the square, momentarily lingering on Lin Fan and the others, sensing the residual aura of the divine punishment, letting out an angry growl. Ultimately, however, its gaze settled on the exceptionally vibrant Lord Huang San and the white-haired elder beside him. Roar! It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a putrid gust of wind, and, in a burst of speed incongruent with its colossal form, lunged at the dazed pair. No! Lord Huang San could only let out a startled cry before he, along with the white-haired elder, was instantaneously engulfed by the nightmarish rat's gaping mouth. The nightmarish rat seemed to regain a measure of strength, its wounds slowly knitting together. It shook its massive head, its blood-red pupils again warily fixating on the exceedingly troublesome figure of the red-clad Undertaker. The red-clad Undertaker still held up her parasol, a hauntingly ethereal aria escaping her lips, seemingly unfazed by the nightmarish rat consuming its offerings, her gaze lingering more on Lin Fan, her eyes glinting with greed and curiosity, nearly materializing. The two terrifying beings once more stood in confrontation upon this blood-soaked sacrificial square. Between them lay the frenzied crowd ensnared in a sea of rats, and the God Kingdom's convoy, bracing themselves, their expressions gravely tense. The nightmarish rat was the first to launch an assault on the red-clad Undertaker, perceiving the members of the God Kingdom's convoy merely as food destined to be devoured. First, it would deal with this immediate nuisance. Roar! With a furious bellow, All the juvenile, nightmarish rats surged toward the red-clad Undertaker. Squeak! Hiss! The dense throng of juvenile, nightmarish rats emitted piercing, shrill cries, charging heedlessly from all directions toward the red-clad Undertaker. In the face of the overwhelming tide of rats, the red-clad Undertaker continued her slow, eerie dance. The blood-colored paper parasol twirling gently in her hand, her aura soaring higher. Suddenly, a wave of invisible force radiated outward from her center. The juvenile, nightmarish rats at the forefront, upon being struck by the force, froze in their tracks, their gray fur rapidly losing its luster. Their bodies desiccating as if all moisture had been drained, ultimately crumbling into mere bones scattered across the ground. Yet, the sheer number of juvenile nightmarish rats was overwhelming. As they pressed on relentlessly towards the red-clad Undertaker, the enormous foreclaw of the nightmarish mouse, accompanied by a howling wind, descended violently upon the crimson parasol of the mourning attire. Beneath the shadow of the massive claw, the figure of the mourning attire appeared diminutive. She ceased her theatrical performance, abruptly folding her blood-red paper parasol, its tip now pointed skyward like a sharp sword, thrusting fiercely towards the center of the colossal claw. A resounding thud erupted, a sound so profoundly deep it resembled the clash of two mountains. Concurrently, a dense army of paper figures materialized around a mourning attire, surging towards the nightmarish mouse's offspring, akin to a white tidal wave crashing against gray rocks. The ground beneath the mourning attire caved in, creating a substantial pit. Yet, her slender form stood resolutely at the bottom, the blood-red parasol still held aloft, its crimson glow dimming slightly. The enormous claw of the nightmarish mouse was forcibly halted in midair, where the palm met the parasol's tip, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion, with wisps of black smoke rising, indicating it had suffered significant damage as well. Without a moment's hesitation, the two formidable entities collided once more. On the side of the Divine Nation caravan, the spectators were filled with trepidation. The combat between the two had transcended any battle they had previously witnessed. Each clash contained cataclysmic power. "Boss, what should we do?" Chinwen gasped, as the presence of the nightmarish mouse's offspring had vanished from beside the caravan. The mourning attire had drawn all their attention. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp, his discerning eyes fixated on the battlefield, despite the relentless assault from the nightmarish mouse. The mourning attire adeptly evaded, her internal energy flowing without obstruction. Although the nightmarish mouse was ferocious, it could not effectively strike the mourning attire. Instead, she inflicted grievous wounds upon its body, revealing deep lacerations through which dark purple blood began to seep during the violent struggle. They were mutually restraining one another. "This is our opportunity," Lin Fan decisively declared. "Chinwen, can you still sense the energy fluctuations at the exit?" Chinwen's face was pale, straining to maintain the stability of the compass. "I can." The mist energy at the exit has become unstable under their confrontation, fluctuating between strong and weak. But too dangerous. There was no time for hesitation. Just as Lin Fan prepared to lead everyone to break through, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. The nightmarish mouse let out a furious roar, its mouth agape to an extreme. Upon hearing its furious bellow, all the nightmarish mouse offspring abandoned the paper figures before them, leaping rapidly into the gaping maw of the nightmarish mouse. Its wounds healed swiftly, its form expanding at an alarming rate. The mourning attire's eyes filled with apprehension as she subtly drifted backward, after devouring all the nightmarish mouse offspring. The nightmarish mouse's momentum surged to a level that instilled fear in all present. The tide of battle immediately turned. The mourning attire was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the nightmarish mouse, her grand crimson attire showing signs of distress, while the blood-red parasol in her grasp became tattered and worn, as the Divine Kingdom's convoy attempted to flee towards the outskirts of the village. They were abruptly met with a crimson paper umbrella hurled in their direction. The heavy-duty pickup truck, just starting to accelerate, slammed on the brakes. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon the blood-red umbrella, suspended in midair, radiating an aura of palpable menace. Should the convoy proceed, the umbrella would undoubtedly crush all vehicles within their ranks. Damn it! Lin Fan pounded the steering wheel in frustration. He had not anticipated that two enigmatic figures were monitoring the convoy's movements, determined to prevent their escape. At that moment, the Divine Kingdom's convoy had become peculiar spoils of war. Regardless of who emerged victorious from the ensuing conflict, the fate of the convoy remained grim. Just as despair engulfed the hearts of the onlookers, a powerful energy surge emanated from the distant mist. Suddenly, a formidable figure materialized upon the battlefield. Clad in tattered black robes and bearing a scarred visage, particularly notable were the eyes, one red and one black, clutching a bloodied, grotesque weapon. In the shadows, he appeared as a demonic entity risen from the abyss. "Boss, your father has arrived," came the voice of Tang Xiao Xiao through the vehicle's intercom. Lin Fan and the others leaped from their vehicle, staring in awe at the familiar silhouette hovering above. White Madman, Chapter 72, Chaos Unleashed. The unexpected arrival of the White Madman momentarily brought a semblance of stillness to the chaotic battlefield. His ragged attire, stained with filth, framed a face of wild disarray, and his eyes sparkled with a chaotic fervor. Following the blood moon tide, his power had become even more unfathomable. Since the White Madman's descent into madness, Lin Fan and his companions had assumed they would never encounter him again. None could have predicted his sudden appearance, as if drawn by an unseen force. The nightmarish rat, with its lake-like crimson eye, and the morning in red, with its white paper face adorned with scarlet eyes, both diverted their attention from one another, fixating instead on this unwelcome guest, radiating a palpable sense of danger. From this human, they sensed a chaotic yet formidable pressure. The White Madman tilted his head, his murky and disordered gaze sweeping over the poised Lin Fan and his allies, momentarily flickering with a fleeting sense of disorientation. Yet, this moment of confusion was swiftly eclipsed by the presence of the two powerful enigmas in the arena. Upon seeing the morning in red, the White Madman's crimson eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance. In the next instant, his form, elusive as a specter, materialized before the morning in red. The excitement in his red orbs intensified as he scrutinized the eerie figure before him. "How intriguing," he exclaimed, baring his uneven canines, his throat emitting a laugh reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. "You have awakened. It has been a long time." The White Madman's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. He was acquainted with the morning in red. Incorrect. Lin Fan and the others immediately realized that the White Madman could not possibly know the burial of red makeup. Instead, it was the mysterious Huangmiao village that occupied his mind. However, the atmosphere was devoid of the joy typically associated with a reunion. Burial of red makeup quietly stepped back a few paces, evidently wary of the peculiarities that resided within the White Madman's mind. Suddenly, a pure excitement and greed, reminiscent of discovering a novel toy, erupted in his chaotic gaze. Ah, two magnificent treasures. No sooner had the words left his lips than he sprang into action. Without warning or method, his figure flickered like a specter, and when it became clear again, he had already appeared beside the massive, pillar-like foreleg of the nightmarish rat. Bang! The bizarre weapon, emanating black magical flames, struck fiercely against the rat's sturdy leg bone. The chaotic and violent force caused the nightmarish rat to stagger in pain, its colossal body teetering slightly. The area struck was left with broken, steel-like fur, lacerated skin, and even a crack appeared on the purple glowing bone beneath. The might of this blow far surpassed the damage inflicted by burial of red makeup. Roar! The nightmarish rat erupted into a furious rage, abandoning its focus on burial of red makeup, and with a crushing momentum, its massive claws swung fiercely toward the White Madman at its side. Ha ha! The White Madman let out a series of manic laughs, his form once again blurring, nearly teleporting to the rat's back. The strange weapon in his hand plunged wildly into the nightmarish rat's back. Simultaneously, burial of red makeup narrowed her crimson eyes, seemingly recalling the peculiar identity within the White Madman's mind. Her bizarre theatrical tone rose again, and with a flourish of her grand red gown, she unleashed two flowing sleeves. As the nightmarish rat was entangled, these sleeves, akin to steel whips, plunged viciously into the wounds on the rat's body, carrying dark red bloodlines. Swoosh! The sleeves precisely penetrated the nightmarish rat's injuries. With the eerie steps of burial of red makeup, the sleeves thrashed violently within the rat's body. Ack! The nightmarish rat emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony. The dark red bloodlines on the sleeves contained a peculiar corrosive power, relentlessly destroying its flesh and blood. Its enormous form thrashed violently, twisting and turning in an attempt to dislodge the White Madman from its back and escape the grip of the sleeves. Yet, Amidst its frantic struggle, the white madman responded with an even more exhilarated, bizarre laugh, clinging to it like a relentless parasite. A deep wound, exposing bone, was cleaved into the nightmarish rat's back by the white madman. Casting aside his strange weapon, he plunged his hands, like sharp claws imbued with black energy, deeply into the flesh of the rat's back, firmly grasping its spine. The white madman's unique blood magic sequence ability activated, and the rat's energy surged through the black chains extending from the white madman, replenishing him continuously. With a haunting cry, the nightmarish rat gradually diminished in size, its breath weakening rapidly. The bride adorned in red suddenly drew forth her flowing sleeves, stepping with an eerie grace as they danced through the air, tracing mysterious runes. In moments of joy for the groom and heartbreak for the bride, her voice resonated with a hauntingly beautiful timbre, yet it bore a soul-stirring sorrow. Red bridal attire. A funeral procession. As her voice erupted in a thunderous aria, a procession of paper figures abruptly materialized in the void not far away. The chilling sound of the suona pierced the heavens, as the eerie paper figures, clad in vibrant red ceremonial garments, advanced through the air, resembling a wedding entourage. However, where one would expect the bride's sedan chair, for paper figures instead bore a massive crimson coffin. This bizarre wedding procession, complemented by the piercing sound of the suona and the strange singing of the red-clad bride, sent chills down the spines of Lin Fan and his companions, awakening their deepest fears. This was indeed the true red bridal funeral. The paper figures encircled the thrashing nightmarish rat, spinning relentlessly. As the anguished notes of the suona reached a fever pitch, the red coffin suddenly swung open, and an irresistible, powerful force instantly drew the nightmarish rat into its depths, followed by a thunderous slam of the coffin lid. In a final moment of desperation, the white madman leaped out, clutching the spine of the nightmarish rat. His body stained with dark purple blood, the manic grin on his face replaced by an acute vigilance toward the violently trembling red coffin, which filled him with profound unease. Inside the coffin, the nightmarish rat struggled furiously, the lid repeatedly pushed open, only to be slammed shut once more. The suona's notes grew increasingly sharp and urgent, akin to a tempest, as if urging the bride to embark without delay. The bride in red alighted upon the coffin, and just as the nightmarish rat made one final attempt to lift the lid, a concentrated psychic shock surged forth from her mouth, striking the white madman in the head. The lid then crashed down heavily, silencing all. The suona's melody abruptly shifted to a festive tune, as lines of blood entwined around the bride in red. Her brilliant crimson attire became even more resplendent, while the once pale faces of the paper figures gradually came to life, revealing the visage of an enchanting woman. Subsequently, her entire form transformed from paper into that of a living being. Meanwhile, the white madman in the distance began to undergo a transformation, his aura becoming increasingly ferocious. Energy surges intensifying, yet the expression on his face oscillated wildly. The nightmarish rat's final strike had shattered his already fragmented mental state. The two consciousnesses within him engaged in an unprecedented and fierce clash. Chapter 73, A Blessing in Disguise. The red bridal funeral was the first to regain its strength, bolstered by the energy flowing from the devoured nightmarish rat, allowing it to break through once more. At this moment, the red bride resembled a vividly enchanting woman, her crimson eyes still greedily fixed upon the struggling white madman. Boom! A formidable spiritual tempest erupted from the white madman, as Lin Fan's discerning eye revealed that the spiritual imprint unique to the white madman had vanished. At this moment, the figure standing there was entirely under the control of the mysterious and eerie forces of Huangmiao village, moving with an unfamiliarity. Its body transformed into a pair of crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, a grotesque expression emerging upon seeing Lin Fan and the others. The scent of food was intoxicating. Suddenly sensing the avaricious gaze of the red attire funeral, it broke into a wild grin, its speech becoming increasingly fluid. You wish to consume me? Then allow me to indulge you. Countless twisted black arms, resembling gigantic serpents, emerged from behind, clawing and rushing towards the red attire funeral. The sound of the suona once again rose to a crescendo. Two powerful aberrations, each yearning to devour the other to complete themselves, clashed violently. The red attire funeral surged forward, accompanied by a procession of paper figurines and a grand red coffin. A thunderous roar erupted, The tremendous sound momentarily rendered Lin Fan and the others deaf. A violent shockwave swept across the realm, dispersing the thick fog in the sky, and the village's structures were instantly reduced to ruins. Vehicles outside Lin Fan's domain were shredded by the fierce storm. Apart from Lin Fan, Lin Meng, Tang Xiaoxiao, and a few others, everyone else was knocked unconscious. Lin Fan's discerning eye could no longer capture the two aberrant figures, only witnessing the fierce collision of two immense energies. After a prolonged silence, Lin Fan and the others vaguely heard the bizarre, frenzied laughter emanating from the white madman, the peculiar theatrical tone of the red attire funeral, and the resounding notes of the Swana. Following another collision, the two aberrations revealed themselves. The white madman was battered and bruised, one arm broken, and his vitality waning. On the side of the red attire funeral, the paper figurines of the procession had been entirely obliterated, leaving only the red coffin beneath it, marred with deep claw marks, while its grand attire lay in tatters. After a brutal struggle, it appeared that the red attire funeral held the upper hand. Suddenly, two flowing sleeves appeared from its hands once more. When a suitor rejoices, the consort's heart is torn. Red attire, funeral. The grand red coffin swelled ominously, transforming into a gaping abyss, poised to engulf the white madman. Sensing an unprecedented danger, the white madman hastily retreated, moving with remarkable speed, becoming a mere blur. Yet the red attire funeral was swifter. The two sleeves, like white serpents, swiftly ensnared the fleeing white madman, yanking him toward the coffin. The white madman emitted a reluctant roar, and just as he was on the brink of being consumed by the coffin, the enormous black arm behind him suddenly recoiled, tightly wrapping around the red attire funeral. Both aberrations plummeted into the immense red coffin. Boom! The lid closed seamlessly. The enormous red coffin, having lost all support, plummeted from air and landed squarely in the bed of Lin Fan's heavily modified pickup truck, producing a thunderous sound. The truck, fortified beyond measure, was struck as if by a meteorite, with the bed and its contents instantly crushed and contorted, shards scattering in all directions. Even the pale, golden divine realm, which had long enveloped the convoy and offered a feeble protection, shattered like fragile glass under the onslaught of this brute force, transforming into a myriad of drifting specks of light. With a violent rupture, the divine realm was forcibly breached, and Lin Fan, as the host, suffered a backlash, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood nearly erupted forth. Qin Wen and the others hurried to support Lin Fan, all anxiously gazing at the trembling red coffin in the truck bed. The sound of the impact resonated like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of each onlooker. Suddenly, Lin Fan let out a furious roar, startling those around him. What's wrong, boss? Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, Zhang Long, and Chu Xian quickly surrounded him. The bizarre elixirs. My remaining 3 bottles of bizarre elixirs have been shattered. Lin Fan lamented, sorrowfully gazing at the crushed truck. Those 3 bottles, derived from the transformation of fire seed elixirs, held the potential to bestow 3 sequence abilities upon Convoy. Now, in this dire situation, they were irrevocably lost. Tang Xiaoxiao shot Lin Fan a look, exasperated that he still clung to such thoughts at a time like this. Qin Wen continuously reassured Lin Fan, saying, "Boss, consider it a misfortune turned into a blessing. Let us focus on survival for now." The surface of the coffin, adorned with dark red patterns, seemed to come alive, pulsating violently, exuding a suffocating aura of chaotic ferocity, surging forth like a tangible tide. The coffin's lid bulged under the fierce internal turmoil, producing a disconcerting creaking sound, as if it might be completely overturned at any moment. Should the 2 terrifying entities within escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this critical moment, a cold and mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. High-level eerie object detected, the red-embellished soul coffin. This eerie object can be converted into the host's divine realm core. Would you like to spend 50,000 divine points to enhance your divine realm? 50,000 points. This was nearly all of his current savings, his entire accumulation since achieving a modest prosperity, not yet spent on revengeful consumption, was now at risk of being entirely consumed by the system. Yet, gazing at the impending explosion of the coffin and sensing the terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything, Lin Fan dared not hesitate for even a moment. Confirm enhancement. With a resounding hum, a force far more magnificent and ancient than before, imbued with a blend of the sacred and the eerie, erupted violently from Lin Fan. Centering upon him, Lin Fan's divine realm unfurled once more, this time not in a mere golden hue, but in a deeper, dark gold, adorned with a myriad of intricate, mysterious runes. This formidable power first enveloped the heavy pickup truck that had been reduced to scrap metal. An astonishing scene unfolded. The shattered vehicle began to dissolve in the dark golden light, as if it were molten, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The body of the truck was reinforced continuously, its front end becoming increasingly fearsome, reminiscent of an ancient, ferocious beast. The original truck bed vanished entirely, replaced by a grander, more substantial dark golden coffin. The dark golden coffin fused seamlessly with the vehicle, its surface emblazoned with the emblem of the divine kingdom's convoy, magnified several times. The violently shaking crimson coffin was completely consumed by this larger sarcophagus. The entire vehicle had astonishingly transformed into an eerie spirit carriage bearing a colossal coffin. Simultaneously, a dark golden divine realm radiated from this funerary spirit carriage, spreading out like mercury in every direction. The area expanded several times beyond its previous limits, its color deepening to an even more profound dark gold. Divine realm enhancement complete. Divine funeral domain, centered on the host's funerary spirit carriage. It can extend within a 300-meter radius at the host's will, effectively weakening the encroachment of lower-tier anomalies, significantly increasing the healing and energy recovery rates of members within the Divine Kingdom Convoy. Divine Punishment can be activated once every 7 days, invoking the power of the Divine Funeral Domain to unleash purifying thunderstorms, delivering indiscriminate destructive strikes against all hostile targets within the domain. The power and range are determined by the host's strength and the number of divine disciples. Divine Funeral can activate the funerary coffin, devouring and suppressing anomalous targets not exceeding the host's current comprehensive strength, transforming them into pure energy that nourishes the divine funeral domain and all members of the divine kingdom convoy within it. As the system notifications resonated, Lin Fan distinctly sensed the unity between himself and the funerary spirit carriage. A pure and immense energy surged from the carriage into his body, replenishing his previously expended strength in an instant and even subtly enhancing it. He glanced around, noticing Lin Meng, Tang Xiao, Qin Wan, and others displaying expressions of astonishment, clearly feeling the influx of this unexpected energy, their fatigue dissipating entirely, and their condition at an unprecedented peak. The remaining members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy also awakened under this pure power, each reveling in the sensation of burgeoning strength within them. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the dark golden coffin. The original crimson coffin had been absorbed, and the two competing consciousnesses within it had now settled into silence. The remnants of Bai Fengzi's shattered body had vanished completely, replaced by a serene, red-clad figure lying quietly within the coffin. Now an unconscious anomaly firmly suppressed by the dark golden sarcophagus, continuously siphoning energy to nourish each member of the Divine Kingdom Convoy. The crisis had been temporarily averted, and, unexpectedly, they had garnered unimaginable fortification. Lin Fan caressed the mysterious funeral hearse beside him, feeling the immense power emanating from the realm of divine funerals. His heart a tumult of emotions. The funeral hearse would undoubtedly become the nucleus of the Divine Kingdom's convoy, serving as their mobile fortress and source of strength in the apocalypse. The newly emerged divine funeral skills instilled within Lin Fan a profound sense of confidence. Chapter 74. The second sequence of Qin 1. The members of the Divine Kingdom's convoy gazed at the enigmatic funeral hearse before them, feeling the surge of power within their bodies, their faces alight with ecstatic expressions. Although the eerie atmosphere in the village had dissipated, a shared glance between Lin Fan and Qin revealed their deep-seated concerns. From the peculiarities within the madman's body and the dialogue surrounding the red-clad funeral, it was easy for the two to surmise that the two anomalies were acquainted, indirectly indicating that the strange phenomena in the apocalypse were not isolated occurrences. These entities possess consciousness and possibly belong to some unknown order or organization. The onset of the apocalypse represented a confluence of a bizarre world and reality, triggering a surge of anomalies in the real world. Could it be that these two anomalies were originally part of that strange realm? The eruption of the blood moon tides hastened the merging of the bizarre world with reality. A solemn expression settled on both their faces. Survival would undoubtedly become more arduous. Lin Fan shook his head, as if to cast off the weighty thoughts. He vigorously rubbed his cheeks, forcing a relaxed smile. He patted Wen's shoulder, saying, "Let us not think too far ahead. The boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. Aren't we continuously growing stronger? Now that the funeral hearse is brimming with energy, it is imperative to focus on our training." Seeing Lin Fan's beaming smile, Wen felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. This man, who aspired to become a deity in the apocalypse, always managed to create miracles in dire circumstances. In countless moments of peril, he had a remarkable ability to mitigate danger, as if he were truly a divine being sent from the heavens. Perhaps one day, they would witness his ascension to godhood. Suppressing his worries, Wen swiftly entered a meditative state, absorbing the pure spiritual energy emanating from the funeral hearse. Lin Fan remained vigilant, observing the surrounding university students and survivors who had yet to awaken. The realm of divine funerals seemed to autonomously distinguish the members of the divine kingdom's convoy. Even within this domain, they received no energy feedback. As he watched the ordinary members of the convoy organizing the vehicles, he suddenly sensed a surge of pure, anomalous medicinal essence. It was from the 3 shattered bottles of strange potions. Unexpectedly absorbed by the hearse, this essence had transformed into an exceptionally pure form, coursing towards the spiritually strongest Wen, instantaneously merging with his body. Wen, lost in his meditation, let out a pained scream, his entire being trembling violently, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around them. Wen, what happened to him? Don't touch him. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop them, his gaze keenly fixed on Wen. He had encountered a new opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the crowd suppressed their concerns and swiftly encircled Wen, their anxious gazes fixated upon his transformations. Wen's body trembled increasingly, veins on his forehead bulging, sweat saturating his garments in an instant. More astonishingly, his once jet black hair transformed at a visible pace into a striking white, growing wildly until it cascaded down to his shoulders, his youthful visage aging by several years. The second sequence. Wen has awakened the second sequence. Et glim tang xiao xia. While others struggled to awaken their sequence abilities, Wen had astonishingly achieved the second sequence. As Wen's aura gradually stabilized, Lin Fan heard the system's notification resonate in his ears. Host Divine Disciple Wen has awakened the second sequence, the Enigmatic Contractor sequence. The Enigmatic Contractor sequence, a unique talent that allows one to forge a soul contract with bizarre entities. Upon successful contract, the entity and the contractor would share thoughts as if they were one. The ability to contract with the peculiar. Wen's fortune was indeed extraordinary. However, the potency of such an ability largely depends on the strength of the contracted entity. Contracting with a lower-tier anomaly would be a sheer waste. Yet, a splendid choice presented itself at this moment. With a shift in thought, Lin Fan summoned the spectral figure of the red attire mourner from within the coffin, now devoid of consciousness, leaving only its peculiar instincts and various abilities. Akin to a blank slate. Wen, do you desire a wife? Lin Fan bellowed. Wen's eyes snapped open. His pupils transformed from their usual hue into 2 unfathomable dark whirlpools, within which was faintly reflected a slender figure clad in red. He immediately grasped Lin Fan's intention. There could be no more perfect contract partner than this unconscious red attire mourner. He raised his hand, his fingertips delicately tracing the air, conjuring a complex and ancient contract rune composed of mental energy. The moment the rune took shape, the entire divine burial realm quivered gently. With my soul, I bind thy spirit, coexisting in life and death as shadows entwined. Wen's voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of an ancient deity's whisper, resonating with an archaic rhythm. As he chanted, a crimson beam of spiritual light emanated from his eyes, connecting to the mourner's third eye. The mourner began to tremble unconsciously, a profound and intricate rune materializing upon its brow. After a while, the dark whirlpools in Wen's eyes settled, clarity returning, yet his silver hair remained striking. He beckoned to the red attire mourner. A crimson figure slowly materialized behind him, its outline identical to the previous mourner, but its aura now resonated with Wen's essence, its power aligning with the strength he currently possessed. Subsequently, Wen reached out toward the blood-red umbrella that had fallen to the ground, and with a grasp in the void, the mourner behind him manifested the iconic red umbrella in its hands. The crimson-clad figure, known as the Morning Bride, stood silently behind Qin Wan, holding an ornate red umbrella, resembling the most faithful shadow of Qin Wan, devoid of independent thought, possessing only unwavering obedience and guardianship towards her master. Qin Wan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, experiencing an unprecedented sense of solidity and empowerment surging within him, linked to the enigmatic presence behind him with unparalleled clarity. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this unimaginable spectacle. Tang Xiao, unable to contain her curiosity, cautiously approached and gently poked the cheek of the Morning Bride with her finger. Noticing the lack of response, she breathed a sigh of relief. Moments earlier, she had sensed a hint of threat emanating from the Morning Bride, standing behind Qin Wan. To her surprise, the formidable entity that had once sent their convoy fleeing like rabbits had now become a peculiar contract companion of Qin Wan. With renewed curiosity, she began to poke and prod at the Morning Bride, treating her as if she were an intriguing toy. "What are you doing?" Qin Wan glared at Tang Xiao, swatting away her restless hands. TSK, clearly you found a wife and forgotten your brothers. Not even a touch is permissible." Tang Xiao rolled her eyes, looking at Qin Wan with disdain. "How do you feel?" Lin Fan inquired with concern. A genuine smile spread across Qin Wan's face. "Boss, I've never felt better." He gestured towards the Morning Bride behind him. "Little Hong and I are now in perfect sync. Commanding her is akin to controlling my own body. When danger arises, she will automatically defend and counterattack. Although her current strength does not match her peak, it will grow alongside my abilities." He paused, lifting the bronze compass in his hand, a look of relief flashing in his eyes. "More importantly, the side effects can now be transferred to her. In the future, I need not worry when using the bronze compass." As he gazed at the compass, a faint pain lingered in his chest. While it was undeniably useful, the side effects were exceedingly burdensome. Lin Fan pointed at Qin Wan's white hair, concern etched on his face. Qin Wan chuckled wryly. "The cost is considerable, but it is worth it." Zhang Long and the others nearby displayed lecherous grins. Egged on by Tang Xiao, they jeered. Oh, you once called her a peculiar entity, and now you started referring to her as Little Hong. Qin team, you must hold your ground. This is crossing species. Isn't it? In the future, we'll have to rely on your sister-in-law to protect us when danger strikes. Ha ha ha. In the face of his companion's teasing, Qin Wan calmly adjusted his glasses, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "Bah, you are nothing but transparently envious." At that moment, he was no longer the defenseless character in need of protection, devoid of combat prowess. The abilities bestowed by the contract tier sequence had elevated him to one of the foremost combatants of the convoy. Chapter 75, The Hope Convoy. Ling Grandma Village had become a desolate ruin, with the villagers suffering heavy casualties, leaving only a 4-year-old girl, still unconscious alongside a university student. Zhang Long and his team went to inspect the vehicles. Several had been severely damaged during the recent battle. A preliminary estimate suggests that a complete repair will require no less than an hour. Lin Fan gazed at the eastern sky, which was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. He resolved to wait until the sun had fully risen before setting out. He instructed the team's chef to prepare a meal, while Zhang Long led the crew in hastening the vehicle repairs and the others organized supplies, causing the entire convoy to operate with remarkable efficiency. Tang Xiao leaned closer to Qin Wan. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the enchanting figure of Hong Zhuang behind him. She playfully urged, "Qin Wan, why not let your little Hong perform a show for me? Perhaps a twirl with the umbrella or a snippet of song." Wasn't she fond of singing in the past? Qin Wan shot her a disapproving glance, his irritation palpable. "She currently lacks independent consciousness and can only follow my commands. Moreover, her abilities are intended for combat and protection, not performance." Nevertheless, he relented slightly, commanding Hong Zhuang to gracefully spin the paper umbrella in her grasp, releasing a trail of crimson light, thus partially satisfying Tang Xiao's curiosity. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the university students. The group immediately fell into a state of readiness for battle, as Hong Zhuang hovered in midair, her blood-red umbrella whirling ominously, exuding an intimidating aura. They turned to see that some of the students were beginning to awaken upon witnessing the ravaged village, particularly the eerie funeral cart behind Lin Fan and the silently standing Hong Zhuang beside Qin Wan. Their faces drained of color, and they cried out in terror. However, upon realizing that the members of the Divine Kingdom convoy appeared calm and organized, they understood that the immediate danger had passed. Although they could not comprehend why Hongzhuang had appeared among the Divine Kingdom convoy, the mere fact of their survival felt like a stroke of luck, leaving them hesitant to inquire further. The glances they cast towards the Divine Kingdom convoy were imbued with a mixture of relief and respect for strength. When Zhonglong announced that they would set off at dawn, they scrambled to gather the scant remaining supplies. The survivors had suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle, leaving only 6 of them, yet 2 of the sequence ability wielders had survived. They recognized that joining the Divine Kingdom convoy as formal members was the best option. But Lin Fan's reluctance to make a decision, along with the subtle shifts in mindset that came with becoming sequence ability wielders, led them to contemplate forming their own team. They set their sights on the similarly beleaguered group of university students. After discussions with Zhang Wei and several sequence ability wielders from the student team, the survivors formally merged with the students to establish a new team named the Hope Convoy. The number of sequence ability wielders within the Hope Convoy reached 6, nearly matching that of the Divine Kingdom convoy. However, in terms of strength, the figure of Hongzhuang behind Qin Wen could easily overpower them. Zhang Wei was appointed as the captain of this new team, with a middle-aged sequence ability wielder named Lu Shan serving as the vice-captain. Lin Fan said nothing in response, allowing them to carry on with their antics. Chu Xian quietly complained, "They clearly relied on us from the very beginning to survive. Yet, when forming a new team, they don't even bother to consult us. Now that they have fortuitously attained their abilities, they believe they have risen above us." Most members of the Divine Nation team shared Chu Xian's sentiments, viewing the survivors merely as vassals. The unilateral decision to collaborate with the university students left a sense of betrayal lingering in the air. Mealtime. Is this childish play really worth your concern? Tang Xiao gently tapped Chu Xian with her chopsticks. In her eyes, no matter how much rubbish was piled together, it ultimately constituted nothing more than a larger heap of refuse. Qin Wen savored the porridge in his bowl, feeling quite pleased after awakening to the second tier of abilities. He had arranged for Hongzhuang to sit in the passenger seat. A person's mindset invariably shifts with the evolution of their power. However, Zhang Wei found himself in a precarious situation. Lu Shan and Xiao Si were clearly no trifles. It was likely that these naive university students would ultimately find themselves manipulated by those two. Xiao Si was another female ability wielder among the survivors, in her 30s, typically reticent, yet always smiling when observing others. "She has little to do with us. She was never one of our kind," Lin Fan remarked, glancing at Hongzhuang in Qin Wen's vehicle. "Qin Wen, why didn't you invite your sister-in-law to join us for a meal?" Laughter erupted among the group, causing Qin Wen to choke on his porridge. "Boss, are you mocking me? Your sister-in-law is frugal and decided to never eat again just to save food for us." Qin Wen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Lin Fan raised his thumb, genuinely praising, truly a model of virtue. The laughter of the Divine Nation team echoed through the ruins. After enduring such prolonged escapades of survival, their nerves had been taut to the breaking point, and now they completely relaxed. Not far away, Lu Shan gazed at the harmonious scene of the Divine Nation team, his expression complex, revealing an undeniable tinge of envy and jealousy. He exchanged glances with Xiao Si, both perceiving in each other's eyes a fervent yearning for power. He hoped their team was also enjoying a meal, albeit consisting merely of biscuits and other instant foods. A stark contrast to the warm meals of the Divine Nation team. Lu Shan continually encouraged his new teammates, painting a bright picture of the future. "Hang in there, everyone. Once we reach the next supply point, with our 6 ability wielders, we will surely gather more and better resources. One day, we too will become like the Divine Nation team." After speaking, Lu Shan turned to Zhang Wei, signaling him to say a few words. Naturally reticent, Zhang Wei felt his face flush under the expectant gazes of his comrades and muttered, "Captain Lu is right." Yuaning looked at Zhang Wei in exasperation, discreetly pinching him. Lu Shan observed the flustered Zhang Wei with a smirk, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Zhang Wei, the boss is calling you." Zhang Bao rushed over, calling out to Zhang Wei, urging him to hurry along, and without a backward glance, he departed. Zhang Wei, not daring to delay, promptly rose and made his way towards the Divine Nation team, with Lu Shan following suit. "Congratulations, Captain Zhang," Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhang Wei repeatedly waved his hand in modesty, feeling as though he was merely playing at being a captain in Lin Fan's presence. "I hope our team is not as formidable as the Divine Nation team. We are merely seeking warmth in numbers," Lu Shan remarked. taking a seat beside Zhang Wei with a chuckle. Lin Fan tilted his head to regard him, while Zhang Bao quietly interjected, "Boss. He is the vice captain of the group of survivors we rescued before." Zhang Bao's disdainful tone ignited Lu Shan's anger. Although he had been saved by the Divine Nation team, he was now a sequence ability user and served as the vice captain of the Hope team, which boasted 6 sequence ability users. Yet, this ordinary member of the Divine Nation team, Zhang Bao, showed him not a shred of respect.